In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, a man clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a sharp and deadly sword, stood suspended in midair. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes, as if he had pierced through the tumult and contradictions of the mundane world. His spirit had transcended the shackles of earthly existence, soaring freely amidst the infinite cosmos. Before him loomed an endless, pitch-black cloud, pulsating with a sinister crimson light, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Suddenly, a demon with twin horns emerged from the swirling darkness, unfurling its ebony wings. The moment its towering form fully manifested, time seemed to freeze. With a grotesque visage, the demon glared furiously at the white-clad man, bellowing, "Cursed one, Zhuge Xingyun, you have come once more to thwart my plans. Why do you still draw breath?" Zhuge Xingyun, the divine sovereign of the stars, pointed his sword defiantly at the demon sovereign of the nine heavens. "The celestial demons dare to challenge me. I shall ensure your demise." As his words echoed, Zhuge Xingyun's aura surged, and countless sharp swords materialized around him. Sword art, divine command of the nine heavens, strangle. At that instant, the multitude of swords shot forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun, racing towards the demon sovereign. The demon extended its claws, summoning a swirling hexagram between them. Demon's rotation. As the golden swords entered the hexagram, they vanished without a trace. Yet, Zhuge Xingyun's assault did not waver. Suddenly, a counter-rotating hexagram appeared above the demon's head, unleashing a torrent of dark swords that surged towards Zhuge Xingyun. A smirk graced Zhuge Xingyun's lips. "A mere parlor trick. How dare you flaunt it before me?" With a flick of his wrist, the golden swords redirected their course, charging towards the onslaught of black blades. The collision resonated with a thunderous cacophony. Countless remnants of swords fell like hail. An image of 8 celestial maidens flashed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind, followed by a bitter smile. "Forgive me, I must break our pact." Having traversed 8 lifetimes, Zhuge Xingyun understood that he could not vanquish the demon sovereign in this life, and thus, like in his previous lives, he would have to seal it at the cost of his own life. He positioned his sword vertically before him, placing his palms on either side. Gradually, a radiant light enveloped the blade. Upon witnessing Zhuge Xingyun's actions, the demon sovereign was taken aback, for it was all too familiar with this technique. "Zhuge Xingyun, you shall not escape unscathed." Before the demon could finish, Zhuge Xingyun roared, "Sword art, burial of the sword, grand reincarnation seal." The sword before Zhuge Xingyun grew immensely, while a complex formation materialized above the demon's head. A colossal sword, identical in form to the one before Zhuge Xingyun, emerged from the formation, piercing through the demon's being from head to toe. A circular seal inscribed with the character seal manifested upon the demon's body. Simultaneously, Zhuge Xingyun endured a similar fate. "You cannot kill me once I shatter this seal. I shall leave not a blade of grass standing in the celestial realms." Zhuge Xingyun gazed towards a distant point in the starry sky. "Until we meet again in the next life." With that, he transformed into a luminous point of white light, vanishing into the infinite cosmos. Suddenly, Zhuge Xingyun, who had been napping on the couch, opened his eyes. Another dream. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, a woman's voice echoed in his ears. "Zhuge Xingyun, I'm staying at my friend's house tonight. You needn't wait for me." A strikingly alluring woman, dressed in a miniskirt and a tank top, rolled her eyes and stormed out. Zhuge Xingyun was a recent graduate from a coastal city in Longhua. On the day of his parents' passing, a mysterious woman uttered strange words to him, causing him to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, he unexpectedly acquired a system, which promptly assigned him his first task, to become a designated driver. After issuing the task, the system provided him with a business vehicle and fell silent. Though he contemplated abandoning the task, the thought of the system's promised punishment sent a chill coursing through him. On a sunlit morning, Zhuge Xingyun received a ride request, prompting him to drive the business vehicle to the airport as per the navigation. Unbeknownst to him, this single order would lead him to become the son-in-law of one of the 4 great families of the capital of Longhua, the Wang family. Wang Xingye, the patriarch of the Wang family, had 6 sons and 1 daughter. Due to various misfortunes, all 6 sons had perished, leaving only his ailing youngest daughter, Wang Weiwei, bedridden. The Wang family expended immense resources, enlisting numerous clinical experts, yet none could remedy Wang Weiwei's condition. In a desperate bid to save his last child, Wang Xingye heeded the advice of a blue-clad elder who claimed to hail from Kunlun. Thus, Zhuge Xingyun became the Wang family's son-in-law. Initially, he wished to refuse, believing it unbecoming for a man of his stature to enter a family in such a manner, but he was once more ensnared by the system. The system issued a second task, to become the Wang family's son-in-law, with the stipulation that he must not divorce within 5 years, no matter the circumstances. By a stroke of fate, on the very night of their marriage, Wang Weiwei rose from her bed and walked. From that day forth, they lived as a couple in name only. Throughout the 5 years, Wang Weiwei attempted to initiate divorce on several occasions. Yet Zhuge Xingyun thwarted her efforts with his tenacity. Out of gratitude, Wang Weiwei eventually abandoned the notion of divorce. Seated on the couch, watching television, Zhuge Xingyun cast a glance at the door, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. System, I truly cannot endure this any longer. May I please switch tasks? A melodious system voice resonated within his mind. You may abandon the task. Are you certain you wish to do so? Zhuge Xingyun's eyes brightened. Is that truly an option? Indeed, provided you accept a minor punishment from the system. Upon hearing the system's response, he felt deflated, yet still clung to a flicker of hope. What minor punishment? Oh, it's nothing too severe. You shall simply become a eunuch upon abandoning the task. Upon receiving this definitive reply from the system, disappointment etched itself across his face. You, a self-proclaimed slacker system, how can you still issue tasks? Being a son-in-law requires neither labor nor income. Providing sustenance and clothing, does that not qualify as slacking? System, you seem to have a misunderstanding of the term slacker. The system remained silent, continuing, will the host abandon the task? Recalling the past 4 years of his life, Zhuge Xingyun's temper flared, and he retorted, since accepting the task, my existence has been filled with indignity and a complete lack of respect, all while bearing the weight of a mountain of ridicule. Unfazed, the system inquired, so, you intend to abandon it, correct? Suddenly, Zhuge Xingyun felt a burning sensation in his nether region. Damn it, of course. I shall not abandon it. His previously fierce demeanor underwent a complete transformation as he smiled and continued, I absolutely adore wearing hats, they are so warm. With that, the fiery sensation subsided, and he could only sigh, resigned to the reality that one cannot outmaneuver the greater forces at play. In the distant heavens, an elderly man spoke with a voice laden with the weight of time. Julien Sovereign, is this truly wise? He is the mightiest sovereign among the realms. The sovereign, a figure of the highest order, revered by all save for the divine emperor and other sovereigns, replied coldly. Who told him to place a hat upon me? He deserves it. What? Do you have objections, abyssal sovereign? The elder hastily replied, no, how could I dare to object? Your happiness is of utmost importance. The woman shifted her tone. Abyssal sovereign, I entrust you with the matters of the celestial realms. If the demon sovereign of the celestial demons. Before she could finish, the abyssal sovereign interjected, rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. I hope that in this lifetime, the sovereign can achieve. Abyssal, Julien, you have spoken too much. A voice traversed the endless void of time and space, prompting both individuals to bow deeply. We pay our respects to the supreme, divine emperor. We acknowledge our errors. Julien, cease your folly. Only one life remains in this cycle of 9 reincarnations. Hasten to aid Xingyun in reclaiming his divinity, lest the celestial demons exploit the opportunity. Julien shall comply with your decree. Zhuge Xingyun, lost in thought while watching television, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The sudden ringing of his phone jolted him back to reality. Upon unlocking the screen, he was met with the name of his class monitor. The monitor, named Hua Chun, was the eldest son of the Hua family, one of the 4 prestigious families of the capital. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately answered the call. Hello, class monitor. A flippant male voice echoed from the other end. Zhuge Xingyun, long time no see. We're having a class reunion at 5 this afternoon. Can you make it? Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the clock. 2:30 p.m. Clearly, this invitation bore no sincerity. Just as he prepared to decline, the system's voice chimed in once again. Ding! System task initiated. Attend the class reunion and successfully humiliate the class monitor. Task completion reward, a spatial ring. Failure penalty. Host shall be impotent for a year. After hearing the system's task, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. System, are you truly targeting my manhood? Yet, realizing he was powerless against the system's demands, he sighed in resignation. All right, where is it? In Kyoto, at Ipin Pavilion. Upon hearing the venue, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Ipin Pavilion stands as the most prestigious dining establishment in Kyoto. A luxurious venue within the Royal Culinary Group's portfolio, catering exclusively to VIP clientele. All right, I shall arrive shortly. Having received a satisfactory response, the class leader beamed with delight. It's a promise, let us not part ways when the time comes. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling within him. It has been 4 years since we last made contact. This summons surely bodes ill. Moreover, as a mere son-in-law devoid of any accomplishments, how am I to triumph over the eldest scion of the esteemed Hua family? After much contemplation, he finally devised a rather tenuous plan. With a sigh, he stepped outside. He soon arrived at a construction site, spending 200 yuan of his private funds to procure the attire of a laborer. Exiting the site, he grabbed a shared bicycle at the entrance and pedaled toward Ipin Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the class leader engaged in conversation with 3 beautiful young women, all of whom were Zhuge Xingyun's classmates. Among them was Yang Qianqian, the class flower who had once pursued Zhuge Xingyun ardently. Well, if it isn't Zhuge Xingyun, just come from a construction site, I see. Ha. The class leader had spotted the disheveled Zhuge Xingyun from a distance, riding the share bicycle. At the leader's remark, the 3 young women turned to look at Zhuge Xingyun, their faces betraying disdain. One of them, named Zhang Shui, remarked, Qianqian, thank goodness you didn't end up with him. Another girl, pinching her nose with her right hand, expressed her contempt. Indeed, witnessing his current state is quite disheartening. Zhang Qianqian echoed the sentiment, her expression one of distaste. Enough said, we truly were blind back then. With that, they turned and walked into Ipin Pavilion. Hua Qin wore a malicious grin, then also turned to enter the establishment. Zhuge Xingyun paid no heed to their words, locking the shared bicycle with indifference before making his way toward Ipin Pavilion. As he approached the entrance, a security guard's figure obstructed his path. Move along. This place is not meant for someone like you. Chapter 2. Class Reunion. Zhuge Xingyun squinted at the security guard, catching sight of Hua Qin, whose face was alight with a scheming grin behind him. He then produced a black gold card and handed it to the guard. If my memory serves me correctly, this card should grant me access. The guard hesitated, staring at Zhuge Xingyun for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Wasn't he this the son-in-law of the chairman? Although he held no standing in the Wang family and was oftentimes overlooked, he was certainly not someone a mere security guard could afford to offend. The guard quickly prepared to apologize, but was interrupted. I would prefer they remain unaware of my identity. Let us just pretend nothing occurred. The guard wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded vigorously. Understood, sir. As the guard's body obscured the card, Hua Qin failed to catch sight of the prestigious membership card. Zhuge Xingyun proceeded into the Ipin Pavilion under Hua Qin's curious gaze. Hua Qin, his plan thwarted, merely chuckled coldly, Humph, this is only the beginning. Upon entering the private room, a magnificent round dining table came into view. Zhuge Xingyun glanced around at his classmates. This time, around 20 classmates had gathered for the reunion, predominantly female. Counting himself, there were only 5 boys. The class beauty, Yang Qianqian, sat beside Hua Qin, who casually draped his hand over the back of her chair, to which he showed no signs of resistance. A tall, bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and remarked, Class monitor, you are currently the most successful among us. I hear you've become the president of Tianhui Bank. Hua Qin chuckled and shook his head. It's just a position, nothing to boast about. The bespectacled man continued with a grin. Do you have any good job openings? Perhaps you could recommend us? Hua Qin raised his wine glass, taking a leisurely sip as he replied, if you're seeking employment, send me your resume, and I'll certainly consider you for any suitable positions. A plump man approached Hua Qin with a wine glass in hand. Hee, Hua Gu. I'm currently working at your family's supermarket. Could you possibly promote your little brother? Hua Qin cast a glance at Zhuge Xingyun before asking earnestly, Which supermarket? The man, sensing an opportunity, eagerly answered, Brother, it's the Huaxing supermarket at the North Street branch. Huachen pondered for a moment before nodding that, oh, I remember now. ISNT the manager named Zhang. Zhang something? The plump man quickly ingratiated himself, Zhang Tao. Yes, that's it. Zhang Tao, I'll handle this. I'll speak to him and see about making you a supervisor. The plump man downed his drink in one go and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Huagu. His face beamed with joy as he returned to his seat. Zhuge Xingyun continued to savor the delectable dishes on the table, while his mind raced with thoughts on how to meticulously accomplish his task. Another boy with a sharp face glanced at Huachun, then at Zhuge Xingyun, his eyes darting mischievously. Zhuge Xingyun, don't just eat. Why not share with us how you've fallen from grace over these past 4 years? Zhang Shui chimed in, her eyes lighting up. Yes, Zhuge Xingyun, I recall you were the top student in our class. How did you end up in this predicament? Indeed, I heard you were given a recommendation. I envied you for quite some time. Some classmates, sensing the shift in atmosphere, fell silent, while others gleefully joined in the mockery. Zhuge Xingyun ignored their scornful jibes and continued to indulge in the food. Zhang Shui cast a disdainful glance at him. You're eating like a famished ghost, only knowing how to consume. The others began to jeer. Probably realizes he won't have the chance to enjoy such delicacies again. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Xingyun remained unfazed by their ridicule. Over the years, he had already grown immune to the scorn from his insipid wife. Their taunts were mere trifles. Suddenly, a girl infatuated with Huachun smiled broadly at class beauty young Qianqian. Oh right, Qianqian. I heard you were determined to marry only Zhuge Xingyun back then. The other female classmates wore mischievous grins. Yes, I've heard that too. Young Qianqian felt a flush of heat on her cheeks as she cast a sideways glance at Zhuge Xingyun, relieved that she hadn't ended up with him. Huachun, smiling, came to young Qianqian's defense. Impossible. Qianqian is so beautiful. How could she ever fancy a pauper? Zhang Shui quickly added, exactly, our Qianqian would never be interested in someone like him, even if he were to be a live-in son-in-law. No one would want him. Zhuge Xingyun's hand, poised to pick up food, froze midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. Retracting his hand, he placed his chopsticks on the table. I wonder when you all will tire of this. Zhang Shui, have I ever wronged you? Zhang Shui shot him a scornful glance. Isn't it obvious? At a class reunion, look at what you're wearing, like you've rummaged through trash. Exactly a pauper. What is there to be proud of? What is wrong with you? You're just a scavenger. It's humiliating to dine with you. Huachun smiled as he gazed at Zhuge Xingyun. Hearing the taunts, Zhuge Xingyun turned to Huachun. Young Qianqian, mistakenly believing Zhuge Xingyun was looking at her, snapped, What are you staring at? Don't you dare think you're worthy of me. Huachun's amusement only deepened. Zhuge Xingyun smirked disdainfully. Young Qianqian, I'm not looking at you. You needn't flatter yourself. Before young Qianqian could retort, Zhuge Xingyun continued, Huachun, aren't you just relying on your family's wealth? If it weren't for your fortunate birth, you'd amount to nothing. Huachun's smile faltered. Sensing an opportunity to ingratiate themselves, the others immediately pointed at Zhuge Xingyun. How dare you speak like that? Apologize to the class monitor at once. Zhuge Xingyun, you're merely envious of the class monitor's affluence. Indeed, you're an ingrate. You're enjoying the class monitor's hospitality. How dare you speak ill of him? Quickly apologize, you poor wretch. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the crowd with disdain. It's just a meal. It's not as if I can't afford it. Huachun's expression hardened. Zhuge Xingyun, if you truly possess any capability, why not treat us all to this meal? Zhuge Xingyun remained silent, merely fixating on Huachun. The plump man continued, Look at his shabby appearance. It's a miracle he even has money. Huachun, with a sinister glint in his eye, proposed, Why don't you call me grandfather? I'll cover the bill for you. What do you say? Zhuge Xingyun, cupping his ear, queried, What did you say? If you call me grandfather, I'll pay. What did you say? Grandfather? Ah, good grandson. Realizing he had been tricked, Huachun gritted his teeth and pointed at Zhuge Xingyun. You? Zhuge Xingyun shook his head with a smile. I do have wealth. However, since you insisted on footing the bill, how could I overshadow your generosity? Huachun slammed the table. Let us see how long you can keep up this facade. If you can treat everyone today, I'll go live and eat excrement. Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow but feigned difficulty. Isn't that a bit excessive? I genuinely have wealth, and now that you've said that, I certainly can't pay. The class monitor is not a petty person who would go back on his word. I can't let you really eat excrement, can I? A girl shot Zhuge Xingyun a glare. Being poor is one thing. Why pretend otherwise? I truly have wealth. Seeing Zhuge Xingyun's demeanor, Hua Chun became even more convinced that he was merely acting. He chuckled. If you truly have the means, I'll go live and eat excrement. If I backtrack, I'll be a son of a turtle. Zhuge Xingyun nodded with a smile, pleased that his plan was succeeding, and called over a waiter. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Zhuge Xingyun presented a black gold card to the waiter. This meal is on me. Is that acceptable? Upon seeing the card, the waiter immediately responded respectfully, of course, son-in-law. Would you like to be moved to the best private room? Zhuge Xingyun waved his hand, wishing to avoid lingering with such superficial people. No need, you may leave. Understood, son-in-law. The waiter exited the private room, leaving the group in stunned silence as they stared at Zhuge Xingyun. Ding! Task of slapping the class monitor's face completed. Received 1 space ring. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Zhuge Xingyun smiled faintly. What Gongzi, do remember to inform me when you go live to eat excrement. He then stood up, disregarding Hua Chen's fury, and strode out of the private room. Chapter 3. Acquisition of the logistics park with 200 billion worth of goods. As Zhuge Xingyun walked, he examined the space ring in his possession. Passing by a hotel, he noticed Wang Weiwei entering the establishment with a tall, wealthy man. Zhuge Xingyun sighed, running a hand over his head. This hat grows taller by the day. Just as he was reflecting, the system voice chimed again. Ding! Task 1 released. Please obtain ownership of the Wang family's logistics warehouse in the port area within 3 days. Successful reward. Activation of the invincible effect for the system business vehicle. As long as the host remains within 100 meters of the business vehicle, they will be in an invincible state. Failure penalty. The host will permanently lose access to the business vehicle and will be impotent forever. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! System Task 2 is now released. Please complete Task 1 within 3 days and collect 10,000 each of cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs. Success reward. Activation of the mini-world feature for the business vehicle, approximately 100,000 square meters. Failure penalty. The host will permanently lose the business vehicle and suffer from impotence. After reading the task, his face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. System. Did we perhaps harbor some deep-seated grudge in our previous lives? Not only do you crown me with a green hat, but you also constantly meddle with my manhood. Can we not enjoy our time together? Receiving no response from the system, he was about to unleash a tirade when a thought struck him. He glanced at his phone and then at the hotel, revealing a wicked grin. The next morning, Wang Weiwei opened her door only to find Zhuge Xingyun seated in the living room. Where did you disappear to yesterday? She inquired, casting a glance at him. Did we not agree to mind our own business? Zhuge Xingyun turned on the television, casting his phone's screen, which began playing an exhilarating video of Wang Weiwei and a wealthy, handsome man. I didn't expect you to look quite photogenic, he remarked. Wang Weiwei pointed at him. You're out of your mind. Hand over that video. Observing that she did not lunge for his phone, Zhuge Xingyun was momentarily taken aback. Why are you so composed? Wang Weiwei shot him a sidelong glance. Speak up, do you have another request? With brazen confidence, Zhuge Xingyun said, Aren't you in charge of that logistics park in the port area? I was thinking. Before he could finish, Wang Weiwei interrupted, It's yours. Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback. What did you say? Wang Weiwei, growing impatient, replied, Are you deaf? I said it's yours. Upon hearing her response, he found himself at a loss. What began as a desire for control to complete his task had unexpectedly transformed him into the owner of a logistics park. As he watched Wang Weiwei sit beside him, he lit a cigarette. My only request is that we divorce. Zhuge Xingyun shook his head vigorously. No, the soonest would be a month from now. Wang Weiwei exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at him. Why a month? Unsure of how to answer her question, he hastily concocted an excuse. A fortune teller said that if I divorced within 5 years of marriage, I would face dire consequences. Given the Wang family's belief in fortune-telling due to Wang Weiwei and her 6 brothers, she nodded. Fine, a month it is. She then called her secretary, instructing them to print a stock transfer contract. When she hung up the phone, the system's voice echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, task completed. The business vehicle has activated its invincibility feature. The host is invulnerable within a 100-meter radius of the vehicle. A new task was issued.
identified as non-mandatory. Does the host choose to accept? Zhuge Xingyun inquired within his mind. System, you never used to issue tasks so frequently. Have you become a diligent system, or are you still the lazy one I know? The system ignored Zhuge Xingyun and reiterated. Does the host accept? Encountering this unprecedented optional task, Zhuge Xingyun, driven by curiosity, decided to accept. Accepted. Ding. Task issued. Survive the apocalypse 3 days from now and discover the cause of the calamity. Success reward. 100 million premium spirit stones. Failure penalty. No penalty. Zhuge Xingyun was momentarily stunned. Muttering softly, the apocalypse in 3 days? Wang Weiwei took a drag from her cigarette and looked at him. What are you saying about the apocalypse? Realizing his slip, Zhuge Xingyun quickly replied. Nothing, just reminded of a movie. Wang Weiwei sighed. Regardless, you saved my life, so I suppose the logistics park is my way of repaying you. She then turned to return to her room. After she left, Zhuge Xingyun frantically called out to the system. But it remained silent. Leaning back on the sofa, he began to reflect on his tasks and the system's increasingly erratic behavior. It seemed that the apocalypse was indeed imminent. He took out his phone and dialed a contact labeled as Taozi. A languid voice answered, "Hello, who is this?" "It's Zhuge Xingyun." The man quickly brightened. "Oh, it's the son-in-law of the Wang family. How may I assist you?" Zhuge Xingyun stated plainly, "I wish to take out a loan." "How much can you provide?" After a brief silence, the voice replied, "To be honest, with your standing in the Wang family, the maximum I can offer is 100,000. Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes. "Buddy, I can charge that much on my credit card." An awkward chuckle came from the other end. "I can't help that. If you had a higher status in the Wang family, you understand, right?" Zhuge Xingyun knew well that without status or power, a son-in-law was worth little. Now that the logistics park belonged to him, covering approximately 100 acres, he inquired, "If I use the logistics park as collateral, how much can you offer?" The sound of calculations echoed through the phone. After a moment, the voice returned. 100 acres of logistics park in the port area is valued at 100 million. I could lend you 50 million. After deducting fees, you'd receive around 45 million. With 65 million due in a month, if you need 2 months. Zhuge Xingyun interrupted. "All right, no need to calculate further. I'll bring the documents to you this afternoon. Send me the address." "Sure thing, thank you, boss. I'll send the address to your phone shortly." After hanging up, he made several more calls to various lending companies, even reaching out to those who offered private loans. After exhausting all his credit cards, he barely managed to gather enough funds to secure the animals needed for his second task, arranging 2 days for the transactions. Once the calls were completed, Zhuge Xingyun drove the business vehicle to the logistics park. Upon seeing the items within, he couldn't help but marvel. The Wang family truly deserved their reputation as one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. Every warehouse was brimming with goods, and trucks were constantly in motion. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He called over the logistics park's general manager. "Boss, you called for me?" Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the name tag on the man's chest and smiled. "Manager Dong, from now on, shut down the entire logistics park for 3 days. Only allow entry, no exits. Isn't that a bit excessive? We have agreements with our clients." Zhuge Xingyun waved his hand dismissively. "Inform everyone. And have your staff notify each client. Come up with some excuse. We will compensate them double for any losses incurred during these 3 days next week." The manager frowned but dared not oppose the new owner. So he reluctantly agreed. Zhuge Xingyun ordered the closure of all warehouses, transferring all items into a spatial ring and confiscating all the keys. Once everything was settled, he drove out of the logistics park. Chapter 4. The apocalypse descends 3 days later. Having successfully completed the second task, Zhuge Xingyun placed all the livestock into the mini-world of the business vehicle. While he was swimming in his villa, Wang Weiwei approached the poolside. "Zhuge Xingyun, why did you shut down the logistics park? Calls have been flooding into my father." Zhuge Xingyun climbed out of the pool, wiping his face. "The logistics park is mine now. What I do is none of your concern, but you can't tarnish the Wang family's reputation." "Fine. I'll reopen it tomorrow. Is that satisfactory?" Wang Weiwei seemed at a loss for words. "Do as you wish. I truly regret handing the logistics park over to you." With that, she turned to leave the villa. "Where are you going?" "None of your business. It's dangerous outside. You should stay home. That it's more dangerous beside you." "You lunatic." Zhuge Xingyun sighed as he watched Wang Weiwei's retreating figure. "Good luck. The apocalypse is fast approaching. Host, prepare yourself." Zhuge Xingyun hurried to his room. "Prepare for what?" The system remained silent. Last minute, Zhuge Xingyun quickly began changing clothes. I said, what should I prepare for? Can you provide some guidance? 10.9.8. Hearing the system's countdown, Zhuge Xingyun felt a surge of panic. 3.2. 1.as. The system reached 1. The ground suddenly convulsed violently. Zhuge Xingyun staggered towards the garage where his business vehicle was parked. Simultaneously, every nation across the globe experienced intense tremors. If one were to observe from outer space, they would see that the blue planet had expanded thousands of times. Furthermore, the entire planet had turned a yellow hue. Due to the prolonged earthquake, people were left retching and subsequently fell into unconsciousness. When everyone awoke, towering skyscrapers had crumbled into ruins, and endless deserts lay between cities. Over 90% of the blue planet had transformed into desert. Just as people were regaining their senses, every individual's mobile phone simultaneously received a text message. The survival test of the apocalypse is about to commence. Before that, please bind your phones. Each survivor may only bind one phone. Supplies can be purchased in the mobile marketplace, which will refresh daily. To acquire supplies, one must use survival coins obtained by defeating mutated animals or plants. Survivors strive to survive. Upon the completion of the text message, a dialog box promptly appeared on the phone. Would you like to bind this device? Yes, no. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at his phone and selected yes. The screen displayed, binding in progress, please wait. Binding successful. Survivor ASB 10101A. Welcome. A prompt followed, asking if the survivor wished to change their nickname, indicating that the first change was free, while subsequent alterations would require a payment of 10,000 survivor coins. Zhuge Xingyun opted to change his nickname to Xingyun. The change was confirmed successfully. Subsequently, the phone's interface transformed into a uniform style, with the time displayed at the top and several options for system navigation at the bottom. Trading hall, survivor mall, and backpack. The phone's calling feature had vanished, replaced by a central chat window that categorized conversations into 4 options: country, camp, friends, and trade. Zhuge Xingyun first accessed the trading hall, which indicated, no survivors have placed items for trade. He then opened the survivor mall, where a row of bold text caught his eye. Survivor coins, 0.as. He scrolled down. He noticed that 2 categories were unlocked, while several black boxes indicated items yet to be unlocked. Under the living supplies category, it displayed bread, quantity 55, exchange requires 10 survival coins, bottled water 500 cubic centimeters, quantity 55, exchange requires 10 survival coins, power bank, 10,000 millimeters, quantity 1010, exchange requires 1 survival coin. Remaining exchangeable supplies are locked. Zhuge Xingyun then checked the weapons and equipment category, which revealed 5.56 millimeters pistol, quantity 11, exchange requires 100 survival coins, 5.56 bullets 10 rounds, quantity 1010, exchange requires 10 survival coins. Dagger, quantity 50-50, exchange requires 10 survival coins. Remaining exchangeable supplies are locked. He noted that many categories remained, all displayed in gray with a small lock symbol above them. Zhuge Xingyun stared at his phone, somewhat bewildered. System, is this truly the apocalypse you spoke of? It feels just like a game. Life is inherently a game. Host, I have high hopes for you. Stay strong. Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes, closed his eyes, and rummaged through his spatial ring for a while. When he opened his eyes, he found himself holding a blunt Sichuan knife and a whetstone. Thank goodness there's a large stock of cold weapons in the logistics yard. Otherwise, I would have no means of self-defense. Ding. A series of notifications piqued Zhuge Xingyun's curiosity, prompting him to open his phone. He read the messages in the national chat. Sad cat. I'm in Coastal City. What just happened with the earthquake? Life is uncertain. I'm in Kyoto. We just had an earthquake and I fainted. Blue starry sky. Can someone tell me what is happening in Blue Star? When I stepped outside, I found the city had turned into a desert. Zhang Yang. I am Zhang Yang from the Buyuan community in Kyoto. Wife, where are you? Please add me as a friend. Cat who loves fish. Why has my phone system suddenly become like a game window? Goldfish, mine too. Can someone explain what is happening? Let the bullets fly for a while. Our water and electricity are cut off, and outside has turned into a desert. Shrimp trouble. Same here. Sky high. Same here. Wang Lo. I am Wang Lu from Liju community in Coastal City. Husband, have you seen this message? Add me as a friend. Lonely as snow. Everyone, check the survivor mall. What is up with the survivor coins? Dayuan steel plate. Didn't the message say we need to kill mutated creatures or plants? Blower. Could it really be the apocalypse? Professor. Comrades, I just put a bottle of mineral water into the trading hall, and it vanished from my side. Summer? Is that true? I'll try it too. Expert. It's real. I was in the bathroom and accidentally clicked to list toilet paper, and now my toilet paper is gone. By the way, can someone bring me some toilet paper? Guamimi, dude, you can't delist the toilet paper, right? Expert. I wish I could, but delisting requires a survivor coin. Wine and color. Let us observe a moment of silence. Gangmin Pianzuo. Same here. Meichuan Kuko. Same here. Zhuge Xingyu nearly burst into laughter at the amusing nicknames. Folks, changing your nickname costs 10,000 survivor coins. How long do you plan to keep those names? Also, remember that you only have 3 free public messages per day. Don't waste them. Save them for those looking for loved ones. Gujing. The apocalypse has arrived. Everyone should try to put valuable items into the trading market. The first 10 trade items are freed. I hope everyone can survive. One more thing. The desert outside the city can only be traversed on foot. Even an off-road vehicle should not enter the desert. Don T asked me how I know. I'm currently in an off-road vehicle. Farewell, everyone. The public chat fell into a brief silence. Soon, several survivors sent their last messages, sacrificing their lives to accumulate experience for others. Chapter 5. Survive. Everyone stared at their phones in silence. Suddenly, a message brought a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Kyoto Military District. Hello, everyone. This is the Kyoto Military District. Please stay at home and gather essential supplies while awaiting rescue. Coastal Military District. Citizens, please return home and prepare your necessities while waiting for rescue. The rescue operation has commenced. Please remain calm. The official messages continued to pour in, providing a sliver of hope to the populace. Zhuge Xingyun put away his phone and began to search his spatial ring for useful items. Due to the extensive inventory within the ring, he could only check a few items at a time. Upon inspection, he was astonished to discover a substantial cache of firearms and tactical gear hidden in an inconspicuous corner of the warehouse, including AK-47S, MP5S, Desert Eagles, 38 revolvers, Glock pistols, Barrett rifles, M16S, FN-FAL assault rifles, and more. Zhuge Xingyun stood frozen in place, glancing at the freshly sharpened Xiaochuan knife in his hand, suddenly feeling it was inadequate. Could it be that the Wang family is still engaged in those unsavory businesses? With these newfound weapons, there was no need for cold arms. Zhuge Xingyun donned a tactical vest, equipped himself with a pistol and his beloved M16 assault rifle, along with tactical gear. After casting one last glance at the villa, he made his way to the driver's seat of the commercial vehicle. He intended to venture outside the city to witness the mutated creatures firsthand. After all, no matter how plentiful his supplies, they were ultimately limited. It was crucial to quickly gather survivor coins. On the top floor of the Wang's economic building in Kyoto, Wang Xingye sat in his office chair, smoking a cigarette. Wei Wei, find a way to contact your husband. All the weapons we smuggled have vanished. He must have hidden them. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, all those supplies are valuable. Wang Weiwei frowned. If you had mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have given the logistics yard to him. I just didn't want you to get involved in these matters. Sigh. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. A bodyguard entered. Mr. Wang, personnel have been dispatched to guard the import and export areas. All warehouses in the building have also had additional staff assigned. However, we currently lack electricity and manpower, and there are still many areas that remain unguarded. Wang Weiwei looked at the bodyguard and said, aside from the downstairs import and export areas and the rooftop entrance, primarily focus on securing food and water. There is no need for extra personnel for other supplies. Wang Xingye nodded. Listen to Wei Wei. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or exit. The bodyguard inquired, what if official rescue personnel arrive? Wang Xingye scoffed. They are too preoccupied with their own affairs. Rescue operations are merely a way to placate the ignorant. No one is to be let in. Inform me first, and I will grant permission. Ensure the brothers are armed with their pistols. Understood. The bodyguard turned to leave. The other 3 major families made similar arrangements. As Zhuge Xingyun reached the city's edge in the commercial vehicle, he was confronted by an endless expanse of desert. The vehicle emitted a synthesized electronic voice. Entering desert zone, would you like to switch to sand mode? Without hesitation, Zhuge Xingyun replied, switch. With a series of mechanical sounds, the vehicle's tires transformed into tracks, allowing it to navigate the desert as if it were solid ground. Just as Zhuge Xingyun curiously surveyed the surroundings, a 5-meter-long black ant suddenly emerged from the sand, obstructing his path. Warning, warning, mutated creature detected ahead. Would you like to activate invincibility mode? Zhuge Xingyun disdainfully regarded the mutated ant. Activate. Activating, please wait. However, before he could revel in his excitement, a cold splash of reality hit him. Warning, warning, insufficient energy to activate. Automatically purchasing energy. Sorry, survivor coins insufficient, unable to purchase. Invincibility activation failed. Please vacate the area immediately. As Zhuge Xingyun contemplated fleeing, the system chimed in. Detected mutated black wind ant. Please prepare for combat. Random mission issued. Please eliminate the black wind ant in front of you. Kill count, 1,000. Rewards for success. A small enhancement of host's physical attributes. Survivor coins, 1,000. Penalty for failure. Host impotence. Running away will also incur severe penalties. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened. Damn it, system, are you trying to trick me? Upon realizing that the system incessantly used his vulnerabilities against him, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Subsequently, Zhuge Xingyun hurriedly exited the vehicle, seizing an M16 and unleashing a barrage upon the head of the black wind ant. When one magazine proved insufficient, he swiftly loaded another. Both magazines emptied. The black wind ant finally succumbed. A notification resonated from his mobile device. One black wind ant killed. Awarded 1 survivor coin, current balance, 1 coin. Acquired black wind ant pincers. Acquired black wind ant eggs. Soon, a similar announcement echoed in his mind. System, just 1 announcement is sufficient. This is quite bothersome. Host, please mute the mobile notifications, you fool. Then why can't you silence your own notifications? Because this system is supreme. How could it submit before that inferior system? With his patience wearing thin, Zhuge Xingyun reluctantly silenced the mobile notifications. Very well, disabling notifications. Done. 100 survivor coins deducted. Host balance, negative 99 coins. What the hell? UVE scammed me again. The system paid no heed to Zhuge Xingyun's complaints. That moment, at the world's end, a woman clutched her abdomen, laughing heartily. Zhuge Xingyun could only continue his search for the black wind ant with tears in his eyes. Help! Help! Hearing the cries of several women, Zhuge Xingyun turned towards the source of the sound. 3 girls stood atop an off-road vehicle, perilously sinking into quicksand, surrounded by hundreds of black wind ants, each approximately 10 centimeters long. The sight sent shivers down Zhuge Xingyun's spine. Upon spotting him, the 3 girls waved frantically, their voices filled with desperation. Please, save us. We are willing to do anything, we beg you. Zhuge Xingyun positioned the vehicle at a distance and rolled down the window. He retrieved a 4x scope from his space and attached it to the silenced M16, beginning to take precise shots at the black wind ants on the periphery. After eliminating 20, they finally noticed him. Hundreds of black wind ants surged toward Zhuge Xingyun. He swiftly switched to continuous fire mode, launching indiscriminate shots at the swarm. System, activate autopilot mode. Autopilot mode requires 1 survivor coin per minute. Host balance insufficient, unable to activate. Damn it. As Zhuge Xingyun prepared to flee, another system voice chimed in. Is the host attempting to escape? Escape will incur penalties. Zhuge Xingyun retorted while firing. This is a tactical retreat. Is the host attempting to escape? Escape will incur penalties. Damn it, this system is truly a scam. Gritting his teeth, Zhuge Xingyun opened the car door, dodging while shooting. Just then, a larger swarm of black wind ants appeared. In his despair, Zhuge Xingyun began to ponder whether his life or his dear brother was more important. As the 3 girls also began to feel hopeless, a furious shout rang out, "Hold on! Stay alive!" Following this, a flurry of gunfire erupted. Chapter 6, System, You've scammed me again. 13 soldiers clad in camouflage emerged, providing cover for the 4. Zhuge Xingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black wind ants remained overwhelming in numbers. While maneuvering and shooting, Zhuge Xingyun suddenly realized that when he coordinated his attacks with the 13 soldiers, the mutated ants they killed also counted towards his mission. This revelation filled him with joy. Before long, his spare magazines were exhausted. Reluctantly, he slung his rifle behind him and drew his sidearm to continue firing. Suddenly, countless palm-sized red ants crawled out from behind the black wind ants. Ding, blood exploding ant detected. Random mission issued. Kill 1,000 blood-exploding ants within 1 week. Mission completion. Rewards all attributes 1,000 survivor coins. Failure penalty. Deduction of 1,000 survivor coins. Notice. Those bitten by blood-exploding ants will have their blood mutate, leading to explosive death, and the mutated blood possesses over 100 times the corrosive power of strong acid. Zhuge Xingyun widened his eyes. Watching the soldiers prepare to throw grenades, he shouted loudly. No, those are blood-exploding ants. Anyone bitten will explode. However, it was too late. Although most had not released the safety, one soldier still threw a grenade. Boom! An explosion ensued, sending countless blood-exploding ants flying. Upon witnessing the grenade being thrown, Zhuge Xingyun quickly retrieved a large tarp from his space ring and threw it to the nearby soldiers. The squad leader, quick on his feet, opened the tarp to cover his team, yet one unfortunate soldier was still caught. A flying blood-exploding ant landed directly on him, biting him just before death. The bitten soldier's body began to turn an alarming shade of red. Help me, please! Seeing others rush to assist, Zhuge Xingyun urgently intervened. Don't go near. Once bitten, the blood mutates and is highly corrosive. The soldiers halted, watching as the bitten soldier grew increasingly red. His body swelling, in less than 30 seconds, he exploded, splattering blood that corroded the sand into numerous deep craters. A chill swept over the onlookers. The three girls, witnessing this horrifying scene, gritted their teeth and desperately jumped to a less infested area, fleeing with all their might. Ding! Successfully killed 1,000 black wind ants. Random mission completed. Rewards. Host's constitution strengthened. Awarded 1,000 survivor coins. Current balance 901 survivor coins. Seeing that he had completed his mission, Zhuge Xingyun hurriedly made his way back to his business vehicle. He swiftly drove in a large circle and, under the cover of the soldiers' firepower, finally managed to rescue the three girls. A horde of mutated ants chased after the business vehicle. After executing a spectacular drift, Zhuge Xingyun parked behind the soldiers. As the door swung open, the soldiers fired while retreating towards the vehicle. However, the speed of the ants was alarmingly swift. Two soldiers exchanged glances and charged towards the approaching swarm. Attacking fiercely, the captain, standing at the door, watched this unfold with reddened eyes. Number 7, Number 10, retreat. Squad leader, you all must leave now. Otherwise, no one will escape. Zhuge Xingyun shouted anxiously. Yes, right, don't hesitate. My vehicle cannot accommodate so many people. The squad leader gritted his teeth and jumped into the business vehicle. Once the door closed, Zhuge Xingyun wished he could slam the accelerator to the floor. Moments later, two explosions echoed as the two soldiers detonated their grenades. The soldiers crammed into the business vehicle shed tears as they removed their hats. Zhuge Xingyun glanced through the rearview mirror at the expressions of those inside, his heart heavy. The three girls trembled uncontrollably. The squad leader gently tapped the back of Zhuge Xingyun's seat twice. I'm Cold Wind, the squad leader. Thank you. Zhuge Xingyun smiled faintly. I'm Zhuge Xingyun. In truth, I should be thanking you for risking your lives to save others. One of the girls regained some composure and excitedly grasped Cold Wind's hand. Squad leader, were you sent to rescue us? When will the other troops arrive? Cold Wind sighed heavily. Alas, the military dispatched 3 companies to Kyoto. And we are all that remains. Now, we must rely on local forces. There will be no further rescue. The girl's expression deflated, her hands falling weakly. By the way, Zhuge brother, our vehicles and tanks cannot navigate the quicksand. How is it that your vehicle can? Zhuge Xingyun was at a loss for words, so he casually replied, Ever since I woke up that day, my vehicle underwent changes. I'm not quite sure myself. Cold Wind did not press further. Zhuge Xingyun and the others swiftly entered the city, delivering Cold Wind and his 10 men to the Kyoto military district. He took out his phone and added Cold Wind as a friend. Zhuge brother, I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I fear not many of us would have made it out alive. It's nothing. In the face of apocalypse, we must look out for one another. Cold Wind leaned in and whispered to Zhuge Xingyun. Your equipment is foreign, right? It's best not to reveal it easily. Zhuge Xingyun awkwardly smiled. All right, I bid you farewell. After the 10 departed, Zhuge Xingyun turned to the 3 girls. Where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and then a bespectacled girl stepped forward and said, Handsome, we came from Shangguang City to Kyoto for tourism, and we don't know anyone here. A girl with a ponytail added. Yes, now that the apocalypse has arrived, we have nothing and nowhere to go. Zhuge Xingyun looked at the 3, feeling quite helpless. Shall I take you to the police station? The 2 girls hesitated for a while. And finally, another girl with short hair directly said, Could you possibly take us in? Once we find our families, we will repay you handsomely. Zhuge Xingyun smiled bitterly. I have nowhere to go myself. How can I take you in? Returning to the Wang family is certainly out of the question, given the abundant supplies and the smuggled firearms. If he returned, he might very well receive an exuberant welcome. The three girls exchanged glances, their faces etched with sorrow. Ding, host has personally killed 139 mutated ants, earning 139 survivor coins. Balance, 1,040 survivor coins. Ding, random mission issued. Does the host accept the mission? Zhuge Xingyun promptly rejected it in his mind. I refuse to accept. The host no longer contemplates. Are you trying to deceive me again? Therefore, I refuse. If I accept the task, the space in the business vehicle will expand. Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow. May I inquire about the details first? No, after a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Xingyun, with a sense of trepidation, made a decision. Very well, I accept. Ding dong. The host has accepted the task, and the business vehicle has activated the mobile fast food truck mode. The host will receive 20% of the profits and gain the title of the strongest fast food truck owner in history. Ding dong. A system task is issued. As the strongest fast food truck owner in history. How can one remain confined to a mere city? The host is tasked with spreading the fame of the fast food truck far and wide within 10 years. Success reward. The host may commence their journey of cultivation. Failure penalty. The host shall be prohibited from cultivating for 30 years. Zhuge Xingyun's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver. With the system's tendencies, 10 years implies that, a decade hence, perhaps the entire populace will embark on cultivation. If the task remains unfulfilled, being barred from cultivation for 30 years would render one utterly powerless. Moreover, this invincible mode will undoubtedly see rising costs. Contemplating this, Zhuge Xingyun emitted a reluctant roar within his mind. System, you are once again deceiving me. Chapter 7. The sudden emergence of zombies. The system paid no heed to Zhuge Xingyun's complaints and continued to issue tasks. Ding dong. A side task is released. Successfully recruit at least one staff member. Staff members will receive 1% of the profits. Success reward. Increase space in the fast food truck with a random addition of a noodle dish and juice. No penalties for failure. Just as the three were about to turn away, Zhuge Xingyun suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. The three looked at Zhuge Xingyun with curiosity. My fast food truck needs to recruit staff. I can only accommodate you all inside the vehicle. Can you accept that? The short-haired woman immediately agreed that I can. The other two women hesitated for a moment before nodding. We can too. Will you take us in? Zhuge Xingyun nodded in agreement. Ding dong. Task completed. Space in the fast food truck has increased. The business vehicle suddenly doubled in length, transforming into a medium-sized RV. The words fast food truck were emblazoned on the roof. The sudden transformation left the three speechless. The fast food truck has added dumplings and juice. The food available for sale includes fish fragrant shredded pork rice bowl, 15 survival coins, large meat dumplings, 18 survival coins, juice, 10 survival coins. Zhuge Xingyun looked at the three with their mouths agape, cleared his throat, and inquired, What are your names? The bespectacled woman replied, My name is Zhang Jing. The woman with a ponytail said, I am Guixiang. The short-haired woman introduced herself, I am Wang Wei. Zhuge Xingyun regarded Wang Wei with a peculiar gaze. What a coincidence. Zhuge Xingyun opened the side door of the RV and entered, revealing a four-person table. When lowered, it could form a slightly smaller double bed. Above the driver's seat on the right, there was also a retractable double bed. The driver's seat resembled a high-tech space capsule seat. A foldable television was mounted on the ceiling. The left side of the RV housed a restroom. In the corridor, a three-dimensional storage cabinet included a water dispenser, a refrigerator, and a sink, with a large iron cabinet behind it. This constituted the sales area. The sales area was separated from the living area by an opaque sliding door. The iron cabinet featured two serving openings, a beverage dispenser, and a tablet embedded in the metal cabinet. All items ordered from the fast food truck were automatically produced from the iron cabinet. A counter less than a meter long was positioned adjacent to the rear door. Additionally, a retractable awning was installed above the rear door to provide shelter for customers during rain. Upon seeing the interior decor, the three felt fortunate. At least there were beds to sleep on. Yet, they blushed, as there were only two double beds. As if reading their thoughts, Zhuge Xingyun quickly said, Ahem, you can sleep on the beds. I'll rest in the driver's seat. He then proceeded to the driver's seat. The three exchanged glances and boarded the RV. Once inside, Zhuge Xingyun continued, After a long day, let us take turns to rest. It's strange. It's not yet dark, yet there's not a soul in sight. I'll drive around to take a look. Zhuge Xingyun began to maneuver slowly through the streets. Many individuals cautiously poked their heads out of windows, secretly observing the moving fast food truck, yet no one uttered a word. The bloodstains on the streets sent a shiver of fear through Zhuge Xingyun. Suddenly, a person lunged at the fast food truck like a madman, startling Zhang Jing, who was about to sit in the passenger seat to chat. Wang Wei and Guoxiang immediately inquired, "What happened?" Seeing the man with a wild expression and blood-soaked appearance, both let out shrieks. Zhuge Xingyun, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, opened the driver's window, pulled out a handgun, and aimed it out, prepared to fire. Regardless of whether it was a human or a monster, this was the apocalypse after all. Before Zhuge Xingyun could pull the trigger, a group of bloodied, deranged individuals suddenly sue him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at his dwindling balance, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have opted for the stored food instead. 4 servings of rice bowls and juice were laid out at the service counter. Zhang Jing hurried over, picked up a serving of rice and a drink, and cheerfully handed them to Zhuge Xingyun. "Boss, you should eat quickly." The other two rolled their eyes at Zhang Jing's love-struck expression. Zhuge Xingyun accepted the rice bowl with a smile and took a bite with his chopsticks. Suddenly, a burst of flavor illuminated his senses. A fragrant aroma surged from his mouth to his taste buds, exploding within, and he instantly felt a marked alleviation of his fatigue. System, does this rice bowl have other functions? He mused, sipping the strawberry-flavored juice. After swallowing, he felt invigorated, as if he could deliver a punch strong enough to fell a mighty buffalo. The system's voice resonated in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Of course, anything produced by the system is of premium quality. Haven't you read the instructions? The items sold by the food cart all come with additional effects. All staple foods completely restore one's vitality, while beverages can double one's strength for an hour. Zhuge Xingyun looked at the three companions, eating heartily as he spoke. "You should hurry and eat. It's delicious." The trio nodded and began to use their chopsticks. Wang Wei took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is the best fish-flavored shredded pork I've ever had." The others laughed and nodded in agreement. Guoxiang took a sip of her drink and exclaimed excitedly, "You must try this juice. It's orange-flavored and absolutely divine. Mine's apple-flavored, and mine's watermelon-flavored." Happiness radiated from the trio. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the strawberry juice in his hand, just as he was about to inquire about the system. It responded immediately. The flavor of the juice is determined by the consumer's preferences. The same cup of juice will taste different to different people. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. How extraordinary, to verify the claim. Zhuge Xingyun took a sip from Wang Wei's watermelon juice. As expected, he tasted strawberry. With a look of surprise, he set down the cup, while Wang Wei's face flushed like an apple, and the other two appeared slightly disheartened. Seeing Wang Wei's expression, Zhuge Xingyun felt a bit awkward. It seemed his actions had led to a misunderstanding, so after clearing his throat, he resumed his meal. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Zhuge Xingyun set aside his empty food container. "Everyone ready? Let us go take a look." The three returned to their seats with their food containers. The food cart slowly made its way towards the sound of gunfire. Over 20 police officers were engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of agile zombies pouring out of a supermarket, faster than any track athlete. Although the officers displayed remarkable marksmanship, hitting their targets with precision, the sheer number of zombies forced them to retreat. By the time Zhuge Xingyun arrived nearby, the officers had already been surrounded by zombies that had emerged from various locations. The group of over 20 was scattered, with those who remained back-to-back, fighting desperately. However, their ammunition quickly ran out. They unsheathed their knives, preparing for a final stand. Watching their comrades fall one by one before their eyes, the remaining 5 felt a chill run down their spines as 3 robust zombies charged at them, claws bared. They braced themselves for inevitable death. With a loud thud, the screeching sound of brakes followed, and a camper van suddenly appeared before them. The 3 zombies were sent flying, their fates unknown. The door of the camper swung open before their astonished eyes, and a bespectacled woman shouted at them. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Get in!" The 5 snapped back to reality and raced inside, one faster than the other. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, freezing the zombies in place. Aimless, the zombies began to wander without targets. Once inside the vehicle, The five peered out the window and saw the zombies had ceased their pursuit, allowing them to collapse into their seats. Thank you. Zhuge Xingyun emerged from the driver's seat and, taking a seat, asked, "What's the situation in the city?" One officer removed his helmet. "Not quite sure. A large portion of our precinct has mutated, and the rest of us have scattered. We managed to escape with our captain. We intended to secure the supermarket, but we didn't anticipate so many zombies inside." Wang Wei inquired, "Which of you is the captain?" The five fell silent for a moment until one stood, gazing out the window. After a brief pause, he pointed at a zombie that had just risen and said, "That one." He then returned to sit beside his teammates. "I'm Zhang Dongzi, I'm Yang Kong, I'm Zhang Yan, I'm Lu Tao. I'm Zhang Shan." After each introduced themselves, Zhuge Xingyun sighed, suddenly recalling the mission assigned by the system. "Oh, you have a place to go. We were all dispatched from other cities for this case. We don't have any friends or family here." A smirk appeared on Zhuge Xingyun's face. "How about I take you to the ancient palace? It should be a safe zone." When the world changed, the Forbidden City hadn't opened yet, so it must be quite secure. Plus, there are many shops and vending machines inside. Aren't there? One officer replied, "We were considering that too, but it's too far, which is why we ended up here." Zhuge Xingyun smiled. "I'll drive you there. It's not far." With that, he entered the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, pressed the brake, shifted gears, released the brake, and stepped on the gas in one fluid motion. The five watched as their comrades gradually faded from view. Chapter 9. Experiencing the invincible effect. When the food cart halted outside the Forbidden City, the scene before them caused everyone to collectively swallow hard. The Forbidden City was now surrounded by a dense horde of zombies. Observing this, Zhuge Xingyun exclaimed, "Damn it, tricked again." Wang Wei, curious, looked at Zhuge Xingyun, unsure who had deceived him. Noticing he remained silent, she refrained from asking, "What should we do now?" One of the officers, named Zhang Dongzi, asked helplessly. "It looks like there are at least tens of thousands of zombies here." Zhuge Xingyun, preoccupied with criticizing the system, did not respond. "System, come forth. I promise I won't harm you." "Host, what are you up to now? Honestly, do you have a grudge against me from your last life? Or did I wrong you in some way? Why do you keep trying to turn me into a eunuch?" The system replied in exasperation. "You can't even complete such a simple task. What use are you?" Zhuge Xingyun found himself at a loss for words. In an unknown location, a celestial-looking woman sat amidst the starry sky when suddenly 7 women appeared before her. "Sister, you can't treat your husband this way. Yes, be careful. When he returns, he might have a reckoning with you. Heh heh heh." The woman looked at the other 7, feeling increasingly annoyed by their incessant chatter. "You all still laugh. This is his 9th life. Oh, what if it's the 9th life? Isn't that a sign of fulfillment? Why isn't sister happy? The 9th life means he'll bring back another vixen. If I hadn't done everything I could to stop it, how could it only be you few?" The group stifled giggles. Wang Wei, observing Zhuge Xingyun lost in thought, said, "Yun Gu, should we look for Sergeant Long Feng?" Guoxiang and Zhang Jing, seeing Zhuge Xingyun did not object, also began to address him as Yun Gu. "Yes, Yun Gu, surely the army has a way to resolve this." Zhuge Xingyun slapped his thigh. "Indeed, how did I forget about them?" He then pinched Wang Wei's cheek. "Thank goodness you reminded me." This action caused Wang Wei's face to flush crimson. The others pretended not to see. Looking around, Zhuge Xingyun pulled out his phone, which displayed over 999 unread messages. Since returning from the desert, they had not checked their phones or the public screen discussions regarding the apocalypse. Opening the Friends interface, he found that Long Feng had sent several messages. "Brother Zhuge, there has been a zombie outbreak in the local military. It has been brought under control. We plan to attack the Forbidden City tomorrow to establish it as a safe zone. If you have nowhere to go, come find me after we take the Forbidden City." "Brother Zhuge, are you there? Where are you now? I need to talk to you. Please send me a message when you see this." "Brother Zhuge, please reply as soon as you see this. It's urgent." After reading Long Feng's messages, Zhuge Xingyun quickly replied, "Brother Long, I just rescued 5 police officers. Can I come to your location?" He stared at his phone, waiting for a response. Moments later, he received a reply. "Sure, that's great. We could use more hands. Hurry over." "All right, I'm on my way to as." The food cart approached the local military base. The heavy gates slowly creaked open. Zhuge Xingyun drove the vehicle inside, and the gates closed behind them. Just as the vehicle came to a stop in the courtyard, they were immediately surrounded by over 1,000 armed soldiers. Causing the 3 employees to huddle inside the vehicle in fear, Zhuge Xingyun, possessing the invincible effect, paid no mind. Just as he reached for the door of the driver's seat to exit, one officer suddenly called out. Wait a second, something feels off. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow. What is it? Has the Long Feng you mentioned arrived? Zhuge Xingyun cast a glance and noticed that there was no cold wind, so he withdrew his outstretched hand. Outside, a man exuding an air of authority observed that the crowd had no intention of disembarking, and thus gestured with his hand. Cold Wind was escorted up. The officer brandished a megaphone and proclaimed, I only want your vehicle. I will not harm you. Hand over the car, and I will let you go. Cold Wind shouted back, Don't believe him. He has killed all 9 of my brothers. A soldier struck Cold Wind in the stomach with the butt of his rifle. Cold Wind curled up like a shrimp. The officer continued, Rest assured, your lives mean nothing to me. I only want the car. It was then that Zhuge Xingyun finally grasped the principle of being punished for possessing something valuable. A vehicle that could evade the attacks of zombies was indeed a coveted treasure in this apocalypse. Officer Zhang Yin inquired, What shall we do? If it comes to it, we should fight back. Captain Zhang Dongzi replied, Don't act impulsively. This is a local militia. With 1 bullet each, we would all be turned into a sieve. Zhuge Xingyun produced the amplifier from the vehicle, addressing the officers, Are you soldiers? Capturing your own kind to threaten civilians? The officer scoffed and disregarded Zhuge Xingyun's words. You have 5 minutes to decide. After that, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Tao sighed, Boss Zhuge, I know this officer. His name is Wang Feng, known as Madman Wang. I've heard he is under investigation due to some misconduct. It seems the apocalypse arrived before he could clean up his act. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes. It appeared he wished to emulate ancient warlords. Zhuge Xingyun inquired within his mind, System, can my invincibility shield bullets? The system replied with irritation, Are you an idiot? You just claim to be invincible. So do you think it can or not? Zhuge Xingyun's smile faded, turning as stiff as a chrysanthemum. You all wait in the vehicle. I will go and see. Wang Wei clung to Zhuge Xingyun's arm. Yungu, don't go. It's dangerous. The others also looked concerned and urged him to reconsider. Zhuge Xingyun gently patted Wang Wei's hand around his arm. Don't worry. I'm wearing a high-tech protective shield. It's as effective as a fast food truck. Wang Wei slowly released her grip, still wearing a worried expression. After Zhuge Xingyun exited the vehicle and closed the door, he approached the front of the car. How about a one-on-one? If I win, you let us go. If I lose, the car is yours. The officer stepped forward with a grin. All right, a duel it is. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up, thinking that this man was not resorting to overwhelming numbers. Before he could express his admiration, a dark barrel was pressed against Zhuge Xingyun's forehead. What the dot, a gunshot rang out, and Zhuge Xingyun was knocked to the ground by the bullet's tremendous inertia. The officer turned around, laughing, Ha ha ha, foolish fool. What era are we in that you still suggest a duel? Before the officer could finish his laughter, the soldiers behind him recoiled in horror, their eyes wide as they stared at something behind him. Curiously, the officer turned his head, only to be met with a dark iron plate crashing into his face, followed by a cacophony of clanging sounds. The crowd watched as Zhuge Xingyun wielded a frying pan, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to the officer's face. Zhang Shan remarked, How brutal. Zhang Dongzi added, So bloody. Lu Tao commented, By the way, does anyone know where he got that frying pan? Wang Wei exclaimed, So cool. Everyone turned to look at Wang Wei, who, after glancing around, rolled her eyes at the others. What are you staring at? I mean, he really is impressive. Go, go. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Cold Wind, witnessing this scene, surprisingly felt a twinge of sympathy for the scoundrel. How humiliating it must be to die from being hit with a frying pan. His mother probably wouldn't even recognize him now. A group of soldiers stood frozen like wooden puppets. They had encountered zombies before, but bullets could kill just as effectively. Zhuge Xingyun had taken a bullet to the forehead at close range and appeared completely unscathed. After Zhuge Xingyun finally ceased his relentless assault, the crowd glanced at Wang Feng, their stomachs churning. The soldiers who had been holding Cold Wind had already released him, as Zhuge Xingyun's gaze swept across the faces of each soldier. They felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient beast, their spines tingling with fear. Zhuge Xingyun addressed Cold Wind, I know nothing of military affairs. I leave that to you. He then turned and returned to the vehicle. Cold Wind looked at the soldiers and instructed two of them to release the officer who had been detained by Wang Feng. The soldiers, not daring to hesitate, hurried toward the building where the officer was being held. Once the dust settled, Wang Wei turned to find her two companions, only to discover that they were both vomiting in the restroom. "What a fuss!" she exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, she glanced back at Wang Feng's lifeless body and felt her stomach churn as well. Chapter 10. The Abnormality of Livestock Ding Dong. The host has killed a survivor and earned 150 gold coins. After triggering the invincibility effect, a fatal wound was sustained, deducting 100 gold coins. Balance: 1,010 gold coins. Kill value: 100. Zhuge Xingyun felt somewhat dazed. System, what is kill value? The system replied, as the greatest fast food truck owner in the world, how can you have your hands stained with blood? Thus, for every survivor you kill, your kill value increases by 100. When the kill value reaches 10,000, the host will face severe punishment. Zhuge Xingyun swallowed hard. What kind of punishment? When you reach 10,000, I will inform you. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Zhuge Xingyun ceased his conversation with the system and began to contemplate whether he should recruit some muscle. As long as he didn't have to get his hands dirty, it would suffice. Noticing that the situation outside would not resolve anytime soon, he took out his phone. Sad little bird. It's been 2 days. I'm so thirsty. Can someone bring me a bottle of water? I am in. Killing knife. Why hasn't any rescue arrived? I'm out of food. War machine. Everyone, don't just stay at home. Quickly find some weapons to kill zombies. I discovered a crystal shard that can be exchanged for gold coins from the zombies. Stud horse. Really? I've exchanged for 1,000 gold coins already. I can buy food and drink. Madman. Everyone take note. After purchasing items from the store will not start counting down until it updates, which I believe takes a week. So if you have gold coins, make sure to buy supplies first. Thunder God. Has anyone else seen a fast food truck pass by a zombie without being attacked? I can't be imagining it, can I? Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow at this message. In an instant, it was buried under a flood of other messages. Dodgy. Is there a handsome guy who can bring me some water? I am dying of thirst. I can do anything. Wang Xingren. Dear leaders, my dog is burning up. I don't know what's wrong. Is there a vet? I'm begging for help online. Rabbit. Yes? My rabbit is the same. It suddenly became hot all over, and its eyes are filled with bloodshot veins. Zhuge Xingyun's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly checked the livestock in his space, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he found no abnormalities. The system seemed to sense Zhuge Xingyun's concerns and spoke up. The miniature world within the fast food truck is isolated from the outside, so it won't be infected by viruses, provided that the host does not carelessly introduce infected items into the space. Zhuge Xingyun then typed a message on the public screen. Xingyun. If anyone is raising animals, be cautious of them mutating and attacking humans. I've already encountered mutated ants in the desert, and many companions have perished. Butcher. Everyone be careful. My pig has mutated and bit me. Luckily, I decisively chopped off my hand. The severed hand turned into something akin to a zombie. Madman. Brother, you're a real man. Zhuge Xingyun inquired of the system. Why does a bite from a mutated animal turn someone into a zombie? The system lazily replied that pig was bitten by a zombie before it mutated, so it cannot be called a mutation, but rather an infection. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow and continued to ask, what happens if one eats infected or mutated animals? Oh, finally you've come to your senses and started asking, the system said. Eating the meat of a mutated animal will enhance your physique. Eating the meat of an infected animal? Well, that's another story. Will it kill you? Of course, even if you cook it, it's useless. You will still be infected. Zhuge Xingyun swallowed hard. He then shared what he had learned from the system on the public screen, hoping to at least prepare people for the impending dangers. Moments later, Zhuge Xingyun's phone displayed 99 friend requests. One of them made him feel awkward. After pondering for a moment, he decided to accept it. Wang Weiwei, you are Zhuge Xingyun, aren't you? Xingyun, yes, you still like to use your real name, just like before. Wang Weiwei, what did you do with the stuff from the logistics park? Zhuge Xingyun frowned, unsure how to respond. Wang Weiwei, I don't care about the other items, but you must return what came from warehouse number 7. That warehouse is where Zhuge Xingyun discovered the munitions. Zhuge Xingyun was at a loss for words. Wang Weiwei, regardless of what happened, we were once a couple. As long as you return the items, I will pretend nothing occurred. At that moment, he felt he could not admit to having taken those items. and thus replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take anything from the logistics park. Wang Weiwei, Zhuge Xingyun, let us not pretend to be oblivious when we both know the truth. Xingyun, what do you mean? Wang Weiwei, although it is hard to believe, I know you must have been aware of the impending apocalypse long ago. I truly regret not paying attention when you let it slip that day. Zhuge Xingyun, I am unaware of the situation at the logistics park, and furthermore, Wang Weiwei, I do not owe you anything. Wang's trade building. Wang Weiwei stared at her phone in a daze. How had the once obedient Zhuge Xingyun transformed so drastically? Wang Xingya looked at Wang Weiwei and inquired, Weiwei, what is the matter, Dad? He claims he knows nothing about those goods. Wang Xingya slammed the table. What nonsense, to say such lies with his eyes wide open. All the items in the logistics park have vanished. If he, who is in charge of the logistics park, is oblivious, who else would know? Truly a white-eyed wolf, raised but never tamed. Wang Weiwei sighed, Dad, he saved my life. And I have indeed wronged him over the years. Let us consider this as my way of repaying him. Let us clear the slate. My dear daughter, how generous of you. Just like that, you would let go of assets worth billions? Observing his daughter's indifferent expression, Wang Xingya sighed. Let it be. After all, those items in the logistics park are merely a drop in the bucket for us. From now on, we shall owe him nothing. Just as Zhuge Xingyun prepared to close his eyes and rest, Long Feng knocked twice on the car window of the driver's seat. Zhuge Xingyun opened the door and stepped out. Brother Zhuge? The captain wishes to propose a deal with you. Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow. Business implies gold coins in the pocket. Following Long Feng's lead, he approached an officer with a smile. Greetings, Boss Zhuge. I am Gao Sheng. The captain, thank you for saving our battalion. Gao Sheng extended his right hand for a handshake before continuing. I plan to launch an assault on the Forbidden City tomorrow. I wonder if Boss Zhuge could lend a hand? Zhuge Xingyun longed to agree immediately, but after sustaining a gunshot wound to the head, he had been deducted 100 gold coins. The thought pained him. Was earning money truly so easy? What's in it for me? Gao Sheng replied with a smile, you may choose one building from the Forbidden City. Zhuge Xingyun smiled but remained silent. Gao Sheng continued, and an additional 1,000 gold coins. After calculating the gains and losses, Zhuge Xingyun stated, 100,000 gold coins. Gao Sheng frowned, displeased with Zhuge Xingyun's exorbitant demand. The entire battalion would only amount to a few thousand gold coins, and you ask for 100,000 outright. Zhuge Xingyun seemed to discern Gao Sheng's thoughts and added, you could also grant me half of the spoils from this battle. Gao Sheng's expression brightened. All right, you shall receive half of the spoils. Gao Sheng secretly rejoiced, surprised at how easy Zhuge Xingyun was to negotiate with. Zhuge Xingyun was equally pleased, for Gao Sheng was unaware that the Forbidden City was currently overrun with zombies, and crystal cores could fetch sky-high prices. The two reached an agreement and promptly summoned everyone to the conference room to discuss the specifics of the operation. Chapter 11. The Rice Bowl, truly fragrant. We know that Boss Zhuge's food truck is immune to zombie attacks. We need Boss Zhuge to transport the soldiers into the Forbidden City to scout the situation and determine whether it is worth attacking. Zhuge Xingyun rhythmically tapped his fingers on the conference table. This is acceptable. Is there anything else you need me to do? Gao Sheng smiled. Nothing more. While I am unsure why Boss Zhuge can withstand bullets. Given that the apocalypse has descended, and with phones now resembling this bizarre state, having peculiar abilities is not surprising. It must come at a significant cost to you, so we can handle the subsequent matters ourselves. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. Good. If that is the case, assemble your team. We shall depart immediately. Gao Sheng replied, there is no rush. The soldiers have yet to eat. Shall we wait until after their meal? Zhuge Xingyun made no objections. When everyone arrived at the troops' dining hall, the soldiers sat motionless at their tables. In front of each soldier lay a bowl of thin rice porridge, a bun, and a bowl of sweet potatoes. Zhuge Xingyun was led to a round table where a few high-ranking sergeants were already seated. Upon seeing Gao Sheng, they immediately stood and saluted. Gao Sheng waved his hand, and everyone sat down. Noticing an additional bowl of carrots and greens on the table, Zhuge Xingyun cast a peculiar glance at Gao Sheng. Heard the military's meals were quite good, but it appears otherwise. Gao Sheng offered an awkward smile. In an apocalypse, having any greens is fortunate. These sweet potatoes were grown by us on the back mountain. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have those. Curious, Zhuge Xingyun asked, then why not raid the supermarket? Surely there are plenty of supplies there. Gao Sheng chuckled. Our battalion's mission is to assess whether it is worth attacking the Forbidden City. If it is, we must capture it by tomorrow. The 2nd Battalion has already begun operations at the supermarket. Each has its responsibilities. Many soldiers' stomachs began to rumble audibly. One sergeant inquired of Gao Shang, "Captain, may we start our meal?" Upon seeing the captain nod, the sergeant shouted, "Meal time." The soldiers rushed to devour their food. And to an outsider, it would appear as though refugees had entered the city. Zhuge Xingyun could not stomach the sight and set down his chopsticks. "Who will accompany me to the Forbidden City?" Gao Sheng pointed to a nearby table. Just those 10. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the table Gao Sheng indicated. Each was a robust young man. Would they truly be satisfied with such meager rations? What if they lack the strength to execute the mission? Gao Sheng sighed. Alas, we have no choice. The meager supplies in the mall are hardly worth exchanging. Even with gold coins, we have nowhere to spend them. Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow and pulled out his phone to message Wang Wei. Shortly thereafter, Wang Wei and 5 police officers entered with 11 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. As the fragrant dish was brought into the dining hall, the aroma wafted through the air. Everyone paused, noses twitching, drawn to the scent emanating from Wang Wei and her team in the previously silent dining hall. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed, followed by the system's notification. Consumption of 11 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice, total cost, 165 gold coins. The host enjoys a 20% discount, total expenditure, 132 gold coins. Host balance, 878 gold coins. Gazing at the expenditure, Zhuge Xingyun felt a slight pang of regret. He instructed the 5 police officers to distribute the rice bowls to the 10 soldiers assigned for the mission. Reserving the last portion for Gao Sheng, Gao Sheng gazed longingly at the rice bowl, as if he were looking at a newlywed bride. The 10 soldiers turned, motionless, towards their captain, while the other soldiers watched with envious eyes as saliva nearly pooled at their feet. Due to limited funds, I can only treat Captain Gao and the 10 brothers who will be embarking on the mission. My sincerest apologies. Gao Sheng seemed to snap back to reality and quickly replied, "I won't be difficult. You all should thank Boss Zhuge." The 10 soldiers beamed with joy. "Thank you, Boss Zhuge." They then hurriedly devoured their meals, eliciting envy and jealousy from the other soldiers. One remarked, "Had I known, I would have fought to go to the Forbidden City as well." Indeed, Zhuge Xingyun addressed the envious soldiers. "By the way, my food truck still has provisions available for sale. 4 dishes like this? It is only 15 gold coins." As Zhuge Xingyun spoke, all the soldiers turned in unison to face him. Upon hearing that food could be purchased at such a reasonable price, they looked back at their captain, who was uncomfortably being stared at while heartily enjoying his rice bowl. He hastily set down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and said, "If you wish to go, then go." As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of soldiers rushed out of the dining hall. Wang Wei smiled and said, "Boss, I'll go assist." Seeing Zhuge Xingyun nod in agreement, Wang Wei led her 5 officers out of the dining hall. Once the soldiers had exited, the captain prepared to continue relishing his meal when he sensed several gazes upon him. The several company commanders seated next to him wanted to go but were too timid. Remaining seated at the table, watching him, "If you wish to go, feel free. Do not mind me." Once again feeling a gust of wind sweep by, the group instantly vanished, with no one to disturb him. The captain happily resumed his meal, truly fragrant. The 10 soldiers echoed the sentiment, truly fragrant. Zhuge Xingyun, with nothing to do, glanced at the public screen on his phone. One of the 10 took a photo and posted it on the screen. "Lonely Wolf. This is the best fish-flavored shredded pork over rice I have ever eaten." The public chat erupted into chaos. Diamond Barbie, "Oh my, great one. Please, share a bite." Mosey, "Great one. Do you have a servant at home?" Rabbit, "Great one. Just a small bite will do. I can warm your bed, madman. I'm still gnawing on bread, and the great one is already enjoying fish-flavored shredded pork over rice." Shoe Cleaner, "You still have bread?" "I am eating leather shoes. By the way, if you roast leather shoes, they are indeed edible. Dawn. Then you could try dipping it in some shoe polish." Dodgy, "Young man, give me a bit to eat, and I'll come home with you. During the day, we can kiss, and at night." Smiling Proud Wanderer, "I'm certain the one above is driving, but I have no evidence to prove it." Joker, "This is obviously fast food. Is anyone still selling fast food?" Wang Weiwei, "Where did you buy this? Can you tell me? A generous reward awaits." Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow and sent a message to Wang Wei. Upon receiving the message, Wang Wei took a photo of the food truck while it was selling and subsequently posted the relevant information on the public screen. Wang Weiwei was taken aback upon seeing Wang Wei's post. As she pondered, could this possibly be yet another scheme orchestrated by Zhuge Xingyun? With a sense of tentative curiosity, Wang Wei sent a message to Zhuge Xingyun. Wang Weiwei, Zhuge Xingyun, was that food truck you're doing? Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback. It was specifically arranged for Wang Wei to send, so why had she implicated him again? After glancing at Wang Wei's message, an awkwardness washed over him. The one who adored Xingyun most. Weiwei, Xingyun's food truck is offering fast food and beverages for sale, but delivery service is currently unavailable, except for large orders. Interested parties may add me as a friend. Zhuge Xingyun quickly checked the nicknames of the other two staff members. The one who adored Xingyun, Xiang, and the one who adored Xingyun, Jingjing. A sense of dread clouded Zhuge Xingyun's face. It seemed he could no longer entertain thoughts of Jingjing, lest they misunderstand and end up at odds with each other. Chapter 12. The first bucket of gold. After the patrons in the mess hall finished their rice bowls, they still felt a lingering desire for more. Smacking their lips in satisfaction, 10 of them cast a glance at their camp leader and spoke. Leader, may we? The camp leader, equally unsated, waved his hand. Go ahead, go ahead. The 10 men laughed and hurried towards the food truck, fearful that if they delayed, there would be none left. Once the soldiers had finished their meal, a system notification echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Ding dong, 700 servings of fish-fragrant shredded pork rice, 300 servings of dumplings, and 200 servings of juice sold. Total earnings, 17,900 gold coins. The host receives a commission of 3,043 gold coins. Wang Wei, Guoxiang, and Zhang Jing each receive 179 gold coins. The coins have been distributed. The host may check their account. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at his balance of 3,918 gold coins. His heart brimming with joy. Ding dong. The food truck mission has been activated. Check-in at Kyoto in progress. Check-in completion. 50. Ding dong. The staff have begun selling system items. Staff identity has been activated. Rewards are being distributed. The host and staff may enjoy free meals thrice daily. Work meals will commence distribution tomorrow. The work meals will be randomly assigned by the system, and the host and staff will need to pay separately for their orders. Zhuge Xingyun finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, the daily consumption of the 4 of them would be quite substantial. This time, Zhuge Xingyun couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up in appreciation. The 3 others also noticed the change in their gold coins, each one feeling as if they had just tasted honey. Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes brightened as she ordered a serving of fish-fragrant shredded pork rice. Guoxiang curiously inquired, "Aren't you full yet?" Wang Wei shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "It's an experiment." Shortly thereafter, the boxed meal vanished. Wang Weiwei noticed that Zhuge Xingyun had not replied for a while. So she continued typing. "Wang Weiwei, are you still the Zhuge Xingyun I know? I feel like I hardly recognize you anymore. What secrets are you hiding from me? Xingyun, did you ever think highly of me?" Zhuge Xingyun was suddenly taken aback. A glance at his phone revealed that his gold coins had increased from 3,918 to 3,937. Just as he was filled with curiosity, he saw Wang Wei joyfully approaching him. Phone in hand, beaming, "Brother Yun, I just sold a serving of fish-fragrant shredded pork rice at the trading post for 100 gold coins. Not only did I get my money back, but I also made a profit of 1 gold coin." Zhuge Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, can it really work like that?" He quickly grabbed a serving of dumplings to test it out, and the other 2 followed suit. Upon confirming the results, Zhuge Xingyun felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Brimming with excitement, Wang Wei suddenly sighed in disappointment. "Alas, it's a pity there's only a 10-time free opportunity. Otherwise, we could make a fortune." Zhuge Xingyun discovered that after exceeding 10 times, a tax of 20% would be imposed on each transaction. Even if he listed items, he would earn nothing. Who would engage in an unprofitable venture? Zhuge Xingyun looked at the 5 police officers and urged them to test it as well, only to receive the message that the item could not be listed. After some contemplation, Zhuge Xingyun realized that if someone were willing to pay taxes in the future, it could still be leveraged. Even with just 10 times, he could still make a decent sum in a day. And the staff could enjoy an extra serving of juice as a treat. When food became scarcer in the future, the profits might be even greater. Zhuge Xingyun paid no mind to the price increase for food set by the system upon placing it in the trading market. Given the system's notorious tendency to disadvantage the host, it would be surprising if they let him profit. It was as if the system was aware of Zhuge Xingyun's complaints. The system's voice echoed again. "Ding dong, a system task has been issued. Sell a total of 1 million gold coins worth of goods in 10 days. Successful reward. A wife of unparalleled beauty, exceptional intelligence, and delightful charm. Failure or refusal penalty. Eternal impotence. Zhuge Xingyun, with a face full of exasperation, questioned the system. Why on earth are you offering me a wife as a reward? The system coldly inquired. Does the host wish to refuse? Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhuge Xingyun inexplicably felt a chill run from his head to his toes, particularly in his nether regions. No, 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 I accept. The system's tone instantly transformed into a sweet voice. Very well, host, do your best, by the way. A friendly reminder, don't forget the blood-exploding ant mission. Although time is still ample, the system predicts that the blood-exploding ants will migrate the day after tomorrow. There will no longer be any within the boundaries of Kyoto. You're only 10 short. Zhuge Xingyun smacked his forehead and quickly informed Wang Wei to remind him tomorrow about the need to venture outside the city. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. The 10 soldiers were already geared up and ready to go. With one soldier approaching Zhuge Xingyun, I am their squad leader. Hu Fei, we shall rely on you, boss Zhuge. Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly. Everyone, get on the bus. It might be a bit cramped. This time, the cold wind accompanied them as the food truck was severely overloaded. With 20 individuals inside, the air grew stifling. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Zhuge Xingyun's driving license would undoubtedly have been revoked. The food truck slowly made its way towards the Forbidden City. Gao Shang and the others watched as the food truck faded into the distance, their hearts laden with concern. And no matter what, they hoped for a safe return. They then observed the nearby company commanders. Except for the personnel on guard, everyone else went asleep, replenishing their energy for the battle to come the next day. The food truck crawled along the street, while many photos of it appeared on the public screen. Wang Wei was incessantly tapping on her phone. Jingying Bobby. Look, the miraculous food truck is immune to zombie attacks, 2-2. Look, the food truck is headed for the Forbidden City, Pijiajiang. I just messaged Wei Wei, who adores Xingyun, asking her to send some meals. She said she is assisting the army on a mission. Are they planning an assault on the Forbidden City? Madman. Me too. Could it be that they are establishing a base at the Forbidden City? Xiao. If that's the case, it would be wonderful. We wouldn't have to hide at home anymore that I'm starving. Wang Yi, go. Army. Wang Gang, go. Food truck. 2-2, go. Wei Wei, Iron Man. Wei Wei, do you have a boyfriend? I just spent 100 gold coins on your fish-fragrant shredded pork rice. It was delicious, Dawn. Wei Wei, Xiang, Jingjing, can you restock the trading post? I missed out, Karen. I missed out too. I want to be quiet. Hua Xiao, get lost. How can you think of Jingjing? Is it Jingjing? The one who adores Xingyun, Wei Wei. I have a man. You can ask Xiang and Jingjing. How about this? Every morning at 10 o'clock? We'll release some food, but only the fastest will get it. The one who adores Xingyun, Xiang. I have a man too. The one who adores Xingyun, Jingjing. The boss is my man. The soldiers and police officers watching the public screen took a deep breath. Suddenly, the food truck fell into a chilling silence. Zhuge Xingyun, driving, curiously glanced at the interior through the rearview mirror, then at Wang Wei in the passenger seat. What's wrong with you all? Wang Wei and Xiang stared intently at Jingjing, their eyes sparking with intensity. The cold wind quietly gave a thumbs up. Brother Yun, you are truly remarkable. You've won over 3 beauties so quickly that, of course, the cold wind kept this thought to himself. Not daring to voice it and draw attention, Jingjing pretended not to notice and offered the juice she had just purchased to Zhuge Xingyun. Brother Yun, you must be tired. Have some juice? Zhuge Xingyun, feeling slightly parched, took a sip through the straw. Thank you. You're welcome. Jingjing puffed out her chest in a show of confidence, drinking through the straw under the fiery gazes of the two. Zhang Dongzi's mouth fell agape as he quietly remarked to those around him, "Is this the legendary indirect kiss?" The others nodded sagely. Wang Wei glanced at her own flat chest and sighed, tousling her hair into disarray. Xiang huffed and turned to look out the window. Thus commenced the silent war among the 3 women. Chapter 13. Reconnaissance of the Forbidden City. The food truck came to a halt before the tightly shut gates of the Forbidden City. The cold wind felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the zombies outside. What do we do? Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile. This is a trivial matter. I can handle it alone. Just watch. As Zhuge Xingyun confidently opened the door and stepped out, a horde of zombies turned in unison to face him. Sensing the impending danger, Zhuge Xingyun swiftly dove back into the vehicle. System, what is going on? Am I not invulnerable like the food truck? The system chuckled in response. You merely enjoy the food truck's invincibility effect. It does not mean you cannot be attacked. You will face attacks upon leaving the vehicle, though you won't sustain injuries or die. There's just a small price to pay, as they say, spending to avert disaster. Ha ha ha, system, you mischievous rascal. Why didn't you clarify things for me in advance? Also, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding regarding the term invincible? You didn't even ask, fool. The final interpretation rights belong to this system. Ha ha my goodness. You really are something. The others looked on. Their expressions a mix of awkwardness and disbelief, particularly Zhuge Xingyun. After some contemplation, I think it would be better to adopt a simpler approach. Lung Feng inquired. What method? Zhuge Xingyun froze in place, his eyes darting left and right. He then glanced at the length of the vehicle, ran to the window, and inspected the width of the door, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. For a while, Wang Wei, Guoxiang, and Jing Jing, you three stay in the vehicle, the rest follow me. Wang Wei, does anyone among you know how to drive? Wang Wei, like an eager schoolchild, raised a hand. I do. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. Well then, once we close the city gate, you all will remain in the vehicle and follow my instructions. Wang Wei nodded enthusiastically, as though assisting Zhuge Xingyun was her greatest joy. Zhuge Xingyun maneuvered the food truck to block the city gate thoroughly. The group disembarked from one side of the vehicle. A horde of zombies, having caught wind of the humans, turned their attention back to the food truck, seemingly able to see through it. One particularly loud zombie let out a roar, shattering the silence, and all the zombies surged toward the food truck in a frenzy. Inside the vehicle, Wang Wei and the others turned pale with fear. Yungu, hurry, the zombies are coming. A soldier was attempting to pry open the lock with professional tools. Zhuge Xingyun declared with utmost conviction, stay in the vehicle, it's safe. The food truck is invincible. Before he could finish, he paused abruptly. My goodness. Hurry up. Zhuge Xingyun's sudden shift in demeanor left the locksmith bewildered. The soldier looked up at Zhuge Xingyun in confusion. Zhuge Xingyun slapped his helmet. What are you staring at? Open the lock. The soldier nodded vigorously. Zhuge Xingyun clutched his heart, his expression one of distress. Lung Feng asked, what's wrong? Need to use the restroom? Zhuge Xingyun glared at Lung Feng, who sheepishly turned his head away. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Hearing the system's laughter, Zhuge Xingyun cursed. System, I need an explanation. Ha ha ha, what explanation do you want? Why is my gold count continuously decreasing? In the invincible state, the food truck will not be detected by zombies or mutated animals. But who told you to use it as a barrier? Being invincible does not mean being immune to attacks, Zhuge Xingyun continued. I know that. Oh, impressive. You're quick to answer. Zhuge Xingyun gritted his teeth. System, if you were a woman, I'd make sure you couldn't get out of bed for a month. The system's laughter abruptly ceased. Not hearing a retort from the system made Zhuge Xingyun slightly uneasy. System, what's wrong? Did you crash? The system remained silent, eye in the distant sky. A woman with a flushed face gazed at a star, lost in thought. With a click, the door lock finally gave way, and the 17 individuals rushed inside. Checking for danger, Zhuge Xingyun didn't forget to remind Wang Wei in the driver's seat. Wang Wei, close the vehicle door, move away from the doorway. As the city gate closed, Wang Wei hurriedly shut the vehicle door and smoothly shifted into gear. She maneuvered the food truck aside, clearing the entrance. The zombies, no longer paying attention to the food truck, dashed toward the gate, relentlessly banging on it. Seeing that the zombies had ceased their assault on the food truck, Wang Wei and the others slumped down exhausted. Zhuge Xingyun checked his balance, 2,718 gold coins. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. It easy to earn money. In just a short while, over 1,000 gold coins vanished. Hu Fei surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the magnificent palace ahead, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Zhuge boss, let us split into 4 groups and search around. You can stick with me or Comrade Lung Feng. Zhuge Xingyun shook his head at the city gate. I think I'll stay here for now. I still need to figure out how to bring those 3 and the food truck inside. Hu Fei didn't hesitate. All right, after the search, we'll regroup here. We must meet back no later than tomorrow morning. The group then dispersed to the local military base in the city. A battalion commander anxiously watched the direction of the Forbidden City while glancing at his watch. Is there still no news? A sergeant replied. Commander, there is still no update. They should have just entered. Just as he finished speaking, he received information from a scout. The commander finally felt a significant weight lift from his chest. Quick, contact the regiment's command center in the outer desert of Kyoto. A military base with towering walls was under relentless attack from countless mutated ants. The sound of machine guns and artillery echoed continuously. A bald man in military attire complained, "What bad luck. How did I end up here?" This man was the commander of the local station troops, a soldier. Looking dejected, reported, "Commander Lee, we just received the last message from the reconnaissance unit before they perished. They traveled about 100 kilometers before spotting the city outline. The last soldier from the reconnaissance unit has just been sacrificed. Am I, Li Yunlong, destined to perish in this desolate place?" A soldier holding a phone interjected. "Commander, there's a remarkable person in the 1st Battalion who might be able to help us." Li Yunlong frowned and asked, "What remarkable person? Spit it out." The soldier began recounting the information regarding the food truck from the public screen and the 1st Battalion comrades. Li Yunlong slapped his thigh. "A talent. Find a way to bring that person to our 3rd Battalion." The others exchanged awkward glances, thinking, how could such an impressive individual possibly be interested in this small place? Once the 1st Battalion completes their mission at the Forbidden City, have them contact me immediately. The soldier picked up his phone to send a message. Li Yunlong glanced at the soldier messaging, his gaze shifting to a box of phone chargers nearby, feeling a pang of irritation. Damn it, holding a phone but not being able to make calls. What nonsense. A female soldier rushed in. "Commander, the power supply system is ready. But the remaining diesel won't last long. Then we need to conserve it. Aside from charging phones and the defense tower, all other electricity usage must be approved." Understood. Chapter 14. Adding 5 guards. Excellent. In the camp, Gao Shang received Hu Fei's report, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. "Inform Hu Fei to have them stand by at the entrance of the Forbidden City. Contact the regiment headquarters to request an attack order." A female soldier stood at attention and saluted. Received. Upon learning that the Forbidden City was secure and that the transformed staff had been cleared away, Gao Shang began preparing the battle plan for the following day. The night sky was deep and vast as Zhuge Xingyun lit a bonfire in the square, roasting a whole pig over it. 20 individuals gathered around the fire, their eyes fixated on the succulent meat. Not far away, over 20 surviving staff members lingered. Although the Forbidden City had many shops, there was little in the way of prepared foods. Now, seeing the fragrant roast pig made their mouths water. As the roast pig neared completion, Zhuge Xingyun was about to slice it with a small knife when Wang Wei quickly intervened. Wang Wei took out her phone and began snapping pictures. Zhuge Xingyun shielded his face. "Old rules, no cameras." Wang Wei nodded and proceeded to capture only the vibrant roast pig. The group's eyes brightened, and they hurriedly pulled out their phones to snap photos of the pig. Soon, the public screen was filled with various angles of the bonfire-roasted pig. Wang Wei smiled contentedly. Zhuge Xingyun shook his head. Once no one was taking pictures anymore, he picked up the knife and began to carve the roast pig for everyone. After Hu Fei posted pictures of the food on the public screen, he prepared to eat. Suddenly, a message made him lose his appetite. Li Yunlong. "You little rascal, I'm sweating it out in the desert while you're over there roasting pig. When I see you, I'll skin you alive." The expressions of the others turned bitter as it was evident they had received similar messages from their respective leaders. Even Long Feng's face darkened. Observing the change in everyone's expressions, Zhuge Xingyun felt puzzled. "What's wrong? Hurry and eat. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow." 11 people appeared quite awkward. The other 5 officers, however, laughed heartily as they devoured the pig. Long Feng looked at Zhang Dongzi. "Did you, boss? Is it all right for the 5 of us to follow you?" Observing the eager expressions on the faces of the 5, Zhuge Xingyun cleared his throat twice before nodding in assent. Very well. At that moment, the 5 were as joyful as children who had suddenly found their way home after being lost. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the rewards. 5 bulletproof vests, 5 handguns, and 5 MP5s. Under the curious gazes of the others, Zhuge Xingyun boarded the food truck and subsequently tossed down 5 boxes. After disembarking, he addressed the 5, saying, "These 5 boxes are gifts for you. Go take a look." Having said this, he returned to his seat to continue feasting on roasted suckling pig. The 5, upon witnessing this, casually wiped their hands on their pants and rose to approach the boxes upon opening them. They initially displayed no particular reaction at the sight of the weapons. However, as they laid their hands on the weapons, a surge of information flooded into their minds. "The Guardian," I said. bulletproof vest, immune to all physical damage, requires gold coins. Clock handgun, bullets infused with an electric paralysis effect. MP5, bullets imbued with an electric paralysis effect. Simultaneously, their phones emitted a notification sound. The five retrieved their phones, gazing at the screen. System updating, please wait. Before they could inquire about the situation, the screen interface suddenly restored, now featuring a newly added Guardian button in the lower right corner. Zhang Dongzi, filled with curiosity, tapped on it. A fingerprint appeared on the screen, followed by the message, verifying fingerprint, Zhang Dongzi, Level 1 Guardian, entering Guardian system. The interface then transformed entirely, showcasing a Guardian mall at the bottom, filled not only with tactical gear but also with tactical rations and beverages, all entirely free. The only unfortunate aspect was that it could only be utilized by the individual user. In the center was a video window, allowing for video chats with squad members, while the top featured a button resembling a walkie-talkie for direct communication among the squad. Additionally, there was a survivor button in the lower right corner, designed for switching back to normal mode. The five were so elated they could hardly contain themselves. Thank you, boss. They understood that all of this was undoubtedly orchestrated by their extraordinary leader. Upon returning, they refrained from disclosing the changes in their phones to anyone, not even Wang Wei and her group, as they realized the boss had moved the boxes from the truck with the intention of keeping it a secret. After spending such a long time in the vehicle, how could they not know what was inside? What is seen but not spoken? Lang Feng also cast a curious glance at Zhuge Xingyun but made no inquiries. Meanwhile, the public screen was ablaze with envious and resentful comments. Numerous celebrities even sent friend requests. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Guoxiang, staring at her phone, stood up and mumbled, "My idol, Principal Gu, actually wants to add me." Wang Wei, beside her, was equally thrilled. "Really? Quickly try adding him." Guoxiang nodded and added Principal Gu. "Principal Gu, hello, Xiangxiang. Are you inside the Forbidden City?" The ever-adoring Xiangxiang. "Yes, is it truly you, Principal Gu?" Principal Gu. "Yes, we are trapped in a hotel just 500 meters outside the Forbidden City. Thankfully, the zombies have been contained outside, but we are unable to leave, and the food inside has run out. I see you have soldiers over there. Could you assist us by sending some food?" The ever-adoring Xiangxiang. "I'm sorry, we are on a mission. Please hang in there. We will clear the zombies outside tomorrow. At that time, everyone will be able to seek refuge in the Forbidden City." Principal Gu. "Really? Thank you so much. Please be safe." Outside the Fail Hotel near the Forbidden City, everyone looked at Guoxiang's conversation with Principal Gu, their hearts brimming with renewed hope. The emaciated Principal Gu held a small child in his arms, offering the last piece of bread to a little girl, his face alight with a smile. "Rest assured, Uncle will protect you." The little girl nodded obediently. "Thank you, Uncle." Chapter 15. Counterattack. The next morning, Zhuge Xingyun was jolted awake by the sound of gunfire. Wang Wei and the others followed him down from the RV. From a distance, Zhang Dongzi spotted them and hurriedly called the other four to jog over to Zhuge Xingyun. "Boss." Zhuge Xingyun stretched lazily. "Has it begun?" Zhang Dongzi nodded. "Squad leader Lang Feng and the others have already gone out. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, I stayed back to watch over them." Zhuge Xingyun observed the more than 20 individuals huddled together and curiously asked, "What unforeseen circumstance caused them to be so frightened?" Zhang Dongzi sighed and gestured with his head towards the back of Zhuge Xingyun. "Alas, some of them ate a bird that fell from the sky. And as a result, they turned into zombies yesterday. Fortunately, Lang Feng was vigilant and discovered it in time. To prevent further mutations, we have been watching over them." Zhuge Xingyun turned to look, spotting two corpses with blown-off heads around the corner. He then recalled the sudden gunfire from the previous night. "Oh, I was so exhausted yesterday. I thought someone was just practicing shooting and didn't pay it any mind." Zhang Dongzi glanced at the three lethargic staff members and, with a knowing smile, remarked, Understood, boss. Please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself." Zhuge Xingyun felt increasingly uneasy. Wang Wei and the others' faces suddenly flushed. Zhuge Xingyun seemed to remember something and hastily asked, "By the way, are the crystal cores still with them?" Zhang Dongzi replied, "Squad leader Lang Feng has already extracted the crystal cores and handed them over to their families." Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the group. "The bodies must be burned, otherwise the virus may spread." "Understood." Zhang Dongzi waved his hand, and Zhang Shan retrieved 2 gas canisters from the vehicle, making his way toward the corpses. Although it appeared he had taken them from the vehicle, They were actually retrieved from the Guardian Mall, which made Zhuge Xingyun envious. He had to pay the system for his purchases, while the Guardians had no such expenses. The two elderly individuals, witnessing their loved ones being ignited by the Molotov cocktails, wept in agony. Inform them how to exchange the crystal stones for gold coins, Zhuge Xingyun commanded. After receiving Zhuge Xingyun's order, Zhang Dongzi nodded and approached the two elderly individuals. Wang Wei retrieved a lounge chair from the vehicle and placed it beside Zhuge Xingyun. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at it and smiled at Wang Wei. Thank you. He then reclined on the lounge chair, closing his eyes to rest. He sought to seize the opportunity to organize his space and mini-world. Wang Wei and the others clamored for seats beside Zhuge Xingyun, and as he closed his eyes, Wang Wei began to massage him. The five guardians exchanged glances, all giving a thumbs up. Outside the Forbidden City, chaos reigned as the flames of war engulfed the area. In preparation for this offensive, a tank battalion had been temporarily assigned to the 1st Battalion. The soldiers advanced slowly, relying on the tank's advantages. Due to the overwhelming noise, zombies from throughout the city began to converge toward the Forbidden City. Behind the soldiers, several engineering vehicles equipped with mechanical arms moved along, collecting roadside vehicles and placing them in adjacent alleyways to create obstacles. Although this slowed their advance, it effectively prevented zombies from surging out from other streets and alleys. Suddenly, a horde of zombies fell from the sky, crashing heavily before the soldiers. Moments later, the zombies began to rise, charging toward the soldiers. This unexpected attack caught several soldiers off guard, resulting in bites. The wounded soldiers, leaving behind their final words, seized explosives and charged into the throng of zombies. With this lesson learned, everyone became more cautious. The public screen was now devoid of chatter, filled instead with harrowing images. Not only were there images from outside the Forbidden City, but also from various cities across Long Country, depicting scenes of warfare. Indeed, today marked the first comprehensive counterattack of Long Country. With no electricity, video surveillance of the zombie positions was impossible. Survivors became the eyes of the army, capturing images of visible zombies and sharing the information on the public screen. This enabled the military to evade zombie encirclements multiple times, preventing them from plunging headlong into hordes of zombies. Numerous survivors, upon seeing the military approach, armed themselves with weapons for defense and emerged from the safety of their buildings to join the troops. As the military reached the Fail Hotel, Principal Gu handed the little girl he held to an assistant, swiftly grabbing a makeshift spear he had crafted. Staying here will lead to certain death. Everyone, let us charge out together to slay the zombies. Some voices echoed in agreement, while others expressed dissent. A female celebrity shook her head, saying, Principal Gu, we are safe here. Why venture out? Besides, once the army occupies the Forbidden City, they will come to rescue us. You need not involve yourself. Principal Gu shot a glance at the female celebrity, then turned to the others. The army is right before us. We must save ourselves. We cannot always rely on others. What if they enter and cannot return? This may be our last chance. Observing the crowd's indifference, Principal Gu gritted his teeth. Whoever is willing to follow me, grab a weapon. We shall venture out together. Those who do not wish to follow may remain here to fend for themselves. Principal Gu glanced at his assistant, who nodded while cradling the little girl. Principal Gu's bodyguards shielded him in the center. As the opportunity arose, when the military attracted the surrounding zombies away, a small group surged out of the hotel. Many others from nearby buildings made similar decisions, all converging toward the military. At this point, the gun ban was disregarded. Upon seeing newcomers, soldiers would inquire, "Can you shoot?" Upon receiving affirmative responses, they would be handed a handgun. Long Feng and the others were smeared with a dark substance, hiding in the tour guide hall at the entrance of the Forbidden City. A faint whiff revealed a foul stench that assaulted their senses. In order to evade the keen sense of smell possessed by the zombies, the group had no choice but to smear themselves with natural fertilizer. This odor effectively deterred the zombies from approaching the sanctuary of the tour guide hall where they sought refuge. Each member of the group held a hand crossbow, a gift bestowed upon them by Zhuge Xingyun, who had discovered them in the spatial realm the previous day. Armed with these crossbows, they stealthily dispatched the nearby zombies, thereby establishing a relatively safe perimeter outside the door. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun was leisurely sorting through supplies. After relentless effort, he had finally organized the items within the logistics park. To his delight, he uncovered a plethora of valuable goods. He retrieved some plant seeds found in the logistics park and then shifted his consciousness back into the miniature world. Within this miniature realm, all the animals leisurely roamed the grasslands. Indeed, the miniature world within Zhuge Xingyun's fast food cart resembled a genuine small world, complete with prairies, forests, towering mountains, and flowing rivers. He selected a patch of land and began to categorize and bury the seeds. Just as he pondered how to water them, rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. To his astonishment, Zhuge Xingyun realized that he could control the weather within the miniature world with his consciousness. Before he could fully appreciate this newfound power, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Level 1 mutated zombie detected. Host level boundary activated. Current host level, level 0. Ordinary zombie crystal cores can be used for evolution. System task issued. Defeat level 1 berserker without relying on invincibility effects. Completion reward. Raise host level by 1. Failure penalty. Host will lose all supplies. As Zhuge Xingyun's consciousness emerged from the spatial realm, he sat up abruptly, startling the three women who nearly cried out in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuge Xingyun dashed towards the door. You all stay here. If danger arises, retreat to the fast food cart. Do not follow me. Zhang Dongzi and Zhang Shan, who were about to pursue, halted in their tracks and exchanged glances. Zhang Dongzi spoke, trust the boss. Hold this position. Chapter 16. The intelligent zombie anxiously, Zhuge Xingyun burst from the gates of the Forbidden City. Fully armed. The cold wind did not deter him as he rushed past the bewildered onlookers, one of whom gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Cold Wind exclaimed. There must be some trouble. We need to catch up. Upon spotting Zhuge Xingyun, a zombie emitted a chilling roar, causing a horde of zombies to turn and focus on his charge. Zhuge Xingyun aimed his hand crossbow, targeting the heads of the approaching zombies. 11 individuals rushed from the tour guide hall to cover Zhuge Xingyun, shooting at the zombies obstructing their path while retrieving arrows. System, what distinguishes a level 1 zombie from an ordinary one? Zhuge Xingyun inquired while firing. Host, please be aware that ordinary zombies and mutated zombies are classified differently. Mutated zombies possess additional abilities. Please be vigilant in distinguishing them. As a zombie leaped towards Zhuge Xingyun, he dispatched it with a well-aimed shot to the forehead, the force of the arrow sending it crashing to the ground. Stepping on the fallen zombie's head, he retrieved his arrow. For instance, there are no examples. You will understand once you encounter one. Come on, can we not make it so difficult? Just as Principal Gu united with the military forces, he seized a firearm offered by a soldier. True to his reputation as a formidable actor, his marksmanship was impeccable, with each shot finding its mark. With the assistance of the survivors, the military's burden lessened. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the rear. A colossal zombie, standing approximately 3 meters tall, emerged into view, its body adorned with crimson lines. Following closely behind were a group of similarly grotesque zombies, albeit of a more human-like stature. Just as the crowd gazed in horror at this giant, a more desperate scene unfolded. The giant zombie grinned menacingly, leaving Zhuge Xingyun momentarily speechless. Ding! System notification. Intelligent zombie detected. Please ensure your safety, host. Before Zhuge Xingyun could respond, a shocking event transpired. The giant zombie emitted a low growl. Subsequently, the zombies beside it raised their rifles and began firing indiscriminately. When someone captured this scene and shared it on the public screen, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Gao Sheng shouted, "Take cover!" A group of soldiers swiftly raised their shields, forming an impenetrable barrier at the rear. The sound of bullets striking the shields echoed in the air. The giant zombie merely wore a mocking smile, showing no inclination to attack. Meanwhile, the other zombies advanced, firing while awkwardly searching for anything to shield their heads. The giant zombie occasionally let out peculiar roars. Wow, it can even change magazines. A soldier, who was concealed in an armored vehicle and aiming with a sniper rifle, exclaimed in astonishment. The other soldiers looked equally horrified. This is hell. If all zombies were like this, we would truly be doomed. Principal Gu moved to the back of the formation. Do you have any Molotov cocktails? Use them. The soldiers' eyes lit up, and they quickly consulted their commander. Upon receiving approval, they began launching Molotov cocktails, igniting the armed zombies one by one. The giant zombie let out a furious roar as the burning zombies writhed on the ground. Without the Molotov cocktails, they might have extinguished the flames. Suddenly, a zombie wielding a rocket launcher appeared from an inconspicuous spot. With a whoosh, the rocket soared towards Gao Sheng, who was directing the battle. "Watch out!" Gao Sheng quickly dropped to the ground, the rocket narrowly missing his scalp before exploding not far away. Gao Sheng peeked over his shoulder and then turned, shouting, "They possess intelligence." The other soldiers exchanged awkward glances, thinking, "Did we really need you to point that out?" Anyone could see that. Yet, no one dared to voice this thought. Zhuge Xingyun had already joined the soldiers and survivors at the front lines. He had sheathed his hand crossbow and switched to an M16 assault rifle. "You all need to retreat to the Forbidden City. There are people inside to assist. Cold, you and your team should also return and cover their entry into the city." Cold Wind and the 11 others did not hesitate. Quickly escorting the survivors towards the Forbidden City. As Zhuge Xingyun advanced and fired, he inquired of the system, "What abilities do berserkers possess?" "You'll find out when you face one." Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes. "Can you be any more unhelpful?" The system remained silent. Suddenly, a small girl burst out from a nearby building, pursued by a horde of zombies. Zhuge Xingyun gritted his teeth and veered right. The incessant gunfire attracted even more zombies. Zhuge Xingyun slung his rifle behind him, securing it with the strap, and drew his embroidered spring knife. As a zombie reached out to grab the girl, a swift sound cut through the air, and a steel blade descended, severing the zombie's hands. Zhuge Xingyun followed up with a horizontal slash, decapitating the creature. "Save the child," he shouted. A soldier rushed over and scooped up the sobbing girl. "What about you?" the soldier asked. "Don't worry about me, just go." The soldier sprinted towards the city gates, clutching the girl tightly. This moment was captured by a girl hiding in an upper floor, who posted it on the public screen. "Rabbit, who is this handsome guy? So brave, madman. This should be outside the Forbidden City in Kyoto. Too bad we only have his back. Huashao, can someone get a picture of his face?" "Li Yunlong, good lad, come join my 3rd regiment. I'll make you a captain." "Lei Hongyu, Li Yunlong is unreliable. This is a battle, not a game of fairness. Young man, come to my 36th Division. I'll make you the leader of the 3rd Regiment." Far away in the desert, Li Yunlong's expression darkened as he silently cursed his commanding officer. Just as the commander was about to make a statement on the public screen, he quickly tucked away his phone. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, tanks retreated while firing at the horde of zombies. As the mutated zombies emptied their magazines, the giant zombie let out a long, mournful wail. The mutated zombies discarded their firearms, and the crimson lines on their bodies became increasingly radiant. With a collective roar, they began lifting nearby boulders and vehicles to hurl at the crowd. "Why am I so unlucky to have taken on this task?" Gao Sheng lamented, his expression filled with bitterness. He then bellowed, "Everyone, focus your firepower on these special zombies first." Gasping for breath, Zhuge Xingyun surveyed the area, relieved to find no zombies remaining nearby. He quickly retrieved a bag and began collecting crystal cores. "I should have had one person stay behind to help gather the cores," he thought. As he examined the crystal cores in his bag, Zhuge Xingyun asked the system, "How do I use these cores?" "I want to level up to level 1, and no sooner had he spoken than 10 crystals mysteriously vanished from his beak. In an instant, Zhuge Xingyun felt a surge of energy coursing through him. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have become a level 1 superhuman." Chapter 17. The war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhuge Xingyun retrieved a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice and a juice from the spatial realm, quickly finding a corner to eat in peace. "Are you kidding me, brother?" a soldier remarked, observing Zhuge Xingyun as he plunged the embroidered spring knife into the ground and prepared to indulge as if he were a mere bystander. Zhuge Xingyun paid him no mind, continuing to eat while inquiring of the system, "Please explain the concept of superhumans. The host needs to pay 100 coins. Will you proceed with the payment in this moment of crisis?" Zhuge Xingyun did not hesitate. "Deduct it." Immediately, the system notification chimed. 100 coins deducted. Host balance, 2,618 gold coins. The ability user is one of the 3 branches of human evolution. Each ability user possesses a unique attribute, among which the 5 elemental properties of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most common. Of course, there are also rare attributes, such as light, darkness, and poison. Another branch is known as the Awakened. The Awakened are extremely rare and endowed with even more extraordinary abilities. For instance, there are architects capable of constructing buildings harder than diamonds, mages who can create teleportation arrays, weapon masters who forge powerful weapons, and chefs who prepare fast food with special effects. There is also a coveted ability, known as the Artisan, which allows one to create anything. By the way, the abilities of the Awakened are unique, and they are collectively referred to as evolvers. As Zhuge Xingyun finished his last bite of rice, he felt an immediate restoration to his peak condition. What else is there? The system remained silent, offering no response. Regardless of how Zhuge Xingyun inquired, the system refrained from replying. Unable to extract any further information, Zhuge Xingyun ultimately abandoned his questioning. After gulping down the last sip of his drink, he stood up and casually tossed the bottle aside. Drawing his embroidered spring blade, he charged directly toward the mutated zombies. With the temporary double-strength boost from the drink, Zhuge Xingyun moved through the horde of zombies like a wolf among sheep, slashing his way in and out. With each strike, a zombie's head fell to the ground. The giant zombie squinted at Zhuge Xingyun and, with a low growl, signaled all the mutated zombies to charge at him. Zhuge Xingyun faced them without a trace of fear, meeting their advance with his blade. To prevent accidental harm to Zhuge Xingyun, Gao Xing ordered all heavy weaponry to steer clear of him and to target other areas instead. Only soldiers armed with rifles and snipers cautiously engaged the zombies in the vicinity of Zhuge Xingyun. As Zhuge Xingyun approached yet another mutated zombie, he swung his blade at its neck. The zombie attempted to block with its right hand while launching a strike with its left. Although Zhuge Xingyun severed the zombie's right arm, he too was struck, sending him flying over 10 meters until he crashed against a truck, finally coming to a halt. Upon hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. Goodness, such immense strength, the system remarked with irritation. It is the host's own foolishness. You, an ability user, are not a strength type. Why compare yourself with a berserk zombie in terms of brute force? Zhuge Xingyun spat in disdain. I have just evolved. How was I to know what abilities I possess? What's the point of this long-windedness if all it does is involve eating? Zhuge Xingyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, my dear system, just tell me what I can do. Your ability attribute is darkness, capable of devouring all. Focus your mind on that power within your Dantian and summon it with intent to unleash your ability. Zhuge Xingyun followed the system's instructions. Instantly, a pitch-black substance manifested on his right hand, gradually enveloping the embroidered spring blade. A berserker charged toward Zhuge Xingyun. With a casual wave, a rift appeared in space as if it were being torn apart, causing the oncoming zombie to be cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The fallen berserker's body slowly transformed into an inky blackness, as though consumed by darkness, devoid of any vitality, at this moment. Zhuge Xingyun resembled a war god. Empowered by his ability, he dispatched all the berserkers surrounding him. Meanwhile, the troops had begun to enter the gates of the Forbidden City. The last giant berserker cast a glance at Zhuge Xingyun with a smile before turning to depart. Even more astonishingly, the horde of zombies retreated alongside the giant zombie. Zhuge Xingyun chose not to pursue them but instead gradually made his way back to the Forbidden City. At this moment, survivors hiding nearby, seeing the zombies retreat, began to emerge one by one. Zhuge Xingyun retrieved a mask from his spatial ring and donned it, wishing to remain inconspicuous. The survivors who had rushed out began to gather at the Forbidden City, while some of the younger individuals filmed Zhuge Xingyun and posted it on the public screen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of slaying the berserker. Reward: level up. Current level: level 2 ability user. Zhuge Xingyun proceeded toward the gates of the Forbidden City. Wang Wei and her 3 admirers stood at the gate, gazing at Zhuge Xingyun with excitement. At that moment, the public screen was flooded with images of Zhuge Xingyun wearing a mask. Huashao, big shot, you're amazing. Can you come to save me? I have money. Thor, save your money for toilet paper. Big shots like him don't have time for you. Big shot, please accept my knee. Madman, big shot, are you taking in disciples? The sad cat, big shot, do you have a wife? I want to marry you. Rabbit, big shot, I want to bear your children. Madman, big shot, you are the war god of Longhua. Barbie, yes, the war god of Longhua. Shoemaker, the war god of Longhua. The title of Longhua's war god continuously scrolled across the public screen. A crowd of people gathered, looking to be more than 10 times the number of survivors who had just emerged to join the army. Observing the countless zombies scattered about, a small portion of the crowd began to entertain nefarious thoughts. 3 individuals shielded a scrawny man with a sharp chin. The man brandished a dagger, peering around the zombies, and upon noticing no one was paying attention, hurriedly extracted a zombie crystal core. Seeing this, others began to follow suit. Unbeknownst to them, every action here was being monitored by snipers. The snipers promptly reported the situation. Gao Shang was conversing with the returning Zhuge Xingyun when he learned of this and was infuriated. They attempted to seize the opportunity to extract the zombie crystal cores. He ordered the snipers to fire warning shots. Upon witnessing bullets strike the corpses in front of him, several individuals quickly halted their actions. Being official personnel, they could only have the soldiers fire warning shots. Seeing some still disregarding the warnings and continuing to extract crystal cores, they resolved to confiscate those cores once the individuals entered the city. However, Zhuge Xingyun remained unfazed. Without effective deterrence, the number of those extracting cores would only increase. Consequently, Zhuge Xingyun exchanged glances with Zhang Shan. After nodding, Zhang Shan took a sniper rifle to the elevated walls of the Forbidden City. Spotting individuals who ignored the warnings and continued extracting crystal cores, he decisively fired a shot, hitting a target in the head. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all those attempting to extract crystal cores. They truly dared to shoot. We are just ordinary citizens. How dare you fire upon us? Is there no law? Zhang Shan looked to Zhuge Xingyun, awaiting orders. Zhuge Xingyun let out a cold chuckle and addressed the crowd through a loudspeaker. In this apocalypse, talk of law is absurd. Let your laws go to hell. The crystal cores on the ground are part of my share. Anyone who dares to covet the crystal cores, do not blame me for treating you as zombies. After speaking, he signaled to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan immediately shot the man who had just protested about the law in the head. As the man collapsed, several spirit stones rolled from his body. It was this individual who had taken the most crystal cores. The others quickly placed the stolen cores on the ground. Upon witnessing this, no one dared to target the roadside zombies any longer. Soldiers who had not been injured began to clear the battlefield. Half an hour later, as the survivors entered the Forbidden City, hundreds of trucks laden with supplies from the 2nd Battalion orderly rolled in. The soldiers collected as many crystal cores as they could find. According to the agreement, Zhuge Xingyun chose the main hall. When the crystal cores accumulated before Zhuge Xingyun and Gao Shang turned pale. There were a staggering 300,000 crystal cores. According to their agreement, Gao Shang reluctantly handed over 150,000 crystal cores to Zhuge Xingyun. Zhuge Xingyun was elated, but soon the system doused his excitement with cold water. Host, Level 0 crystal cores hold no value for your evolution. You currently require Level 2 crystal cores to continue evolving. However, you may keep them for future use.to become an evolver. One cannot do without Level 0 crystal cores. As time passes, Level 0 zombies will only become increasingly scarce. Zhuge Xingyun waved his right hand, storing his share of crystal cores into his spatial ring. Gao Shang assumed Zhuge Xingyun had directly exchanged them for survival coins with the mobile system and thus paid it no mind. Gao Shang exchanged his portion in the mobile marketplace, converting it at a rate of 1 to 10, and received 1,500,000 survival coins. An officer approached. After greeting Zhuge Xingyun, Gao Shang stepped aside with the officer. After discussing the establishment of the camp with the 1st Battalion Commander Gao Shang and 2nd Battalion Commander Lu Jian, the system's voice echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of assisting the officials in establishing a camp. The host's attributes have been enhanced. You have earned 1,000 gold coins. Current balance, 3,618 gold coins. Chapter 18. Opening the 2nd supply channel. Zhuge Xingyun, wearing a mask, sat in front of the fast food truck. The soldiers were now busily occupied. To prevent infected individuals from mingling among them, all survivors were required to undergo inspections. Guoxiang and Zhang Jing were also extremely busy as a large number of survivors began to purchase fast food. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sat beside Zhuge Xingyun, giving him a massage, watching his ever-increasing gold coins. Zhuge Xingyun was filled with joy. Gao Shang approached Zhuge Xingyun. Boss Zhuge, I have a humble request and hope you can grant it. Zhuge Xingyun made no move to rise. Please speak, Commander Gao. If I can assist, I will. Having earned 150,000 survival coins from Gao Shang, he felt inclined to help his benefactor. Our 3rd Regiment is still in the desert outside Kyoto, approximately 150 kilometers away. Would Boss Gao be able to assist us in procuring vehicles suitable for desert travel? We need to extract the 3rd Regiment. Zhuge Xingyun smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I truly cannot procure that at the moment. Just as Gao Shang was about to say something further, suddenly, everyone's phones rang. Driven by curiosity, Zhuge Xingyun, like everyone else, turned to look at the message on his phone. all survivors received a uniform notification. A warm reminder: the crystal cores within zombies can be utilized to enhance one's abilities and facilitate evolution. Simply place the crystal in your mouth. After evolution, individuals will classify into either elemental-powered mutants or awakened beings with special abilities. However, there remains a risk of turning into a zombie. Slaying zombies will yield corresponding levels of survivor coins. All survivors are encouraged to actively engage in the extermination of zombies. That moment. A voice echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind from the system. Ding dong, system task released. Within 1 week, rescue the trapped 56th Division. Successful reward. Unlock a new sales channel. Failure penalty. The host will lose all currently acquired assets. Considering the host's inadequate abilities, a temporary second supply channel experience was activated for 1 week. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. System, clarify your statement. What do you mean by my capabilities being insufficient? Would you care to step outside and test it? The system paid no heed to Zhuge Xingyun's words. Ding dong, the temporary vehicle supply channel has been activated. Due to the fast food truck not being upgraded, the vehicle supply channel can only be utilized by the host. Available for sale are Sandland Semi-Trailer, 100,000 Survivor Coins, Sandland Box Truck, 100,000 Survivor Coins, Sandland Motorcycle, 10,000 Survivor Coins. Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow. This opportunity was serendipitous, but then he reconsidered. Having just informed others of his inability to procure vehicles, it would be contradictory to assert otherwise now. After reading the message, Gaosheng promptly retrieved a crystal core. He had intentionally saved several cores, preparing for research once the team escorted the research personnel. Glancing at the crystal core in his hand, he unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth. Zhuge Xingyun felt a tumult in his stomach watching him. Yet, driven by curiosity, he intently observed Gaosheng. Many others were also inclined to try, but were dissuaded by those nearby. Isn't that akin to someone using themselves as a test subject? Let us observe before proceeding. Thus, a group of individuals fixated on Gaosheng. Moments later, the crystal core disappeared from Gaosheng's mouth without any apparent effect, prompting him to consume another. This continued until the 9th core, at which point his body began to radiate heat. Suddenly collapsing to the ground, Gaosheng curled up, his face contorting into a grimace, and sounds of agony escaped his lips. Everyone began to distance themselves from Gaosheng, fearing he might transform into a zombie and bite them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gaosheng ceased his suffering. Long Feng approached Zhuge Xingyun. Could Captain Gao have mutated? Zhuge Xingyun inquired of the system. System, has he mutated? Querying another individual requires a payment of 100 survivor coins. Would you like to proceed? Now financially robust, Zhuge Xingyun was unconcerned about the paltry sum of 100 coins. Pay, he declared with a flourish, querying, please hold on. Gaosheng, level 1 awakened. Awakening ability, perception. Can sense malice within a 10-meter radius. Range increases with evolution levels. Just as Zhuge Xingyun intended to inform Long Feng, a foul odor wafted as Gaosheng slowly stood, head bowed. He emitted a sound of surprise and then made a clawing gesture. Long Feng instinctively drew his pistol, aiming for Gaosheng's head. Fortunately, Zhuge Xingyun was quick-witted, raising Long Feng's arm. With a bang, the bullet struck the hat atop Gaosheng's head, sending it flying. Gaosheng recoiled. What the hell, are you trying to assassinate me? Long Feng's expression darkened. Captain Gao, such jokes should be avoided. I nearly sent you to your demise. Gaosheng rubbed his head. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. The soldiers nearby regarded Gaosheng with peculiar expressions. This incident was absurd, nearly costing him his life. Notify everyone that prior to evolution, a report is mandatory. Awakening must occur under military supervision, with violators facing execution. The crowd continued to regard Gaosheng with incredulity. One individual quickly acknowledged and turned to relay the message. To ease the awkwardness, Zhuge Xingyun spoke up. By the way, Captain Gao, where's the 56th Division stationed? Gaosheng scrutinized Zhuge Xingyun. You aren't contemplating seeking the division leader, are you? Sigh. Conditions there are even harsher. The fighting never ceases. Zhuge Xingyun replied. Perhaps I could acquire vehicles suited for desert travel. Gaosheng's excitement surged. Really? Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun nod, Gaosheng hastily stated, head west, past the 3rd Regiment S station, and continue for about 200 kilometers. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Leave the matters concerning the 3rd Regiment to me. But I require gasoline. Gaosheng smiled with enthusiasm. No problem. He then sent a message via his phone. Shortly after, a soldier from the 2nd Battalion arrived, driving a fuel tanker. Zhuge Xingyun filled up his fast food truck with gasoline. By this time, the queue for fast food had dwindled significantly, prompting him to cease operations. He instructed the team to tidy up and prepare for departure. Those who hadn't purchased fast food were aware of Zhuge Xingyun's prowess and dared not cause trouble. Departing with a sense of disappointment, observing the preparations nearing completion, Zhuge Xingyun exchanged greetings with Gao Sheng before boarding the vehicle with 8 team members. Gao Sheng watched as the fast food truck exited the gates of the Forbidden City. Just as the gates were closing once more, Deputy Commander Lu Jian approached with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Commander of the 1st Battalion. I heard you nearly met your end just now. I came to check if you're all right." Gao Sheng scowled. "Do you believe I would send you off first?" Lu Jian maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Just a jest, don't take it to heart." Lu Jian's smile gradually faded. "So, are you able to procure vehicles?" Gao Sheng recounted their earlier conversation, and Lu Jian nodded. "I hope they arrive soon. The 3rd Regiment's food and water supplies won't last much longer." A soldier rushed in, visibly flustered. Report. Lu Jian, recognizing his own soldier, asked, "What's the matter? Why the panic?" The soldier stammered, "Just now, that fast food truck refueled." Lu Jian, growing impatient, remarked, "Is it just a matter of refueling that warrants such a fuss?" The soldier swallowed hard. "No. They completely drained the fuel from the entire tanker." Gao Sheng and Lu Jian exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 19. The misfortune awaiting the bandits. Zhuge Xingyun beamed at the 300,000 coins displayed on his phone screen. Lu Tao, who was driving, glanced curiously at Zhuge Xingyun in the passenger seat. "What's the matter, boss?" Zhuge Xingyun shook his head with a smile. "Nothing, just drive carefully and watch for any villages or outposts." Zhuge Xingyun planned to seize the opportunity to earn more once they encountered populated areas. "Oh," Lu Tao acknowledged, continuing to drive. Zhuge Xingyun queried the system. "System, have you forgotten something again?" The system remained silent. "System, are you asleep?" Still no response. Zhuge Xingyun resorted to browsing on his phone to pass the time. Wang Wei and the 3 other women sat in the back, idly gazing out the window. Zhang Dongzi and his companions were huddled together, playing cards. At this moment, the camp's chat window had opened. Upon entering, a system prompt appeared, indicating that joining the camp would unlock its features. Zhuge Xingyun clicked to join, which displayed various cities. Noticing Kyoto Forbidden City, he clicked to enter. The prompt indicated that joining the camp as Kyoto Forbidden City would be irreversible. "Would you like to join?" Zhuge Xingyun clicked the join button. His phone transitioned to the camp chat window, displaying the camp population, 250,000, steadily increasing. Zhuge Xingyun perused the chat, feeling bored. In the distant starry sky, 8 enchanting celestial maidens were engaged in a fierce duel. Swords clashing. Nearby stood an elder, the Abyss Sovereign, shaking his head in dismay. Occasionally, a maiden would succumb to defeat. After 3 beauties remained, 2 of them united to attack the last. Outnumbered, she ultimately fell. The last 2 stood opposed. One of whom was the Zhilan Sovereign, while the rest were the sovereigns of all heavens. The realms of all heavens were sequentially divided into stages: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Divine Connection, Nirvana, Heavenly Realm, Human Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Profound Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Sage, Great Sage, Sage King, Sage Emperor, Sovereign, Divine Sovereign, and Divine Emperor. I'll settle the score with you later." The 2 maidens stuck out their tongues playfully, exuding charm. One of them said, "Sister Qiuyue, can't you just concede to me?" Qiuyue Sovereign chuckled, shaking her head. "Qingcheng, I can yield on many matters, but not this one. You are no match for me. Admit defeat." "It's not disgraceful," Qingcheng Sovereign replied with a smile. "Sister Qiuyue, how about we negotiate further?" Just as Qiuyue Sovereign was about to respond, Qingcheng's smile abruptly shifted to a defensive posture. "Heavenly Demon?" Qiuyue Sovereign furrowed her brow. Swiftly turning to look behind her, Qingcheng's Sovereign grinned wickedly, instantly teleporting beside Qiuyue Sovereign. Qiuyue Sovereign, unaware of the Heavenly Demon's presence, turned back. A sword was already poised at her neck. "Are you cheating?" Qingcheng's Sovereign replied with a chuckle. "Hee. All's fair in war." The other 6 sovereigns approached. Zhilan Sovereign remarked, "Since Xiaoba has already won, you shall seek your husband." Nearby, the Abyss Sovereign produced a compass. placing it on Qingqing's forehead. The compass immediately sank into her brow, and her aura began to diminish rapidly. From the realm of dominance, he fell through the ranks of the Holy Emperor, Holy King, and Great Sage, until he finally halted at the Heavenly Realm. The Abyssal Sovereign declared, "The Heavenly Realm is the highest realm that can accommodate the Lord Divine within his small world. Qingqing Sovereign, please do not unravel the compass's restrictions. Remember this well." Qingqing nodded with a smile. "Abyssal Sovereign, sisters, we shall meet again." Jillian Sovereign huffed, "Humph, off you go." Qingqing paid no heed and vanished after cupping her hands in farewell. Akiyu Sovereign approached Jillian Sovereign. "Elder sister, you are all bark and no bite. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let Xiaoba go." Jillian cast a glance at Akiyu Sovereign. "You are no different. That little trick of hers could fool no one." "Alas, if only I didn't have to yield to Qingqing." As Zhuge Xingyun observed the public screen, he suddenly heard the system's dispirited voice. "Ding dong, congratulations, host, for selling goods worth 1 million gold coins. Reward, 1 wife." "Why so glum? Are you jealous, system?" The system switched to an irate tone. "Ding dong, mission issued. Within 1 day, the host must find the acquired wife on the way to the 56th Division. Success reward, none. Failure penalty, self-castration." "What the hell, system? You are utterly shameless." The system ceased all communication with Zhuge Xingyun. In a small village, over 90 villagers were bound in a clearing at this moment. A group of villagers was bound together, while a breathtakingly beautiful woman dangled from a great height, beneath her a large iron pot boiling ominously. Upon closer inspection, Zhuge Xingyun recognized that the suspended beauty was none other than his wife. Zhang Dongzi stepped forward and inquired, "What should we do, boss? Should we save her or not?" Zhuge Xingyun replied, "We must act swiftly." The 5 nodded in agreement. Zhuge Xingyun led them down from the vehicle. The dangling beauty, Luo Qingqing, gazed at Zhuge Xingyun and weakly uttered, "My husband, save me." The 5 men were taken aback, then turned to their boss. Zhuge Xingyun sighed. "The system is truly considerate, granting me such a stunning wife without requiring any pursuit on my part." Zhao Lu, brandishing a pistol, struck what he believed to be a heroic pose. "Leave your provisions, and I shall let you go." Before Zhao Lu could finish his sentence, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and 9 out of 10 fell lifelessly to the ground. "What a lack of martial ethics!" Zhao Lu's face bore a look of unwillingness as he muttered. "You two really know how to play." He then joined his 9 brothers in the afterlife. The villagers stood in stunned silence, their thoughts mirroring those of Zhao Lu. Zhuge Xingyun hurriedly approached and rescued Luo Qingqing. Zhang Dongzi and the others began unbinding the villagers. Amidst the villagers' bewildered expressions of gratitude, Zhuge Xingyun departed the village with his newly acquired wife. Wang Wei and her 2 companions sat in the back seat in silence, enviously watching Zhuge Xingyun and his wife converse. The 4 seated on the floor, playing cards, simultaneously glanced at the 3 women, sensing an air thick with jealousy. Chapter 21. Punished as Zhuge Xingyun engaged in lively conversation, he suddenly pinched Luo Qingqing's cheek. She did not shy away, smiling at him. "Yun Gu, what is it?" Zhuge Xingyun mused to himself. "The rewards from the system are astonishingly lifelike." Out loud, he replied, "It's nothing. I just find you so exceedingly beautiful that it feels somewhat unreal." Luo Qingqing laughed. "Isn't being beautiful a good thing? Does Yun Gu not like it?" Zhuge Xingyun quickly waved his hands. No, of course it's good. How could I not like it?" Suddenly, Luo Qingqing embraced Zhuge Xingyun, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. In a hushed tone, she said, "Yun Gu, I miss you so much." Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback by this unexpected moment and did not catch what she said. "What did you say?" Luo Qingqing held back her tears, smiling as she replied, "Nothing, Yun Gu. Where are we going?" Zhuge Xingyun glanced ahead and declared, "To save someone." Wang Wei, Zhang Jing, and Guoxiang simultaneously muttered in whispers only they could hear, "Fox spirit." However, Luo Qingqing was not one to miss such remarks and clearly heard them. She chose to ignore the 3 women, focused solely on holding Zhuge Xingyun tightly. Suddenly, a massive red ant appeared before them, surrounded by countless smaller red ants. Wang Wei scoffed, turning her head toward the window. Accidentally catching sight of the scene outside, she exclaimed, "Yun Gu, look!" Zhuge Xingyun turned and his eyes lit up. "Stop the car!" Lu Tao quickly slammed on the brakes. Zhuge Xingyun stared at the red ants. Excitement coursing through him that I finally found the blood-exploding ants. Zhuge Xingyun reluctantly pushed away the clinging Luo Qingqing. Qingcheng, I need to handle a matter. Luo Qingqing nodded reluctantly. All right. Zhuge Xingyun slung his rifle over his shoulder and checked his spare magazines. Dongzi, Zhang Yin, Zhang Shan, come with me. The rest stay in the vehicle. The three men promptly shouldered their rifles and followed Zhuge Xingyun out of the car. Having learned from previous experiences, the trio also carried blast shields. The moment the four exited the vehicle, the stationary swarm of blood-exploding ants turned in unison to face them. Zhuge Xingyun gritted his teeth and instructed, do not engage yet. Wait until I have slain 10 blood-exploding ants before you strike. Although the three were unclear on the reasoning, they understood they must obey their boss in an invincible state. Zhuge Xingyun's kills did not count. The body armor worn by his guards also provided an invincible effect. If the guards assisted, it would be considered leveraging the invincible effect, which irked Zhuge Xingyun. He could not disclose system-related matters to the others and could only grumble about it internally. The largest blood-exploding ant raised its antennae rhythmically. A swarm of blood-exploding ants surged toward the four. Zhuge Xingyun lifted his automatic rifle and, temporarily disabling his invincible state, commenced a furious barrage of gunfire. The sound of gunfire erupted incessantly. The explosions from the slain blood-exploding ants sent several others flying. One particularly aggressive blood-exploding ant charged toward Zhuge Xingyun's face. He quickly rolled to the right, hitting the ground and rolling before springing up to continue shooting. Dongzi and the others raised their shields in defense. The onlookers in the food truck watched Zhuge Xingyun with bated breath. Wang Wei's anxious expression was most evident. Do you all like Yunge? Luo Qingqing casually asked while gazing outside. The three women blushed and cast furtive glances at her. Wang Wei candidly replied, Indeed, I like Yunge. Although you are far more beautiful than us, that doesn't matter. I will not concede. Luo Qingqing paid no mind, smiling as she responded, Indeed, Yunge remains as handsome as ever. You all must strive harder. Guoxiang looked at Luo Qingqing curiously. You don't mind? You even encourage us? Luo Qingqing chuckled softly. What suggestions could I offer? There are still 7 others above. Wang Wei's expression turned skeptical. What do you mean by 7 others above? With a gentle smile, Luo Qingqing replied, Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Jing, looking puzzled, asked, Why are you not worried about Yunge at all? Luo Qingqing regarded Dongzi and the others, who were beginning to assist, and replied, They're just a few insignificant ants. Yunge and the others can handle it. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow at Luo Qingqing. If you are so unconcerned, why not help Yunge? Luo Qingqing rolled up her sleeves, preparing to assist Zhuge Xingyun when a profound voice echoed in her mind. Simultaneously, this voice resonated in Jilan and the others' minds as well. Jilan, Qingqing, you have gone too far. Do not interfere with the affairs of the Hongming world any further. Do not think that by borrowing a system identity, the origin of all realms remains oblivious. Previously, it was due to your actions being similar to that of the system that the origin was indifferent. The origin is omnipresent. You have audaciously sent Qingqing into the Hongming world. Qingqing, you can no longer intervene. Otherwise, the cycle of reincarnation for Xingyun may fail, and you will pay a heavy price. Mind yourselves. In the distant sky, Jilan, the sovereign, gazed at the other 6 with a sigh. Qingqing's actions halted abruptly, and she suddenly turned pale, collapsing to the ground with a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. This scene startled the 3 women, who rushed to support Luo Qingqing. Wang Wei anxiously asked, What's wrong? Luo Qingqing forced a smile and shook her head. Perhaps I was gravely injured by the bandits earlier, so. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from above. The 4 who had just slain the largest blood-exploding ant instinctively crouched down upon hearing the thunder. Watching as a lightning bolt struck the food truck, they dashed towards the truck, flinging open the doors. Are you all right? The occupants inside cowered on the ground, shielding their heads, upon hearing Zhuge Xingyun's voice. The 3 girls, relieved to have survived, cried as they exited the vehicle and embraced him. Lu Tao and Yang Kong assisted Luo Qingqing down from the truck. Lu Tao, still shaken, remarked, Thank goodness for the food truck. Otherwise, we would have been struck by lightning. Luo Qingqing smiled ruefully. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly in the distant sky. Jilan sat cross-legged, bleeding from 7 orifices. Qiu Yi and the other 6 encircled her, continuously channeling their spiritual energy into her. Little Ba is truly reckless, speaking indiscriminately and causing our elder sister to suffer like this. Ji-lan sighed. It's all right. She did not mean it. Luo Qingqing's sudden bloodshed was merely a small warning from the origin. However, her words explaining to Wang Wei had tarnished the origin, resulting in the heavenly retribution as a punishment. Though the food truck had withstood the lightning strike, Ji-lan, connected to it, bore the brunt of the consequences. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the sky, then at the food truck. System, the items you provided are truly remarkable. Kudos to you. After not receiving a response from the system, Zhuge Xingyun continued to inquire in his mind. System, what's wrong? A faint voice replied. This system has expended too much energy and requires a period of rest. During this time, a robot will assist the host. Subsequently, regardless of how Zhuge Xingyun called out, the system remained silent. A cold, synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the blood-exploding ant extermination task. Rewards have been issued. Please check for yourself. Chapter 22. Arriving at the third group captain, the mutated beasts have retreated. A soldier, enveloped in flames, shouted excitedly from atop the wall. Upon hearing the report, Li Yunlong's face lit up with surprise. Really? He then exerted all his strength to leap, effortlessly scaling the 10-meter wall as if it were merely a decoration. Observing the mutated black wind ants scattering in all directions, Li Yunlong felt a sense of confusion. After attacking us for 2 days, how can they simply give up? Moreover, what was once a strictly disciplined offensive has devolved into a chaotic and disorderly retreat. Everyone must remain vigilant. Beware of deception. Little did he know that the colossal ant controlling the swarm had already been vanquished by Zhuge Xingyun. It is only in a leaderless state that the ant swarm would scatter in disarray. Another scout, peering through binoculars, remarked, Commander, there are vehicles approaching us from ahead. It is the fast food truck that appeared on the public screen, located just 10 kilometers to the east. Upon hearing the scout's words, the eyes of all soldiers gleamed with anticipation. A throng of soldiers sprang to their feet, eagerly leaping onto the walls. A few soldiers astonishingly hovered in midair, and upon closer inspection, one could see countless streams swirling madly around them. This was the ability of wind element psychics, capable of traversing the AI art. As the fast food truck gradually came into view, a chorus of cheers erupted from the soldiers. Go them! It was not merely a vehicle, but a granary brimming with sustenance. Some were overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Finally, food was within reach. Even from a distance, the camp's gates had been flung open by the impatient soldiers, who rushed forth to greet the delectable provisions. The fast food truck slowly rolled into the camp, and as the gates closed behind it, it was instantly encircled by thousands. The soldiers stationed on the walls kept glancing back at the truck. Zhuge Xingyun felt an inexplicable pang in his heart as he gazed at the injured Luo Qingqing. He instructed the attentive Guo Xiang to care for her, while Wang Wei and Zhang Jing began distributing the fast food. He himself went to meet the 3rd Regiment commander. As Zhuge Xingyun stepped out of the vehicle, Li Yunlong appeared before him. Hello, you must be the boss? Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback. Indeed, have we met? He was perplexed, for he had never been in front of a camera. How could anyone recognize him? Li Yunlong chuckled. It's just a hunch. Given the circumstances surrounding Luo Qingqing, he didn't wish to linger on the matter and continued. Can you still get in touch with the 56th Division? How are things there? Li Yunlong shook his head, sighing heavily. Alas, they are faring even worse than we are. Their food supplies have run out. Coupled with the relentless battles, if they do not receive resupply by tomorrow, they won't even have the strength to wield their weapons. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the soldiers lined up for fast food, each appearing as famished as wolves. How could they have deteriorated so in just 2 days? Li Yunlong's stomach growled audibly, and a sheepish expression crossed his face. Heh, to be honest. Ever since I became an evolved being, my appetite has increased several-fold. Thus, my hunger is proportionately greater as well. Suppose everyone feels the same way. Zhuge Xingyun curiously observed his own fast food truck. For ever since his evolution, he had been satisfied with merely a bowl of rice with toppings at each meal. With the system no longer available, he had no way to inquire. Unbeknownst to him, even those with the largest appetites among evolved beings could be satiated with no more than 2 bowls. Dongzi, please get a bowl of rice with toppings for Commander Li. I'll treat him. Zhuge Xingyun instructed. Li Yunlong rubbed his belly and inquired, how about dumplings? Zhang Dongzi glanced at Zhuge Xingyun. and upon receiving his nod of approval, turned to fetch the food. Commander Lee, without further ado, I have vehicles suitable for traversing the desert. Sand semi-trailer, 100,000 survivor coins. Sandbox truck, 100,000 survivor coins. Sand motorcycle, 10,000 survivor coins. Each type is limited to 10 vehicles. The remainder must go to the 56th Division. The quantity is limited. Li Yunlong's eyes brightened. Really? We have been battling mutated beasts for 2 days and have likely eliminated several 100,000 mutated ants. The entire regiment must have accumulated a fair amount of coins. Wait a moment. I'll have someone tally it up. Zhang Dongzi returned with a bowl of dumplings. Li Yunlong quickly accepted it with both hands, glancing between the dumplings and Zhuge Xingyun, his expression slightly troubled. Zhuge Xingyun smiled. Commander Lee, please eat first. We can talk afterward. All right, just give me a moment, Li Yunlong said as he began to devour the food ravenously, as if someone were competing with him for it. Zhuge Xingyun took the opportunity to check on Luo Qingqing. That moment, her complexion had improved somewhat. Don't worry, Brother Yun, she reassured him. Observing her pale face, an inexplicable ache gripped his heart. Rest well? Once I finish these matters, we will return immediately. Zhuge Xingyun seemed to remember something and suddenly called out, Commander Li, you must have a military doctor here, right? Li Yunlong, who had been squatting nearby eating dumplings, accidentally scalded his mouth. What's the matter? My wife is unwell. Could you assist in examining her? Li Yunlong stood, holding his bowl, and ordered someone to summon the medical team. He then approached Zhuge Xingyun while continuing to eat. Moments later, a doctor accompanied by 2 nurses arrived. As the nurses approached, they surveyed the dining soldiers. Upon reaching Zhuge Xingyun, the stomachs of the 2 nurses began to rumble as well. When they noticed Zhuge Xingyun's handsome face looking at them, they couldn't help but blush. Zhuge Xingyun instructed Zhang Dongzi to fetch 3 more portions, knowing that doctors and nurses could not participate in battles and thus would not earn coins. Zhang Dongzi and Zhang Shan returned with 3 bowls of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. The doctor examined Luo Qingqing briefly and determined that she did not require the nurse's assistance at that moment, so he sent the 2 nurses off to eat. The 2 nurses eagerly dug into their meals, their faces beaming with joy. This is the best meal I've ever had, one exclaimed excitedly. I agree. It's absolutely delicious, the other nodded enthusiastically. Zhang Shan looked at one of the more charming nurses and said, If you like it, I'll get you another serving. The nurse glanced up at Zhang Shan and replied, I already have a boyfriend. Zhang Dongzi cast a sympathetic look at Zhang Shan, realizing his friend's romantic endeavor had ended before it even began. However, another nurse named Miao Qian chimed in, Then you can buy me a serving. Gao Xiaoxiao has a boyfriend, but I don't. Zhang Dongzi's expression of sympathy towards Zhang Shan froze in place. Zhang Shan looked at Miao Qian and nodded with a smile, turning to buy more rice. Little did they know that Miao Qian's decision would lead to a significant divergence in their futures. Chapter 23. The marvelous fast food truck. Zhuge boss, I'm sorry. Your wife has no external injuries. Her bones and joints are fine, which suggests an internal injury. Unfortunately, there are no diagnostic instruments available in the camp. I can only prescribe some painkillers. Further examination can be done once we reach the city. Observing the worry etched on Zhuge Xingyun's face, Luo Qingqing forced a smile despite her discomfort. Brother Yun, it's all right. I'll recover with some rest. Zhuge Xingyun nodded, disappointment evident in his expression. Thank you, doctor. Please enjoy your meal. The doctor, not one to be polite, quickly accepted the food container, his previous composure vanishing as he began to eat ravenously. Then, as if recollecting something, he looked up at Zhuge Xingyun and said, Thank you. This food is really delicious. Zhuge Xingyun merely responded with a faint smile. Standing nearby, Li Yunlong observed that the doctor had completed his examination and stepped forward, saying, Zhuge boss, we've managed to collect a substantial amount of coins this time. We plan to purchase not only vehicles but also some additional fast food. Due to his concern for Luo Qingqing, Zhuge Xingyun found little joy in even the most lucrative business dealings. Oh, Commander Li, for fast food, you can just speak directly with Wang Wei. What vehicles do you need? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunlong counted on his fingers 10 motorcycles, 3 semi-trailers, and 6 trucks. Although we suffered considerable losses this time, we surprisingly amassed over 1 million coins. The smiling Li Yunlong rubbed his hands together in excitement. Zhuge Xingyun approached one of the screens on the fast food truck. System, sell 10 motorcycles, 3 semi-trailers, and 6 trucks. The screen suddenly illuminated, displaying an image of a hand. Please place your palm on the screen. Zhuge Xingyun turned to Li Yunlong, who wiped his right hand on his pant leg before carefully placing it on the screen. The soldiers who had finished eating, along with Zhuge Xingyun's team, gathered curiously around. A small fast food truck had already sold more meals than it could contain, and now it was about to sell vehicles worth countless times that amount. This extraordinary scene was one no one wanted to miss. Moments later, a mechanical voice emanated from the screen. Purchaser, Li Yunlong, commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 56th TH Division. Conducting verification, please wait. Verification successful, personal funds insufficient. Regiment funds sufficient. Would you like to proceed with regiment payment? Li Yunlong had initially considered gathering all members of the regiment to pay individually when the time came, but now it seemed unnecessary. He responded, regiment funds to be used. Verifying team members' opinions, verification successful, no conflicting opinions, payment completed. Subsequently, on a platform beneath the screen, 10 motorcycles, 3 semi-trailers, and 6 trucks appeared. Li Yunlong, with a peculiar expression, picked up one of the motorcycles. Examining it closely, indeed, it can be lifted with one hand. Gazing at the palm-sized toy motorcycle, he mused, "Are you pulling my leg?" The other onlookers also regarded Zhuge Xingyun with puzzled expressions. The moment the toy vehicles emerged, Zhuge Xingyun had inquired of the system in his mind, but it remained silent. If not for the replacement system's inability to communicate, it seemed the system was playing tricks on him again. Zhuge Xingyun couldn't help but twitch his lips. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. She stifled the pain coursing through her body and the urge to chuckle, picking up a toy car to examine it. With feigned astonishment, she exclaimed, "Oh, look, it appears there are some words inscribed on the card." Li Yunlong, with an expression of bewilderment, hurriedly scrutinized the motorcycle. A minuscule line of text was etched onto the vehicle's body, barely discernible unless one looked closely. The instructions read, "Simply throw it to us." Li Yunlong instructed the others to clear some space. After a fleeting glance at the motorcycle, he casually tossed it away. What transpired next was astonishing. As the mini motorcycle neared the ground, a sudden flash of white light erupted, and a brand new sand dune motorcycle materialized before the onlookers, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Unable to regain their composure, one soldier captured this spectacle on his phone, and the public screen erupted with excitement. Jan Gang Barbie exclaimed, "Boss, I want to buy a motorcycle. Hurry and put it on the market." The shoemaker questioned, "Is this a fast food vehicle? Will it be safe from zombie attacks?" Rabbit chimed in, "Boss, I want to bear your child." Maniac remarked, "The world has truly changed, yet here I am, languishing at home. It is high time I ventured out." Hanging High responded, "Same here." Nonsense added, "Same here." Zhuge Xingyun sighed in relief and approached Luo Qingqing, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Thank goodness for your attentiveness, or I would have been utterly embarrassed." Luo Qingqing's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Wang Wei and the other 2 women pouted, turning their gazes away, as if to avoid witnessing the moment. Li Yunlong chuckled awkwardly. Zhuge Xingyun felt a twinge of guilt for having doubted someone who had just saved his team. "Thank you, Boss Zhuge. With these motorcycles, our unit should have no trouble retreating to the city." Zhuge Xingyun nodded. "Captain Li, I must head to the 56th TH Division. I won't disturb you any longer." "Very well. Please wait a moment," Li Yunlong said, then called to 2 nurses, Miao Qian, Gao Xiaoxiao. The nurses set down their empty food containers and hurried over. Li Yunlong smiled at Zhuge Xingyun. "These 2 are the best nurses here. Let them accompany you. They can tend to your wife during the journey." Zhuge Xingyun pondered for a moment. Indeed, Luo Qingqing needed someone with medical knowledge to look after her. "Thank you, Captain Li." Li Yunlong addressed the 2 nurses. "You must take good care of them on the way." "Understood," they replied. With Li Yunlong seeing them off, Zhuge Xingyun and his group departed the camp. A sergeant inquired, "Captain, didn't we plan to find a way to keep it with our 3rd Regiment?" Li Yunlong glanced at his camp, shaking his head with a sigh. "Alas, our humble abode cannot accommodate such a grand presence." Sitting in the fast food vehicle, Zhuge Xingyun noticed several private messages and opened the most significant ones. Gaosheng wrote, "Boss Zhuge, did you really manage to acquire vehicles that can traverse the desert?" Xingyun replied, "Yes, I am currently en route to the 56th TH Division. We'll discuss it upon my return. By the way, my identity must remain confidential." Gaosheng reassured him, "Rest assured, I have already informed the higher-ups. Your name and likeness will remain undisclosed." Lei Hongyu messaged, "Boss Zhuge, Where are you now? We can't hold out much longer. Xingyun responded, don't worry, we are racing towards the 56th Division and will arrive within an hour. Lei Hongyu cautioned, be careful on your way. There's a giant centipede outside, seemingly intelligent, commanding mutated insects. Xingyun acknowledged, understood. I will remain vigilant. Zhang Shan sat on the floor next to Miao Qian. Miao Qian, are you hungry? If so, I can fetch you a bowl of rice. Miao Qian shyly shook her head. I am not hungry. Then are you thirsty? I can get you a bottle of juice. Miao Qian nodded softly. Zhang Shan quickly looked to Wang Wei, who shot him a disapproving glance. He then turned to Guoxiang, who smiled and got up to head to the kitchen. Zhang Shan eagerly followed. Although Gao Xiaoxiao already had a boyfriend, she felt uncomfortable seeing Zhang Shan, who initially pursued her, now chasing after Miao Qian. It felt as though something that once belonged to her had suddenly been taken away, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. Consequently, Gao Xiaoxiao remarked sharply, Qian, be cautious. Such a frivolous man is surely a heartbreaker. Miao Qian dismissed her concern, saying, oh, it's all right as long as he treats me well in the future. Wang Wei glanced at Gao Xiaoxiao, smirking disdainfully before turning her gaze out the window. However, before Gao Xiaoxiao could continue, Miao Qian interrupted. I know you mean well. He initially wanted to pursue you, but after learning you had a partner, he chose me. What of it? I don't mind. Gao Xiaoxiao leaned back in her chair. Feeling somewhat stifled, Luo Qingqing smiled at the two, her gaze lingering on Gao Xiaoxiao. Upon noticing Luo Qingqing's smile directed at her, Gao Xiaoxiao quickly pulled out a mirror. What's wrong? Is my face dirty? This team is not for just anyone to join. Opportunities are forfeited by one's own choice, and the consequences must also be borne by oneself. In this post-apocalyptic world, self-righteous women will only face greater despair. Luo Qingqing shook her head with a smile, asserting that everyone's path is a personal choice. She had no intention of intervening. Chapter 24. The Gun-Wielding Centipede. Have you ever seen one, boss? The night sky was deep and vast, with shattered stars scattered like dust. Without the system's response, Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the moon, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, Lu Tao's voice rang out, calling for him repeatedly, Boss, we should be nearing the 56th Division. Zhuge Xingyun snapped back to reality, his eyes drawn to the scene ahead where flames soared into the sky, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. This situation is rather extreme. Zhuge Xingyun entered the vehicle cabin from the passenger seat. Nurse Miao, Nurse Gao, I appreciate your help with Qingqing. He then turned to Zhang Dongzi and the others. Dongzi, Zhang Shan, Yang Kong, Zhang Yin, you four will accompany me. Stay close to the fast food vehicle. Understood. Aside from Zhang Dongzi. The other three responded in unison, understood. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Zhang Dongzi, who was staring blankly out the window. Curious, Zhuge Xingyun asked, Dongzi, what's wrong? Did you hear what I said? Zhang Dongzi suddenly looked wide-eyed, exclaiming, Boss, can I ask you something? Zhuge Xingyun, eager to complete his mission and return to the city to tend to Luo Qingqing, felt a surge of frustration at Zhang Dongzi's hesitation. What is it? Speak quickly. Zhang Dongzi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Have you ever seen a centipede that can use a gun, boss? Zhuge Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look. He could hardly believe his eyes as a centipede over 10 meters long came into view. Each of its legs held a rifle or pistol, and it was firing at the 56th Division's camp. Some rocket launchers were even slung from its legs. Wang Wei took out her phone and snapped a couple of photos, exclaiming, This must be the centipede spirit. She then shared the images on the public screen. The public screen fell silent, and no one dared to ask questions or seek help. An eerie chill shot up everyone's spines. Zhuge Xingyun found himself in a precarious situation, utterly perplexed about how this centipede had acquired so many firearms. Zhuge Xingyun stared blankly at the centipede. The system was dormant now, with no tasks to be issued. The commission from the recent trade had not been credited either. What troubled Zhuge Xingyun even more was the vending machine stock, which showed 50,000 units. Previously, he had sold 10,000 units to the 3rd Regiment, yet it now displayed 49,000. Normally, it would refresh in under 10 minutes, but how long the system would remain dormant was uncertain, as was whether these supplies could last until the system awoke. If they were to confront the centipede head-on, even with an invincibility effect, the loss of gold coins would be significant. Luo Qingqing was acutely aware of Zhuge Xingyun's concerns. Regrettably, she felt powerless to assist him at present and was merely a burden due to her condition. This realization weighed heavily on her heart. Wang Wei, sensing Zhuge Xingyun's hesitation, tentatively suggested, Yun Gu, perhaps we should wait until the centipede's ammunition is exhausted before proceeding. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. That seems to be the only option. I hope the 56th Division can hold on a little longer. Luo Qingqing, however, could only manage a bitter smile. Upon her first sight of the centipede, she recognized that its weaponry was a product of mimicking special abilities. The most despairing revelation was that it exhibited signs of ancestral reversion. Should it continue to grow unchecked, it could transform into an immortal creature from primordial times. A thousand-legged centipede. Although she understood this, she could not voice it, leaving her with an unbearable sense of discomfort. If only she could convince Zhuge Xingyun to abandon his mission and flee immediately. Now, she resolved that if Zhuge Xingyun faced any peril, she would risk everything to intervene. 1 minute. 2 minutes passed as Zhuge Xingyun and his companions waited inside the fast food vehicle. Then, he glanced at the message from Lei Shizhong. Lei Hongyu wrote, "We can't hold on much longer. The 56th Division has sustained heavy casualties. If you have no means to deal with the creature, you should retreat. Do not make a futile sacrifice." Lei Hongyu had known all along that Zhuge Xingyun was nearby. His inaction indicated that he had no means to confront the mutated beast. Zhuge Xingyun surveyed his remaining balance of over 300,000 gold coins, gritting his teeth as he contemplated his next move. Lu Tao executed a swift U-turn, and Luo Qingqing, under the impression that Zhuge Xingyun intended to retreat, was just beginning to exhale in relief when Zhuge Xingyun continued. Dongzi, Zhang Shan, Zhang Yin, Yang Kong, the four of you, accompany me. Lu Tao sensed something amiss and urged, "You should lead those who can return to safety. If there is no danger, maintain a distance of within 100 meters. Upon receiving my signal, enter the camp at the earliest opportunity." Lu Tao nodded vigorously. Luo Qingqing's expression was fraught with anxiety, yet understanding Zhuge Xingyun's steadfast nature, he refrained from voicing further objections. Gao Xiaoxiao observed the group's demeanor and hastily inquired, "Boss, should we not retreat?" Their survival. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhuge Xingyun shot her a chilling glare. Gao Xiaoxiao quickly sought refuge behind Miao Qian, swallowing her words, "I know you may think me foolish, but the 56th Division must not be extinguished. The vast expanse of Kyoto City cannot be defended by the scant few from the 3 regiments. Do not forget, they possess intelligence. Although their cognitive abilities may be limited now, who can guarantee that their intellect won't evolve as their levels rise? My intentions are not solely for others. They are also for our own future." With that, he stepped down from the vehicle, and Dongzi and the others promptly followed suit. Zhang Shan cast a disheartened glance back at Gao Xiaoxiao before exiting, wondering if his eyes had been clouded by some foul miasma. Miao Qian sighed, feeling fear as well, but unlike Gao Xiaoxiao, she understood the gravity of the situation and what words to speak or refrain from. Luo Qingqing retrieved a bench from the vehicle and disembarked. When Miao Qian attempted to follow him to offer assistance, he halted her. As one who reigns supreme above the heavens, even with his current power curtailed, the innate sense of danger from the mutated beasts would prevent them from encroaching upon Luo Qingqing. The others, however, were not afforded such immunity. The moment they exited the food truck, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of the mutated beasts and face imminent attack. As Zhuge Xingyun disembarked from the food truck, the mutated horde had already taken notice. However, given the mere presence of 5 individuals, they did not deem it worthy of concern. As Zhuge Xingyun and his companions sprinted halfway with their shields raised. The sound of gunfire erupted. Zhuge Xingyun quickly raised his shield in defense, but still sustained injuries. Realizing that his loss amounted to 1,000 gold coins, he understood that as levels increased, so too did the cost of injuries. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun set aside his worries and stood within the 100-meter warning line, shield raised, ready to fire. The 4 others similarly raised their shields and began shooting. Lei Hongyu, witnessing Zhuge Xingyun's assault from behind, promptly commanded the soldiers to provide cover. After a brief skirmish, Zhuge Xingyun advanced slightly, the food truck reversing in tandem to maintain the 100-meter distance. As the camp gate drew nearer, Zhuge Xingyun fought with increasing ferocity. 200 meters. 100 meters, 80 meters. He gestured to Lu Tao, who immediately pressed the accelerator and surged into the camp. As the camp gate opened and closed, although several mutated beasts infiltrated, they were swiftly dispatched by the collective efforts of the defenders. Wang Wei and her companions hurried to the sales area, while Lei Hongyu ordered a handful of soldiers to take turns eating. At this moment, Luo Qingqing had reached Zhuge Xingyun's side. Why didn't you come in? I wanted to be with you. Zhuge Xingyun, with no other choice, quickly retrieved a rifle from his storage space. Dio, you know how to use this. Luo Qingqing immediately accepted the rifle, demonstrating his prowess as he struck down a mutated centipede with each shot. Zhuge Xingyun silently produced a Barrett and handed it to Luo Qingqing. Chapter 25. The departure of Luo Qingqing. The thousand-legged centipede squinted its eyes at Luo Qingqing, hesitant to attack. For reasons unknown, it felt an overwhelming sense of danger in Luo Qingqing's presence. Yet, having gone 2 days without sustenance and with food just ahead, it could not easily abandon its pursuit. Just as the centipede wrestled with its dilemma, a sniper bullet shattered one of its legs. The creature howled in agony before crashing to the ground. Countless appendages began to writhe and surge toward Zhuge Xingyun and his companions, as it approached within 10 meters. The centipede regained its footing, its hundreds of legs transforming, elongating like the Rui Jingu Bang of the Monkey King, and lunged at Zhuge Xingyun and his companions. They quickly dodged, but several centipede legs pierced their bodies. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Qingqing had drawn a sword, severing the legs that threatened to impale him. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xingyun and Zhang Dongzi found themselves lifted into the air by the centipede's assault in his mind. Zhuge Xingyun felt his gold coins depleting at an alarming rate. Upon witnessing Zhuge Xingyun's injuries and perilous situation, Luo Qingqing disregarded the consequences and unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power. The sky darkened ominously as thunder rolled within the swiftly gathering clouds. Just as the thousand-legged centipede prepared to engulf Zhuge Xingyun and the others, it suddenly froze in place. Upon closer inspection, it was trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Luo Qingqing ascended into the sky, resembling a celestial being surveying the world below. All mutated beasts lay prostrate. Even those within the camp felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, as if in reverence to a divine presence. Suspended in midair, Luo Qingqing's eyes transformed to a heavenly blue hue as he casually swept his sword. Every mutated beast on the ground was reduced to ashes. The thousand-legged centipede let out a final, defiant roar before dissipating into the ether. Zhuge Xingyun and his companions plummeted to the ground, and a sphere of white light emerged from where the centipede's head had been. Luo Qingqing sheathed his sword and waved his hand, causing the white light to descend into Zhuge Xingyun's grasp. Struggling to sit upright, Zhuge Xingyun ignored the impending depletion of his gold coins and prepared to approach Luo Qingqing when he was startled by Luo Qingqing's urgent voice. "Do not come any closer." At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air as relentless thunderclaps resounded. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Luo Qingqing. He cried out in anguish. Seeing this, Zhuge Xingyun rushed towards Luo Qingqing, while Zhang Dongzi and the others hastily lunged at Zhuge Xingyun, managing to pin him to the ground. No, the soldiers in the camp looked on in anguish at Luo Qingqing, their hearts heavy with sorrow. This ethereal woman, who had disregarded her own safety to save everyone present, was now in peril. Wang Wei and her companions embraced one another, tears streaming down their cheeks. Zhuge Xingyun, his heart torn asunder, could not comprehend the source of his profound pain. After the storm had passed, Luo Qingqing hovered in the air, gazing at Zhuge Xingyun with a smile. "Brother Yun, live well. We shall meet again." Like grains of sand, he gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. The soldiers in the camp removed their hats in mourning, while Wang Wei and her companions wept openly. Although Miao Shui did not weep, her expression betrayed her torment. Gao Xiaoxiao's face was a mask of worry and fear, concerned about facing punishment for failing to protect Luo Qingqing. As the sky returned to tranquility, the camp gate slowly opened. A group of soldiers emerged, and Wang Wei and her companions rushed towards Zhuge Xingyun. Miao Qian also ran out, heading for Zhongshan. Lei Hongyu approached the camp entrance, observing Zhuge Xingyun's suffering with a sympathetic sigh. Zhang Dongzi and the others exchanged glances before releasing Zhuge Xingyun, their eyes filled with tears as they apologized for having restrained him moments prior. "I'm sorry, boss." Zhuge Xingyun rose, shaking his head in pain. "It's all right, I don't blame you." He looked at the additional card in his hand, inscribed with the words "all transforming." Tears streamed down his face like a broken string of pearls. Miao Qian embraced Zhang Shan tightly. "You scared me. I thought I would never see you again." She quickly began checking him for injuries. "You're not." Zhang Shan raised his hand to interrupt her, and Miao Qian, seeing his gesture, quickly sealed her lips. Wang Wei and her companions approached Zhuge Xingyun, their initial impulse to embrace him suddenly suppressed. The three women stood silently beside him, as Zhuge Xingyun gazed up at the starry sky, forcing back his tears. He smiled gently, shaking his head. "Do not worry. I'm fine. Let's discuss things inside." The group followed Zhuge Xingyun into the camp. As they stepped inside, Zhuge Xingyun suddenly heard a mechanical electronic voice in his mind. "Ding! Host has completed the rescue mission for the 56th Division. Rewards have been issued. Commission gold has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Completion rate for Kyoto, 100. Please proceed to the next area for check-in. The second supply channel has been opened. The host can spend 200,000 gold to upgrade the food truck." Observing his gold coins transform from single digits to six figures, alongside a complete restoration of his inventory, Zhuge Xingyun understood that only upon completing missions would his items be updated and rewards issued. He then glanced at the remaining two tasks. Task 1. Survive in the apocalypse and uncover its cause. Task 2. Within 10 years, spread the reputation of the food truck far and wide. Zhuge Xingyun realized that unless the system was restored, his inventory would remain stagnant. Upgrade. Upgrade complete. The host can now alter the layout of the food truck. Changes cannot be reversed. Lei Hongyu regarded Zhuge Xingyun. "Boss Zhuge, I express my deepest regrets for what transpired earlier." Returning to himself, Zhuge Xingyun smiled. "It's all right, Commander Lei. Let us proceed with the transaction." Lei Hongyu nodded eagerly. "It is indeed a bother for Master Zhuge. Although the 56th Division has suffered considerable losses this time, the amount of gold coins they have accrued is astronomical. Lei Hongyu has nearly purchased all the inventory vehicles that Zhuge Xingyun has just restored." Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the unchanged balance of 150,000, realizing that, as he had suspected, he would only receive his commission upon the next proactive communication from the system. Zhuge Xingyun conveyed the significance of the zero-level crystal cores to Lei Hongyu, who understood that, with the evolution of the zombies, these cores would only become increasingly scarce. Consequently, the opportunities for ordinary individuals aspiring to become evolved beings would dwindle. Lei Hongyu signaled to his aide to take note and remind him later. The aide promptly recorded the information. Zhuge Xingyun, with a wry smile, said, "Since this is the case, I shall not trouble you any further." Lei Hongyu sighed, inquiring about Master Zhuge's future plans. "I have completed my affairs in Kyoto. Now I must visit in city," Zhuge Xingyun replied. Lei Hongyu did not insist on his stay. "Not be too saddened, Master Zhuge. All things in the mortal realm are predestined. Perhaps departure is merely a prelude to a better reunion next time." "Who knows?" Zhuge Xingyun exchanged a meaningful glance with Lei Hongyu, who let out a hearty laugh. "Then let us hope to meet again." Zhuge Xingyun nodded slightly. "Until we meet again." Lei Hongyu watched as Zhuge Xingyun departed, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. "We are all wanderers of the world. Why must we have known each other?" A soldier called out to Lei Hongyu. "Commander, what troubles you?" Lei Hongyu shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What just happened? Forget it. It is best to not dwell on it. Winning is what matters." Eye in the distant sky, an old man looked on with concern at 5 women, drenched in sweat, seated before an array. Eye in the center of the array, countless golden particles were converging, gradually forming a woman seated in a lotus position. As the golden light dissipated, a figure resembling an ethereal being appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luo Qingqing. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. "Welcome back, Master Qingqing." Chapter 26. The Dragon Nation Shelter. Luo Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at her 5 sisters. "Sai Kaidai, Choyue, Wangqing, Yujie, thank you all." Meng Sai waved her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Oh, Xiaoba, what am I to do with you?" Meng Kaidai playfully poked Qingqing's forehead. "You squandered such a wonderful opportunity to be with your husband so quickly." Luo Qingqing stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, not daring to retort. Yu Wangqing hurriedly embraced Qingqing, saying, "Kaidai, do not blame Qingqing. She has indeed helped her husband immensely." Lu Shuang, Choyue, and Li Yujie exchanged amused glances at Mu Wangqing. Lu Shuang sighed and said, "Alas, but the price was too steep. She nearly fell from the sovereign realm and bears injuries to her Dao. The only ones capable of healing such injuries across the heavens are her husband and the Supreme Divine Emperor." Li Yujie, with concern, added, "This time, what Qingqing has done, alas, the Divine Emperor will not offer assistance." The expressions of the group turned somber. Luo Qingqing looked around. Where are eldest sister and seventh sister? The five exchanged glances. Frowning, uncertain how to respond. Noticing their silence, the Abyss Elder spoke up. Master Jillian is severely injured, and Master Bibing is currently guarding her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing immediately soared into the air, heading towards a green planet. Chuyue warned, Qingqing, your injuries are not yet healed. Do not exert your spiritual power. The others sighed and quickly followed suit. In the deep mountains of the Dragon Nation, there lay a military stronghold constructed within the mountains. A group of armed soldiers stood on either side of the tunnel inside the mountain. This was a train station built within the mountain. That moment, a train, suspended in the air, slowly approached the platform. Moments later, a large group of well-dressed individuals disembarked, guided by a beautiful train attendant into the base within the mountain. A general nearby inquired of the attendant who had just alighted, "Is this the last batch?" The attendant nodded. "General Long, this is indeed the last batch." This individual was none other than the renowned military deity of the Dragon Nation, Long Zhanghua, who had repeatedly thwarted foreign hostile forces from invading the Dragon Nation. Instilling fear in their hearts, before the prevalence of first-level evolved beings, he had already become a second-level bio-warrior, possessing strength even surpassing that of second-level evolved beings. Long Zhanghua turned and walked towards the base. Half a month prior, nations around the world had received news of the impending apocalypse. The Dragon Nation secretly transformed hidden military bases across various regions into shelters. However, due to the urgency of the situation, only elite individuals, high-ranking officials, and their families could be relocated to these shelters. In the base's conference room, thousands of men and women in different uniforms or suits sat before a massive screen, which displayed 24 smaller screens, each divided and numbered. Each screen revealed a group of individuals seated. An elderly man at the forefront tapped the microphone before him. "We shall now commence the meeting. Everyone, please report on the situation according to the order of the shelters." The person on the second screen began to speak. "Greetings, Commander. I am Chao Guodong, the Vice Mayor of Kyoto Shelter. Mayor Han Xian has unfortunately perished, and I am now managing Shelter Number 2. The city of Kyoto has become paralyzed. Not only are there water and power outages, but a significant number of zombies roam the city. The population and remaining military forces in the city have suffered over 50% casualties. However, there is good news from the 56th Division. They have procured vehicles capable of traversing the desert and enough supplies to sustain the division for 2 months from a remarkable fast food vendor. This vendor has assisted the 56th Division in establishing a safe zone for over 200,000 survivors within the Forbidden City." The conference room erupted into a clamor. The elder pounded the table. "Silence!" The discussion ceased abruptly. "What is this fast food vendor?" Chao Guodong hastily replied, "Commander, this fast food vendor is impervious to mutated zombies and animals, and their food is genuinely delicious. They also sell motorcycles and semi-trailers that can navigate sandy terrain. The vendor possesses remarkable abilities, with many survivors discussing him on public forums, referring to him as the war god of the Dragon Nation." Chao Guodong recalled the delectable fish-flavored shredded pork rice he had purchased from Zhuge Xingyun's stall. Salivating at the thought, Long Zhanghua, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The elder glanced at his phone and remarked, "It seems this information can only be seen by those in the nearby cities. Who is this fast food vendor?" Chao Guodong looked troubled. "Commander, I'm afraid I only know he is a powerful evolved being, accompanied by 3 female attendants and 5 bodyguards. I also inquired with the commander of the 56th Division and Gao Sheng, who established the safe zone in the Forbidden City. They both acknowledged knowing his name and appearance but could not disclose it, likely due to certain restrictions." The elder furrowed his brow. "Are they still in Kyoto?" Chao Guodong shook his head. "No, they have already departed." The commander of the 56th Division, Lei Hongyu, mentioned that the fast food vendor has gone to another city. The elder commanded, "Everyone, spare no effort to locate this individual." All on the screens responded in unison, "Understood." The elder waved his hand. "Next shelter, proceed with your report." "Commander, I am Li Lei, the mayor of An City, currently managing Shelter Number 3. Due to geographical conditions, mutated animals are prevalent within the city. We have observed that mutated beasts and zombies tend to attack one another. Our living area is not densely populated, and we have intact ancient city walls. Therefore, aside from Shelter Number 3, we have successfully established a second shelter within the city walls, overseen by Vice Mayor Yang Dong, which has currently accommodated 2 million individuals. Among them, There are 30,000 evolved beings, fewer than 1,000 awakened beings, and the rest are ordinary people. The military presence is 20,000, with over 13,000 being ability users, 6,000 awakened individuals, and 60,000 ordinary soldiers. We have sufficient weapons and ammunition. However, our food and water supplies are estimated to last only a month. We have begun training all survivors to organize effective teams to venture out in search of food. We have also made significant discoveries. Certain mutated beasts possess materials suitable for weapon crafting, and while some mutated beast meat is unpalatable, it is still edible, posing no harm to humans and even enhancing the physical constitution of evolved beings. A small portion can satiate an ordinary person. The elder frowned. You have deployed the military strength of shelter number 3 into the city? Li Lei nodded. Yes, Commander. Half of the soldiers in the shelter have been sent to the second shelter. However, we have integrated 20,000 police forces into the military strength of shelter No. 3 and have intensified their training, the elder sighed. Was this your decision? Why was I not informed in advance? Li Lei smiled wryly and shook his head. To avoid causing a mutiny, I could not intervene. In truth, many of them have family or friends in the second shelter. The elder sighed again. Very well, but the military strength of shelter number 3 must not diminish further to prevent attacks from mutated beasts akin to pangolins. Li Lei jolted, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Understood. The elder paid no further heed. Next. Thus, all the shelters in various cities reported their situations to the commander of the Dragon Nation. Eventually, a research facility initiated a video conference request. Upon receiving permission, an anxious old researcher clad in a white lab coat exclaimed, Chief, we have discovered a vast quantity of living zombie viruses within the meteors that have fallen from the sky. These meteors may very well be the source of the zombie virus. We have now sealed off the site and conducted cutting experiments on them. Unfortunately, we have found no method to inflict damage upon them. Their hardness is approximately 10,000 times that of diamond, rendering any means of destruction on Blue Planet utterly futile. Moreover, there is a more terrifying development. The information just received from the satellite detection station reveals that the icebergs in Antarctica are beginning to melt, which means that the ancient beast, Tao Tai, sealed beneath the ice will soon awaken. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that Tao Tai will break free within less than a year. Upon hearing the researcher's report, the hearts of all present seemed to plummet to the depths of despair. The elderly man furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, Dragon War Nation. He stepped forward and saluted. The elder continued. How is the training of the biohumans progressing? Report, Chief. The 100,000-strong biohuman army will complete their inspection before next month, came the reply. The elder then let out a sigh of relief in a distant sky. Luo Qingqing knelt before Ruan Zhilan, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Ruan Zhilan's weakened state. I'm so sorry, elder sister. It was my thoughtless words that brought harm to you. I truly deserve this. Ruan Zhilan managed a bitter smile in response. Silly girl. It's all right. As long as I take some time to rest, I will recover. Luo Qingqing grasped Ruan Zhilan's hand. Continuing her apologies, I'm sorry, elder sister, I was wrong. Meng Tsai spoke urgently, elder sister. What about our husband? Lu Xuankawiyu added, yes, our husband still needs our assistance. Ruan Zhilan shook her head with a smile, then let Bai Bing take my place. Bai Bing's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself. Me? I can't do it. I don't know how. Meng Tsai smiled wryly. Shao Qi. Right now, the elder sisters have exhausted their energy to save Xiao Ba. Without at least a month, they want he recovers. Oh, we must rely on you. Bai Bing sighed, alas. Although I also wish to speak with our husband, I fear that I might ruin things for him. Ruan Zhilan reassured her, don't worry, Shao Qi, if you're ever uncertain. Just come find your elder sister. Looking around at the others, Bai Bing reluctantly agreed. The Abyssal Sovereign produced a crimson token, urging, Bai Bing Sovereign, hurry and refine the token. Do not waste time. With your strength, you should be able to bind successfully within half a month. Bai Bing took the token, addressing her sisters, I shall proceed. With everyone nodding, she promptly vanished before them. Chapter 27. The transformation of the food truck, the mobile villa. In a desert town on the way to an city, Zhuge Xingyun instructed Zhang Dongzi and his companions to search the town for any usable supplies. Ever since the system entered a dormant state, Zhuge Xingyun developed a sense of crisis. Wang Wei, Guoxiang, Zhang Jing, and Miao Qian were also busy, unboxing items outside the food truck. These were parcels sorted from Zhuge Xingyun's spatial ring. The small quantity Zhuge Xingyun had retrieved barely accounted for a fraction of what they needed. Meanwhile, he sat with his eyes closed, planning the interior decor for the upgraded food truck. A.S. Wang Wei and the others unboxed their finds. They excitedly shared their discoveries. Wang Wei, curious as to why Miao Qian had not stayed with the 56th Division, asked with a smile, Qian, why didn't you stay with Gao Xiaoxiao in the 56th Division? Did you fall for Zhang Shan and elope with him? This remark sent Zhang Jing and Guo Xiang into fits of laughter. Miao Qian, unashamed, replied candidly, yes, I do like Brother Shan. Isn't that tantamount to eloping? Moreover, as women in the apocalypse, if we lack formidable strength, we must seek a powerful ally. Otherwise, we will merely become playthings in the hands of the strong. Don't think that being in the military guarantees safety. As time passes, the ugliness of human nature under the pressure of the apocalypse is beyond our prediction. People will become utterly unscrupulous. The laughter of the three women abruptly ceased as they contemplated Miao Qian's words. Zhuge Xingyun, overhearing, couldn't help but question Miao Qian's true motives. I hope you are not using Zhang Shan as a shield. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Zhuge Xingyun opened his eyes, sitting upright to look at Miao Qian. She, with utmost seriousness, replied, rest assured, time will prove my sincerity towards Zhang Shan. Seeing her earnest expression, Zhuge Xingyun pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, why not become a staff member at the food truck? He had previously learned that becoming a staff member or guard would ensure a loyalty level of 100%, with no possibility of betrayal. Upon hearing she could become a staff member, Miao Qian's face lit up with excitement. Really? Zhuge Xingyun nodded. Thank you, boss. I'm willing. At that moment, Zhang Shan and the others were pushing supplies towards the food truck. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Zhang Shan and said, this identity is given to you by Zhang Shan. I hope you won't let him down. Zhang Shan, bewildered, stared at Zhuge Xingyun, completely unaware of what had transpired. Just as he was about to compose himself, Miao Qian wrapped her arms around his and planted a kiss on his cheek. The boss has allowed me to become a staff member. Zhang Shan was taken aback by this sudden happiness. His mind spinning as he struggled to find words, eventually stammering, really? Then we can stay together. He then bowed deeply to Zhuge Xingyun. Thank you, boss. Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly. For him, there was no loss. Instead, he had facilitated the union of two individuals, which was certainly a cause for celebration. Suddenly, the food truck began to undergo a transformation, akin to a transforming robot, with countless metal components reassembling on the exterior. A minute later, a brand new double-decker motorhome appeared before everyone. The prominent sign atop the vehicle still clearly displayed the words food truck. Measuring 16 meters in length and 4 meters in width, it boasted 26 wheels. Aside from the main driver's door, there was an additional door on the right front side, measuring 1 meter in width. Boss, is this our new food truck? Can we go take a look? Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun nod, everyone rushed inside. Upon entering, they found a technologically advanced driver-S cabin. A separate transparent door partition provided a quieter and more comfortable driving environment. The driver's seat could recline fully, transforming into a bed for the driver to rest. Continuing inward, there was a 1-meter-wide corridor. To the left of the corridor was a comfortable co-pilot seat, behind which lay a self-service bar about 2 square meters in size. Guests could scan codes to place and collect their orders here. Behind the driver-S cabin were 2 1-square-meter restrooms, directly connected to the vehicle's waste disposal system. Further along, there were 2 6-person tables on either side, capable of accommodating up to 60 diners simultaneously. At the very back was an elevator leading to the second floor. The elevator door featured facial recognition and fingerprint identification, accessible only to internal personnel. At this moment, the information of the 9 individuals had already been input into the system, allowing them to board the elevator directly. When the elevator doors opened, everyone was awestruck. It was as if they had entered another world. This was a separate space that Zhuge Xingyun had painstakingly carved out from the food truck's internal dimensional space. The 3-story villa was furnished entirely with the world's most luxurious materials. The first floor featured an expansive living room, gym, sauna, dining room, cinema, and public restroom. The second floor had 10 rooms, each with its own private bathroom, fully equipped with furniture, appliances, and living necessities, rivaling the finest luxury hotels. The third floor was Zhuge Xingyun's private space, adorned in a manner that even the presidential suite could not compare. The 9 individuals were filled with excitement as they began to explore the villa. Zhuge Xingyun smiled at them, though his heart ached. He had spent a staggering 100,000 gold coins on this. Looking at the remaining balance of 50,000, how could he not feel the sting? You all go to the second floor and choose your rooms, he instructed. The group exchanged glances, and when Wang Wei's gaze landed on Miao Qian, a sly smile crept onto her face as she said, Qian, with so few rooms, why don't you two share one? Leave the other rooms for those who come later, right? Zhongshan, scratching his head in confusion, chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. He thought to himself, what if she doesn't want to? Miao Qian, unashamed, declared, no need for you to say. I never intended to waste a room. She then wrapped her arms around Zhongshan's and whispered with a smile, single dog. Wang Wei and the other two women cast furtive glances at Zhuge Xingyun, their hearts still yearning for him to take notice of them. Noticing their wistful gazes, Zhuge Xingyun quickly cleared his throat and said, I have other matters to attend to. You all carry on. When you have time, remember to unbox the blind boxes in the living room on the first floor, and don't forget to categorize them. He then took the elevator back to the food truck. Lu Tao hurriedly chose a room for himself, set up the entry recognition, and quickly returned to the food truck, knowing that his primary task was to drive. Boss, he said, glancing at Zhuge Xingyun as he emerged from the elevator. You back so soon? Aren't you going to spend more time with them? Lu Tao shook his head. My current primary task is to chauffeur my boss, as his driving would compromise his status. Zhuge Xingyun nodded with a smile. Very well, then you take the wheel. This time, the vehicle not only elongated but also widened significantly. To be honest, I find it quite daunting to drive, Lu Tao remarked with a chuckle. Before I joined the military, I was driving a bus, so this shouldn't pose a challenge for me. There is a manual for the driver's cabin inside. You can take a look at it shortly. Understood, boss. Lu Tao entered the driver's cabin and quickly skimmed through the manual. Before long, the food truck was once again traversing the desert. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xingyun sat in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest while simultaneously sowing various seeds he had collected in the alternate space. At that moment, within the alternate space, not only were animals resting, but the previously sown crops and flowers were also thriving. Chapter 28. Upgrade. Survival Device V2. As the food truck journeyed through the desert, the phones of all passengers suddenly illuminated, signaling yet another change. Just as Zhuge Xingyun and the others curiously pulled out their phones, they unexpectedly scuttled towards Zhuge Xingyun's left wrist at lightning speed, transforming into a technologically advanced wristwatch after a flash of white light. A palm-sized robotic projection then appeared on the watch. The system has been upgraded to Survival Device V2. I am the artificial intelligence. Survivors may choose their preferred character to serve you. Move your right hand left and right over the recorder to view additional characters. Tapping will confirm your selection. Zhuge Xingyun glanced through the options and noted a variety of animals, as well as an array of handsome men and beautiful women in various professions. Driven by curiosity, he chose a character that was an ancient beauty whose features were indistinct. The others also selected their desired characters. Character selection successful. Entering the system now. Subsequently, the survival device projected a 24-inch screen in front of Zhuge Xingyun. The survivor's personal control panel offered two modes, public and private, allowing for privacy settings. Without hesitation, Zhuge Xingyun declared, set it. Setup successful. Survivors can modify settings at any time within the V2 system. The survival device's character began a novice tutorial. Call Xiao V to awaken the system. Swipe left and right to change panel content. Swipe up and down to view the current panel content. Tap the upper right corner to exit. Panel 1. Chat window. Tapping World Chat allows conversation with individuals worldwide, requiring payment in coins. Tapping Country Chat enables discussions with fellow countrymen, also at a coin cost. Tapping City Chat permits dialogue with residents of the same city, again at a coin fee, with 3 free messages per day. Tapping Camp Chat facilitates communication with camp members without the need for coins. Private Chat allows for confidential conversations without cost. Zhuge Xingyun swiped left. Transitioning to Panel 2, System Mall. Observing that the items in the System Mall had not changed, he continued to swipe left, revealing Panel 3, Trading Market. Another swipe left unveiled Panel 4, Video Call Interface. The voice of the survival device, Xiao V, continued, video calls can only be made with friends and require 1 survival coin per minute. Zhuge Xingyun swiped left again. Panel 5, Friends. The list displayed friends and camp members. Upon swiping left once more, the survival device displayed the words Illustrated Guide, accompanied by a system sound prompt. The illustrated guide allows you to spin coins to identify the basic information of mutated beasts, mutated plants, and zombies. This was the last page. Zhang Dongzi and his 5 companions had an extra page, which was Panel 6, Guard Mall. The items within the mall remained unchanged. Zhuge Xingyun clicked the upper right corner to close the screen, and Xiao V's virtual figure reappeared. How do I close the virtual figure? Simply cover the survival device with your right hand for 1 second to close the virtual figure, or issue the command to do so. The same applies for opening. Close virtual figure. The little figure on the survival device vanished instantly, and the device's illumination faded. Wang Wei and the others were already joyfully interacting with their respective artificial intelligences. Zhuge Xingyun shook his head with a smile. Lu Tao, please resume driving. Lu Tao nodded and returned to the driver's cabin. The night sky was deep and star-studded as the food truck navigated the desolate desert, and the group continuously monitored the information in the forum. Aside from numerous discussions regarding the changes to the survival device, some began to voice grievances about the oppression and exploitation by personal armed forces, even accusing the authorities of failing to conduct rescue operations. Zhuge Xingyun observed the conversations within the Forbidden City camp, feeling a tumultuous mix of emotions. Rabbit, boss, why did you leave Kyoto? We need you. Kong Barbie, boss, what will we do now that you've gone? Shoemaker, boss, please come back. You saved my life, and now you abandon us. Madman, what good is it to plead with him? Merchants are ruthless. All they care about is profit. He won't return. Huashao, exactly, you'd be better off asking me. He has no compassion at its best if he doesn't come back to in this apocalypse. He has so many resources but still wants to sell them to us at high prices. We are all part of the Dragon Country. Why not provide for us without charge? Does he think he can survive alone while we starve? Qin Suwa, indeed, as a citizen of the Dragon Country, he continues to exploit us common folk in our time of crisis. He should leave the Dragon Country. Snow Ji, I saw through him from the beginning. He's nothing but a vampire. What Dragon Country war god? Pooh, Principal Gu. Everyone, let us be rational. At least the food truck boss has indeed helped us establish a gathering place. Grim Reaper, Principal Gu, don't be swayed by him. He is only after the coins we fought hard to earn. He is devoid of humanity. Shrimp Chowdan. Indeed, didn't you see him kill an innocent survivor outside the Forbidden City? He has no humanity. Wang Wei and the others naturally witnessed this, and thus they approached Zhuge Xingyun. Boss, don't pay them any mind. They're simply ungrateful. Exactly, had I known, I wouldn't have helped them. That man was killed by the boss for seizing the crystal cores we fought so hard to obtain. Zhuge Xingyun sighed and shook his head. Well, this is human nature. When you are needed, you are a god. Once your usefulness is spent, you are nothing but a nuisance, and they even wish to kick you while you're down. Wang Wei and the others nodded in silence. Zhuge Xingyun smiled and said, You all go back to the villa and rest. Take some time to relax. Before leaving, they cast one last worried glance at Zhuge Xingyun. Zhuge Xingyun took out the card in his hand. Xiao V. The survival device displayed Xiao V's figure. Master, how may I assist you? Zhuge Xingyun presented the card. Can you analyze this card? Certainly, it requires a payment of 100 coins. Proceed with the payment. Beginning analysis. Please wait. After a moment, Xiao V continued, analysis complete. This card is a sealing card. It contains the ability of a mutated beast known as Transformative Metamorphosis. Master can shatter the card to gain its sealed ability. Close virtual figured, as Xiao V vanished, Zhuge Xingyun fell into silence, contemplating the card. Although this ability was immensely enticing, it was indeed obtained at the cost of his wife's life. Ultimately, he chose to store it within his space. Chapter 29. Childhood Sweethearts. The food truck traveled 50 kilometers outside of An City, where an abandoned metal factory stood. Zhuge Xingyun stood before the vehicle, gazing at the factory with a look of joy upon his face. Lu Tao disembarked and approached Zhuge Xingyun. Boss, should we call Dongzi and the others? No need. Let us drive straight in. I have a feeling that this metal may prove to be of great use in the future. The two turned and returned to the food truck, which then slowly entered the metal factory. Observing the scattered zombies around, Zhuge Xingyun rolled down the window and drew his Glock pistol, beginning to shoot. Hearing the gunfire, the zombies began to gather. As their numbers were not overwhelming, they were all dispatched within 10 minutes. Subsequently, all the metal was collected into his space ring. Just as Zhuge Xingyun prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a metal door in the corner. Its unique construction piqued his interest. Two cameras were mounted above the door, swiveling back and forth. As Zhuge Xingyun stood at the door, a man within a room smiled while looking at him. This must be a spatial ability user from a novel, Zhuge Xingyun mused, intrigued by the identity of the person behind the camera. Who would establish a door akin to a bank vault in such a dilapidated factory? You must be watching me. Care for a chat? A speaker embedded near the camera responded. Hello, your abilities are impressive. Are you a spatial ability user, positioned within the invincible range of the food truck? Zhuge Xingyun felt confident and did not conceal the truth. No. It's merely an object that can store items. Oh. Who are you? Did you come here solely to collect metal? Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow. Initially, he felt nothing was amiss, but after exchanging a few words, he sensed that this voice was somewhat familiar. I am Zhuge Xingyun, just passing through and collecting some things along the way. You are Zhuge Xingyun? From Kyoto? Listening to the unexpected sounds emanating from the loudspeaker, Zhuge Xingyun felt an intensifying curiosity. Dio, you know me? The man's voice began to tremble with excitement. How can you prove you're not deceiving me? This question left him momentarily speechless. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could one provide proof? An identification card? He didn't even have that, as his ID was still held by the loan company. He could only toss the question back to the voice inside. How do you want me to prove it? What's your first love's name? Though Zhuge Xingyun was reluctant to divulge personal details, he was nonetheless intrigued by the identity of the speaker, Yang Ying. What is Yang Ying's brother's name? Zhuge Xingyun replied impatiently. Yang Gaodian. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's excited voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Zhuge Xingyun, it really is you. Come in. The gate slowly opened. At that moment, Lu Tao and Wang Wei approached. Boss, as they were about to enter, Zhuge Xingyun turned to look at the two. Wang Wei stays in the card. Don't get out without my command. Lu Tao, come with me. Wang Wei reluctantly nodded and returned to the car, locking the doors behind her. Watching her enter the fast food vehicle, Zhuge Xingyun and Lu Tao prepared to turn towards the metallic door. Just as Zhuge Xingyun turned, a graceful beauty suddenly rushed out from inside, embracing him tightly. While Zhuge Xingyun was bewildered, another man emerged from within. The man smiled and said, Little Yunzi, long time no see. Seeing this familiar face, Zhuge Xingyun was momentarily stunned, as if his thoughts had transported him back 6 years. You are Gooden? Upon hearing this name, the man seemed to choke, covering his mouth and coughing. I changed my name after graduating high school. Now I am Yang Fan. Gently pushing the woman in his arms aside, Zhuge Xingyun nervously gazed at her face. You are Yang Ying. Finally meeting the person he had yearned for, Yang Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, It's me, Yunga, I missed you so much. Zhuge Xingyun felt as though his mind was about to explode. Her words melted his heart. I missed you too. By the way, didn't you go abroad? Yang Fan looked at his sister, who clung to Zhuge Xingyun like a koala, shaking his head with a wry smile. It's all because of you. Let us go inside and talk. The four of them entered a privately constructed shelter. The interior was quite cramped. Aside from 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, there was only a living room filled with supplies. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhuge Xingyun asked, How did you end up here? Yang Ying held onto Zhuge Xingyun's arm without letting go. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile. Actually, we worked at a private hospital abroad. One wealthy individual we cared for, before passing away, informed us about the impending apocalypse. Yang Ying has never been able to forget you, and we didn't want to die in a foreign land, so we returned. This shelter was built by the wealthy man for his son. He entrusted us to return and save his wife and daughter, but unfortunately, they transformed into zombies on the very first day. Unable to find you, we settled here, never expecting to see you today. Yang Ying blushed and nodded. Yunge, are you an ability user? Zhuge Xingyun replied, Indeed, I possess dark attributes. Yang Ying smiled at Zhuge Xingyun. Then my brother and I are stronger than you. I'm a doctor. And he is a tailor. Zhuge Xingyun, momentarily taken aback, assumed she was referring to their pre-apocalypse professions, leaving him with a perplexed expression. I know you studied medicine in college, but how did your brother become a tailor? He then looked at Yang Fan with a strange expression. Yang Fan paused for a moment before helplessly saying, I see. My sister meant awakened abilities. We both are awakened. This revelation left Zhuge Xingyun dumbfounded. The chances of being an awakened one were exceedingly rare. How had they both transformed? In disbelief, Zhuge Xingyun asked, What are your doctor and tailor abilities? Yang Ying smiled mysteriously. My eyes and hands are the most advanced medical instruments. I can't perform any surgery I know without needing additional equipment. The clothing my brother makes provides a 1% enhancement in abilities. Zhuge Xingyun's mouth fell open. What is most lacking in the apocalypse? Aside from supplies, it is definitely medical assistance. With Yang Ying's help, Zhuge Xingyun felt empowered and no longer had to worry about injuries or illnesses among his team. Seizing the moment, Zhuge Xingyun said, Yang Ying, how about you and your brother come with me? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Ying responded, sure. She hurriedly went to her room to gather her belongings. Yang Fan looked at his sister, shaking his head in resignation. Girls grow up too fast. Little Yunzi, how should you address me now? Shouldn't you call me brother? Zhuge Xingyun looked at Yang Fan oddly and chuckled that of course, I should continue to call you. Wait, let us stick with Yang Fan. Zhuge Xingyun smiled and shook his head. Is there anything you need to take with you? Yang Fan pointed to the supplies in the living room. These, and my computer in my room. It has many hard-to-find action movies stored on it. He then revealed a knowing smile. Zhuge Xingyun placed his hand on the supplies, and they vanished instantly. Although Yang Fan had seen this on the monitor, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Incredible, Zhuge Xingyun grinned. Even more astonishing things await. Yang Fan's face was filled with curiosity. At that moment, Yang Ying emerged with a backpack and a large box. Zhuge Xingyun stored Yang Ying's belongings in his storage ring, startling her. With Yang Fan's explanation, Yang Ying became just as curious and eager for what other wonders were in store. Before they left, Yang Fan asked Zhuge Xingyun to leave a week's worth of supplies. After exiting, Yang Fan posted the location and password of the shelter on the public screen, hoping to offer a glimmer of hope to nearby survivors. As they approached the vehicle, the two turned back to glance at the shelter, especially recalling the comforts of the large bed. Unfortunately, Zhuge Xingyun remarked, there's no space for that broken thing. Observing the layout of the first floor, Yang Fan felt a chill of dread. I don't know. Please don't tell me we'll have to sleep on these benches. I can't sleep like that. Zhuge Xingyun, sensing Yang Fan's thoughts, smiled as he reassured him, don't worry, the first floor is for business. We'll be sleeping on the second floor. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing 6 others stepping out. Yang Fan's heart sank further. I said, little Yunzi, there are so many people living above. Seeing Yang Fan's bitter smile, the group exchanged knowing glances. Let us go up and see. Brother, what are you doing? If Yungu can stay, why can't we? It's the apocalypse. Why be so picky? Yang Fan nervously boarded the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Yang Fan was utterly stunned, quickly followed by a rush of excitement. There are still 2 rooms available on the second floor. You can check them out, Yang Ying curiously asked. Yungu, which room are you in? I'm on the 3rd floor. Why? Then I want to stay on the 3rd floor too. Without looking back, she headed straight for the 3rd floor. Zhuge Xingyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The others, following Yang Ying's lead, also went up to the 3rd floor for a tour. The 3 rode the private elevator to the 3rd floor. The one feeling most awkward was Yang Ying. Upon the elevator doors opening, they were greeted by an enormous swimming pool and a layout of transparent glass walls. It featured a living room, gym, entertainment room, luxurious bathroom, and an expansive dining area, with a bedroom several times larger than the living room. All enclosed in glass partitions. The group exchanged bewildered glances at Yang Ying, silently questioning, are you really going to stay here? To their surprise, Yang Ying straightforwardly declared, this place is stunning. I'm staying here. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison towards Zhuge Xingyun. Clearing his throat, he said, all right, you can go take a shower first. This. Wang Wei and the other women pouted, while Zhang Shan, Miao Qian, and the others stifled their laughter. Yang Fan, however, adopted a sour expression and remarked, I say, little Yunzi, I'm still standing here. Zhuge Xingyun quickly clarified, no, I meant you should return to your room and shower. Noticing everyone's expressions shift once more, Zhuge Xingyun's face darkened like a pot bottom. You've been living in such poor conditions. You probably haven't showered in ages. A shower would be nice. And it'll prevent the need for extra laundry. Yang Fan chuckled. Just teasing you, man. I'll leave my sister in your care. Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes. The group was pushed downstairs by Yang Fan. At this moment, only Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying remained awkwardly standing on the 3rd floor. Well, I'll go shower first. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. All right then. Yet, she remained rooted like a statue, unable to move. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun's mind was a jumble, unable to comprehend. After pondering for a moment, Yang gritted her teeth and stepped into the bathroom. Standing outside the bathroom, Zhuge Xingyun suddenly widened his eyes as a stream of blood flowed from his nose. He quickly turned and dashed down the stairs. Yang huffed in annoyance. Humph. Still as hopeless as before. Her face flushed bright red like an apple. Chapter 30. The system has grown gentler amidst the boundless starry sky. Luo Qingcheng, with a face full of rage, wildly brandished her sword, having just split a star in two. Vixen, Vixen. Observing her younger sister, the other sisters exchanged peculiar glances, as if this scene was not unfamiliar to them. The Abyss Lord, too, was at a loss, having encountered such a situation not for the first time. Qingcheng, you have yet to recover. Refrain from using your spiritual energy. The Divine Sovereign and this woman are fated to be together. What is the purpose of your actions? Luo Qingcheng, flushed with anger, understood that these events were predestined. Yet how could she feel at ease witnessing her man fall into another's embrace? I have just perished for Yungu. How could he forget me so swiftly? Moreover, that Vixen dares to seduce Yungu. I shall strip her of her skin. The Abyss Lord, with a tone of earnest counsel, implored, My dear Qingcheng, please calm yourself. You were not so heedless before. How can you claim to have died for the Divine Sovereign? Luo Qingcheng cast a frosty glare at the Abyss Lord. What, do you harbor grievances against your eighth mistress? The Abyss Lord shuddered, eager to deflect the ire, responding hastily, Not at all, not at all. Please, continue. Just as Luo Qingcheng prepared to strike again, she was promptly halted by Meng Tsai. Enough, Qingcheng, do not forget how you arrived here. Luo Qingcheng opened her mouth, recalling that she too had once come to this juncture in a similar manner, leaving her at a loss for words. The other women exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. Each of them had traversed similar paths, yet if they were to learn of their true origins, none would harbor jealousy. After all, who would envy their own fate? The Abyss Lord wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, my sovereign, thankfully, this is your final life. Otherwise, I would surely perish amidst these affairs. At that moment, he yearned to reincarnate alongside the Divine Sovereign, for it would spare him the daily anxiety. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Zhuge Xingyun dashed out of the villa, settling into the passenger seat, his heart tumultuous. Lu Tao was driving attentively when he suddenly glanced at Zhuge Xingyun, who was bleeding from his nose. Boss, you're bleeding. Zhuge Xingyun quickly produced tissue from his space and blocked his nose. Noticing that his boss had no further instructions, Lu Tao resumed his focus on driving. A moment later, Zhuge Xingyun, filled with remorse, began to slap himself, muttering, Qingcheng just perished for me. How can I betray her by seeking another? Am I even human? He sank deeper into self-reproach. This scene left Lu Tao dumbfounded, unsure of how to inquire. So he pretended not to notice and continued driving. Meanwhile, in the distant starry expanse, Luo Qingcheng wore a sweet smile. At least, Yungu, you possess a conscience. I shall let this go this time. After showering, Yang Ying lay alone in her spacious, comfortable room, feeling both shy and anxious. Yet as time passed, Zhuge Xingyun had yet to return, and she gradually slipped into slumber. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the food truck remained parked a kilometer outside in city. With few visitors for trade in these days of leisure, people would glance at the public screen or engage in singing, movie watching, and gaming, leading a rather pleasant existence. Zhuge Xingyun contemplated whether to assist the survivors, questioning the worthiness of their plight in terms of the mission. There were alternative routes to fame. It was not solely through the food truck that his reputation could flourish. Hence the truck had yet to enter the city. Unbeknownst to him, the food truck had already caught the attention of 2 shelters in city, with different individuals observing from the shadows each day. Due to the truck's modifications and Zhuge Xingyun's concealment of its branding, the authorities remained unaware of the dual-layered RV's true nature. Furthermore, upon entering the desert, mutated beasts would attack, leading the officials to issue only observation orders. Ultimately, Zhuge Xingyun resolved to raise the food prices for sales. After making the decision, he unveiled the food truck sign once more and instructed Lu Tao to drive it into the city. On a high-rise building on the city's outskirts, a man, devoid of clothing and smoking a cigarette, watched the food truck make its way into the urban area. Behind him, a group of women, bound by ropes around their necks, knelt before him, equally unclothed, their expressions growing numb. Suddenly, a man approached. Boss, a food truck is heading our way. Should we seize it? The man exhaled smoke and shook his head slowly. I have been observing that vehicle for days. Now that it has caught the official's attention, we cannot afford to take risks. He then swept the leftover food from the table onto the floor. The women immediately pounced, scrambling for the scraps, their faces contorting in desperation. The man brandished a whip, striking the women as they cried out, yet they continued to fight for the food. Watching this scene, he let out a deranged laugh. Once the food truck entered the city, Zhuge Xingyun instructed Lu Tao to circle around the area. Those hidden in the high-rise buildings watched the moving truck, torn between the desire to purchase something or not. Driving through the streets, Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the desolate city, lost in thought. When they reached the other side of the city, Zhuge Xingyun ordered Lu Tao to halt the vehicle. They found themselves in an expansive park, with a broad road leading directly to the city's walls, rumored to be a military access route. Clearing the trees along its sides would transform it into a runway. Zhuge Xingyun surveyed the scattered zombies, his brow furrowing. "What's wrong, Yungu?" Yang Ying inquired curiously as she approached him. Zhuge Xingyun turned to face her, still feeling uneasy. "Something feels amiss. What seems off?" she asked. Puzzled. In such a vast city, with a resident population of at least 10 million, why are there so few zombies here? Yang Ying's eyes widened in realization. A level 2 zombie king must have emerged, leading most of the intelligent zombies away. The remaining zombies have formed factions, and they look down upon these stragglers, serving to lure survivors into ambushes. Zhuge Xingyun regarded Yang Ying curiously. "How do you know all this?" A trace of anxiety flickered across Yang Ying's face. "I have been here since the first day of the apocalypse, so I am aware." Zhuge Xingyun did not question her further. "How many survivors are there here?" "Approximately." Yang Ying glanced at her survival device. "It should be less than 3 million. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. "Inform Wang Wei that we shall set up shop here." After Yang Ying acknowledged, she returned to the food truck. Wang Wei and the others began promoting the food truck on its city's public screen, and its reputation quickly spread. Ding dong. Begin checking in at its city. Completion rate, 50. Host, do your utmost. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up. System, are you operational? System hibernation program has been completed. Commencing commission distribution. Zhuge Xingyun beheld his nearly 7-figure balance, suddenly feeling a rush of vitality. But then he sensed a strange alteration in the system's voice. System, why has your voice changed? The system has been upgraded, hence the voice has also modified. Zhuge Xingyun regarded this peculiarly. "It seems your personality has shifted as well. However, I find this new demeanor appealing." The system fell silent. Zhuge Xingyun returned to the food truck. "Lu Tao, take a 2-day break and relax at the villa. Bring Dongzi along." Lu Tao beamed. "Okay, thank you, boss." Noticing Lu Tao's uncharacteristic cheerfulness, Zhuge Xingyun inquired, "What's the occasion?" Lu Tao replied with a smile, "I found my fiancée, She-s in the in-city shelter." Zhuge Xingyun looked at Lu Tao in astonishment. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? We could have gone to bring her out." Lu Tao shook his head with a smile. "No worries. She's with the authorities and can't leave. I'm currently discussing her resignation." Zhuge Xingyun nodded. "Should you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask." Lu Tao nodded. "Thank you, boss. Now, go rest." After Lu Tao departed, Zhuge Xingyun settled into the driver's seat of the food truck, reclining as he gazed at the starry sky. "Yungu, it feels wonderful to hear your voice." Chapter 31. The imminent crisis. Zhuge Xingyun lay in the driver's seat, gazing at the mountain of blind boxes piled within his spatial ring, his expression morose. "How long must I continue to unbox these?" Zhang Dongzi approached the door of the driver's cabin, gently knocking twice. "Boss, you called for me?" Zhuge Xingyun opened his eyes and sat up. "I've given Lu Tao a 2-day leave. For the next couple of days, you 4 should take turns keeping watch." "Understood." After Zhang Dongzi left, Wang Wei approached. "Yungu, we've decided to form pairs to sell items. It will be me and Zhang Jing this morning, and Miao Qian and Guixiang in the afternoon." Zhuge Xingyun nodded at Wang Wei. "From now on, you will act as the manager. These matters will be your responsibility. And you need not report back to me. I have unified the prices of all food items to a standard of 100 gold coins. Your task is merely to tidy up the tables and guide the customers in their shopping." Suddenly, a message resonated within the minds of all staff members. Congratulations to the employee Wang Wei for her promotion to store manager, with a commission increase of 1%. After her initial joy, Wang Wei began to feel a pang of concern regarding the pricing. Such an elevated cost. Would everyone be able to afford it? Zhuge Xingyun smiled faintly. "We shall focus solely on sales. Whether they can afford it is beyond our concern. As store manager, you have the authority to sell to certain individuals at the original price. That is part of your rights. With that, he produced a ring for Wang Wei, which was filled with supplies. Wang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief and delight, momentarily thinking that her employer had developed feelings for her. Realizing her misunderstanding, Zhuge Xingyun quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. This spatial ring was just exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. It contains a cubic space. I've placed some cigarettes and cosmetics within. These items will be quite valuable in the future. You may keep them as benefits for your staff and guards. Although Wang Wei understood that the boss did not harbor romantic intentions, she still felt a surge of happiness upon donning the ring. Zhuge Xingyun pricked her finger to draw a drop of blood, which he then placed upon the ring. Suddenly, Wang Wei could sense the contents within it. Unless she voluntarily erased the mark, no one would be able to use this spatial ring. Upon seeing the cosmetics, her excitement nearly propelled her into the air. These were among the finest cosmetics globally, not easily obtainable even with wealth. Wang Wei dashed up to Zhuge Xingyun, planted a kiss on his cheek, and then, blushing, vanished without a trace. This left him momentarily stunned, followed by a rueful smile. Perhaps it was time to have a conversation with them. He certainly did not wish to be seen as a scoundrel. In truth, Zhuge Xingyun was unaware that the label of scoundrel was one he could not shed. Though it was destined that he would need 9 fated women across 9 lifetimes to accomplish a significant task, the existence of multiple wives was indeed a reality. After a considerable time had passed without a single customer, Zhuge Xingyun remained unfazed, quietly observing the messages displayed on the survival device's chat screen. Mo Wang, is anyone heading to the food truck in the park? Gongbao Jiding. I intended to go, but I'm afraid it might be a trap. You know, there's a group recently that has been luring survivors. Xiao Qiao. Yes, my sisters have all been deceived by them. There's been no news since. Xiao Laban. I heard they've already been put into the pot. Everyone should be cautious. Upon reading these messages, Zhuge Xingyun sat up, his eyes narrowing into slits. He considered himself no virtuous individual, yet he harbored a deep aversion towards such heinous acts. Xingyun. What is this group you speak of? Gao Ge. They are the ones from the South City Tower. They lack any humanity. Peng Chong. Are you seeking death? How dare you slander our South City group? Kid, don't let me catch you. The man immediately fell silent, intimidated. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling that perhaps he could leverage the situation with the South City Tower to check in at An City. Thus, he sent a private message to Peng Chong. Xingyun, are you affiliated with the South City Tower? Peng Chong, indeed. What is it? Speak plainly. Xingyun, I have a batch of survival supplies. I wanted to inquire whether your leader might be interested. He then sent a picture abundant with food. Inside the South City Tower, rotund man burst into an office. Inside, several women knelt on the ground, their gazes vacant, clearly indicating that something unspeakable had transpired there. Another man was startled by the sudden intrusion of the chubby figure. Damn it, Changzi, you nearly scared the life out of me. Peng Chong displayed the chat messages on the survival device to the man. Boss Gongsun, this Xingyun seems to be the owner of that food truck. He wishes to conduct business with us. After reading, the man shivered, then rose from behind a woman, adjusting his trousers. Ha ha ha, arriving in An City and directly naming us for business. He must want to use our lives to promote himself. Peng Chong was momentarily taken aback by Gongsuan's statement. Boss, that shouldn't be the case, right? Could it be they didn't inquire about who our backers are? The man gazed out the window at the city walls, squinting. The young are fearless, ignore them. We are perfectly safe here, and those sheep down below are more than sufficient for us to last a year and a half. As time passed without a response from Peng Chong, Zhuge Xingyun sent another message. Xingyun, what are your thoughts? Our stock is limited, Peng Chong. We do not need food at the moment. We will contact you when we require it. After that, no matter what Zhuge Xingyun sent, Peng Chong did not respond again. Zhuge Xingyun sighed, realizing the other party had grown wary, leaving him to ponder alternative methods to deal with these scoundrels. And for now, he had to abandon his actions. Suddenly, Lu Tao anxiously approached Zhuge Xingyun. Boss, I need to go to the gathering point within the city walls of An City. Seeing Lu Tao's distressed expression, Zhuge Xingyun felt a sense of foreboding and furrowed his brow, asking, What's the urgency? Has something happened? My fiancé accidentally damaged an item at the gathering point, and they are demanding 1,000 gold coins in compensation. However, she insists she was framed. I'm not fully aware of the situation. but I must go see for myself. Zhuge Xingyun began calculating the potential gains and losses in his mind. The food truck, with its semi-invulnerable effect, was not without flaws. Moreover, the food truck lacked any offensive capabilities. If anything were to happen inside, it would merely become a living target. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Guard equipment can be upgraded for 10,000 gold coins. After upgrading, the invulnerability effect within a 100-meter radius of the food truck will change to comprehensive defense. Even sniper rifles and rocket launchers will be ineffective. Only an evolved being one level higher than the host or a nuclear weapon can breach this defense. The current level of the host is 2, and no one would dare to launch a nuclear weapon in their own territory. Making it effectively invulnerable, Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up as he upgraded the equipment of all 5 guards. He then called for Yang Kong. Yang Kong, Lu Tao's fiancé is in a bit of trouble. You should accompany Lu Tao. If anything uncontrollable occurs, Yang Kong, you must prioritize your safety and promptly report the situation to me. Yang Kong, seeing how seriously his boss regarded the matter, did not dare to be lax and nodded earnestly. Understood, boss. I know what to do. Lu Tao looked at Zhuge Xingyun with eyes full of gratitude. Boss, thank you. Zhuge Xingyun smiled gently. Hurry along. I hope you both return safely. Before they left, Zhuge Xingyun handed Lu Tao another spatial ring containing crystal cores worth 1,000 gold coins, as well as instant noodles and sausages. After the city was occupied by the military, the majority of supplies had been controlled by the authorities, leaving individuals with scant food reserves. Some had even resorted to inhumane actions. Thus, these instant foods could fetch a good price. After preparing their gear, the two departed swiftly. Zhuge Xingyun watched their receding figures, a lingering sense of unease gnawing at him. Zhang Shan approached Zhuge Xingyun, noticing his worried demeanor, and attempted to offer reassurance. Boss, don't worry. We just checked the equipment descriptions. The effects are simply overpowered. Unless they remove their gear, no one can harm us under the current circumstances. Zhuge Xingyun frowned, and I fear he might be forced to remove the equipment. That is why I sent Yang Kong along. Zhang Shan observed the departing figures, his face betraying his own concern. That shouldn't be happen. Right? Zhuge Xingyun sighed, then turned back to the driver's seat, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 32. A disturbance at the banquet in City's second shelter. The night sky was profound, scattered stars resembling dust. A young woman knelt before a couple, her face drenched in tears. Father, I truly did not damage that device. This matter has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged man gazed at his daughter's distress with a heavy heart. Yet feeling powerless, he could only sigh. Alas, Ting Ting, our family cannot afford to compensate young Master Hu. Your fiancé is also missing. It might be best to concede to the Hu family. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Ting suddenly recalled her fiancé, Zhang Shan, and a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Father, Tao Gu said he would return soon. He has a good boss who can resolve the financial issue. A middle-aged woman beside her shot Su Ting a scornful glance. Su Ting, do you think this is merely a matter of money? Young master who has set his sights on you. Do you still believe you can escape? The higher-ups in this gathering point are all members of the Hu family. Your fiancé simply cannot compare. The speaker was Su Ting's stepmother, yet Su Ting remained resolute. Tao Gu will definitely find a solution. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted unexpectedly, halting the conversation among the three. A young man entered, flanked by several bodyguards. Su Ting, have you considered? Will you marry or not? Su Ting's face flushed with anger, yet as a weaker woman, how could she contend against these superhumans? She could only glare at him defiantly. Hu Exine, dream on. I would rather die than marry you. Hu Exine narrowed his eyes, a menacing glare directed at Su Ting. That young master Hu, we are currently persuading Su Ting to grant us a little more time. One of Hu Exine's bodyguards kicked Su's mother to the ground, and she cried out in agony. Su's father hurried to his wife's side and embraced her. I have a fiancé, and he is on his way. I will not marry you. Hu Exine narrowed his eyes. Very well, it seems you are choosing punishment over a toast. Subsequently, two bodyguards pulled Su's father aside and began to pummel him mercilessly. Su's mother, terrified, crawled to a corner, curling her body into a ball. I will ask you one more time. Will you marry him or not? At this moment, Hu Exine had lost all patience. Su Ting attempted to rush forward to stop the bodyguards from beating her father, but was obstructed by another bodyguard. Su Ting glared fiercely at Hu Exine. I would rather die than marry you. Dream on. Observing Su Ting's resolute expression, a sinister smile suddenly spread across Hu Xian's face. That woman is now in your hands. Do as you wish. A group of bodyguards approached Su's mother with malicious grins. Increasing her terror, Su's mother, witnessing the bodyguards advancing with ill intent, felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Stay away from me. Go away. The burly men continued to wear their wicked smiles. Su's father struggled against the group assaulting him, but was thwarted by the bodyguards' formidable strength. Su's mother was dragged to a corner, releasing a heart-wrenching scream as despair began to set in. Su's father bore evident injuries. Su Ting closed her eyes in anguish. Stop. I will marry. Upon hearing this, Hu Xian smiled and approached Su Ting, lifting her chin with a finger. That's more like it. Now, cease your actions. As the bodyguards halted, Su Ting rushed to her father's side, cradling him. Tears soaked her collar. Hu Xian remarked with a smile, then let us depart. Back to the Hu residence. The bodyguards separated Su Ting from her father, then dragged her out of the room. Su's mother hastily tidied her clothes and crawled to her husband's side. Observing her husband's severe injuries, she furrowed her brow and said, Old man, you must not leave me. Su's father shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. Moments later, Lu Tao arrived at the Su residence. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Tao was engulfed in fury. Uncle Aunt, what happened? Where is Su Ting? Su's mother replied tearfully. That scoundrel Hu Xian has abducted Su Ting. Su's father extended a trembling hand and weakly urged, Little Tao, hurry. Save Ting Ting. Just as he finished speaking, Su's father's hand fell limply, and he ceased to breathe. Su's mother, in a frenzy, began to laugh maniacally. Lu Tao and his companion wasted no time and rushed towards the Hu residence in the second safe zone, whose villa, numerous esteemed families were attending a banquet. Inside the villa, Su Ting, clad in a white wedding dress, desperately attempted to escape the room, but was thwarted by two maids. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a young man entered with a smile. Hu Xian. How is my father? Hu Xian replied with a grin, rest assured. I have sent someone to take your father to the hospital. If you behave, he will be just fine. But if you defy me, do not blame me for anything that happens to him. Su Ting inhaled deeply. What do you want me to do? Hu Xian smirked with a scheming expression. As long as you obediently comply. You will join me for our engagement banquet shortly. Su Ting frowned. I want to see my father first. Hu Xian's demeanor suddenly turned cold. If you obey, you will naturally see him. Otherwise, you will never lay eyes on him again. Remember, do not challenge my limits. Su Ting seemed to abandon her struggle, sitting on the floor in defeat. Hu Xian turned to the maids. Prepare Miss Su properly, then bring her down. The maids promptly responded. Yes, young master. Outside the villa, Lu Tao and Yang Kong observed the heavily fortified guards, furrowing their brows. Yang Kong grabbed Lu Tao's arm. Do not act impulsively. We do not yet know where your fiancé is. Recklessness will only endanger her further. Lu Tao gazed at the villa. I know that, but which wealthy heir is not a scoundrel, I fear. Yang Kong pointed to a side wall. Let us climb over and infiltrate to gather information. Lu Tao nodded, and the two cautiously approached the villa's perimeter wall. A security guard approached another, cigarette in hand. Got a light? The other guard produced a lighter to ignite it. Return to your post. The guests inside are of significant status. We have orders to ensure safety. The guard took a drag. What is there to fear? Who would dare cause trouble at the Hu residence unless they wish for their demise? Do you not know, young master, who has abducted a woman? If her family comes demanding her back and disturbs the nobles inside, we will all bear the consequences. At that moment, Lu Tao and Yang Kong reached the wall. Scanning their surroundings before swiftly climbing over in a shadowy corner, a man watched them scale the wall with a sinister smile. Lu Tao and Yang Kong quickly blended in with the guests. Yang Kong observed the table laden with meat, bread, and snacks, grimacing. This is the most dismal banquet I have ever attended. Lu Tao replied absent-mindedly, It has been over a week since the apocalypse began. Having this much is already commendable. Yang Kong grabbed a piece of meat to taste, only to be overwhelmed by nausea. What kind of meat is this? It's horrid. A graceful woman approached. Young man, that is mutant beast meat. Do not waste it. That little piece in your hand could fetch a gold coin. Yang Kong glanced at the small piece in his hand. You call that a piece? A gold coin for this? The woman, swaying her hips, leaned against Yang Kong. What else would you expect? You must not be from its city. Yang Kong quickly stepped back, nearly causing the woman to stumble as she shot him a look of reproach. Oh dear, you truly lack compassion. Lu Tao scanned the crowd. Just then, the lights dimmed as a stunning woman in a wedding dress emerged from the room, flanked by two maids. Huxin, entranced by Su Ting's appearance after her transformation, nearly drooled as he rushed to grasp her hand. Su Ting prepared to resist, but under Huxin's threat, she had no choice but to relent. The two descended the staircase amid the gaze of the crowd. Lu Tao, upon seeing this, anxiously rushed forward but was quickly restrained by Yang Kong. The woman raised an eyebrow. I heard that the Hu family has brought home a daughter-in-law. It seems to be true. She must be your friend. Lu Tao frowned at the woman. Do not misunderstand. We are not that close to the Hu family. I am merely here for the mutant beast meat. Yang Kong curiously scrutinized the woman. Hu, unfazed, picked up a piece of mutant beast meat and savored it. The host, microphone in hand, jovially announced, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the engagement banquet of M. Art, Hu, and Miss Su." Su Ting stood on stage, expressionless, like a soulless being, provoking murmurs among the audience. Huxin's composure faltered as he seized Su Ting's arm, ready to intimidate her once more. Lu Tao burst forth from the crowd, shouting, "You little scoundrel, release her!" Chapter 33. The trap as Lu Tao charged forward. Over a dozen bodyguards in black suits surged out of the banquet hall, swiftly surrounding him. Tao Gu. Su Ting, witnessing Lu Tao's emergence, felt an overwhelming sense of dread and attempted to rush towards him, but Huxin seized her arm, preventing her escape despite her struggles. Yang Kong remained vigilant, surveying the surrounding bodyguards while raising his gun, prepared for any confrontation. Observing Su Ting's distressing predicament, Yang Kong bellowed in fury, "Release her, or you will not escape unscathed." Lu Tao, poised to charge forward, was abruptly halted as Huxin pulled Su Ting close, tightening his grip on her neck. To avoid harming Su Ting, he had no choice but to abandon his advance. Sensing Lu Tao's hesitation, Huxin smugly taunted, "Lu Tao, if you dare resist, I will choke her to death." Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's brows knitted in concern. He did not recognize this person. So how did he know his name? Driven by curiosity, he inquired, "Do you know me?" No, I do not know you, but I am aware that your boss possesses a magical food truck." Upon hearing this, both Lu Tao and Yang Kong furrowed their brows. They were not naive and realized they had fallen into someone else's trap, opting to feign ignorance. "What do you mean by that? What food truck?" "I have no idea." A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, wearing a smile. "Lu Tao, there is no need for you to play dumb here. If you help me obtain that food truck, I will release Su Ting and guarantee your safety." Lu Tao squinted, his mind racing, ultimately deciding to probe further. "Who are you? Why should I trust you?" The man replied with a smile, "Yang Dong, head of the second safe zone in An City. Here, I am the law." Upon learning the man's identity, Lu Tao shook his head with a smile. "You want me to betray my boss? Not a chance. Go to hell." Lu Tao's smile vanished, replaced by indifference as he drew his gun, aiming it at Yang Dong. Yang Dong regarded Lu Tao with amusement, showing no signs of fear. As Lu Tao fired, a man stepped in front of Yang Dong, shielding him, and his skin gradually transformed into a rocky texture. Without hesitation, Lu Tao pulled the trigger, hitting the man, producing a resounding clang. The bullet inflicted no damage on the man whatsoever. A single strike failed, and Lu Tao hurriedly sought cover. Upon noticing bullets scattered on the ground, he began to feel a headache, for the stone-skinned individuals were impervious to electricity. These extraordinary beings, known as the stone-skinned, possessed earth-based abilities that enveloped their bodies in a rocky armor, granting them a defense that surpassed even steel. Suddenly, several more men with similar powers emerged. The other bodyguards, lacking any extraordinary abilities, could only draw their handguns and open fire, prompting Lu Tao and Yang Kong to retaliate swiftly. The bullets struck the two men without any discernible effect, leaving Yang Dong and the others in stunned disbelief. This is bad. They are undeterred by bullets. Although the rounds fired by Lu Tao and Yang Kong could not penetrate the defenses of the stone-skinned, their impacts were still painfully felt at that moment. Several more bodyguards burst into the room from outside, some wreathed in flames, others crackling with electricity, and even a few transformed into werewolves. Upon seeing the werewolves, Lu Tao's expression darkened. Werewolves were awakened beings capable of transforming. Their speed surpassed that of other evolved beings of the same level, and their strength was even more terrifying than that of their kind. Despite Lu Tao and Yang Kang's extraordinary defenses, they were merely ordinary extraordinary beings, and their bodies might not withstand the force of a powerful impact. One werewolf lunged at Lu Tao, who quickly dodged while Yang Kang continued to shoot at the enemy. The bullets struck the werewolf, causing it to shudder momentarily before it extracted the bullets from its shoulder. Everyone be cautious. Their weapons are rigged. The bullets contain electricity. Hearing this, Yang Dong's eyes lit up. Whoever retrieves their weapons will be generously rewarded. A frenzied group charged at Lu Tao and Yang Kang, while the extraordinary beings wielding flames and lightning surged through the banquet hall. Amidst the chaos, the previously mentioned slender-waisted beauty produced a survival device to initiate communication. Brother, I am at the Hu family, and that fast food vendor's subordinate is in trouble. Should we intervene? Let's observe for now. As long as they are not in mortal danger, we shall not interfere. We are currently in deliberation. The woman then terminated the call. Her name was Zhang Qian, and her brother Zhang Hao was another powerful figure in the second refuge. Zhang Hao is organizing personnel to impeach Zhang Dong. Due to Zhang Dong's abrasive demeanor and connections with certain nefarious forces, most people wished to see him ousted. Yang Dong squinted at Lu Tao and Yang Kang, astonished by their formidable equipment that allowed them to endure for so long against so many extraordinary beings. Suddenly, he spotted Hu Exine watching the scene unfold while holding Su Ting, his frustration mounting as he realized such a valuable hostage was being neglected. Hu Exine, bring her to me. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Exine obliged and brought Su Ting before Yang Dong. Yang Dong seized Su Ting's arm and hurled her onto a table, subsequently tearing her clothing. Su Ting let out a terrified scream, hastily using her hands to cover her torn attire, shielding her modesty. Kakik, Lu Tao, if you do not cease your resistance, I will not hold back any longer. Lu Tao, engaged in battle, felt compelled to stop upon witnessing his fiancée in peril, subtly signaling his surrender. Cease this. If you have the courage, come at me. What skill is it to target a woman? Yang Dong, seeing Lu Tao's capitulation, was elated. What era are we in? Your provocations are futile. Surrender willingly? Yang Kang realized the situation was beyond his control, his heart sinking at the thought that the worst had come to pass. Observing Lu Tao's gesture, Yang Kang resolved to act without hesitation, transforming his body into a liquid state and rushing towards the villa's exit. Yang Dong shouted urgently, "Stop him!" One stone-skinned man quickly shed his rocky exterior and slammed his hands on the ground. Bellowing earth wall. A towering earthen wall rose, but it was too late to impede Yang Kang's escape. If anything happens to my brother, I assure you our boss will dismantle your refuge. Yang Dong furrowed his brow. Filled with regret, he had never anticipated that Yang Kang was a second-tier water element evolved being. Capturing Yang Kang would alleviate their family's water resource woes. Lu Tao sighed in relief as he watched his comrade successfully flee, confident that their boss would come to their aid. Yang Kang strained every muscle towards the fast food truck, and once his elemental transformation concluded, he withdrew a sandbike, awaiting his abilities to restore. Casting aside the motorcycle and once again utilizing elemental transformation, Yang Dong narrowed his eyes at Lu Tao. Remove your equipment. Lu Tao complied without hesitation, shedding all his gear, knowing it would be of no use to the enemy. Now can I release Su Ting? A bodyguard collected Lu Tao's equipment and brought it to Yang Dong. Yang Dong picked up a handgun, scrutinizing it before aiming at a distant wine bottle and pulling the trigger. However, the weapon failed to discharge. Don't waste your cunning. Our equipment is unusable by outsiders. Yang Dong, frowning, set the handgun aside. Hu Exine glanced at Lu Tao and then addressed Yang Dong. Uncle, if he returns, he will undoubtedly inform their boss. Rendering this kid useless, Yang Dong grinned. Then we must proceed with force. Let us take this kid away. Perhaps he will still hold value if their boss arrives. Hu Exine cautiously inquired, what about Su Ting? At that moment, Zhang Qian ceased her observation and, with a graceful sway of her figure, approached, her voice soft yet commanding. Commander Yang, while I am unaware of the nature of your performance, I trust you will not act unlawfully. Although Lu Tao was currently restrained by two stone-skinned men, he couldn't help but cast a curious glance at the woman. Yang Dong, brow furrowed, also regarded her and then inquired of Hu Xian. How did she end up here? Hu Xian, realizing his blunder, nervously replied, she followed her uncle in, and I assumed she was one of us, so I paid her no mind. Yang Dong shot Hu Xian a disapproving glance, utterly exasperated by his nephew. Incompetent. This has become problematic. Though he silently cursed Zhang Qian, he dared not show it, only managing a forced grin. Ahaha, merely family matters. Miss Zhang need not concern herself. Zhang Qian surveyed the scene with a cold laugh. Family matters? Heh, does that warrant the mobilization of an entire unit? Yang Dong was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by her query. Yanangshi, there existed an evolved organization known as the Dragon Guard. And a unit was indeed the most powerful team within the 10th Division of the Dragon Guard. He could only awkwardly laugh along. Miss Zhang is correct. I shall be more cautious in the future. But they were armed and came to assassinate me. Zhang Qian interrupted, My brother and I are responsible for the defense and security within the refuge. This matter should fall under our jurisdiction. Yang Dong narrowed his eyes, aware that Zhang Qian was undoubtedly seeking confrontation, and the smile faded from his face. What is Miss Zhang implying? Zhang Qian no longer beat around the bush, answering straightforwardly. It's simple. I will take those two with me, and I shall oversee them personally. This is a matter of great importance that requires a meeting. We will await the decision of the leaders. Noticing Yang Dong's silence, Zhang Qian seized the moment, aware that they could not allow any minor issues to be exploited by their adversaries. She beckoned, and 4 uniformed guards moved to escort Su Ting and Lu Tao away. Hu Xian, unwilling to relent, protested, You can take the assailants, but why must you take my fiancée? Zhang Qian narrowed her eyes. Is that so? This woman is your fiancée? Is she not Lu Tao's fiancée? It seems. Yang Dong, irritated, slapped Hu Xian before hastily saying, Miss Yang has misunderstood. He was merely misled and speaking carelessly. I beg for your forgiveness. Zhang Qian smirked derisively. Then I suppose we shall meet again. Yang Dong shot a glare at Hu Xian. Incompetent. You've only compounded the problem. Do you wish for her to seize you as well? Chapter 34. Accepting the mission to the ruins, Zhuge Xingyun was resting with his eyes closed in the fast food truck when an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, prompting him to sit up and gaze toward the city walls. Yang Kong and the others had been gone for quite some time, causing Zhang Dong and his companions great concern as they approached Zhuge Xingyun. Boss, they have been gone for so long. Could something have happened? Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the time, and the unease in his heart only intensified. I hope I am merely overthinking. Yet before he could finish his thought, a stream of water coalesced before him, and as Yang Kong materialized, he spoke urgently, Boss, something has happened. Zhuge Xingyun sighed. It appears my fears have come to pass. The members gathered around, and upon hearing Yang Kang's account, outrage bubbled within them. How could he, as an official, act in such a manner? Zhuge Xingyun shook his head. In the future, when you post photos, be sure not to include yourself or those around you. Remember the adage that possessing jade invites envy. The group lowered their heads in silence, realizing they had underestimated human nature. Yang Kong frowned and asked, Boss, what should we do now? Before they could discuss further, dozens of armored vehicles and tanks approached Zhuge Xingyun, the deafening roar attracting a swarm of nearby zombies. However, before they could approach the vehicles, they were gunned down by the machine gunners. Zhuge Xingyun squinted at the approaching convoy and then glanced at the high ground behind the vehicles. It seems someone has come knocking. Let us observe for now. Zhuge Xingyun inquired of the system in his mind. System, do the staff members outside possess invulnerability? The staff members within a 100-meter radius of the fast food truck also enjoyed an invulnerability status. With the system ensuring their safety, in other words, the store attendants suffer a fatal blow covered by the system, while the guards are the responsibility of the host. Goodness, it seems that the guards and I are like stepchildren. The attendants serve both the system and the host, whereas the guards serve solely the host, thus falling outside the protective scope of the system. Zhuge Xingyun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's go down and take a look. Wang Wei, the 4 of you attendants will be safe as long as you stay within a 100-meter radius of the food truck. As the group disembarked, Wang Wei set up a reclining chair behind Zhuge Xingyun, who sat down comfortably. Moments later, armored vehicles and tanks halted within 50 meters in front of Zhuge Xingyun, yet they showed no intention of taking action. The two sides remained in a standoff. Half an hour later, just as Zhuge Xingyun began to feel impatient, Another convoy approached. A group of men in uniforms disembarked first. After confirming the surroundings were secure, a woman with a slender waist stepped out of the vehicle. Yang Kong was taken aback upon seeing her and whispered a few words into Zhuge Xingyun's ear. Zhuge Xingyun nodded slightly, uncertain of her intentions, and could only respond to the situation as it unfolded. The woman approached Zhuge Xingyun, accompanied by bodyguards who placed a chair behind her. Once seated, she smiled and said, "Boss Zhuge, I've long admired you. Do you know me?" Zhuge Xingyun inquired. She replied with a smile, "My name is Zhang Qian, and I am the fiancée of Gao Shang." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Xingyun was somewhat incredulous. To encounter a familiar acquaintance's fiancée in such a place was quite unexpected. Moreover, why did the term fiancée seem to echo in his ears so frequently of late? Zhuge Xingyun scrutinized Zhang Qian with skepticism, while she calmly fiddled with her survival device. "How can you prove you are Gao Shang's fiancée?" No sooner had the question left his lips than a new message alert appeared on the survival device. The woman raised her head with a smile, signaling Zhuge Xingyun to take a look. Curiosity piqued, he glanced at the device. "Gao Shang, Boss Zhuge, didn't you say you would discuss things with me upon your return? Why have you ended up in Angxi?" Zhuge Xingyun cast a bewildered look at Zhang Qian before replying. "I have some matters to attend to in Angxi. I'll explain everything when I return." "Do you know Zhang Qian?" Gao Shang responded. "She is my fiancée, and she informed me that you were in Angxi. By the way, do you remember that you promised to provide me with a batch of vehicles?" Zhuge Xingyun reassured him, "Rest assured, I will sell them to you upon my return." "Why would I pass up a business opportunity?" Gao Shang clarified. "Boss Zhuge, you misunderstood. I hope you can assist my fiancée. They also need a batch of vehicles capable of traversing sandy terrain. Recently, unusual occurrences have emerged in the sands, necessitating an investigation. She mentioned you might be in a bit of trouble, and she can help you. I assure you on my character, you can trust her." After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Xingyun replied, "All right, we can discuss it further when I return." "You shouldn't doubt my identity, should you?" Observing Zhang Qian's alluring demeanor, Zhuge Xingyun silently mourned for Gao Shang for 3 minutes. "I am curious. In this post-apocalyptic world, why does Gao Shang trust you so much?" Zhang Qian answered with a smile, "We grew up together, and our families have been close for generations. Most importantly, I bore him a son." Zhuge Xingyun and the others gaped in astonishment. "Aren't your families quite strict?" "I became pregnant during a mission," she replied. Zhuge Xingyun coughed lightly. "I apologize for prying into your private matters." Zhang Qian smiled slightly, then exchanged a glance with one of her bodyguards. The bodyguard gestured, and Lu Tao and Su Ting were escorted over by 2 other security personnel, who then removed the blindfolds and untied them. Lu Tao was stunned upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun, unable to believe he had been rescued so easily. "Boss." Zhuge Xingyun nodded gently. "No need for further words. As long as you're safe." To demonstrate her sincerity, Zhang Qian offered Zhuge Xingyun a favor. "But how will you explain your absence?" she asked, a slight smile gracing her lips as she pointed toward the dozens of armored vehicles and tanks behind her. "Do you think I would return? We've made a significant discovery. With your assistance, we need not return to this wretched place." Zhuge Xingyun inquired curiously, "A significant discovery? Care to elaborate?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qian glanced at the food truck and decided to proceed without further deliberation. "We discovered a mysterious location in the desert, which holds no value for you, boss. However, for us, it could provide a means of survival in the apocalypse. The only issue is that it is swarming with the undead from the entire city of Zhihuixing, which is why we require your assistance." Zhuge Xingyun frowned. "Approximately how many undead are we talking about?" Zhang Qian answered without hesitation, "Over 2 million." Zhuge Xingyun took a deep breath and continued, "How many people do you have with you?" 20,000. Zhuge Xingyun chuckled. It was the funniest joke he had ever heard. 20,000 against 2 million? Are you joking? Zhang Qian adopted a serious expression. "That is precisely why we need your help, Boss Zhuge, to transport our heavy weaponry to the battlefield." Zhuge Xingyun shook his head with a wry smile. "Don't forget that the undead also possess abilities. Some of them have even awakened. But doesn't Boss Zhuge have special equipment?" Zhang Qian retorted. "We saw Lu Tao's gear, which is why we decided to launch an offensive." Zhuge Xingyun smiled wryly, thinking to himself that Gao Shang and Lu Tao had truly put him in a difficult position. He had only 5 sets of equipment, and they were exclusively for guards. Where could he conjure up more? Ding dong. A system task was issued. Legend has it that millennia ago, Blue Star was a sacred land for cultivation. where disciples of the Celestial Heart Emperor left behind their abodes. Now, as spiritual energy revives, these abodes re-emerge. Please follow the troops to the ruins of the Dragon Shadow Emperor and seek the heart of the dragon. Successful reward. Unlock the third supply channel. Failure penalty. Randomly close one supply channel. Upon receiving the system task, Zhuge Xingyun felt even more frustrated. This time, he had no choice but to participate. Internally, he shouted, "System, you're putting me in a bind." Chapter 35. Do you still have gold coins? Zhuge Xingyun looked at Zhang Qian with a bitter smile. To be frank, I only have 5 of those pieces of equipment, and they can only be used by those 5 individuals. Zhang Qian furrowed her brow. Without such equipment, this offensive would be perilous. However, they had to execute this mission, and she could only cast a pleading glance at the formation. What do we do now? We are also in a predicament. Everyone has worked tirelessly to establish the second refuge, which appears as solid as a fortress but is actually riddled with flaws. If mutated birds were to launch an attack on the city, the second refuge would be as fragile as a paper tiger, easily pierced. Zhuge Xingyun squinted at Zhang Qian, sensing that the authorities knew more about the apocalypse than they let on. Are you hiding something from us? Zhang Qian, still quite worried, nodded slightly. Currently, no mutated birds have attacked major cities, just as mutated beasts have not assaulted the desert cities. Research by the Dragon Kingdom suggests that this apocalypse may be orchestrated by a higher civilization. They seem to be conducting an experiment on Earth, establishing numerous rules, but these rules can change at any moment. The entity that appeared in the desert is something that materialized out of thin air just recently. Zhang Qian produced several photographs from her pocket, clearly taken from satellites. Zhuge Xingyun took them and observed. The images displayed not only throngs of zombies, but also an ancient city. As he gazed at the photos, his scalp prickled with unease. Unsure of what to do, he could only seek assistance from the system. System, what is the third supply channel? A gentle voice echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Weapon shop. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up. System, can I experience the third channel like last time? Yes, but it requires a payment of 100,000 gold coins. Once the task is completed, the gold coins will be refunded to the host. If the task is not completed, the gold coins will be forfeited. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened instantly. He currently lacked sufficient gold coins. However, when he glanced at Zhang Qian, a sudden idea struck him. Observing Zhuge Xingyun's peculiar gaze, Zhang Qian felt a chill run down her spine. Boss Zhuge, what are you planning? Zhuge Xingyun smiled. That I can assist you, but let us take it one step at a time. First, let us discuss what vehicles you need. After standing up, Zhuge Xingyun realized he had neglected to plan where to sell the vehicles. Thus, he could only lead Zhang Qian to a large screen in front of the food truck. Zhang Qian's eyes widened as she gazed at the vehicles displayed on the screen. Can I purchase directly from here? Zhuge Xingyun nodded. Indeed. Delivery to our location? Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly and gestured for her to proceed. Zhang Qian waved her hand, and 10 bodyguards accompanied by 3 assistants approached. These 3 are in charge of managing our funds, and they will handle the payment shortly, Zhang Qian explained with a smile. Zhuge Xingyun maintained his cheerful demeanor while observing Zhang Qian. She selected 50 semi-trailer trucks, 50 motorcycles, and 50 delivery trucks, spending a total of 10,500,000, thereby depleting the store's inventory. This extravagant expenditure left him astounded, as he stood to gain 210,000 in profit, albeit with tears in his eyes. Zhuge Xingyun was utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Qian, too, was taken aback. She had initially thought they needed to hold gold coins for payment and had even spent half a day transferring coins. However, she never imagined she could directly use the funds from her team. Had she known this, she wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. You really have quite the fortune. Upon hearing Zhuge Xingyun's remark, Zhang Qian finally came to her senses. Boss Zhuge, this payment method is quite convenient. She chuckled. As Zhang Qian gazed at the pile of toy cars before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Had it not been for her trust in Goldman Sachs, she would have thought herself to be the subject of a prank. She then cast a peculiar glance at Zhuge Xingyun. Boss Zhuge, you are not jesting with me, are you? The latter responded with an awkward smile. Well, take a look. There are words inscribed on them. Zhang Qian, with a puzzled expression, casually picked up a toy car and examined it closely, indeed finding inscriptions. Following the instructions, she tossed the toy car into the vacant space ahead. Suddenly, the toy transformed into a 4.2-meter box truck. This spectacle left all present utterly dumbfounded. their mouths agape as if capable of holding 2 duck eggs each. Zhuge Xingyun, ever considerate, provided a tote bag, cheerfully remarking, "You may place these vehicles into the bag for now. When you need them again, you can retrieve them. Once the vehicles revert to their original state, they can no longer shrink to their miniature size." Zhang Qian packed all the toy cars into the bag, her mind racing with disbelief. Such a miraculous feat. Could it truly be accomplished by a mere human? Then, as if recalling something, she hurriedly said, "Boss Zhuge, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Zhang Qian, now completely captivated by this wondrous event, felt a deepened respect for his identity. Zhuge Xingyun nodded, and observing Zhang Qian's departing figure, he idly initiated the system to open the weapon depot. Pondering it might yield a profit. System, activate the weapon depot. Weapon shop initializing, please wait. Initialization complete. The host may change the internal space of the food truck to include a weapon shop free of charge once. Upon task completion, a renovation fee of 100,000 coins will be deducted. Failure will result in the repossession of the weapon shop. Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes. Well then, another 100,000 coins down the drain. He proceeded to modify the internal space of the food truck. This time, Zhuge Xingyun had learned from past experiences. He resized the food truck to the dimensions of a compact RV, yet upon entering through the side door, one would find a sprawling 500 square meter space. The first floor was arranged as a dining area, complete with a dedicated kitchen, a public restroom, and 3 elevators, one designated for staff use. The second floor housed the weapon depot, mirroring the first floor's expanse. The third floor was a car showroom, featuring not only a VIP lounge and restroom, but also a display of vehicles for sale. The fourth floor contained entertainment facilities, a gym, karaoke room, internet CAF, cinema, swimming pool, and convenience store, all fully equipped with restrooms. The convenience store could stock items from Zhuge Xingyun's spatial ring, allowing employees to relax and even earn a little extra coin. The fifth floor was designated for employee dormitories, now consisting of 20 rooms, each labeled with the respective names of the occupants. The sixth floor was Zhuge Xingyun's private space. To avoid a repeat of previous incidents, he opted for 5 suites surpassing presidential specifications. Consequently, the internal area of the food truck was slightly reduced. Zhuge Xingyun surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Suddenly, a notification from the system left Zhuge Xingyun dumbfounded once more. Internal renovations completed. Due to the host's upgrades exceeding the budget, a deduction of 200,000 coins will be applied. Current balance, 1,950,000 coins. Goodness, system, why have you overcharged me by 100,000? If the host had merely added the weapon shop, the cost would have been 100,000. However, since the host modified the entire food truck, exceeding the budget was inevitable. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened. The food truck's sudden transformation left the surrounding crowd once again astonished. Wang Wei and the others had grown accustomed to the vehicle shrinking, given that the previous incident with the villa inside served as a precedent. Zhang Qian approached with the gentleman by her side. "Boss Zhuge, my sincerest apologies for not coming to see you earlier. I was concerned about being too abrupt." Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the man speaking. Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to Zhang Qian. Zhuge Xingyun was unperturbed, recognizing the gentleman as an important client and no worries. "You must be Zhang Qian's brother, correct?" The man smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am Zhang Hao. I hope Boss Zhuge will take good care of us in the future." Zhuge Xingyun smirked slyly. "Of course, I intend to take good care of you, especially as I plan to earn a bit from you." He then turned to Zhang Hao and suddenly inquired, "Do you happen to have any coins on hand?" Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback by the question, unsure of its intent, yet he replied, "We still have plenty. Why do you ask?" Zhuge Xingyun grinned mysteriously, adopting the demeanor of a cunning merchant. Come, let us visit my shop. There are some exceptional items inside." He beckoned Zhang Hao to follow, inviting Zhang Qian and the others along as well. As Zhang Qian watched her brother being led into the food truck, she had no choice but to follow. Soon, a throng of people approached the food truck, with Zhuge Xingyun's team comprising at least 50 individuals. Just as they reached the entrance, Yang Ying stormed out of the truck, fuming, "Brother Yun, why have you altered the interior again? I nearly couldn't get out." Zhuge Xingyun chuckled awkwardly, having completely forgotten about Yang Ying and Zhang Shan, who were still inside at Inger. "We have guests." Yang Ying glanced at the crowd behind her and realized her faux pas, thus offering an awkward smile. The others paid no mind and continued boarding the food truck. Upon entering, Zhang Hao and his sister were taken aback. The cramped conditions they had anticipated were nowhere to be found. This is no food truck. It resembles a grand restaurant, they exclaimed, while his subordinates rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were imagining things. It seemed as though they had encountered every conceivable oddity in a single day. Zhuge Xingyun wasted no time and led everyone to the second floor. Upon their arrival, Zhang Hao and his companions were even more astonished. The 500-square-meter room contained numerous empty shelves, although only one shelf at the end displayed weapons. It did little to mask the vastness of the space. Zhuge Xingyun, aware that the shop appeared somewhat threadbare, awkwardly rubbed his nose and guided everyone to the shelf with weapons. On display were a Type 56 rifle, a Type 92 pistol, a flashbang, a smoke grenade, and a high-explosive grenade. Zhang Hao regarded Zhuge Xingyun with a strange expression, his face betraying disbelief at the limited selection of arms. Zhuge Xingyun quickly consulted the system. System, what gives? Is this really all the weaponry available? Could we not procure a wider variety? This is rather underwhelming. Host level is currently 2. The food supply channel is at level 1, upgradable for 100,000 coins. The weapons supply channel is also at level 1, upgradable for 100,000 coins. The vehicle supply channel is likewise at level 1, upgradable for 100,000 coins. Upgrading will expand the range of items available for sale. Will the host proceed with the upgrades? Zhuge Xingyun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed he was in for another costly system trap, making it difficult to earn a profit. With a scowl, he replied, "Upgrade them all, total cost, 300,000 coins. Upgrading in progress, please wait. Upgrade complete. The shop has been refreshed." Suddenly, a tactical suit appeared on the shelf, including a helmet, goggles, jacket, vest, trousers, and boots. The equipment's attributes indicated it was a bulletproof tactical suit, providing a 50 damage reduction effect for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours, valued at 10,000 coins. The emergence of this gear caused Zhang Hao's eyes to gleam with excitement. Zhuge Xingyun introduced the electric shock weapon and the 50 damage reduction tactical suit to Zhang Hao. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao ordered 1,000 sets, leading to a lucrative profit of 2 million coins. Gazing at his newfound total of 365,000 coins, he nearly felt euphoric. Before departing, Zhang Hao also ordered 20,000 sets of fast food, which were sold at original prices out of consideration for their valued customer. This brought him nearly an additional 100,000 in earnings. Since the staff had no claim to commissions from the sale of goods, he graciously distributed the 10,000 profits among the employees and guards. Giving each 1,000 of the remaining 1,000 he allocated to his frugal uncle, Yang Fan. With their coins in hand, the group joyously ordered drinks and celebrated. A soldier received a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice and juice from his captain. Upon opening the meal box, the rich aroma wafted toward him, prompting the soldier to inhale deeply, his face alight with bliss. Unable to resist, he scooped up a spoonful. The vibrant bamboo shoots and tender meat enveloped the rice. Igniting an insatiable appetite, as the first bite melted in his mouth, the soldiers' faces glowed with a long-lost sense of happiness, and they began devouring their meals voraciously, banishing any thoughts of the impending battlefield. "This is absolutely delicious," a soldier exclaimed, the chorus of delicious murmurs echoing among them. On the top floor of a distant skyscraper, Yang Dong observed the scene through binoculars, squinting his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a trickle of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth. Across the city, numerous survivors also gazed at the spectacle outside the food truck, their mouths watering in unison. "Tio, accommodate the affluent Zhang siblings." Zhuge Xingyun procured a sheep from his miniature world and commenced the preparation of a whole roast lamb in the restaurant. These sheep, imported from the grasslands, were roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside, tender within, golden brown in color, and extraordinarily fragrant. The meat was rich yet not greasy, delightfully crispy and aromatic, starkly contrasting with the lamb typically found in the city, making it utterly irresistible. Zhuge Xingyun's team of 13, along with the Zhang siblings, quickly devoured the entire sheep, leaving them wanting more. Should this scene be witnessed by the soldiers and survivors outside, they would likely have gone mad with envy. Just as he prepared to fetch another, he was met with a refusal from Zhang Qian. "Boss Zhuge, it's getting late. We must set out now to reach our destination before dawn." Zhuge Xingyun glanced at his watch. It was already 2 in the morning. It appeared they had quite a distance to cover. Zhang Hao gently shook his head. The straight-line distance was merely 100 kilometers. Yet traversing that terrain was akin to scaling a towering mountain due to the challenging desert conditions. Zhuge Xingyun, filled with curiosity, inquired, 4 hours to drive 100 kilometers? I truly must see this for myself. He then smiled faintly. Moments later, the armored vehicles and tanks were securely fastened onto the desert semi-trailer. It was evident that the products of the system were indeed of premium quality. As the tank ascended the semi-trailer, 2 fixed arms automatically extended, firmly securing the tank in place. Even firing from it would not cause it to detach. After half an hour of travel with the fast food truck following Zhang Hao's squad, they discovered they indeed had to traverse a mountain of yellow sand. The winding and rugged mountain path undulated dramatically. The straight distance of 100 kilometers took a full 6 hours to cover, during which the semi-trailer nearly plunged off a cliff. Upon reaching their destination, Zhuge Xingyun was left utterly astonished. Before them lay a colossal ancient city, teeming with nearly 10 million zombies, a dark mass stretching endlessly. System. Approximately how many zombies lie ahead? After deducting 10,000 gold coins, the system provided a staggering number that left him dumbfounded. Approximately 9 million zombies, with 7 million being mutated zombies and 1 million classified as intelligent zombies, alongside another million designated as siege zombies. This was his first encounter with siege zombies, prompting his curious inquiry, what are siege zombies? Siege zombies possess the ability to hurl their fellow kindred as projectiles over 1,000 meters, and in times of crisis, they can self-detonate, with an explosive radius of around 50 meters. Zhuge Xingyun swallowed hard. In that case, the few of us here are no different from cannon fodder. He promptly relayed this information to Zhang Hao and his sister, who stood frozen in place, petrified. Zhuge, you must be joking. Do you understand the magnitude of 9 million zombies? How could he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? He could only manage a bitter smile. Of course I understand. This is our current predicament. Zhang Hao's face turned pale with terror, his eyes nearly bulging. 0.9 million zombies. Even if they were lined up one after another, it would occupy nearly 200 square kilometers. If this were before the apocalypse, it would stretch all the way to the next city, wouldn't it? Seeing Zhuge Xingyun nod, Zhang Hao's heart sank to the depths. Having exhausted his savings, he realized that returning would likely cost him his position. And thus, gritting his teeth, he asked, Zhuge, is there any other way? We must fight this battle. Zhuge Xingyun, with a wry smile, lamented that he was in over his head. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been a lackluster son-in-law, devoid of any clever solutions. Forgive me. If you seasoned warriors are at a loss, what can a mere shopkeeper offer? Just as the words left his mouth, a thought struck him. Wait a moment, a shop? I think I might have a solution. Chapter 37. A solution to 9 million zombies. Zhuge Xingyun led the group to the 3rd floor. By this time, he had positioned the newly acquired vehicles in the showroom. The moment the elevator doors opened, everyone was left in awe. The screens in the showroom displayed information and prices for the vehicles on sale. All vehicles in this shop possess a 10-minute invincibility effect, which deactivates after initiating an attack, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Desert semi-trailer, 100,000 survivor gold coins. Desert box truck, 100,000 survivor gold coins. Desert motorcycle, 10,000 survivor gold coins. Dasnov blood explosion truck, capable of traversing any terrain, explosion radius of 100 meters. 1 million survivor gold coins. The group looked at Zhuge Xingyun, bewildered. Zhuge, what use is an explosion radius of 100 meters? Zhang Hao raised a question, to which Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile. Have you encountered a peculiar breed of red ants here? Zhang Qian nodded. Yes, they have appeared. When they bite a person, the individual's blood undergoes mutation, resulting in an explosion. Many of my soldiers have perished due to being splattered by their blood. Zhuge Xingyun, gazing at Zhang Qian, smiled knowingly. This blood explosion truck has a similar effect. This revelation. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Imagining millions of zombies gathered together, the thought of unleashing such devastation was exhilarating. Zhang Hao grew increasingly excited, his body trembling with anticipation. Let us try it out immediately. Zhuge Xingyun cleared his throat. Ahem. This requires 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Hao paused, searching his 2 pockets. I have nothing left. Perhaps you could see if the vehicles can be returned. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened. No returns. The two exchanged awkward glances. Ultimately, to fulfill the mission, he had no choice but to dig into his own pockets. Then I shall take a gamble. hoping that one vehicle will at least break even so that I can purchase another. Otherwise, I would incur a significant loss. Zhang Hao and his sister exchanged a glance, followed by an awkward smile. Zhuge Xingyun purchased the self-exploding truck, and after setting it to autopilot, the truck sped toward the horde of zombies. The roar of the truck attracted the attention of numerous zombies, their faces contorting into expressions of mockery, as if to say, "You think a mere truck can stand against our army of 9 million? That's akin to throwing an egg against a stone." However, as the truck barreled into the mass of zombies, their nightmare began. Zhuge Xingyun pressed the self-detonation switch. With a resounding explosion, zombies within 100 meters of the truck were obliterated. The countless zombies sent flying collided with others, triggering further explosions. Thus, the chaos unfolded, with explosions cascading throughout the horde, shaking the earth itself. Nearby mutated beasts, initially poised to ambush Zhuge Xingyun and his companions, were left dumbstruck. One of the mutated beasts let out a tremulous roar, and all the mutated beasts, trembling, fled in panic. The lead mutated beast glanced back at Zhuge Xingyun as if to engrave the image of this harbinger of death in its memory. Wherever this being went in the future, it would avoid at all costs. In a flash, the mutated beasts and their kin scurried away to other territories. The soldiers stood with mouths agape, their bodies quaking at the sight. Eventually, they resorted to covering their ears with their hands, unable to tolerate the cacophony, as some were already bleeding from their ears. Zhuge Xingyun and his companions, shielded by the invincibility effect, suffered no serious harm. Gazing at the multitude of large craters before the ruins, Zhuge Xingyun was left in a daze, mirrored by the astonished expressions of Zhang Hao and his sister. The current scene depicted over 20,000 individuals, wide-eyed and motionless, staring at the innumerable craters. Ding dong, the host has slain 9 million zombies, earning 9 million gold coins. The host may spend 100,000 gold coins to directly reclaim the zombie crystal cores. Would the host like to proceed with the reclamation? Zhuge Xingyun swallowed hard and instinctively responded. Reclaim. 100,000 gold coins deducted. Reclamation complete. Obtained 7 million first-level crystal cores and 2 million second-level crystal cores. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed among the 20,000 onlookers, snapping Zhuge Xingyun back to reality. The crowd regarded him with a mix of awe and fear. Yang Ying, Wang Wei, Guoxiang, and Zhang Jing gazed at Zhuge Xingyun with rapt fascination, their eyes sparkling. Zhang Dongzi and the others felt a swell of pride, thinking, if that cold-wind fellow saw this scene, would he regret not joining our team? Yang Fan felt elated, believing that with this invincible brother-in-law, navigating this wretched apocalypse would be a breeze. However, Miao Qian wore an expression of respect and gratitude for her earlier decision. If Gao Xiaoxiao knew that her rejection was not merely a dismissal, but rather a missed path to prosperity, would she be filled with regret? Zhuge Xingyun had indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. The zombies had congregated due to the spiritual energy radiating from the ruins, resulting in such an effect. Only a few special intelligent zombies managed to escape. These zombies also retained the memory of Zhuge Xingyun's appearance. They were not seeking revenge, but rather safeguarding their own lives. Wherever Zhuge Xingyun ventured henceforth, they would undoubtedly steer clear, spreading the word among other zombies to avoid another annihilation. Zhuge Xingyun, glancing at his balance of over 10 million, felt a surge of excitement that made his body tremble. He then called for his team to return to the fast food truck. As the soldiers boarded, they set off toward the ancient city. Along the way, soldiers gazed at the massive craters, their hearts quaking. Observing the devastation up close sent chills down their spines. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient city, the group disembarked from the vehicle. With a commanding shout from Zhang Hao, a throng of soldiers approached the grand gate. They began to push with all their might, yet the gate remained obstinately shut. Zhang Hao looked at Zhuge Xingyun with reverence. Zhuge, do you have any means of entry? Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow, querying the system in his mind. System, how do we enter this city? The system's sweet voice chimed in. There are 2 methods. The first method involves spending 10 million gold coins to bind this ruin to the system. From then on, the host will become the master of the ruin, and for 1 million gold coins, the ownership can be transferred to another. The second method is to climb over the city walls, where there is a mechanism to open the gate. However, the ruin will remain unclaimed, and anyone can seize it. Zhuge Xingyun stepped outside the city gate, contemplating the towering walls that loomed hundreds of meters high. It seems you must find a way to scale these walls. Zhang Hao also examined the walls, frowning as he called out, Water attributability users, go check and see if you can find a gap to enter. Wind attribute users, attempt to scale the walls. Earth and wood attribute users, try to construct a ladder. Point 10 Water attribute users stepped forward, their forms instantly transforming into liquid as they surged toward the ancient city. Out of the 20,000 ability users, only 10 Water attribute users emerged. This underscored the rarity and significance of water attribute abilities. Over 1,000 wind attribute survivors stepped forward, poised to take flight, only to be halted by Zhuge Xingyun. A sense of unease gnawed at Zhuge Xingyun's heart. If the wind attribute abilities could surmount the walls, the system would not have presented merely two choices. Moreover, among these zombies, there were certainly many with abilities. If they could exploit their powers to enter, the zombies would have breached the walls long ago. Zhang Hao looked at Zhuge Xingyun with curiosity. Zhuge boss, what is happening? Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow, feeling a persistent, ominous premonition. Let us discuss it when they return. Chapter 38. Binding Dragon Shadow City. Zhang Hao had come to trust Zhuge Xingyun implicitly and thus heeded his words. 3 minutes later, 10 water attribute abilities reverted to human form before Zhuge Xingyun. Report. This city has no visible gaps. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the perimeter of the walls, frowning at the sight of thousands of lifeless zombie corpses. Zhang Hao followed Zhuge Xingyun's gaze. These are merely the deceased zombies, Zhuge Xingyun remarked. These zombies had already perished before the blood explosion. Considering the swarming zombies around the city, you might deduce something. Upon reflection, Zhang Hao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could there be a mechanism? They all attempted to use their abilities to enter, resulting in their demise. Zhuge Xingyun nodded gravely. That seems highly probable. Let us assign one each from the wind, earth, and wood attributes to form a death squad and test one by one. Zhang Hao frowned, aware that these 20,000 were his trusted troops. Given that among millions, only 2,000 to 3,000 could be evolvers, each sacrifice of an ability user represented a significant loss. However, no alternative presented itself. Observing Zhang Hao's troubled expression, Zhuge Xingyun continued, there is actually another method. But it comes at a greater cost. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Zhang Hao inquired, what other method could that be, Zhuge boss? Zhuge Xingyun offered an awkward smile. It involves spending 1,100,000 gold coins to convert this relic into your private property. Zhang Hao's face twisted into a bitter smile. We have already spent our gold coins on vehicles and supplies. We are essentially penniless. Zhuge Xingyun rubbed his nose in embarrassment, when suddenly, Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. Zhuge boss, why not convert this relic into your private property, and we could join your team? Zhuge Xingyun widened his eyes, pondering, is this even feasible? He had yet to consider establishing a base, and even if he were formidable, could Zhang Hao, with his bureaucratic disposition, truly be content beneath his command? Certainly not. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Hao suggested, Zhuge boss, why not privatize this relic, and we can pay rent over time once we settle in? Despite Zhuge Xingyun's undeniable prowess, Zhang Hao did not wish to be subordinate. Otherwise, he would not have rallied against Yangdong. This predicament left Zhuge Xingyun in a quandary. Having just acquired over 1,100,000 gold coins, he was now faced with the prospect of parting with 10 million. As Zhuge Xingyun pondered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. It would be advisable for the host to comply. Otherwise, the host will be unable to fulfill the system's tasks. The significance and value of the dragon's heart far exceed 10 million gold coins. Zhuge Xingyun nodded and addressed Zhang Hao. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. He then closed his eyes. And the others, not wishing to intrude, silently awaited his decision. In his mind, Zhuge Xingyun communicated with the system. Spend 10 million gold coins to bind the relic. 10 million gold coins deducted. Host balance, 115,000 gold coins. Binding in progress, please wait. Binding successful. Host has acquired the dragon's heart. Task completed. The host has permanently unlocked the third supply channel. The fast food truck has successfully merged with Dragon Shadow City. A task conflict has been detected. The fast food truck fame system task has been altered. Please ensure within 10 years that the fame of Dragon Shadow City reaches far and wide. Success reward. The host may commence cultivation. Failure penalty. The host shall be barred from cultivation for 30 years. The system has automatically modified the internal space of Dragon Shadow City for the host review. Zhuge Xingyun exclaimed, wait, system, why did you erase the fast food truck? Is my small world still intact? Are you trying to trap me here? The host may retract or release the relic at any time, each requiring a payment of 10 million gold coins. And Dragon Shadow City will switch to fast food truck mode. The host's small world has integrated into the body, with invincible effects now extending throughout the city. Zhuge Xingyun frowned, deciding not to exchange his crystal cores for gold coins at this time. Acquiring another 10 million gold coins seemed improbable. Where would he find zombies lining up to offer their heads again? Zhuge Xingyun examined the interior of the relic, sensing every blade of grass and tree within. Upon observing the internal layout, he was struck by a vision of grandeur. A magnificent palace stood at the northernmost part of the city, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace but significantly taller. Occupying a quarter of the entire city, the wall spanned east to west, dividing the city into two sections. Within the palace, a 5-story main hall towered at the end of the main avenue. Flanked on either side by 10 slightly shorter annex halls, ahead lay a plaza capable of accommodating 100,000 people, surrounded by ample open space for cultivating crops. Zhuge Xingyun effortlessly transplanted some fruit trees from his spatial realm into the open fields. After filling the space, he continued to observe. To the south of the plaza, a grand avenue, 100 meters wide, led straight to the city's exit. On either side of the road lay wide ditches, with approximately 10 square kilometers of farmland adjacent to each. Clearly, these ditches were designed for irrigating the crops. Zhuge Xingyun also transplanted his wheat and corn into this area. Further south were the palace walls and the grand palace gates. The military camps flanked either side of the palace, with an east-west training ground situated to the south. Along the sides of the broad avenue were shops, the 10 largest closest to the training ground, each spanning around 300 square meters. The other shops varied, with the largest measuring 100 square meters and the smallest 5 square meters. There were no fewer than 800 in total. Surrounding the shops were the survivors' residences, each a 3-story independent courtyard. Rough calculations indicated at least 100,000 such courtyards, each containing 10 rooms. Near the city walls stood 7-story small apartments, modified by the system to include 2 bathrooms and 10-person rooms. With a large public restroom on each floor, Zhuge Xingyun planted various fruit trees along every small path. In the 4 corners of the city and at its center, 5 large water storage tanks were established, preparing to exploit the water attribute abilities when the opportunity arose. Finally, Zhuge Xingyun concluded with a smile, "Indeed, the system knows me best." Far in the distance, Bai Bing muttered to herself, her face flushed. After 10,000 years of marriage, how could I not understand you? Once everything was organized, Zhuge Xingyun withdrew from the consciousness space. The others had collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Even when the fast food truck vanished, they merely paused briefly before resuming their activities. Yang Ying and the others were unfazed by the occurrence. The moment Zhuge Xingyun opened his eyes, the gates of Dragon Shadow City slowly creaked open. Zhang Hao leaped up in excitement. Zhuge boss is indeed extraordinary. He then commanded his troops to follow Zhuge Xingyun into the city. Chapter 39. Planning Dragon Shadow City. Upon entering the city, the gates of Dragon Shadow City slowly closed behind them. Zhuge Xingyun led the group to the largest shop front. Observing the establishment bearing the fast food name, he turned to Wang Wei. "Wang Wei, from today onwards, you are in charge of the fast food shop. It may be a bit tiring. Miao Qian and Su Ting will assist you." Having already been recruited as a staff member by Zhuge Xingyun during their journey to Dragon Shadow City, Su Ting nodded in agreement. Wang Wei replied cheerfully, "I don't mind the fatigue, as long as I can assist Brother Yun." Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly and pointed to the shop labeled as the weapons store. "Guoxiang, you will manage the weapons shop." Guoxiang nodded happily. Zhuge Xingyun then turned to the last automobile shop. "Zhang Jing, this final shop will be entrusted to you." Zhang Jing, too, appeared delighted and nodded. "Thank you, Brother Yun." There were no objections from Zhuge Xingyun regarding Miao Qian and Su Ting's assignments, as they had just joined the team. Observing another shop labeled as a supermarket, Zhuge Xingyun hesitated momentarily. The supplies within were sourced from his spatial ring. After some contemplation, he decided against opening it for the time being. Considering the lack of inventory, he resolved to provide for those with whom he had a good relationship later on. With a faint smile, Zhuge Xingyun declared, "Let us wait for the survivors to arrive. You can recruit as you see fit." The shops and surrounding residences were similar, consisting of 3 levels. The first and second floors served as sales areas, while the third floor was designated for the staff's rest, furnished with some basic necessities that he had not inquired further about. Wang Wei, have you distributed the items I previously gave you from the ring? Zhuge Xingyun asked. Wang Wei shook her head. Everyone lacks storage space, so they are temporarily kept with me. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Xingyun recognized that storage would indeed be a recurring issue. He decided to give the ring to Zhang Dongzi. Wang Wei promptly removed the ring, erased the soul imprint, and handed it to Zhang Dongzi. After accepting the ring, Zhang Dongzi returned to Zhuge Xingyun's side. Zhuge Xingyun then spent 300,000 gold coins to exchange for 3 10-square-meter rings, placing some daily necessities inside. Wang Wei, Guoxiang, Zhang Jing, each of you will receive one. This is a 10-square-meter spatial ring, which also contains some daily necessities and cosmetics to as before. You may proceed as you deem fit. Miao Qian and Su Ting, once you become store managers in the future, I shall ensure you are duly compensated. Su Ting and Miao Qian nodded happily. Zhuge Xingyun turned to the 5 guards and spoke, Dongzi, you shall be the captain of the squad. The other 4 members will become captains after recruiting their team. You are to recruit the guards yourselves. They need only possess abilities, with provisions and accommodations being uncertain. If they are willing to join, so be it. If not, that is also acceptable. In the future, your guard unit will remain within the palace training grounds. Zhang Dongzi and the others promptly agreed. Yang Fan approached Zhuge Xingyun, asking, what about me? Don't forget me when good fortune comes. Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile, how could I forget you? You and Inger are studying medicine. Aren't you? Choose any of the remaining 6 shops. It just so happens that the base requires medical support. As Yang Fan walked towards a shop he had taken a liking to, he chuckled. Now that sounds more reasonable. Upon reaching the shop, he attempted to push the door open, only to find it unyielding. Zyro Yunzi, what is the matter? Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes. Dio, you want the shop. Once chosen, it cannot be exchanged. Yang Fan nodded. My sister and I will take this shop. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at Yang Ying, who smiled and nodded. After receiving Zhuge Xingyun's silent approval, the shop door opened on its own. Yang Fan and Yang Ying curiously entered the shop. After Zhuge Xingyun had arranged matters for Zhang Hao, he approached him with a smile. Zhuge boss, where would be the best place for our army to station? Zhuge Xingyun pointed towards the left training ground. You will be stationed over there. That training ground can accommodate 1 million soldiers for rest. Henceforth, it will serve as your camp. Yang Fan grinned. What about the rent? Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly. How many soldiers do you have? Besides the 20,000 I brought, Ungshi has 5,000 regular soldiers directly under me, along with 10,000 ability users. How many ordinary survivors will you bring? There will be less than 100,000 ordinary survivors. They are all family members of the soldiers. Zhuge Xingyun contemplated for a moment. Here's the deal. I 1T charge you any gold coins for the soldiers and those 100,000 family members. The city is vast, and the walls must have some guards. Moreover, in times of war, you cannot remain idle. You will need to handle food and other matters yourselves. Zhang Hao, being perceptive, understood Zhuge Xingyun's intentions. No problem. I will take charge of the defenses on the walls and patrol the streets. Let us have a pleasant cooperation. Zhang Hao realized that regardless of where they stationed, patrolling and defending were inevitable. Now, being able to save a substantial amount of gold coins was certainly advantageous. Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile, pleasant cooperation. Suddenly, Zhuge Xingyun seemed to recall something. By the way, there is another matter I would like to discuss with General Zhang. Zhang Hao responded grandly, Zhuge boss, please go ahead. Zhuge Xingyun did not hesitate and stated directly, could I borrow your water ability users? Zhang Hao frowned and replied, to be frank, I only have 30 water ability users. And they barely produce enough water for our army's use each day. If I am not mistaken, they should all be of the first level, right? Zhang Hao sighed. However, now that second-level zombies are not so easily dispatched. I only have 2 second-level water ability users left in Ungshi. Zhuge Xingyun smiled. That is precisely why I wish to borrow them, and I intend to cultivate a group of high-level water ability users. Their task will be to fill the large water reservoir set up in the city every day, ensuring a centralized water supply for the entire city. Zhang Hao looked at Zhuge Xingyun. Rest assured, I have alternative arrangements for their cores and accommodations. They will not be treated poorly. I would never poach from you. So worry not. It was a jest. Although water ability users were rare, Zhuge Xingyun would hardly covet such a small number. Clearly, he was simply preparing to gradually win over Zhang Hao and his sister. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Hao ultimately agreed. He unloaded the armored vehicles and tanks from the semi-trailer, set up defenses, and transferred the supplies from the truck into his camp. Subsequently, the semi-trailer and truck, escorted by 50 sand dune motorcycles, headed towards Engshi to fetch a new batch of survivors. To ensure their safety, Zhuge Xingyun deliberately purchased 5 trucks, allowing Zhang Dongzi and his companions to accompany him. They could also recruit a few team members along the way. Before their departure, Zhuge Xingyun gifted each of the 510 second-level cores, urging them to absorb them quickly and break through to the 3rd level. Not everyone could, like Zhuge Xingyun, directly elevate to the 3rd level upon acquiring cores. For evolvers, the higher the core level, the slower the absorption and the interval between absorbing cores lengthened. Otherwise, they would be unable to contain the violent energy within the core, ultimately leading to their demise. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for establishing your own base. Current base population, 12, external population, 20,000. System rewards issued, 3 1-hour invincibility cards. Ding, system task released. Increase the base population to 100,000, or external population to 10 million. Success reward, Dragon Shadow City will unlock expansion capabilities. Failure incurs no penalties. Zhuge Xingyun curiously examined the 3 invincibility cards, pondering, these provide me 3 chances to venture out. Chapter 40. Zhang Hao abandons command position in the conference room of Engxi's second refuge. The 6 titans of Engshi sat alongside Yang Dong. Yang Dong occupied the central position of the room, flanked by second-level ability users. With a disdainful smile, he regarded the gathering. What have you all decided? A titan named Peng Ning looked at Yang Dong with evident anger. Leader Yang, although you outnumber us in terms of evolvers and troops, should a real battle ensue, you may not hold the upper hand. Another titan, Wang Dongqing, concurred. What Peng said is true. If the 7 of us unite, do you think you can defeat us, Leader Yang? The other 4 echoed their agreement. Suddenly, Yang Dong burst into laughter. Do you truly believe that Zhang Hao and his sister can return? The 6 titans furrowed their brows. Yang Dong, what have you done to them? Do you wish to violate the rules of Longhua? Are you not afraid of the war god of Longhua? Yang Dong scoffed with a sneer. The Zhang siblings are not worth my effort. It's simply that there are not just 2 million zombies in that place. Peng Ning sighed in relief. Yang Dong, you underestimate us. Our intelligence operatives have confirmed that there are indeed more than 2 million. The Zhang siblings brought along 20,000 evolvers, as well as tanks and armored vehicles. While dealing with 5 million zombies may be challenging, it is not impossible. Ha ha ha, only 5 million? Before Peng Ning could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Dong's laughter. Wang Dongqing slammed his hand on the conference table. Yang Dong, what do you mean by that? Yang Dong shot Wang Dongqing a glare and clapped his hands twice. A man in uniform entered the room. Upon seeing this person, Peng Ning's eyes widened in realization that they had fallen into Yang Dong's trap. You are Yang Dong's man? The uniformed man said nothing, quietly standing behind Yang Dong. Indeed, the 5 million zombies were what I had him report. Initially, I intended to make Zhang Hao concede defeat, but I never expected that this foolish lad would go to his doom. Ha ha ha. Peng Ning regained his composure and, with trepidation, asked, how many zombies are actually there? Although Peng Ning and the others had mentally prepared themselves, they were still left speechless by Yang Dong's words. Not many. Only 9 million, of which at least 2 million are second-level zombies. A gasp of disbelief filled the room. Peng Ning leaped to his feet in fury. Yang Dong, you must be joking. 9 million zombies? Do you even comprehend what that means? They could stretch nearly 100 kilometers if gathered together. Yang Dong dismissed his concerns. Believe it or not, no one can survive amidst such a massive zombie horde. That may not be the case. Just as Yang Dong's performance reached its peak, a sudden voice brought it crashing down. Zhang Hao entered the conference room, surrounded by Zhang Dongzi and his companions. A bodyguard standing next to Yang Dong furrowed his brow and whispered in Yang Dong's ear, Captain, the 5 people beside him are all 3rd-level ability users. After Zhang Dongzi's group left, Zhuge Xingyun still felt uneasy, fearing further unforeseen events. Hence, he expended a significant amount of gold coins and second-level cores to have the 5 guards upgraded to 3rd level. Yang Dong frowned and inquired, You can't be serious? The man nodded. Captain, my ability is interpretation. I can assess the abilities and levels of individuals within a 10-meter radius who do not exceed my level, so I am certain. Yang Dong's expression turned grave as he realized that 2 of them, Yang Kong and Lu Tao, had past grievances with him. The ability to elevate 2 second-level users to 3rd level within a day indicated that their boss was indeed formidable. We only have you as our 3rd-level ability user. and there are fewer than 100 third-level evolvers in the entire Longhua. We may have made a grave miscalculation. Lu Tao and Yang Kong glanced at Yang Dong before ignoring him. The 6 titans rose upon seeing Zhang Hao, as if they had found their mainstay. Pang Ning smiled, "Leader Zhang, it's good to see you unharmed." Zhang Hao observed the concerned expressions of the group and felt no gratitude. Every individual here harbored their own ulterior motives. Thus, he replied with a smile, "We encountered a benefactor on our way out. Otherwise, we would have perished in the jaws of 9 million zombies." Yang Dong looked at Zhang Hao and asked, "What? Is Leader Zhang here to concede defeat?" Zhang Hao smirked disdainfully, then revealed a photograph from the survival device. The photograph captures the architecture inside and outside Longying City, alongside tens of thousands of zombie corpses beneath the city walls and the densely scattered large pits outside the city. Resembling a landscape that has been plowed by countless bombers. Yang Dong exclaimed in terror, "Impossible." After the emergence of the mutated beasts, all aircraft were grounded due to the noise of airplane engines attracting mutated birds from thousands of kilometers away. "You must be deceiving me." Observing Yang Dong's agitation, Zhang Hao refrained from offering an explanation. "Rest assured, I have returned not to vie for the position of commander." Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Pang Ning anxiously interjected, "Commander Zhang, you have already won." Zhang Hao smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Pang Ning's forthcoming words. "Commander Pang, I have returned with the intention of withdrawing from the second shelter. I aim to lead my troops away from here." Yang Dong narrowed his eyes. "Is Commander Zhang planning to venture into that relic?" Zhang Hao did not deny it now belonged entirely to boss Zhuge, whose terrifying prowess he had witnessed firsthand, rendering him unconcerned about others' covetousness. "Indeed, esteemed commanders, if you wish to accompany me, Zhang Hao, you are welcome to do so." Following this proclamation, Zhang Hao exited the conference room under Yang Dong's icy gaze. Pang Ning glanced at Yang Dong, then at the other commanders, declaring, "I have decided to follow Commander Yang. Esteemed colleagues, farewell." As Pang Ning reached the doorway, he turned back and suddenly smiled at Yang Dong, saying, "Commander Yang, if we all leave, you may enjoy your own company, ha ha ha." Wang Dongqing observed Pang Ning's retreating figure, feeling a profound internal struggle. Although he held no significant authority here, he was still a commander. In a new place, it remained uncertain whether he would still have a voice. Such is human nature. Once one acquires a modicum of power, the desire to clutch it tightly becomes overwhelming. To relinquish it one day can feel more agonizing than losing one's life. The remaining 4 leaders found themselves equally torn. Ultimately, Wang Dongqing gritted his teeth and made his decision. "I am prepared to take a gamble. Esteemed colleagues, farewell." With that, Wang Dongqing exited the conference room, while the other 4 lacked such resolve. Yang Dong cast a scornful glance at the 4 commanders. "What is this? Are you not planning to follow?" The 4 displayed bitter smiles, and one commander hastily replied, "Commander Yang, you misunderstand. How could we possibly leave here?" "We are not misled by Commander Zhang." Another commander added, "Why still refer to that brat Zhang Hao as commander? He is no longer one of our gathering." The other 2 quickly echoed their sentiments. "Indeed, we were all swayed by that brat Zhang Hao. Commander Yang, do not take offense." Yang Dong scoffed and left the office, leaving the 4 in an awkward silence. Chapter 41. Elimination of the tumor in Engshi. Once everyone exited the conference room, Zhang Dongzi smilingly addressed Zhang Hao, "Commander Zhang, we shall proceed to recruit soldiers. If anything arises, have someone find us in the square." Zhang Hao replied with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Dongzi. I am no longer the commander here. From now on, call me President Zhang. I intend to establish a mercenary guild." Dongzi nodded and then, with a knowing look, remarked, "In that case, President Zhang, we shall take our leave. However, you might consider joining the boss's team. What he aims for is beyond our imagination." The 5 of them arrived at a vast square, a bustling marketplace for survivors within the shelter, where people flowed in and out daily. They each set up tables and chairs in a vacant spot, then produced a small blackboard that read, "Longying City is recruiting evolvers, food and lodging provided, 3 meals a day, welfare distributions at irregular intervals. Longying City boasts formidable defenses. There is no need to fear zombie or mutated beast attacks." The moment the sign was displayed, it drew a large crowd of curious survivors. A young man stepped forward to inquire of Zhang Dongzi, "Brother, are you recruiting evolvers?" Upon receiving a nod from Zhang Dongzi, the young man's face fell in disappointment, though he still mustered a glimmer of hope and asked, Brother, does your settlement need workers? Just 2 meals a day. No, just 1 meal and half a bottle of mineral water would suffice. Zhang Dongzi furrowed his brow and asked, What is your name? This is an official shelter. Haven't you been provided with food? The man forced a bitter smile and replied, My name is Tang San. Although this is an official shelter, food is only dispensed once every 3 days in the form of thin gruel. Survivors must risk venturing outside the city to scavenge for supplies. It used to be manageable. But recently, a gang has emerged, specifically targeting survivors and treating them as food. Now, survivors follow the official teams when they venture out to scavenge, hoping to pick up leftovers. Upon returning, they still have to endure half of their fines being confiscated by the official personnel as protection money. Who dares to spread rumors here? Do they seek death? Suddenly, a group of individuals approached. The leader, wielding a baseball bat, was followed by a dozen burly men. The surrounding crowd hastily retreated, and nearby vendors packed up their stalls, fleeing the area to avoid trouble. Tang San's complexion soured, and he quickly hid behind Zhang Dongzi. Zhang Dongzi, noticing the newcomers, curiously asked, Who are they? Tang San, still hiding behind Zhang Dongzi, dared not show his face and whispered, They are the cannibals from the South City building. The leader's name is Peng Chong, a second-level ability user. The man in the suit behind him is their boss, Gong Sunji. He is known to be a second-level awakened. Zhang Dongzi scrutinized the newcomers without a hint of fear, intrigued by their audacity to strut around here. If they are from the South City building, why are they here? Does the official shelter not intervene? Tang San replied, It is said that they have recently established a connection with Yangdong, allowing them to act freely here, as long as they do not abduct anyone from the shelter. The guards turn a blind eye to avoid trouble. Zhang Dongzi then understood why Zhang Hao and Yangdong had such a contentious relationship. Peng Chong pointed his baseball bat at Zhang Dongzi. You brat, trying to make a name for yourself? Just then, a faint gray light enveloped the baseball bat. Zhang Shan and the others attempted to approach but were halted by Zhang Dongzi's shake of the head. A second-level metallic ability user? Peng Chong sneered, Do you know who your grandfather is? Before he could finish, Zhang Dongzi narrowed his eyes and in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Peng Chong, delivering a powerful punch that abruptly silenced him. Peng Chong's head exploded like a watermelon, his body crumpling to the ground. This horrific scene caused some onlookers to retch. The rest gasped in shock. Gong Sunji stood frozen, having received orders from Yang Dong merely to teach a few people a lesson, never expecting to encounter such formidable resistance. Seeing Zhang Dongzi radiating with golden light, Gong Sunji trembled and stammered. You are a third L. The two individuals lamented their failure to assert their presence at that moment. Meanwhile, the sun began its descent. Zhang Hao had already gathered the first batch of personnel at the city gate. Zhang Dongzi and his companions had each recruited over 2,000 ability users and were now leading them to the city gate. Zhang Yin and Zhang Shan, having failed to recruit any team members, lacked the courage to return and thus remained at the refuge to enlist more recruits. Due to the substantial number of personnel, Zhang Hao now led double the ordinary survivors among the ability users, possessing at least a fighting chance against mutated beasts. However, unbeknownst to them, the mutated beasts within a radius of several hundred kilometers had almost entirely relocated due to Zhuge Xingyun's remarkable exploits. While this ensured safety along their journey, it also signified that those left in Engshi would face a food crisis. Chapter 42. Preparing to flee in a refuge nestled deep within Long Nation's mountains. Long Zhanghua stood bare-chested, admiring his well-defined muscles with a satisfied smile. A female military officer clad in uniform stood beside him. Congratulations on becoming a level 3 biochemical human, she proclaimed. Long Zhanghua, expressionless, inquired of the woman, When shall the experiment commence? The woman glanced at an elderly man in a white lab coat beside her, who promptly smiled and said, We can begin at any moment. Are you certain, military god, that you wish to use yourself as a subject? Long Zhanghua nodded. Let us proceed. He then reclined upon the laboratory bed as the two women exited the lab.at the moment the door closed. A mechanical arm, clutching a zombie crystal core, slowly approached Long Zhanghua in the nearby conference room. Gu Peng, the leader of Long Nation, sat observing the somber expressions of those gathered as they watched the footage on the conference room screen. Stroking his pristine white beard, Gu Peng remarked, The video just shown was captured by satellite. What are your thoughts? None of the heads of the various refuges responded. At that moment, Yang Dong could hardly close his mouth, pondering the nature of the monster he had offended. Having witnessed Zhuge Xingyun eliminate 9 million zombies with merely a self-destructing truck, Yang Dong began contemplating whether he should flee. Ji Yupeng directed a question at Yang Dong. That location should be near the area you oversee in Engshi, correct? What is your perspective? Yang Dong awkwardly smiled and replied, surely, luck must play a part for that individual. If there weren't so many zombies concentrated, such an effect would not have been achievable. Ji Yupeng did not refute this, nodding in agreement. Indeed, but we must not underestimate such weaponry. Remember, as long as they do not act unlawfully, do not provoke them. Although Yang Dong forced a bitter smile of acquiescence, he thought to himself, I have already offended them. Perhaps I should find a time to escape. Yu Peng once again posed a question. Our Long Nation possesses nearly 30 such relics, with at least one in almost every city. Let the reconnaissance teams be dispatched to investigate, if possible. Strive to occupy them. My intuition tells me that these relics will prove invaluable in the future. All heads nodded in unison, affirming receipt of the orders. After the meeting, Yang Dong remained in the conference room, rendered speechless for an extended period. Suddenly, a frantic aide dashed into the room. Commander, it's bad. Yang Dong snapped back to reality, glaring at his aide. Xiao Li, why the panic? Before Li Ziming could respond, 3 screens in the conference room simultaneously indicated incoming video call requests. Noticing messages from 3 cities near Engshi, Yang Dong felt compelled to act promptly. Xiao Li, wait a moment. I need to take this call first. Li Ziming stood anxiously to the side, his face still exhibiting signs of fear. Yang Dong scrutinized him for a moment, but ultimately chose to connect the video call. As the call connected, 3 voices immediately bombarded Yang Dong with accusations, leaving him bewildered. Yang Dong, what are you up to? Yang Dong, look at what you've done in Engshi. If you don't provide me with an explanation, I will dismantle your base tomorrow. Before Yang Dong could utter a word, the furious tone of the 3 leaders left him frozen in place. Faced with the simultaneous ire of 3 commanders, he dared not retaliate. After a moment of confusion, he asked, 3 commanders, what exactly has happened that warrants such outrage? The 3 men fixed their gazes upon Yang Dong, with Commander Zhao from Qingming City stating, something significant has occurred in Engshi. You cannot possibly claim ignorance. Yang Dong felt a wave of frustration wash over him, thinking, what has transpired? Why don't you just tell me? Yet, he maintained a smile. I truly have no idea what has happened. Li Ziming, with a furrowed brow, leaned in anxiously. Commander, it must be related to what I was about to report. Yang Dong shot Li Ziming a glare. You not trying to set me up, are you? Spit it out already, the aide continued. The reconnaissance unit discovered that the mutated beasts in the desert near Engshi have almost entirely migrated to other cities. Yang Dong's mouth fell agape as he stood up, realizing the implications of the 3 commanders' intense gazes, further solidifying his resolve to flee. Esteemed commanders, please do not be angered. I shall investigate the cause immediately and provide you with an explanation. If I cannot meet your expectations, I will resign from my command. Should my oversight have caused any losses to you, I shall take full responsibility. The expressions of the 3 men softened somewhat. Then we shall await news from Commander Yang. With that, the 3 leaders ended the video call. Yang Dong proclaimed with authority, Li Ziming, notify all direct troops to assemble. Li Ziming hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Understood, Commander. Shall we send someone to investigate? Yang Dong smacked the back of Li Ziming's head. Investigate? No. Gather the troops immediately. We are fleeing. Li Ziming stared in shock at Yang Dong, who then kicked him. Why are you still here? Go notify them. After scrambling to his feet, Li Ziming rushed out of the office in a flurry. Alone in the office, Yang Dong paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the map in the conference room. 30 minutes later, nearly 110,000 troops had assembled. Li Ziming reached the office door, reporting, Commander. Yang Dong glanced at Li Ziming. Come in, Commander. The troops are fully assembled. Please give your orders. Yang Dong beckoned. Xiao Li, come here and see where we can go. Li Ziming wore a bitter smile, pondering, given the current situation, where can we possibly go? He looked at the map, contemplating for a moment before saying, since the higher-ups have instructed us to investigate the relics, why not take this opportunity to lead the troops to seize one? Yang Dong considered this, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, exactly. If they can occupy relics, why can't I? With no significant presence of mutated beasts or zombies within Engshi, the troops could indeed march on foot to the relics. The aide, looking troubled, interjected, "But what about our heavy weaponry?" Yang Dong replied curtly, "Take whatever you can carry. Whatever cannot be taken, sell it to those four old geezers." Observing the aide's perplexed expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" The aide, curious, responded, "Given how peaceful Ungshi is now, wouldn't it be convenient to search for supplies outside the city walls? Why abandon such a good opportunity?" Yang Dong shook his head dismissively. "What good is that? Without mutated beasts, how will we procure food? There are over 200,000 people in this refuge alone. Let us not forget the millions in the first refuge. In that case, Commander, it would be best to attack the relic in Qingming City. Firstly, the distance is relatively short. Secondly, there is another relic to the west of Qingming City that we can seize, preventing future conflicts." Yang Dong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, he set his sights on the relic near Qingming City. At the same time, Zhang Yin and Zhang Shan, who were at the square recruiting members, curiously observed the well-prepared troops. Neither had managed to recruit even a single member that day, so they became mere spectators. Drawn closer to watch. "Have you heard? A safer ancient city has emerged in the desert." "Of course I have, but it's swarming with zombies. That's why Commander Yang dispatched these soldiers. They are set to attack the ancient city." "Indeed, Commander Yang is truly a good man, worrying tirelessly for us. Heaven must protect their safe return." Listening to their conversation, Zhang Shan scoffed dismissively, thinking to himself, "That Yang Dong fellow, if he doesn't sell you out, consider yourselves fortunate." Chapter 43. The innate divine body. Zhang Shan reported the events at the second refuge in Ungshi to Zhuge Xingyun. "Boss, Yang Dong has organized over 100,000 troops and is preparing to leave the city. I hear it is in pursuit of relics." "All right, I understand. You may return to your tasks," Zhuge Xingyun replied, uncertain of Yang Dong's intentions, suspecting he might be coming to compete for the relics. Consequently, Zhuge Xingyun sent a message to Zhang Hao. "Yang Dong has mobilized 100,000 troops to leave the city. Do you know the reason?" Zhang Hao, en route, promptly replied upon receiving the message. "I just received news from other commanders that over 30 relics have surfaced in Long Nation. It seems they are ordered to explore the relics. I have placed informants within his ranks. If he approaches our relic, they will notify me directly." Zhuge Xingyun then felt a sense of relief. Watching the more than 100,000 soldiers exit the city, Zhang Shan grew increasingly worried. Currently, the second refuge housed fewer than 50,000 soldiers, yet there were 200,000 survivors. If unrest were to arise, it would turn into a living hell. He resolved to hastily recruit some individuals and return to the relic as soon as possible. Just then, a soldier approached Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin. "Report. I am an aide to President Zhang. I have just received a notification from President Zhang to gather all personnel and collectively retreat to the relic by tomorrow morning. I am here to inform you both and see if you require anything." Zhang Shan nodded. "We have come to an understanding. There is nothing we require here. We shall return together at dawn." After saluting, the soldier turned and departed. Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin, the inseparable brothers in misfortune, exchanged glances, and Zhang Yin spoke first. "What shall we do? We haven't managed to recruit a single person. Won't returning empty-handed be quite humiliating?" Zhang Shan let out a bitter laugh. "How would I know? Well, let us just laugh it off." Suddenly, Zhang Shan's attention was captured by the presence of the ordinary survivor, Tang San, who had previously expressed interest in joining their ranks. Tang San, who had been listless, looked around in confusion upon hearing his name. His eyes sparkled with recognition as he spotted Zhang Shan, and he stumbled forward, exclaiming, "Sir, do you have any instructions for me?" Zhang Shan scrutinized Tang San from head to toe, then placed a hand on his shoulder. "You have the makings of a fine soldier." Upon hearing this, Tang San's face lit up with excitement. Could it be that this esteemed gentleman recognized his potential and took a liking to him? The thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Tang San, his countenance radiating sheer joy. However, his enthusiasm waned when he heard Zhang Yin remark to Zhang Shan, "The boss instructed us to recruit ability users. He is merely an ordinary survivor." The smile on Tang San's face vanished in an instant, his expression gradually turning glum. "But we can cultivate him into an evolver." Upon hearing Zhang Shan's words, Tang San felt a surge of hope and nodded eagerly. At that moment, he felt like the brightest star on the street. After all, amidst so many, why had this gentleman chosen him? Yet, cultivating someone required considerable time and posed significant risks, and no one was willing to undertake such a task. Tang San's lips twitched in dismay. Just as he was ready to embrace the pinnacle of his life, a cold shower of reality dampened his spirits. Consequently, he dared not listen to the ensuing conversation between the two men. Instead, he covered his ears and squatted down, overwhelmed. Zhang Shan, smiling, addressed Tang San. Tang San, are you willing? Tang San, lost in a daze, failed to hear Zhang Shan's question and simply stared blankly at him. Zhang Yin shook his head at it's over. Look at him, he's just a fool. Zhang Shan shot Zhang Yin a glare. Isn't it your constant discouragement that has led him to this state? He reiterated his earlier words, I can offer you the opportunity to become an evolver, but there is also the risk of becoming a zombie. Do you accept? Tang San pinched his cheek, and upon realizing he was not dreaming, tears filled his eyes. I am willing. Zhang Yin, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, oh my goodness. If you're willing, then why are you crying? That seems excessive. Tang San replied through his tears, my heart feels like it's on a roller coaster, going up and down. How could I not cry? Zhang Yin coughed awkwardly, wondering if he had indeed crushed the boy's spirit. Zhang Shan retrieved a zero-level crystal core from his space ring and handed it to Tang San. Both the ring and the crystal cores had been rewards from Zhuge Xingyun for the guards. And now the guards possessed a considerable number of zero-level crystal cores. Absorb this. Either you'll become a zombie and I'll kill you to recover the core, or you'll become an ability user. And I will take you back, but you must pledge your loyalty to the boss. Though Tang San was curious about Zhang Shan's mention of the boss, he knew he had no right to inquire at the moment. Nodding, he placed the crystal core into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. A warm, clear current flowed from his mouth to the back of his head and then surged into the soles of his feet. Zhang Yin frowned and asked, didn't the others take zero-level crystal cores this quickly before? And am I seeing things, or is that a look of enjoyment on his face? Zhang Shan was equally astonished by the scene before him and quickly snapped a photo to send to Zhuge Xingyun. Upon receiving it, Zhuge Xingyun was equally astonished and hurriedly inquired of the system. System, what is the situation with this person? Not only is he absorbing the core with such speed, but he also appears to be in utter bliss. The system's melodious voice resonated in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. There exists a type of individual who has already undergone evolution, undetectable by outsiders and even themselves, appearing just like ordinary people. However, upon consuming a zero-level crystal core, their bodily functions will activate, revealing potential that far surpasses that of ordinary evolvers. They lack awakened abilities and do not possess attributes of ability users. They simply absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. And their physical forms would evoke envy even among immortals. In this era, they are referred to as aberrants, while in ancient times, they bore another title, innate divine bodies. Just as Zhuge Xingyun was about to share this information, the system suddenly issued a task. Ding! Innate divine body detected. Apprenticeship task initiated. Take the innate divine body as your disciple and elevate their level to 10. Successful reward. Undying divine king body. Failure penalty, none. Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback and promptly sent a message to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan, regardless of the cost, bring that boy back. I wish to take him as my disciple. Zhang Shan stared in astonishment at the message from Zhuge Xingyun, then cast an envious glance at Tang San. Zhang Yin, curious, inquired about the unfolding situation. Zhang Shan then shared Zhuge Xingyun's message with Zhang Yin, who also regarded Tang San with envy. That lad must have struck gold to be chosen as a disciple by the boss. Oblivious to the commotion, Tang San remained with his eyes closed, reveling in the sensation of comfort. When the feeling subsided, he opened his eyes to find the two men staring at him as if he were an unclothed beauty. A shiver ran down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Chapter 44. Release those girls. Zhang Shan and Zhang Yan's gaze remained fixed on Tang San. Feeling awkward, he cautiously addressed them. Esteemed gentlemen, may I join your ranks? Zhang Shan quickly donned a warm smile. Of course, just call me Brother Zhang. Once you achieve success, don't forget to remember your brother. Zhang Yin readily chimed in. Leaving Tang San utterly bewildered, Zhang Yin produced a roasted chicken from his ring, a reward from Zhuge Xingyun that he had refrained from consuming. Brother Tang San, you must be hungry. Here, eat up. Tang San's mouth watered at the sight of the roasted chicken. The crowd around them gathered closer, their mouths salivating. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed as some even contemplated snatching the chicken. However, a cold glare from Zhang Shan made them shudder in fear. reminding them that any attempt to seize it would likely result in dire consequences. Tang San gazed at the roasted chicken, swallowing hard. Is this appropriate? Despite his words, his hands were already reaching for the chicken, devouring it voraciously, while onlookers looked on with envy. Zhang Yin, noticing Tang San's eagerness, chuckled, "No need to rush, brother Tang San. Once we return, you'll have plenty of roasted chicken. Our boss has plans to take you as a disciple." Tang San, caught off guard by Zhang Yin's statement, stared incredulously. "Is what you say true, brother Zhang?" Zhang Shan responded with a smile. "Indeed, it is true. Once we return, not only roasted chicken, but also roasted duck, roasted suckling pig, and whole roasted lamb will all be yours, brother Tang San." The crowd collectively swallowed hard at this revelation. Zhang Yin and Zhang Shan spoke the truth. Zhuge Xingyun was exceedingly generous with his guards, let alone his disciples. Tang San's eagerness to meet his yet unseen master intensified. However, he understood that haste makes waste, and thus he refrained from pushing Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin. Tang San was astute. Offending those near his future master before officially becoming a disciple was hardly a wise decision, and no one appreciated a presumptuous individual. As Tang San neared the end of the roasted chicken, he awkwardly said, "I apologize. I was just so hungry." Zhang Shan, feeling a fondness for Tang San, produced a treasured roasted fish. "It's all right. While I may not have roasted meat, I do have roasted fish." Tang San casually discarded the bones of the roasted chicken, prompting a frenzy among the crowd, who rushed toward the scraps, even resorting to fighting over the tiny morsels. Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin paid little mind to the chaos, remaining vigilant to ensure Tang San's safety. Tang San accepted the roasted fish and, feeling shy, asked, "May I bring a few friends along when we return?" Zhang Shan contemplated for a moment, recalling the boss's words, and replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm curious about which friends you wish to bring back with you." Tang San's face brightened even further. "I have a few good friends. Please wait for me here while I go fetch them." Zhang Shan laughed. "Let us go. We'll accompany you." At that moment, Zhang Shan felt it unwise to let Tang San venture alone. Should anything go awry, how would he explain it to the boss? The two men dismantled their stall and accompanied Tang San as they left. Within the city walls stood a temple, now serving as a refuge for survivors. Inside, 6 tattooed men cornered 3 girls and 1 boy. The girls, furious, confronted the leader of the group. "Let us out, or we will report you to the authorities." The remaining individuals gathered in the temple drew closer, voicing their condemnation of the yellow-haired men. A middle-aged man stepped forward. "What are you doing? Bullying others in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of the authorities coming after you? I'll call the police right now." The ha. "Do you know who we are? Are you going to inform the authorities? Our boss is none other than Hu Shao. Hu Shao is the nephew of Commander Yang." The leading man frowned. "Xiao Lu? You are speaking too much," said Huang Mao with a grin. "It's fine, big brother. We are leaving this place anyway." Upon hearing their background, the onlookers hastily dispersed. The girls were instantly flustered. The boys who were with the 3 girls quickly hid away, looking at the uncle who had been reduced to ashes, their hearts filled with trepidation, like children who had done wrong, unable to meet the pleading gazes of the 3 women. The leading man coldly stated, "Hurry up and act. The agreed time is fast approaching, and Hu Shao and the others are about to depart." Huang Mao and his companions wore sinister smiles. If you dare to resist, we will strip you of your clothes." One of the 3 ruffians seized a girl's arm. Just as the 3 girls looked ashen, a voice rang out from outside. "Stop! Let those girls go." A sunny young man walked into the Qinghuang temple under the gaze of the crowd. "Tang San, please save us." One of the girls, upon seeing Tang San, finally revealed a glimmer of hope on her face. The leading ruffian looked at the unperturbed Tang San and said, "You dare to meddle in Hu Shao's affairs? Are you seeking death?" Tang San glared at the man with fury. "Whether he is Hu Shao or some dog, release my friends." The leading man narrowed his eyes, flames beginning to erupt from his body. Just as he was about to strike, Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin entered. Without even glancing at the 6 ruffians, Zhang Shan directly asked, "Brother Tang San, where are the people you wish to take away?" Tang San pointed at the 6 ruffians. "They want to abduct my friends." Zhang Shan squinted at the leading man. "Oh, not bad, a level 2 fire attribute ability user. But you bully my brother's women. Aren't you seeking death?" The leading man frowned at Zhang Shan and his companion, clearly unafraid despite recognizing them as level 2 ability users. They were either fools or had some backing. It was evident that they were not fools. Hence, there was only one possibility. The other party simply did not fear him as a level 2 ability user. The other 5 ruffians also unleashed their level 2 fire abilities. Zhang Yin raised an eyebrow. Oh, this is a little arson squad. Huh. The leading man's frown deepened. May I ask where you two come from? How about we draw a line here? Zhang Shan rolled his eyes. I am someone you cannot provoke. Before I lose my temper, you'd better scram. The 3 girls, seeing that the 2 brought by Tang San managed to intimidate the adversary, quickly ran to Tang San's side. Observing that their big brother was being scolded and did not dare to retaliate, the ruffians also hesitated to intervene. Third brother, thankfully you came. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have been taken away by them. Tang San sighed as he looked at his male companion hiding aside. Ah, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. One ruffian whispered into the ear of the leading man. Big brother, I've already informed the boss. He will be bringing people here shortly. Let us hold them off. The leading man squinted his eyes. We are also doing this for someone. Brother, it would be wise to leave some background for me to report. Zhang Shan sneered. You want to stall for time until your master arrives? Huh? No problem. I can wait with you. Chapter 45. Joining the level 2 fire ability user. The crowd at Chenghuang Temple watched as Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin found a spot and sat down, starting a fire beside them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Knowing that their opponents had called for reinforcements, they still chose to wait. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Having already witnessed the strength of the 2 in the square, Tang San felt no worry at all. He walked over and sat beside Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin. Although the 3 women were quite anxious, they also sat beside Tang San. Brother Tang San, care to introduce us? With time to kill, Zhang Yin curiously asked Tang San, while taking out a bottle of beer from his space and handing it to him. Tang San promptly accepted the beer, then took out another bottle himself. Zhang Shan also produced a beer, and the 3 raised their bottles for a toast before taking a sip, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Tang San smiled at the 3 women. These 2, Brother Zhang, are my childhood friends. We are in the 3rd year at the university just ahead. He then looked at the long-haired girl. Her name is Ma Xiaoling. Turning to the short-haired girl, he said, she is Zhuang Ling'er. Finally, looking at the girl with her hair tied up, he said, she is Kong Miaoyu. Zhang Yin smiled and said, I am Zhang Yin, and this is Zhang Shan. By the way, he is already taken. Our boss intends to take Tang San as a disciple, so we are merely here to protect him. The 3 girls' faces showed not only shyness but also considerable concern. Thank you, Brother Zhang, but is everything really all right? Seeing the 3 girls with parched lips, Zhang Yin smiled and nodded. Rest assured, with me here. After speaking, he took out 3 bottles of nutritional drinks from his space and placed them on the ground. Drink up. Miss Xiaoling and the others, upon seeing the drinks, quickly expressed their gratitude. Just as the 3 were about to reach for the drinks, a man who had been lurking in the shadows seized the opportunity, transforming into a ball of flames and charging towards the beverages. The parched man could no longer care about anything else. Enveloped in flames, he dashed towards the temple entrance. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. By the time they reacted, the man engulfed in flames had already reached the entrance of the Chenghuang Temple. Just as the man thought he had succeeded, a triumphant expression on his face, Zhang Yin suddenly appeared before him and slapped his hand on the flames. The man instantly reverted to his human form, and the fire vanished. The scene that unfolded was surreal. A man holding 3 bottles of drinks, while Zhang Yin rested a hand on his shoulder. Those witnessing this were left in disbelief, while the 6 ruffians felt their scalps tingle, their bodies turning cold from head to toe. The once boisterous Chenghuang Temple was suddenly filled with the sound of thuds as 6 ruffians dropped to their knees. They had been so domineering just moments ago, yet no in jest. I express my satisfaction with your response. Are you interested in joining us? Duan Fei's heart began to race uncontrollably. Can I truly become a part of your team? Just joking. This is a team of 3rd-level evolved beings. There are so few 3rd-level evolved beings in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, joining a team of 3rd-level evolved beings is not as simple as merely expressing a desire to join. Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Zhang Yin, Duan Fei felt as though he were on the verge of ecstasy. I am willing. Of course, I am willing, Zhang Yin replied with a smile. Then, you shall join my squad. There is but one requirement, loyalty to the boss. Chapter 46. The past of the 7 brothers. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Duan Fei's face lit up with excitement, even more so than if he were the groom himself. Zhang Yan removed his hand from Duan Fei's shoulder and continued to chat with Ma Shaoling and the others, seemingly indifferent to Duan Fei. The moment Zhang Yan's hand was lifted, Duan Fei felt his own abilities return. He yearned to inquire about the nature of Zhang Yan's powers, but restrained himself. Duan Fei inadvertently caught sight of the 6 small-time thugs, their eyes pleading for mercy, causing his lips to twitch. One thug, unable to endure the feeling of impending doom any longer, crawled over to Duan Fei on his knees. "Brother Duan, we have indeed wronged you in the past. Could you possibly overlook our transgressions? Given our prior acquaintance, please intercede on our behalf." The others, witnessing this, disregarded their pride and scrambled to kneel beside Duan Fei. Duan Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having just returned from the brink of death. Was this truly how they chose to treat him? Were they intent on sending him back? Having spent time at the city god temple, Duan Fei had overheard their earlier conversation. Surely, they had some awareness of the powerful individuals they had offended. That was a disciple of the boss whom they had yet to encounter. The 2 beside him were merely subordinates of the boss. As a minor character, he was even less significant, with a sheepish expression. Duan Fei replied, "I am powerless to assist you. You should beseech the 3 esteemed individuals yourselves." Upon hearing this, the 6 men seemed to deflate like punctured balloons. Zhang Shan turned to Zhang Yan and asked, "Why not recruit these 6 as well?" Suddenly, the eyes of the 6 lit up, eagerly straining to hear. Zhang Yan shook his head. "One fire attribute is sufficient. I dislike having too many fire attributes, as I am afraid of the heat." This statement struck the 6 like a bolt from the blue. They thought to themselves, "Look at what you are saying. We are fire attributes not by our own choosing. If given the option, we would never choose to be fire attribute evolved beings in our next lives." Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, bowing their heads and remaining motionless. Zhang Shan suddenly asked Duan Fei, "Are any of them truly despicable? My hands are itching. I haven't had the chance to test my abilities yet." The 6 began to tremble uncontrollably. Duan Fei smiled wryly and shook his head. "They appear fierce and menacing, but in truth, they are pitiable." Upon hearing Duan Fei speak on their behalf, the 6 felt their eyes moisten. Reflecting on how they had previously driven Duan Fei away, they realized their actions had been utterly reprehensible. They were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Duan Fei. Upon hearing Duan Fei's response, Zhang Shan grew curious. "Oh? How are they pitiable? They seem rather formidable to me." Duan Fei sighed. "The 7 of us grew up in the same orphanage. Coincidentally, we all became fire attribute evolved beings on the same day, thus binding us as brothers. I am their elder brother. However, there was an incident when Hu Xian instructed me to capture a girl named Su Ting, which I refused. Because I was unwilling to help Hu Xian snatch a woman, I was cast out. Consequently, our brotherhood was severed." Zhang Shan and Zhang Yan momentarily halted their drinking, exchanging glances that seemed to convey, "Isn't that Lu Tao's fiancé, E?" It appears Hu Xian, that scoundrel, harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Shan's eyes. "It seems they are a group of treacherous individuals. The people I detest most in this life are those who betray their comrades. I would kill one at the sight of them." The 6 men, trembling on the ground, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. They looked at Duan Fei with expressions of desperation, as if to say, "Goodness, I merely asked you to plead for us, and now you wish to drag us down with you. That is quite unfair." Duan Fei seemed to comprehend their thoughts and awkwardly rubbed his nose. "In truth, I did not wish to implicate them. I left of my own accord. They are not to blame." Upon hearing Duan Fei's explanation, the 6 let out a sigh of relief, but their nerves tightened once more upon hearing Zhang Shan's next inquiry. "Did they capture Su Ting?" The leader of the 6 collapsed to the ground. Duan Fei was at a loss for how to respond, lowering his head in silence. Suddenly, the man spoke up. "I attempted to capture her, but I failed. Ultimately, it was Hu Xian who succeeded in bringing her back." Zhang Shan narrowed his eyes. "Su Ting is the woman of my brother." The 6 men gasped in shock, regarding Zhang Shan as if he were a monster. "Those 2 third-level evolved beings at the banquet, were they also your associates? What manner of organization are you that boasts 3 third-level evolved beings?" This revelation left everyone present in astonishment. Zhuang Linger and Kong Miaoyu's minds began to race. If they could accompany Duan Fei, their beauty and perfect figures would surely ensnare a powerful individual, allowing them to rise above their current plight and avoid enduring hunger any longer. Duan Fei's excitement grew. For he realized that Zhang Shan, who had yet to make a move, was also a third-level evolved being. With less than 100 third-level evolved beings among the hundreds of millions of survivors in the Dragon Kingdom, he found himself in the presence of 4 within the ranks of his future master. What a formidable team this was! As he pondered this, a flush of exhilaration crept across Duan Fei's face, nearly elevating him to the heights of euphoria. Thus, a night passed. The following morning, the city god temple was suddenly stirred by the sound of synchronized footsteps, Huxian, accompanied by over 100 soldiers. Surrounded the temple. Haiyan, who was it that obstructed your duties? Do you wish to defy the authorities? Huxian wasted no time in placing a heavy accusation upon Zhang Shan and the others. Were it not for their exceptional strength, ordinary individuals would have already succumbed to fear. However, this time, Huxian miscalculated. He had provoked 2 formidable killers. Upon entering the city god temple, he found the 6 men kneeling in perfect order. Silent as the grave, Haiyan's eyes brimmed with resentment upon seeing Huxian, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Previously, Haiyan had been subservient to him, yet now regarded him as a nemesis. Haiyan turned slightly, indicating with a gesture, "Come, this space is reserved for you. Hurry and kneel here to await your fate. Do not dawdle." Huxian, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He knew that although these 6 subordinates had acted like dogs around him, their strength was not to be underestimated. Now, however, they knelt before the others, who were undoubtedly more powerful. Yet, upon spotting Duan Fei, he thought, could it be that these 6 scoundrels are aware of my entanglement with their woman and are seeking refuge with Duan Fei? However, that seemed implausible, as he had been extremely cautious in his interactions with their women, only meeting them when they were assigned tasks away from the 6, upon seeing the troops he had brought with him. His confidence surged again. "Haiyan, I am asking you a question. Are you deaf?" The 6 men remained silent, heads bowed. "Haiyan, did you not claim that someone obstructed your duties? Speak freely. I shall take charge of it myself." Initially, Haiyan had been bowing his head, but now he buried it even deeper, his expression darkening. He longed to strangle Huxian for his insolence. Zhang Shan wore a playful smile. "So, this is the infamous Huxian you speak of?" Haiyan quickly nodded. "Indeed, he forced us into this predicament. We had no choice." Huxian, feeling ignored, was humiliated further by the attention Haiyan's words received. He felt like a clown, muttering to himself, "You, Haiyan, think my words are mere nonsense. Yet you treat this fool's words with such gravity." Before Huxian could finish his sentence, Haiyan suddenly erupted, shouting, "Shut your mouth, you dog! You are nothing but a bully hiding behind your connections. Were it not for Yang Dong backing you, I would have slapped you against the wall until you couldn't move." Chapter 47. The crystals within the evolved beings. Huxian never anticipated that Haiyan would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Leaving his mouth agape in shock, a burning sensation spread across his face. At that moment, his pride had been trampled into the dust, and he felt utterly humiliated. In a fit of rage, Huxian made a decision he would regret for a lifetime. "Bring forth the execution of everyone here." A horde of soldiers rushed in, among them several second-level evolved beings sent by Yang Dong to protect Huxian. The onlookers turned ashen, realizing that their mere curiosity had nearly cost them their lives. Yet, the only exit was now blocked, forcing them to cower in the corners. Zhang Yin glanced at Zhang Shan and remarked, "My abilities are ill-suited for a group battle. I leave this to you." Zhang Shan finished the last sip of his beer and carelessly tossed the bottle aside. "Child's play." As the soldiers surged closer, green starlight began to gather rapidly in Zhang Shan's hands. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward. In an instant, 2 vine-like tendrils emerged from both hands, swiftly extending towards the oncoming soldiers. As they stretched forth, the tendrils thickened and sprouted countless branches. The soldiers, caught off guard and unable to resist, found themselves ensnared by the serpentine vines, instantly rendered incapable of struggle. Moments later, a series of explosive sounds echoed across the battlefield. Ultimately, all that remained of the soldiers were tattered garments and bloodstains, clearly indicating they had been crushed beyond recognition. The fire and water elemental users hastily transformed into their elemental forms to evade the binding of the vines. Zhang Yin observed as the tendrils erupted from the bodies of the elemental soldiers. causing no harm to them. Instead, the vines bore traces of scorching. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he sighed. It seems the constraints of elemental affinity are indeed a significant flaw. I might as well stretch a bit. He then draped his arm over Zhang Shan's back. Suddenly, a silver glimmer flashed along Zhang Shan's vines. The evolved individuals ensnared by the tendrils could no longer revert to their elemental forms. After their necks were snapped by the vines, they too met the same gruesome fate. Observing from the periphery, a water elemental user quickly transformed into a watery state and fled the scene. What followed was a shocking spectacle for all present. Crystals began to materialize within the bodies. Oh, I comprehend this reasoning. In these uncertain and precarious times, I too yearn for companionship. However, at my age, who would find me appealing? Ma Xiaoling promptly nudged Sun Miaoyu with her elbow, startling Sun Miaoyu into inadvertently voicing her thoughts. The softly diminishing words echoed. The other passengers in the vehicle could not restrain their laughter. Zhang Shan's laughter was the loudest. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yin, you might just be guilty of an old bull courting tender grass. Zhang Shan abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing chaos among the 7 individuals in the cargo compartment, leaving them in a state of disarray. Their frustration was palpable, yet they dared not voice their discontent, merely sitting up in silence. Those at the back of the line also cast curious glances at the truck. Zhang Shan, you drive. Subsequently, Zhang Yin squeezed into the back seat. Zhang Shan rolled his eyes and silently approached the driver's seat. Emma Xiaoling hurriedly occupied the passenger seat, stretching her limbs in relief, finally liberated. The back seat, designed for 3, had left Ma Xiaoling sore from being cramped, and she now relished the opportunity to unwind. With Zhang Yin's arrival in the rear, the space became even more congested. Observing his girlfriend in the front seat made his own presence in the back feel somewhat pointless, so he quietly exited the vehicle and climbed into the cargo hold. To stave off boredom for the 8 individuals, Zhang Shan handed Tang San a case of liquor and 2 decks of cards, resulting in sporadic shouts of double, no double, bomb, resonating from the cargo area. Zhang Yin settled between Kong Miaoyu and Zhuang Ling'er. Before Zhang Yin could utter a word, Zhang Shan teased, Kong Beauty, you'd better think this through. Zhang Yin is renowned as a notorious playboy in our unit. Once, he was juggling 3 girlfriends at the same time. Alas, during a mission, he was injured and hospitalized, leading all 3 girls to confront each other at the hospital, resulting in a brawl that even made the news. Emma Xiaoling suddenly turned her head in astonishment. No way, that male lead was you? Zhang Shan was momentarily taken aback. You know about it? Ma Xiaoling chuckled. I stumbled upon it while browsing Douyin. Tang San was raving about it. I never imagined I would meet the real deal. I must inform Tang San. She quickly sent a message about the incident to Tang San using the survival device. Tang San, engrossed in his card game, wore a bewildered expression. Kong Miaoyu glanced at Zhang Yin. Pondering, in this apocalypse, why should a mere girl concern herself with such matters? All that mattered was that Yin Gu treated her well and protected her. As Xiaoling's smile remained bright. Indeed, in these end times, she understood better than anyone else. If it weren't for Tang San's fortuitous luck, they would have already faced dire consequences in the city god temple, where death could have been a merciful release. To become someone else's plaything would subject them to unimaginable torment. Suddenly, Zhuang Ling'er wrapped her arm around Zhang Yan's, playfully exclaiming, Then I shan't hold back. She leaned her head on Zhang Yan's shoulder. The vehicle fell into an unusual silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Zhang Shan gazed at the scene in disbelief. Who would have thought that after a simple outing, Zhang Yin, the perennial single, would return with 2 companions? Truly, one might say, an extraordinary event had transpired. Emma Xiaoling also looked at her 2 friends with confusion, unable to grasp the nature of this commotion. Even Zhang Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, perhaps you might want to reconsider. There are plenty of handsome men and beautiful women in our city. Zhuang Ling'er, eyes closed, dared not meet Zhang Yin and Sun Miaoyu's gazes. In no reconsideration, it's settled. Zhang Yan's face darkened, feeling as though he were merely a piece of cargo, as if this was simply a matter of agreement. He looked at Sun Miaoyu with a mournful expression. Sun Miaoyu smiled. So, Yin Gu, do you accept us both? Zhang Yin was left utterly flabbergasted, wondering what sort of maneuver this was. They say to guard against fire, theft, and even close friends, yet here was a proposition for an alliance? Zhang Yin could only manage a wry smile and nod. Very well then, in truth, he felt elated beyond measure. Sun Miaoyu and Zhuang Linger sat up, extending their hands for a high five. Sun Miaoyu joyfully declared to Zhuang Linger, "Yay, from now on, we'll take turns keeping an eye on Yin Gu, ensuring he doesn't stray." Zhuang Linger eagerly nodded in agreement. Zhang Shan rolled his eyes in disbelief, marveling at this unconventional arrangement. This is quite the operation, truly. Why should the good fortune be shared with outsiders? He found it perplexing how the youth of today thought. Chapter 49. Welcoming the first batch of survivors, Zhuge Xingyun reclined in his lounge chair. Eyes closed as he contemplated his miniature world, at present. His small realm resembled an animal kingdom. The number of avian creatures had multiplied over threefold, while cattle and sheep had doubled as for the fish in the river. Their numbers had increased by no less than tenfold. The flora within this space flourished abundantly, with many unfamiliar plants appearing, which Zhuge Xingyun paid little heed to. Unbeknownst to him, these were no ordinary plants, but rather spiritual herbs. Had he realized their true nature, he might have awakened with a smile. Ultimately, Zhuge Xingyun concluded that time within his small world flowed significantly faster than in the outside realm, and the spiritual energy was far more abundant. If the spiritual energy outside was akin to a tranquil lake, then that within his realm resembled a vast ocean. Yang Fan, Yang Ying, and 5 clerks busily unpacked deliveries in the main hall. "Brother Yun, where did all these deliveries come from? My hands are aching from unboxing." The others echoed similar sentiments. "Indeed, Brother Yun, how many more are there? Aside from our midday and evening shifts at the fast food joint, we've been unboxing deliveries for 2 days straight. We're utterly exhausted." To expedite the unboxing process, Zhuge Xingyun temporarily closed other establishments, including the fast food outlet, limiting it to lunch and dinner service. Zhang Qian and her team had spent the past 2 days organizing camp affairs and had not ventured out for supplies, hence their lack of ammunition needs. Zhuge Xingyun sorted the unpacked items into categories and stored them in his spatial ring. "Surely, we've only made a dent in the total." The group stared at him in disbelief. Yang Fan set down his parcel. "Little Yun, did you rob an entire delivery company?" "No way. I need to step outside for some fresh air." He then stood and headed toward the exit. Zhuge Xingyun understood that this was not a task that could be completed in a moment. "Everyone, keep an eye out. We'll tackle this another day." The others felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, placing down their parcels and stretching. Finally, they could rest. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at his watch. 6:10 p.m. It was time for dinner. So he proposed, "How about I treat everyone to a barbecue?" Zhang Jing was the first to cheer. "That sounds wonderful. I've been craving your roasted suckling pig." Wang Wei chimed in, "I want roasted chicken." Yang Ying approached Zhuge Xingyun, linking her arm with his. "Brother Yun, I want roasted fish." Zhuge Xingyun turned to Guoxiang, who had remained silent. "Guoxiang, what would you like to eat?" Guoxiang blushed and replied, "I want beef." Everyone turned to stare at Guoxiang, as Zhuge Xingyun had never produced beef before. Zhuge Xingyun smiled. "Are you trying to test me? Very well, today I shall grant all your wishes." The girls erupted in joyous cheers, elated at the prospect. Zhuge Xingyun opened a personal barbecue station at the entrance of the outer city. Besides his team of 7, he also invited Zhang Qian. The 8 of them reveled in the barbecue, the aroma wafting throughout the outer city. Soldiers observing from a distance were left salivating at the sight of roasted lamb, suckling pig, chicken, duck, fish, and grilled steak. Zhuge Xingyun, with a mischievous glint in his eye, glanced at the nearby soldiers. With less than 100 soldiers taken by Zhang Hao, nearly 20,000 remained within the city. "Zhang Qian, since we have quite a bit to grill, why not invite the commanders over to join us?" Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Then I must thank you, Boss Zhuge." Before Zhang Qian could respond further, 10 officers rushed over, having been unable to contain their appetites while watching from the sidelines. Upon hearing Zhuge Xingyun's invitation, their ears perked up like eager rabbits. With Zhang Qian's approval, they hurriedly approached, reporting, "The first squad leader has arrived," reporting, "The second squad leader has arrived," reporting. After all 10 squad leaders introduced themselves, they stood beside Zhang Qian, their eyes drawn to the barbecue. Zhang Qian smiled. "It's break time. Feel free to join in." Zhuge Xingyun mirrored her smile. "Indeed, there's food and drink. Everyone, make yourselves at home." The group looked to Zhang Qian. Without her command, they dared not drink. Upon receiving her nod, the 10 men eagerly settled around the fire, cracking open beers to drink. Zhang Qian understood that Zhuge Xingyun was intentionally recruiting. She did not oppose this, but rather hoped to integrate into Zhuge Xingyun's team. Although they had secured a place to stay, their food supplies dwindled daily. In contrast, Zhuge Xingyun's followers never lacked for sustenance. However, her brother harbored ambitions and was unwilling to play second fiddle, so she planned to take her time. When an opportunity arose, she would find a way to facilitate the connection, just as everyone was enjoying their meal. Zhuge Xingyun sensed a commotion at the city gate. He chose to ignore it, continuing to dine with the group. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, leading his troops, and Zhang Dongzi's squad entered through the city gate. 10 minutes later, a throng of people filled the main avenue, eventually arriving at the shop's entrance. Observing the merry gathering, Zhang Dongzi and his companions dashed over, eagerly grabbing a chicken leg to devour. They brought back 6,000 capable individuals. Now drooling at the scene. With a smile, Yang Ying leaned closer to Zhuge Xingyun and whispered, "Brother Yun, this must be your true intention." Zhuge Xingyun responded with a mysterious smile, "Inger, you are breaking the rules again." Seeing through yet remaining silent, Yang Ying shot Zhuge Xingyun a glance, thinking to herself, "This is something even the most perceptive can understand. Is it necessary for me to voice it?" At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. The population of newcomers has reached 500,000. The host's team now consists of 6,012 members. The current population of Longying City exceeds 580,000. Please continue your efforts." Zhuge Xingyun stared blankly at Zhang Hao. "Buddy, didn't you say there were only 100,000 dependents? Can't you see the line stretching all the way to the city gate?" Just as Zhang Hao was about to speak, a city guard rushed over. "Report. The city gate is blocked. A large crowd is waiting to enter." Zhang Hao's face turned even more awkward. "I apologize, Boss Zhuge. We do have 100,000, but many of them are friends of those dependents. They heard there were better opportunities and followed along. Some are survivors we encountered on the road. This oversight is entirely mine. I sincerely apologize." Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the crowd. "Can you still distinguish who belongs to you?" Zhang Hao forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Zhuge Xingyun felt a headache coming on but suddenly thought, if handled well, this might allow him to complete the task directly. He then said, "First, let everyone exit the city. The 2,000 soldiers previously assigned to the camp should return. The newly arrived soldiers should also go out and maintain order. If anyone dares to voice dissent, they shall never set foot in the city again. Those causing trouble will be dealt with immediately." Chapter 50. Decisive Action. Zhuge Xingyun turned to Zhang Dongzi, saying, "Dongzi, go to the broadcasting room and relay my instructions. Those you brought back will stay here." Zhang Hao sighed. "It seems that's the only option." Zhuge Xingyun then addressed Yang Ying and the others. "You continue eating. I need to handle some matters." Zhang Hao glanced at the roasted meat. After 2 days of eating steamed buns and shredded mutant beast meat, he was on the verge of nausea. Seeing his subordinates enjoying roasted meat only heightened his frustration. Zhang Qian, noticing Zhang Hao's anger, couldn't help but smile as her mouth watered. "Brother, you handle your business first. I'll finish eating with the captains and then come help you." Several captains looked anxiously at Zhang Hao's response. They thought, what does she mean by "you go ahead"? Once they finish eating, what will I have left? How can I go over and scrounge for food? Don't I have any pride? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'll handle it first, but don't overindulge." Zhuge Xingyun signaled with his eyes. Yang Fan quickly grabbed a bottle of beer and a roasted leg of lamb. Handing them to Zhang Hao. "You've just returned. You must be starving and exhausted. Here, have a bite." "How can I accept this? Look at the situation." Although Zhang Hao protested, his hands instinctively accepted the oversized roasted lamb leg and beer. Taking a bite, everyone around him swallowed hard. The broadcasting room was located within the inner city, so Zhang Dongzi quickly arrived there. Observing the surveillance equipment, he couldn't help but marvel. The boss can even supply electricity to the city. As he watched the crowd on the monitors, he noticed some individuals picking fruit from trees planted by the boss along the roadside. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke into the microphone. "I am Zhang Dongzi, captain of the Longying City Guard. All newly entered personnel, please exit immediately. Wait at the city gate for the Lord's allocation of housing and identity tokens. Those picking fruit within the city must cease immediately. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution." Angry soldiers glared at those in the crowd, and upon hearing the broadcast, the sound of gun bolts being drawn echoed ominously. The city lord had promised that once the fruits were ripe, they would be distributed to everyone. The guards on the walls had eagerly anticipated this moment for 2 days, waiting for the Lord's allocation. Just as the moment approached, these individuals had prematurely plucked the fruits. Igniting their anger, upon hearing the captain's orders, they hastily drew their weapons, ready to unleash chaos upon the fruit thieves. Some soldiers who had picked fruit blushed and placed the fruits back on the ground before retreating into the crowd. However, others continued to ignore the broadcast, unabashedly picking fruit. Some, clever enough, halted their actions and distanced themselves from those still harvesting, while others, emboldened, rallied their peers. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. Once we gather enough, we can eat without worry. Will they force us to regurgitate it later? Desperate individuals, unable to resist, dashed forward to pick fruits. Meanwhile, those outside the city, hearing about the fruits, surged in like a frenzy. Thus, those inside the city gate found themselves overwhelmed, gasping for air and crying for help. At this moment, Zhuge Xingyun made a slashing motion across his throat with his right hand. Zhang Dongzi, watching the surveillance footage, awaited orders. Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun's signal, a chilling voice emanated from the loudspeakers. Those who refuse to heed this warning will be killed. Then came the relentless sound of machine gun fire, and beneath the trees, thousands of souls were claimed. The onlookers were struck with fear. Upon hearing the gunfire, no one dared to approach the city any longer. Those outside, unaware of the situation, fled to what they deemed safe distances to observe. Gradually, the people within the city began to exit. As the city nearly emptied, Zhuge Xingyun surveyed the 6,000 newly acquired evolved individuals and revealed a satisfied smile. Lu Tao, Yang Kong, Yu and Dongzi performed admirably. After we conclude here, summon Dongzi for a reward. Hearing this, both men beamed with joy. Thank you, boss. Zhuge Xingyun directed the system to authenticate the 6,000 soldiers, allowing them to move freely within Longying City. All right, you lead them back. Their accommodations will be akin to yours, remaining at the training grounds. Once Longying City expands, we will arrange suites for you. And after settling everyone, invite them over for roasted meat. The two men were even more excited now. Understood. They turned to the 6,000 soldiers, proclaiming, "Did you hear that? Follow us back to the camp, quickly pack your belongings, and come back for roasted meat." A deafening cheer erupted from the 6,000, who clearly understood that this feast would not consist of the tasteless mutant beast meat, but rather the delectable flesh of ordinary animals. A rarity before the apocalypse, the two men led the 6,000 towards the camp, their pace quickening until they broke into a sprint. Zhuge Xingyun chuckled at this scene, then retrieved a stash of frozen meat from his spatial ring and handed it to Wang Wei. "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Wei smiled in response. "It's no trouble, Brother Yun." Yang Ying pouted and, in a show of possession, walked over to Zhuge Xingyun, wrapping her arms around his. Zhuge Xingyun could only smile awkwardly as he accompanied Yang Ying to the city gate. Zhang Hao, now on Zhuge Xingyun's left, gazed incredulously at the densely packed crowd outside the gate. "This can't be just 50,000, can it?" Zhuge Xingyun quickly inquired of the system. "System, what is happening?" The system's melodious voice replied. "Only individuals who have entered the city walls are counted by the system. If confirmation from the host is not received within a day, the system will classify them as invading personnel and will autonomously eliminate them." Zhuge Xingyun gazed down at the throngs of people, realizing the magnitude of General Han's historical achievement in amassing 1,000,000 soldiers. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. 2 power-evolved individuals approached, carrying a large tombstone, 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. Zhuge Xingyun examined the inscriptions and nodded in satisfaction. He had just ordered that the rules of Longying City be inscribed on this stone, placing it at the city gate. All who entered must read it before gaining entry. "Yes, boss." The two men then transported the tombstone to the city gate and set it upright. 2 guards set up a table at the entrance, where Zhang Qian and a female soldier sat with a laptop. The female soldier spoke in a normal tone. "Everyone, listen up. Those whose names are called, step forward and form a line. For those not called, remain where you are. Soldiers under Captain Zhang, please line up at the city gate in 4 rows." Though her voice was soft, it resonated with clarity, as if whispered directly into each ear. A crowd began to queue, gradually making their way to the city gate. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up. "Is she an awakener?" Zhang Hao confirmed. "Indeed. Her name is He Ying. She is an awakener with the ability of sound transmission." Zhuge Xingyun nodded, then transformed his body into a shadowy mist, akin to grains of sand, and flew to Zhang Qian's side. Zhang Hao sighed. I had no idea Boss Zhuge was also a third level evolved. Sigh. When will I break through to the third level? He then ignited himself into flames and followed suit. However, just as he reached the city outskirts, Zhang Hao suddenly reverted to his human form. Plummeting from a height of 100 meters in a free fall, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the city walls, piercing the ears of everyone nearby. Chapter 51. Identity tokens of Longying City. As Zhuge Xingyun reached the ground, he turned back upon hearing the commotion. Brother! Zhang Qian exclaimed as she stood up. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at Zhang Hao, who was plummeting in free fall, his expression marred by a frown, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He promptly transformed into a cascade of black sand and surged towards Zhang Hao, catching him just as he was about to hit the ground. Subsequently, he returned to Zhang Qian's side, accompanied by a bewildered Zhang Hao. Standing before Zhang Qian, Zhang Hao remained in a state of shock, unable to collect his thoughts. The soldiers observed their commander with strange expressions. Brother, is there something you wish to discuss with your sister? Please don't despair, Zhuge Xingyun remarked with a hint of profundity. I am not blaming you. You needn't resort to such drastic measures. Coming to his senses, Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ah, I saw you elementalize and descend, so I followed suit. Who knew my powers would suddenly vanish upon jumping? Zhuge Xingyun and Zhang Qian fell silent for a moment. Did you not inform your brother? Zhang Qian asked, her face flushed with awkwardness. I thought you had already mentioned it, Zhuge Xingyun replied, his lips curling into a smirk. Zhang Hao, bewildered, interjected. What are you two discussing? Qian, what have you not told me? Zhuge Xingyun pointed at the freshly erected gravestone. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Hao looked over. The gravestone was inscribed with an array of rules. City regulations. 1.0 Flying over the city walls. Entry and exit must be via the city gates. 2. Fruit cultivation within the city is restricted. Only designated individuals, or those with permission, may harvest. 3. Outsiders are prohibited from entering the inner city. 4. Fighting and disturbances within the city are forbidden. 5. Murderers shall face death. 6. Those who force others into prostitution or insult women shall be expelled. Severe cases will result in death. 7. Thieves shall be expelled. Severe cases will result in death. 8. Those who disobey orders during wartime shall be expelled. Severe cases will result in death. 9. Temporary entrants must leave the city by 10 o'clock that evening, excluding those lodging in inns. 10. The identity tokens of Longying City are not to be lent to others. Violations of these regulations will result in fines, and severe infractions may lead to execution. Zhang Hao's lips twitched as he pondered, am I to be punished for this? Zhuge Xingyun was at a loss for words. He instructed Zhang Dongzi to announce the city regulations over the loudspeaker. Well, the sign has just been erected. You can serve as an example for them, so they won't attempt to fly over the walls again. As one nears the top of the wall, a defensive mechanism activates, neutralizing nearby elemental energies. Uninformed enemies will only be left to plummet. Zhang Hao swallowed hard. Had it not been for Zhuge Xingyun's timely intervention, I would have added another soul to the city below. He cast a resentful glance at Zhang Qian, as if to say, while others may deceive their fathers, you are deceiving your brother. Such an important matter. And you chose not to inform me. Do you wish for my demise? Zhang Qian shot him an exasperated look before taking a seat at the computer. He stood up. Commander Zhang, we are prepared. Shall we commence the verification? Zhang Hao glanced at Zhuge Xingyun, who was inquiring within his mind. System, as the population increases, how shall we manage the city? The system's voice resonated in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. A self-service identity registration system has been arranged at the city gates. You may require those entering Longying City to register. Suddenly, 5 machines embedded in the city walls appeared on either side of the city gate. Just as Zhuge Xingyun was about to express his gratitude to the system, another voice echoed in his mind. 1 million gold coins deducted. Your balance is now 250,000 gold coins. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened. He had anticipated that there would be no free lunch in this world. The individuals possessing self-made tokens suddenly found theirs vanishing, replaced with electronic tokens within their survival devices. The sudden appearance startled those around them, who then gazed at Zhuge Xingyun with admiration. After inquiring about the system's usage, he addressed Zhang Qian. These 10 machines can register all information of those entering the city. Simply place your survival device on the machine. After you verify yourselves, instruct everyone to register and collect their identity tokens, which are categorized from highest to lowest as Tian, D, Xian, and Huang. The Huang token is issued upon entry, while the Xian token designates legitimate residents of Longying City. Those who perform well or make significant contributions may be upgraded. Temporary entrants will not receive tokens and must exit the city by 10 o'clock. Please relay this to the soldiers guarding the city. Zhang Qian nodded, a wry smile on her face. Zhuge, with 10 machines and a population of 50,000. How long will this take? Zhuge Xingyun was momentarily taken aback, but to maintain an air of superiority, he concealed his surprise. System, assist me. What shall I do? You may pay gold coins for the system's assistance. It only costs 1 gold coin per individual. Zhuge Xingyun felt a surge of frustration. I refuse to squander tens of thousands of gold coins merely for the sake of appearances. Suddenly, an idea struck him. System, can the individuals outside cover this cost themselves? Of course, came the reply. Can you deduct it directly? It seemed the system anticipated Zhuge Xingyun's clever maneuver to turn a profit. Certainly, but an 80 service fee will apply. Zhuge Xingyun grimaced on no deal. The maximum I'll agree to is 50. Otherwise, let them line up. Deal.as Zhuge Xingyun noted the system's swift agreement. A smile of excitement graced his face. Zhang Qian, may I borrow the soldier beside you? The female soldier's face flushed crimson at Zhuge Xingyun's sly grin. Zhang Qian, with a bemused expression, responded, Boss, could you not choose someone else? This soldier isn't suitable. Zhuge Xingyun, bewildered, replied, I merely wish for her to relay a message. What could possibly be unsuitable? Unsuitable? How so? She can simply use her mouth. Zhang Hao's eyes widened as he interjected, Zhuge, are you that eager? Zhuge Xingyun regarded Zhang Hao with an incredulous stare. Of course I'm eager. Why else would I insist on her? The female soldier seemed to undergo a monumental internal struggle. Very well, since it is your request, Zhuge boss, I shall comply. Zhang Qian looked at the female soldier with sympathy. Thank you for your effort. The soldier blinked back tears. It's no trouble. Zhuge Xingyun felt exasperated. It was merely a request for a message. Did it warrant such theatrics? Hurry up, he urged. The female soldier, noticing Zhuge Xingyun's unyielding presence, nervously asked, Here? Right now? Zhuge Xingyun's irritation flared. Tio relay a message should not take this long. Can we not expedite the process? Of course it's here. Where else would it be? Zhang Qian and Zhang Hao exchanged disdainful glances. Surprised by Zhuge Xingyun's demeanor, the female soldier's tears began to flow uncontrollably, while the surrounding soldiers turned their heads in silent fury. The female soldier knelt before Zhuge Xingyun, startling him into taking several steps back. What are you doing? He exclaimed at this moment. The female soldier was equally bewildered, as were those present. Did you not say you were in a hurry for my assistance? Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhuge Xingyun awkwardly clarified, What I meant was for you to relay a message to everyone present. Zhang Hao nearly choked on his own saliva. Zhang Qian, blushing, approached the female soldier. Ahem, please convey the message from Zhuge boss. The female soldier, head bowed, stood up, her face burning with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. Zhuge Xingyun hastily instructed, Inform everyone present that those wishing to join Longying City must queue to collect their identity tokens. Those who prefer to bypass the line may do so by paying 1 crystal core or 10 gold coins for immediate entry. Supplies are limited, and it's first come, first served. Each resident of Longying City must pay 1,000 gold coins monthly. For daily payers, the fee is 50 gold coins per day. Payments must be made within a week of entry at the self-service machines or via the last page of their survival devices. Chapter 52. Recruiting a city lord. Feeling quite embarrassed, Zhuge Xingyun turned and returned outside the shop. At this moment, 6,000 soldiers had filled the wide avenue in front of the store. Outside the city gate, Zhang Hao had begun allowing his soldiers to enter, each receiving a Huang-level token as they walked along the Grand Avenue. The identity tokens of Longying City were now bound to their survival devices, facilitating checks and payments for lodging. Observing the soldiers entering the city, some survivor groups began to converse. Should we wait? Wait for what? Did you not see that Commander has tens of thousands? How long will we wait? Exactly. Just look at the crowd around us. There are at least 50,000. Who knows if there will even be housing available inside? Who wants to wait? Whoever wants to wait can go ahead. I've already paid. I'm going in first. I'll enter the city as well. Thus, a significant number of individuals, fearing they would miss out on housing, chose to pay gold coins for entry. Watching the continuous influx of soldiers and civilians at the city gate, Zhuge Xingyun smiled subtly. Oh, you now know how to perform? Eh? Yang Ying had already informed Zhang Dongzi and the guards. As people began to trickle in, they started to put on a lively show. This is delightful. The boss is so generous, providing us with fine food and drink upon our arrival. Indeed, this roasted meat is exquisite, rich yet not greasy. Thank goodness for my wisdom. I joined the boss's ranks in time. From now on, I can indulge in the finest. Indeed. The guards engaged in lively conversation while heartily devouring meat and guzzling down wine. The soldiers entering the city, along with those who paid gold coins for entry, watched with drooling mouths. Although the display put on by the guards was rather amateurish, the aroma of the roasted meat was undeniably tantalizing. All who entered the city were transfixed by the sight of the barbecue. Unable to tear their gaze away, before long, some inquired with the guards about how they might join their ranks. A first-level evolver approached one of the guards, asking, "Brother, do you still need people?" "I am a first-level evolver." The guard, still munching on roasted meat, chuckled in reply, "Of course we do." Another ordinary survivor quickly interjected, "Brother, I am merely an ordinary survivor. Do you still have openings?" The guard smiled and said, "Yes, we welcome all who are willing to fight or work. We have 3 requirements. First, loyalty. Second, adherence to city regulations. And third, we do not support idlers." Someone excitedly asked, "How can we join you?" The guard replied with a grin, "If you did not choose to join Dragon Shadow City upon entering, but wish to now, you will need to wait a couple of days until we finish our current tasks. There will be a designated office for recruitment at that time. You may also bring your friends and family along." After finishing his meat with a satisfied expression, the guard took a hearty swig of wine. The crowd nodded in agreement, casting one last lingering glance at the meat before returning to their assigned quarters. Zhuge Xingyun, observing the influx of gold coins, felt exhilarated. A significant number of individuals paid their gold coins and opted to join Dragon Shadow City, while some chose to remain as temporary residents. The newly arrived survivors followed the guidance of their identification tokens to the 10-person rooms in the 7-story apartment building. Naturally, some sought to occupy exclusive villas, but they found themselves unable to even enter the premises. Zhang Hao's soldiers and their families opted to remain as temporary residents. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The external population has reached 200,000. The host's team consists of 6,012 members. The number of residents in Dragon Shadow City has reached 300,000. The host has exceeded the task of securing 100,000 residents. Rewards are now being issued. The space expansion feature for Dragon Shadow City has been activated. All of the host shops can expand their internal space without altering their external appearance, provided the current usage exceeds 80% of the total area. The excess rewards have been distributed. The host has unlocked the authority to establish external city permissions. The host has activated the in feature. The host has obtained 10 million sets of standard attire. The host has obtained 10 million sets of advanced attire. Zhuge Xingyun noticed that one of the signs on his remaining 6 shops now displayed the word in. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a long time without deciding whether to entrust the inn to Miao Qian or Su Ting, thus temporarily setting the matter aside. Gazing at the standard attire that enhanced abilities by 10% and the advanced attire that boosted abilities by 20%, Zhuge Xingyun wore a satisfied smile. Since the system's update, it had not only avoided pitfalls for the host but had also provided abundant benefits. Zhuge Xingyun silently praised the system in his heart. He turned to Zhang Dongzi and the others, saying, "Dongzi, all of your tokens are of the Earth grade, while the remaining guards and civilians are of the Profound grade. The external temporary residents are of the Yellow grade. Those without tokens are merely temporary entrants. These temporary entrants must exit the city before 10 o'clock at night. I will be opening the inn soon. Aside from those residing in the inn within the city, please find someone to spread the word." Zhuge Xingyun found himself in dire need of capable individuals, lacking even someone to manage internal affairs. If Yang Ying were to handle internal management, it would truly be a waste of talent. Dongzi nodded eagerly. Suddenly, Zhuge Xingyun recalled something and said, "By the way, in the future, the fruits grown in the outer city can be freely consumed by Profound grade personnel. However, there is one stipulation. They may only eat them on the spot and cannot take any away." The soldiers' faces lit up with excitement at the prospect of enjoying fruits regularly. Yang Ying smiled at Zhuge Xingyun, teasingly asking, "Are you establishing a class system now?" Zhuge Xingyun chuckled. "Isn't this just giving those surviving in the apocalypse something to strive for?" With that, he clapped his hands. The earliest employees who had followed Zhuge Xingyun, along with Zhang Dongzi, ceased their conversations to look at him. First, let us congratulate Yang Ying, Yang Fan, Zhang Dongzi, Zhang Shan, Zhang Yin, Lu Tao, Yang Kong, Wang Wei, Zhang Jing, Guo Xiang, Miao Qian, and Su Ting, 12 individuals for attaining Earth Grade status. Each of you may select your own residence within the city. The guards immediately applauded in approval. Zhuge Xingyun then addressed Zhang Dongzi and the others. You are all the captains of the guards. Do not run back during your shifts. When Zhang Yin and the others return, please relay this information to each other. He continued. Secondly, all guard personnel have now attained profound grade status. All fruits grown within the city may be consumed freely without the need for reporting. The guards erupted into cheers and applause once more. Zhang Hao led his soldiers outside the shop. Yang Lin called one soldier who was joyfully enjoying roasted meat, quickly standing at attention. Take the troops back to the camp and arrange accommodations for them. After that, they may have free time. Yes, the soldier replied with a wry smile. Reluctantly leading his comrades back to the camp, Zhang Hao approached Zhuge Xingyun, and Miao Qian promptly vacated her spot. Zhang Hao smiled at Miao Qian, saying, Thank you. You're welcome, Boss Zhuge, including those en route to Dragon Shadow City. Our troop numbers have reached approximately 100,000, with family members totaling 150,000. This exceeds our previous agreement by 50,000. I sincerely apologize. May I defer the payment for the additional 50,000 in gold coins? He glanced furtively at Zhuge Xingyun, appearing quite sheepish. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Zhang Hao with a smile, replying, How about working off the debt? Zhang Hao was taken aback. Work off the debt? Zhuge Xingyun chuckled. What do you think of Dragon Shadow City? Zhang Hao looked around, observing his surroundings. This must be the safest place in the entire world. Zhuge Xingyun stood up, saying, Come, let us take a look at the palace city. Zhang Hao, bewildered, followed Zhuge Xingyun into the palace city. Upon entering the palace city, Zhang Hao was astounded. This is all wheat and corn. Zhuge Xingyun nodded with a smile. The farmland in this city produces crops every month. Sufficient for 1 million people. I plan to establish an outer city, entirely dedicated to agricultural cultivation. Zhang Hao was left in shock, fully aware that if Zhuge Xingyun's claims were true, Dragon Shadow City would become the first city in the world to restore normal order. Why choose me? Why not become the Lord yourself? Zhuge Xingyun, smiling, answered without hesitation, I'm lazy. Chapter 53. The Lord's Mansion. Zhang Hao nearly choked upon hearing Zhuge Xingyun's words. Others strive for a lifetime to attain such a position. Yet he was so nonchalant about relinquishing it. Zhuge Xingyun maintained a cheerful demeanor, awaiting Zhang Hao's response. At that moment, Zhang Qian approached the entrance of the palace city. Since Zhang Qian lacked the authorization to enter, she was held back by an invisible force at the gate, curiously observing it while reaching out to touch the air barrier. Zhang Hao noticed this and, seeing his sister's silly behavior, wore a look of exasperation. I apologize for making the boss laugh. Zhuge Xingyun caught the change in Zhang Hao's address and smiled faintly. He instructed the system to grant Zhang Qian access. She pushed against the air barrier with both hands. Zhang Qian suddenly tumbled to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Zhang Hao, feeling embarrassed, slapped his forehead in disbelief. Quickly recovering, Zhang Qian stood up, her face flushed as she tidied her clothes. Zhang Hao and Zhuge Xingyun approached her. Why are you always so clumsy? Zhang Qian chuckled sheepishly before becoming equally astonished by the farmland inside the palace city. It resembled a veritable paradise. Zhuge Xingyun turned to Zhang Hao, asking, What are your thoughts? If you are unwilling to be the Lord, I can appoint someone else. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Be the Lord? Zhang Hao hastily interjected, with her personality, if she were to be the Lord, Dragon Shadow City would surely descend into chaos. Zhang Qian pouted, about to protest, when Zhang Hao solemnly declared, To prevent Dragon Shadow City from becoming a mess, I shall take on the role of the Lord. Zhuge Xingyun laughed teasingly. If you feel forced, it's fine. I can find someone else. Not forced, not forced. Zhang Hao quickly countered, laughing heartily. Zhang Qian shot her elder brother a glare, as if to say, You almost made a fool of yourself. Zhuge Xingyun pointed to a palace near the main hall, smiling as he said, I have upgraded your and Zhang Qian's identification tokens to Earth Grade. That palace ahead will serve as the Lord's Mansion. You two can reside there. The siblings quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, boss. Zhuge Xingyun continued, Individuals above Earth Grade and soldiers are exempt from paying gold coins in a few days. Once all personnel return to Dragon Shadow City, I will announce your lordship and reveal a surprise. He then addressed Zhang Qian. If you manage to bring Gao Sheng over, you'll have a surprise as well. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up, her mind racing with possibilities. Zhuge Xingyun smiled, saying, "You may go ahead and explore the Lord's mansion. I must take my leave." Zhang Qian eagerly tugged at Zhang Hao, heading toward the Lord's mansion. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Hao sighed with a wry smile. "Boss, I'll accompany my sister to take a look. Farewell." Zhuge Xingyun nodded, then turned and exited the palace. Yang Ying had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun emerge, she hurried over, linking her arm with his. "Brother Yun, are you not afraid of him merely running alongside you after you appoint him as the city lord?" Zhuge Xingyun flashed a smile. "Rest assured, he will not betray us." He certainly could not disclose to her that, with the system's support, anyone who joined his team would be 100% loyal. He had nearly forgotten about it. But thankfully the system had reminded him just in time. Otherwise, it would have slipped his mind entirely. Yang Ying harbored no suspicions towards Zhuge Xingyun. After all, he was far too enigmatic, and his capabilities were beyond comprehension. The two of them stood momentarily stunned upon entering the city lord's mansion. Gazing at the brightly lit hall, Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that electricity?" she exclaimed before rushing into the restroom. She turned on the faucet in the shower. Zhang Hao dashed to the bathroom, concern etched on his face. "Qian, what's wrong?" Seeing that Zhang Qian was unharmed, he sighed in relief. "Brother, there's hot water." Zhang Hao stared, mouth agape, at the steam-filled bathroom. For the past half-month, he hadn't dared to wash even with cold water, merely wiping his body with a damp cloth. Now, there was actually hot water here. Zhang Qian beamed as she surveyed the fully stocked bathroom. Playfully pushing Zhang Hao out, "Brother, you go out first." "What is the matter? Come on, just go out already." After being pushed outside, Zhang Hao quickly locked the door behind him. Sighing, he wandered around the city lord's mansion. The mansion boasted 4 floors, lower than the main hall. The first floor contained a spacious living room, a kitchen, an office, and a restroom, with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. The second, third, and fourth floors each featured large suites comprising a living area, a kitchen, a bathroom, and approximately 10 rooms per level. The amenities in these suites were complete, and the living necessities were all provided, a stark contrast to the simple furniture found in the standalone courtyards of the outer city. After returning to the first floor, Zhang Hao entered the office. He powered on the computer and began browsing through the information stored within. He soon learned that only individuals with a rank of Earth level or higher could enter the palace. The fruit trees within Longying City could be freely harvested for consumption, and water and electricity were supplied around the clock. In contrast, the standalone courtyards required payment in gold coins via the survival device for water and electricity. Moreover, the apartments currently lacked power. He also found the personnel list for Longying City, which included shop staff, guards, and information about himself and his sister. As Zhang Hao reviewed the information, Zhang Qian emerged from the bathroom. Her hair wrapped in a towel, clad in a bathrobe. She tossed her dirty clothes into the washing machine before picking up a hairdryer. When Zhang Hao stepped into the living room, he found Zhang Qian sitting on the sofa in her bathrobe, engrossed in the television. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, there are pre-stored movies and TV shows in here." Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, "and action films that you love." Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. "Really? Cough, cough." Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly cleared his throat. I'm going to take a shower upstairs. Could you inform everyone about our new boss when you have a moment?" Before Zhang Qian could respond, Zhang Hao dashed up the stairs. Zhang Qian's mouth twitched in bemusement. She then took out the survival recorder and snapped a selfie of herself watching TV, along with some photos of herself soaking in the bath. Spending gold coins, she posted them on the national channel. "Qian, on my first day in Longying City, what can I say? Let us make do." The national channel erupted in activity. "Jane Gang bye-bye, sister. Where is Longying City? I want to go too." Lei Shun. "Big shot. Can you take me along?" Sad little bird. "Heavens, what am I seeing? A bath, happy goat. Based on my 30 years of experience in debunking myths. She must be a water-type evolver, and if not, I'll gouge my own eyes out. This is solid proof." Chapter 54. Contribution. Zhang Qian noticed someone defaming her on the public screen, curling her lips in disdain. She extended a finger, which transformed into gold, and took another selfie with the survival device. However, that did not suffice. She decided to go all out, sprinting out of the city lord's mansion. after snapping a photo of the vast wheat fields. She ran into the inner city to capture a shot of Zhuge Xingyun and others enjoying barbecues, along with survivors entering the city. Upon seeing Zhang Qian in her bathrobe, the crowd reacted with envy, jealousy, and sheer bewilderment, unable to comprehend her actions. Zhang Qian then uploaded all the photos to the national public screen, smiling at the survival device as she strolled back to the palace. The public screen erupted once more. Xiao xiao. All the fakes upstairs, hurry and gouge your eyes out. The Big Shot is clearly a metal type ability user. Big Shot, where is Longying City? I want to join. Yang Yang. What am I seeing? Wheat fields and fruit trees. My heavens. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun's mind was inundated with system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Wuming City. Check-in degree 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Qingming City. Check-in degree 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in. The incessant notifications left Zhuge Xingyun bewildered. System, what is happening? Member Zhang Qian has posted her life photos on the Longhua public screen, causing a tremendous stir. Zhuge Xingyun quickly glanced at the public screen, exclaiming, incredible! Ever since the incident with Lu Tao, Wang Wei and the others had almost ceased posting on the public screen. Perhaps it was time to recruit some individuals specifically to promote Longying City on the public screen. Suddenly, a message made Zhuge Xingyun furrow his brow. Principal Gu, could you tell us where Longying City is? I am in Kyoto, where mutated birds have begun attacking us. Over 10,000 people have already died in the Forbidden City gathering area. Kyoto has become the first city attacked by mutated birds. Simultaneously, Zhang Qian received a private message from Long Zhanghua. You are Zhang Qian from the Engshi gathering area, right? I am Long Zhanghua, commander of the Longhua military. While Zhang Qian was pleasantly observing the chat on the public screen, she paused at the private message, feeling conflicted. She had already distanced herself from Engshi and had personally led her troops to join a private gathering area. In Longhua, this could be considered a military coup. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qian disclosed Long Zhanghua's message to her brother and Zhuge Xingyun. Just as Zhang Hao was about to step out, his sister called out to him, Brother, Longhua's commander Long Zhanghua sent me a message. Zhang Hao queried with curiosity, what prompted him to message you? Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed. I posted a few selfies. So? Zhang Hao sighed. Silly sister, our information is registered in Longhua. Although the city no longer has water or electricity, the Longhua shelter has ample resources, including water, electricity, and satellite networks. Once your photo is scanned, your profile will instantly appear on the higher-ups' computers. Do you think the apocalypse means that the national security personnel won't be eager to redeem themselves? What should we do? This amounts to treason. Not so serious. Come on, let us go meet the boss. Zhuge Xingyun, observing the numerous soldiers barbecuing, suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a wireless microphone from his space. Attention, all those with Xian level tokens, please return to your rooms. Pack your belongings and leave the apartment, as you now possess the right to reside in standalone courtyards. The Xian level soldiers erupted into deafening cheers upon hearing this. Zhang Hao's soldiers displayed expressions of envy and jealousy, as they could only reside in the training grounds, lacking even a 10-person apartment. During their leave, they were confined to tents accommodating dozens. In the midst of the crowd's cheers, Zhang Hao and Zhang Qian stepped out of the palace. Ying rushed to Zhang Qian's side upon seeing them emerge. What happened? Zhang Qian appeared somewhat perplexed. Ying, looking dejected, replied, the 6,000 soldiers who just returned to the city not only received Xian level tokens, but each one can also stay in a standalone courtyard. Zhang Hao regarded the despondent He Ying and then glanced at the listless soldiers. Isn't this a good thing? Why aren't you happy? He Ying looked utterly baffled, unsure why she should be pleased with their circumstances. Nor did it seem to concern her directly. Zhang Hao, curious, turned to He Ying, then suddenly recalled something. Qian, did you notify everyone about what I asked you to? Zhang Qian smacked her forehead. I forgot. He Ying gazed at Zhang Qian with curiosity. Zhang Qian quickly explained, we have joined Longying City. Once the final batch of people from Engshi arrives, your identity tokens will be upgraded. Upon hearing this, He Ying looked at the two in disbelief. Really? What about Longhua? Zhang Hao smiled slightly. The military will back us. Once the troops are assembled, you can choose to join us or stay here temporarily. We won't force anyone, and we haven't betrayed our country. He Ying relayed this information to all the soldiers, who erupted into jubilant cheers. The Zhang siblings approached Zhuge Xingyun, who noticed an increasing number of unfamiliar faces gathered at the barbecue stand. Under the deep night sky, scattered stars glimmered like dust. Everyone savored the delicious food under the starlight, showing no signs of the apocalyptic reality they faced. Wang Wei San's daughters, responsible for the fast food establishment, have returned to the restaurant. Many survivors are on the brink of starvation. In pursuit of a substantial profit, Zhuge Xingyun has decided to open the fast food outlet. Boss, I have a matter I wish to inquire about, he said, directing his gaze towards Zhang Hao Yangying. I shall step out for a moment. As the night deepens, you should also return early. I will leave this in the capable hands of Guoxiang and Zhang Dongzi. Understood, Yun Gu, replied Zhang Hao with a smile as he rose to his feet. As they traversed the palace's wheat fields, Zhang Hao informed Zhuge Xingyun about Long Zhanggua's message. Without hesitation, Zhuge Xingyun responded. Speak plainly, we have done nothing to betray our nation. We merely seek to survive better in this apocalypse. Moreover, with the establishment of Longying City, what do we have to fear? Zhang Qian retrieved the survival device and set it to be visible externally. Sending a reply to Long Zhanghua, indeed, Commander, do you have something to discuss? Long Zhanghua seemed to have been awaiting Zhang Qian's message. The moment he received it, he sent a video call request. Zhang Qian glanced at Zhuge Xingyun, who nodded slightly, indicating she should accept the call. Once the video was connected, Long Zhanghua's voice resonated. Comrade Zhang Qian, have you truly joined another organization? Zhang Qian cast a glance at Zhuge Xingyun before firmly stating, yes, my brother and I have joined a settlement. Subsequently, she angled Zhang Hao's face towards the camera. Zhang Hao, taken aback, remarked, well done, you brought me into this. What a predicament. However, he chose not to elaborate further, offering a wry smile as he addressed the commander. Hello, Commander Long Zhanghua frowned. Are you aware that you are in the midst of a military coup? Noticing Zhang Qian's reluctance to shift the camera's focus away from herself, Zhang Hao pressed on. We have not betrayed anyone. We merely wish to survive in this apocalypse. Suddenly, Long Zhanghua shifted the topic. Your actions can go unpunished, as long as you make significant contributions to Longhua. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qian exchanged glances. Questioning, what contributions? Long Zhanghua answered calmly. You simply need to inform the organization how to enter the ruins and how to cultivate the wheat fields around you. Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned, incredulous that it could be so simple. Zhuge Xingyun raised an eyebrow, sensing that the main event was about to unfold. Chapter 55. Boss, you are truly cunning. In the internal shelter of Longhua's mountainous region, Long Zhanghua sat bloodied upon a colossal pangolin. While soldiers busily cleared away the corpses of fallen comrades, it appeared that at least 1,000 lives had been lost. Long Zhanghua fixed his gaze on Zhang Hao in the video, waiting for a response. Suddenly, the camera focused on a young man, causing Long Zhanghua to frown. Who are you? Zhuge Xingyun maintained his signature smile. I am merely the proprietor of a fast food establishment. Long Zhanghua's eyes brightened, abruptly interrupting Zhuge Xingyun. Were you not the one who appeared with the food truck in Kyoto and Engshi? Unperturbed by the interruption, Zhuge Xingyun replied, indeed, my name is Zhuge Xingyun, though I prefer to remain relatively obscure. Long Zhanghua rose and walked towards an office, realizing that this fast food owner was the true master of Longying City. Zhuge Xingyun did not deny the claim. Observing the corpses of mutated beasts on the video, he furrowed his brow and remarked, it seems Commander Long is also facing hardship. Long Zhanghua confirmed, we were attacked by the pangolin and lost 1,000 elite soldiers. Zhuge Xingyun frowned. Despite their abandonment of most, he did not disdain those who sacrificed themselves to save the world's populace. It was a dire situation, as there was little time for nations to prepare when the apocalypse struck and resources were limited. The adage too much is as bad as too little was well understood by all. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Long Zhanghua. What assistance can I offer you? Long Zhanghua smiled slightly, having awaited Zhuge Xingyun's inquiry. The supreme leader of Longhua wishes to speak with you. Zhuge Xingyun nodded without hesitation. Certainly. Soon after, a kindly yet authoritative elder appeared on the video. This was Gu Peng, the supreme leader of Longhua. Zhuge boss, we finally meet. Zhuge Xingyun performed a slight bow, a gesture of respect for the elder. It is an honor to meet you. Leader, Gu Peng smiled warmly. There is no need for such formality. Zhuge boss, you may simply call me Gu Lao. Gu Lao. Gu Peng nodded. I shall not beat around the bush. Can you inform me how you entered the ruins? Without hesitation, Zhuge Xingyun replied. There are 2 methods to enter the ruins. The first is to avoid using any special abilities and scale a wall over 100 meters high. The second is that I have been to the outskirts of the ruins and can expend a considerable cost to transform into someone nearby. Gu Peng's eyes lit up. What sort of considerable cost? Zhuge Xingyun sighed, feigning gravitas. Alas, it would require at least 20 million gold coins and 10,000 level 0 crystal cores. Stealing a glance at Gu Peng, Zhuge Xingyun noted the elder's momentary daze. He pondered whether his demanded price had startled Gu Peng. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qian exchanged bewildered looks, as if to say, "Boss, you are truly outrageous." Just as Zhuge Xingyun began to worry, Gu Peng burst into laughter. "Longhua is saved, Zhuge Xiaoyu. May I request your assistance in conquering the national ruins?" Zhuge Xingyun, along with Zhang Hao and Zhang Qian, was left speechless. Ji Peng's address had shifted from Zhuge Boss to Zhuge Xiaoyu. Zhuge Xingyun swallowed hard and inquired, "Conquering the national ruins? How many are there?" Gu Peng explained. "Aside from the ruins occupied by Zhuge Boss, Longhua has 30 additional ruins. We need these 30 ruins. However, we have limited level 0 crystal cores. Could we exchange some for level 1 cores, or even level 2 or level 3 cores?" Zhuge Xingyun was utterly taken aback. "Jiyu Lao, did I hear you correctly? 30 ruins would amount to at least 600 million gold coins. And we would need 300,000 level 0 crystal cores," Gu Peng chuckled. "You did not mishear. However, we can provide 200,000 level 0 crystal cores. For the remaining 100,000, how about we exchange them for 1,000 level 3 cores and 8,000 level 2 cores? Along with 1,000 level 1 cores?" Zhuge Xingyun instinctively nodded. "That is acceptable. However, I am currently outside of Angxi, and traversing the country will require considerable time." The elder smiled at Zhuge Xingyun. "We are aware of the difficulties you face. Zhuge Xiaoyu, we are willing to provide an additional 10 million as travel expenses." Zhuge Xingyun and the others gulped, excited yet apprehensive about the source of such a substantial sum. Most likely, it was derived from zombies. Compared to the massive and resilient mutated beasts, zombies were relatively easier to deal with. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at his balance of over 4 million. With a bitter smile, he said, "Gu Lao, I need the travel expenses in advance. Otherwise." Ji Peng chuckled. "Zhuge Xiaoyu, what is your nickname? I would like to add you as a friend." After mutually adding each other as friends, Gu Peng promptly transferred 101 million gold coins to Zhuge Xingyun. This considerable amount left Zhuge Xingyun momentarily stunned. Zhuge Xingyun smiled at Gu Peng. "Are you not afraid I might abscond with the funds?" Gu Peng, glancing at the computer beside him, observed that Zhuge Xingyun's information was already displayed. He replied with a grin, "Based on my understanding of Zhuge Xiaoyu, you are not that sort of person." Zhuge Xingyun nodded slightly. "Rest assured, in business, integrity is paramount. Once my people return tomorrow, I shall set off." Gu Peng inquired curiously, "How do you plan to arrange your route, Zhuge Xiaoyu?" "I can contact the local station troops to assist you in clearing the way." Zhuge Xingyun contemplated for a moment. "I will head to Kyoto first, then to the capital." Ji Peng nodded with a smile. "I shall await your esteemed arrival in the capital." Zhuge Xingyun bowed once more. "Jiyu Lao, I will prepare my belongings now." "Farewell." Ji Peng nodded with a smile. "Zhuge Xiaoyu, farewell." After the call ended, Zhang Hao curiously asked, "Boss, are you truly going to help Longhua conquer the ruins?" Zhuge Xingyun nodded. Zhang Qian expressed her concern. "If we leave Longying City, what about safety?" Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile. "Have you forgotten the food truck I operated before?" Zhang Qian then sighed in relief. "Zhang Hao, when will the remaining troops arrive, and how many do we have?" Zhang Hao responded, "They should arrive in about 2 hours." Zhuge Xingyun nodded and, observing the crowd continuing to enter the city, continued, "To prevent a repeat of previous events, have them prepare a count in advance and enter the information into the city lord's computer. Identity tokens will be issued promptly." Zhang Hao quickly replied, "I will take care of it right away." Zhuge Xingyun smiled, "Let them continue to eat. Once you finish recording the information, return to rest early. Tomorrow morning, after the subsequent troops enter the city, we shall set off." After returning to his room, Zhuge Xingyun was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. "Yungu, are you there?" Lying on his bed, Zhuge Xingyun chose to remain silent. After Yang Ying let out a playful huff, she retreated to her chamber. Once she confirmed that silence enveloped the door, Zhuge Xingyun exhaled in relief. In his mind, he inquired of the system, compile all my relevant information. Chapter 56. Acquired a disciple with an innate divine body. System, present my pertinent details. Moments later, Zhuge Xingyun received the system's report. Host name, Zhuge Xingyun. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 27 years. Character attributes, Level 3 Dark Attributability User. Additional attribute points, 3. Kill value. 100. Number of shop managers, 3. Number of employees, 2. Guard captain, 5. Guard force, 6. 000. Number of soldiers, yet to be fully counted. Assets, 114 million gold coins. Dragon Shadow City Fast Food Vehicle, Level 1. Can be upgraded for 1 million gold coins. Fast Food Restaurant, Level 2. Can be upgraded for 100,000 gold coins. Weapon Shop, Level 2. Can be upgraded for 100,000 gold coins. Car Shop, Level 2. Can be upgraded for 100,000 gold coins. In Level 1. Can be upgraded for 100,000 gold coins. Own Crystals, 150,000 Level 0 crystals, 7 million Level 1 crystals, 2 million Level 2 crystals. Supplies, Dragon's Heart. 3 1-hour invincibility cards. 1 ever-changing seal card. 1 mist attribute seal card. Ordinary attire that enhances abilities by 10 million sets. Advanced attire that enhances abilities by 10 million sets. Spatial ring, 1 logistics parks items. Miniature world within the body, 100,000 cubic units. Resources within the miniature world, pigs, 30, 000. Cows, 20, 000. Sheep, 20, 000. Chickens, 50, 000. Ducks, 40, 000. Fish, 100, 000. Fish fry, 300, 000. Geese, 6, 000. Gazing at the bountiful resources at his disposal, Zhuge Xingyun felt a surge of confidence. System, upgrade all assets that can be enhanced, deducting 2.5 million gold coins from the host. Remaining balance, 111.5 million gold coins. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. Dragon Shadow City Fast Food Vehicle, Level 3. Urban space expanded to 300 square kilometers. Fast food restaurant, Level 3. Added spicy rice noodles, 20 gold coins. Weapon shop, Level 3. Added AWP sniper rifle, 10, 000 gold coins. Car shop, Level 3. Added city maglev train, 10 million gold coins. In Level 3. Increased room count to 1, 000. Content with his data. Zhuge Xingyun closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, a series of knocks shattered the tranquility within the room. Zhuge Xingyun awoke with a stretch, then sleepily opened the door. Suddenly, a slender woman leaped at him. Realizing what had just occurred, Zhuge Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, Yang Ying released her embrace. Finally caught you. Let us see how you avoid me now. Zhang Shan has returned with his team, and everyone is waiting for Brother Yun at the palace gate. She then turned and took the elevator downstairs. Zhuge Xingyun stood dazed at the door. Did I just get kissed forcibly? He sighed and made his way outside the palace. Upon spotting Zhuge Xingyun, Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin hurried over, dragging Tang San with them. Zhang Yin smiled and said, "Boss, this is Tang San." Zhuge Xingyun turned to Tang San, but before he could speak, Tang San knelt before him with a thud. "Master, please accept my bow." He promptly knocked his head 3 times, almost knocking himself unconscious due to his fervor. Zhuge Xingyun, taken aback, thought, "This young man is quite zealous. Get up." Tang San rose. "Thank you, master." Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. When the disciple reaches level 10, the host will be rewarded with an indestructible divine body. The total population of the city has reached 1 million, with 50,000 ordinary soldiers, 40,000 evolved soldiers, and 3 awakened soldiers, accommodating 910,000 survivors. Zhuge Xingyun had no opportunity to hear the system's announcement. He smiled at Tang San and said, "You, like Zhang Shan and Zhang Yin, possess a Earth level token. You may choose any room beside the main hall." While waiting, Tang San had already heard about the distinctions of the palace and the various levels of tokens, and he was overjoyed beyond words. Zhuge Xingyun turned to Zhang Hao. "From now on, you shall manage the inner city of Dragon Shadow City. Your token shall be upgraded to heaven level. Thank you, City Lord." Zhuge Xingyun then looked at Zhang Dongzi. "Dongzi, assign your team members to Zhang Yin and the others. Your position as chief commander remains unchanged. Your identity token shall be upgraded to heaven level." "Understood." He then addressed the 4 guards. "You 4 must quickly organize the more than 30,000 ability users in the army into teams of 10,000 each, and maintain only 10,000 per team. All 4 of you shall be upgraded to Earth level." Receiving orders solely from Zhang Dongzi, the 4 responded promptly. The remaining 50,000 soldiers will be directed by City Lord Zhang Hao. Afterward, he turned to Zhang Hao. Hurry and recruit soldiers among the survivors. These soldiers will be funded by the City Lord's mansion. Henceforth, aside from the 10 largest shops, the remaining shops will be managed by the City Lord's mansion. All income within the city will go into the City Lord's financial treasury. For the time being, Zhang Qian will oversee the management. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qian's eyes brightened. Thank you, boss. Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly. I shall not concern myself with the inner and outer city matters. I have just established the outer city. You will also be responsible for all the fertile lands in the outer city. However, do not forget, we are not engaged in charity. Everything has its price. A grain of rice repaid, a peck of rice resented. I need not elaborate. Zhang Hao nodded earnestly. Noticing Yang Ying's sulky expression, Zhuge Xingyun understood that she was displeased about him assigning such an important role to Zhang Hao and his sister. Thus, he hurriedly added, Yang Ying, from now on, you will manage the affairs within the palace. Your token and Yang Fan S will be upgraded to heaven level. Yang Ying shot Zhuge Xingyun a sidelong glance and muttered softly, What's there to manage in the palace? Ultimately, she replied, Understood, Brother Yun. Zhuge Xingyun smiled gently. The heaven level tokens are only for the 4 of you. Each month, there will be distributions of tobacco, alcohol, cosmetics, and other goods. Yang Ying shot him a glance. You're all mine. Do I care about those? Zhuge Xingyun nearly choked. Cough, cough, speak properly. The others cast peculiar looks at Zhuge Xingyun. Wang Wei, Guoxiang, and Zhang Jing pouted, remaining silent. Zhuge Xingyun hurriedly said, Well, let's proceed as discussed regarding the achievements. Zhang Hao, you know the rules. Just ensure no one breaks them. Also, no one is permitted to exit the city without orders. Yes, boss. Upon receiving Zhang Hao's response, Zhuge Xingyun promptly closed the gates of Dragon Shadow City. System, spend 10 million gold coins. I wish to reclaim Dragon Shadow City and switch to fast food vehicle mode. Deduction successful. Switching to fast food vehicle mode. The internal space of the fast food vehicle has been automatically adjusted. The first floor is the fast food restaurant. The second floor is the weapon shop. The third floor is the car shop. The fourth floor is the inn. The fifth floor is Dragon Shadow City. Switching to fast food vehicle mode complete. Subsequently, Zhuge Xingyun vanished before everyone's eyes. Witnessing his sudden disappearance left everyone astonished, but they quickly returned to their respective tasks. Chapter 57. Distribution of special attire that enhances attributes. A vehicle emblazoned with fast food vehicle traversed the desert. While Zhuge Xingyun was immersed in music as he drove, Yang Ying suddenly appeared in the passenger seat, startling him. How did you get out? Yang Ying smiled. It seems the heaven-level token has its advantages. I can come and go freely from Dragon Shadow City. Zhuge Xingyun sighed. Brother Yun, do you not accept me because of Sister Qingqing? In that moment, Zhuge Xingyun momentarily lost focus while driving. Slamming on the brakes, he looked at Yang Ying, dejected. You know? Yang Ying smiled gently. I heard it from Wang Wei and the others. Zhuge Xingyun took a deep breath. Leaning back in his seat, I'm sorry. Ingerd, I can't seem to forget Qingqing. It's as if it's etched in my very soul. Yang Ying looked at him with a smile. I don't want you to forget her. She sacrificed her life to save you. If you were to forget her, you wouldn't be the Yun I love. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at Yang Ying, a look of comfort gracing his features. Yang Ying returned his gaze with equal affection. As they inched closer, the air around them thickened with unspoken emotions. Xiao Yunzi, what do you think of the equipment I made using my abilities? Suddenly, Yang Fan burst into the driver's cabin from the back of the fast food vehicle. Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying quickly distanced themselves. Clearing his throat, Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the equipment made by Yang Fan. Very good, impressive. He shifted gears and resumed driving. Yang Fan awkwardly remarked, Did I come at a bad time? Yang Ying shot Yang Fan a glare. I finally set the mood, and you ruined it. Who knows if Zhuge Xingyun, that blockhead, will continue avoiding me next time? She vacated the passenger seat and approached Yang Fan. Stepping sharply on his foot, Yang Fan yelped in pain. She then returned to the passenger seat. Zhuge Xingyun pretended not to notice and continued driving. Yang Fan sat on the ground, realizing his foot was swollen after removing his shoe. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Ying turned her head and shot him a fierce look, causing Yang Fan to hastily cover his mouth. Yang Ying finally relented, turning her gaze back to the window. Yet, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her. Clinging to her discomfort, she adopted a mindset of shared misery with the others. Yang Fan, seated behind them, became an unwitting third wheel in their dynamic. The atmosphere was stark and glaring. Due to this unforeseen interruption, Yang Fan's awakened abilities once again went unnoticed by Zhuge Xingyun. Thus, Yang Fan found himself lingering in the hospital, engaging in trivial tasks. Yet, he relished the leisurely pace of life. Content to have such an extraordinary brother-in-law, why not embrace a life of ease? After Zhuge Xingyun navigated through the most perilous stretch of Longying City at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, 5 hours later, he once more laid eyes on the city of Kyoto. Yang Ying observed the location on her tablet. After passing the Forbidden City, they would need to proceed for another 200 kilometers to reach the next ruin. Zhuge Xingyun nodded in agreement. Let us take a moment to visit Zhang Qian's fiancé. As their vehicle cruised the streets of Kyoto, a colossal shadow suddenly enveloped the sky. Yang Ying, intrigued, inquired, "Why has it grown dark?" The trio simultaneously peered out the window, witnessing an eagle far larger than any aircraft soaring above. They collectively gasped in astonishment. Yang Fan, with a hint of dread, asked, "Xiao Yunzi, could this possibly be a resurrected pterosaur?" Zhuge Xingyun's eyes widened in shock as he observed the creature. "System, what manner of mutated beast is this?" The system's voice resonated in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Deducting 100 gold coins. This is a level 3 blood shadow eagle. It can alter its size at will, possesses immense intelligence, and has the ability to create physical avatars. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Can its abilities also be sealed? The system responded in an odd tone. A reminder to the host. It is advisable not to entertain thoughts of engaging the blood shadow eagle. While the host will not perish, one would hardly desire to spend the latter half of their life within its belly. Would they? However, it is not an absolute certainty. It is also possible to become mere excrement of the blood shadow eagle. Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened as he relayed the information gleaned from the system to Yang Ying and her brother. They swallowed hard, and Yang Ying suddenly recalled something. Perhaps we can inquire on the city channel. She hastily activated the survival device. The fast food vehicle continued its slow advance toward the Forbidden City. In the dim shadows, countless eyes fixated on the fast food truck. "Look, everyone! The fast food truck owner has returned," exclaimed King Kong Barbie. "I knew the boss wouldn't abandon us," replied Tuesday. "He must be back to earn some money again." The madman chimed in. "Shouldn't you all be paying attention to that giant eagle soaring overhead? It has been circling here for 2 days," the shoemaker suggested. "The giant eagle has reappeared. It's heading towards the Forbidden City. Those inside the Forbidden City should take cover," warned Snow Princess. Yang Ying looked at Zhuge Xingyun with a bemused expression. "It seems your reputation in Kyoto is rather unfavorable." Zhuge Xingyun casually glanced at the chat on the public screen. "Dismissing the opinions of others, we are nearing the Forbidden City. That large bird is indeed heading there. Yang Fan, please go call Zhang Qian and Zhang Dongzi." After Yang Fan nodded and departed, Yang Ying turned to Zhuge Xingyun. "Can you drive?" she asked, grinning. "Of course," she affirmed. The vehicle came to a halt on the dilapidated street as Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying switched places, and they continued their slow journey. Moments later, Zhang Qian and Yang Fan returned together. "Boss, did you call for us?" Zhang Qian inquired. "We're almost at the Forbidden City. Once we meet Gao Shang, the outcome will depend on you." Zhang Qian's face lit up with joy. "Understood, boss. I will certainly bring him over." Zhuge Xingyun nodded and turned to Zhang Dongzi. "Raise your hand if you are wearing the spatial ring." Without hesitation, Zhang Dongzi complied. Zhuge Xingyun similarly raised his hand adorned with the spatial ring. The 2 rings suddenly shimmered. "I am providing you with 100,000 sets of both ordinary and advanced attire. Distribute them promptly. Soldiers will wear the ordinary attire, while the guard will don the advanced. The leading troops will temporarily wear the advanced attire until we find better options for you. Now, hurry along." "Yes, boss," Zhang Dongzi replied, turning to return to Wuying City, swiftly distributing the attire to each soldier and guard. The soldiers, lacking any abilities, felt no change upon wearing the outfits, simply admiring the appealing blue uniforms. However, when compared to the guards' navy blue military attire, they paled significantly. In contrast, the guards and commanders felt an immediate boost in their abilities by 1/5, even experiencing an increase in release speed. Do not underestimate this 1/5. In battles of equal rank, it represents the difference between life and death. Chapter 58. The Forbidden City in turmoil, imprisoned survivors as the fast food truck approached within 5 kilometers of the Forbidden City. It was once again besieged by zombies, leaving only a narrow, cleared path. The walls flanking the path were teeming with mindless zombies, At the path's exit stood a large gate resembling a prison entrance, complete with two small watchtowers above. The soldiers stationed at the gate remained hidden within the towers, silent, as the giant eagle circled overhead, occasionally diving down to snatch a zombie before soaring back into the sky. Yang Ying suddenly realized, no wonder there are so many mindless zombies at the entrance without anyone clearing them away. They are being used as feed for that eagle to prevent the survivors from being attacked. Inside the Forbidden City, a scar-faced man sat bare and unadorned upon the dragon throne in the main hall, which had been promised to Zhuge Xingyun by the Kyoto authorities. A towering cauldron, still ablaze with fire beneath, emitted wisps of steam. Surrounding the cauldron were heaps of white bones, and dozens of individuals were bound to the ground. Among them Gao Sheng, the scar-faced man, gnawed on roasted meat. He lewdly groped a nearby beauty, who trembled but stifled her shivers, emitting a low moan. Hearing her sultry voice, the scar-faced man burst into a wicked laugh. Suddenly, a walkie-talkie at his side crackled to life. "Boss, there's a fast food truck at the entrance. It should be the owner they've been talking about." The scar-faced man frowned. "How many people have they brought?" "It's unclear how many are inside the vehicle. It's just a 5-meter-long RV." The man's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. If it was only one vehicle, they would wait for the eagle to leave before allowing them entry. Once inside, they would not be allowed to leave. The bound Gao Sheng and the others, having overheard the man's conversation, exchanged glances of mockery, their previously ashen expressions transformed. The scar-faced men were unaware of the truck's true nature, but Gao Sheng and his companions were well aware. They could only imagine the expression on the scar-faced man's face when he discovered that the fast food truck contained 100 awakened individuals. After 10 minutes, the fast food truck remained parked outside the Forbidden City. The giant eagle, seemingly sated, let out a piercing cry before flying back the way it had come. Yang Ying pressed on the accelerator, steering the fast food truck toward the gate. As they approached, the gate swung open abruptly. "What should we do, Yun Ge?" "Just drive straight in." Yang Ying maneuvered the fast food truck directly through the entrance. As it crossed the iron gate, it slammed shut with a resounding click, the soldiers having dropped the gate's barrier, rendering it impervious even to a tank's assault. Zhuge Xingyun paid no heed, driving the truck up to the Forbidden City gate, a man in military garb, exuding a rugged demeanor and brandishing a firearm, obstructed the truck's path. As the window slid down, he approached. "Halt! Who are you?" With a frosty tone, Yang Ying replied, "We're here to sell fast food. Thought we could see if there's any business to be had." The man cast a lascivious glance at Yang Ying before quickly averting his gaze, recognizing that she was already claimed by his boss. He dared not vie for her attention. He glanced at Zhuge Xingyun in the passenger seat. "We need to inspect your vehicle. How many people are inside?" Yang Ying turned to Zhuge Xingyun. "Let him come aboard." Upon receiving Zhuge Xingyun's nod, she opened the fast food truck. 2 soldiers boarded and, upon discovering only 4 individuals within, opted against a thorough inspection, reasoning that such a small truck could hardly conceal many people. The soldiers soon exited. One of them spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Boss, there are 2 men and 2 women inside, and the women are more beautiful than anyone in the city." Before long, a man's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, came through the device. "Let them in." "Understood." The gates of the Forbidden City creaked open slowly. Once the side door of the fast food truck was closed, it began to inch its way into the Forbidden City. Yang Fan observed the individuals outside through the window. "These people definitely aren't soldiers." Zhuge Xingyun nodded. "Zhang Qian, has Gao Sheng been in contact with you recently?" A worried expression crossed Zhang Qian's face. "In the past few days, Gao Sheng hasn't sent me any messages. He used to message me occasionally, especially when executing tasks. Given the circumstances, it seems something may have happened." Zhuge Xingyun frowned. "Do not fret. As long as the survival device ID remains active, he is still alive." Zhuge Xingyun surveyed the Forbidden City, littered with corpses and makeshift iron pots, his eyes narrowing into slits. He transmitted the current state of the Forbidden City to Gu Peng. Gu Peng furrowed his brow as he sat in his office, subsequently responding to a message from Zhuge Xingyun. "Dear Zhuge, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate events that have transpired. We had received no prior communication. As of now, the residents of the First Refuge and City have taken shelter underground near the ruins, leaving us unable to return to the Forbidden City to eradicate the bandits." Upon reading this, Zhuge Xingyun inquired, "I do not require assistance on my end. However, the number of casualties in the Forbidden City may increase. Please do your utmost to ensure the safety of the people. As for everything else, let fate take its course. Understood. With the departure of the giant eagle, a multitude of individuals emerged from various rooms, their expressions vacant and devoid of vitality. Zhuge Xingyun also spotted some familiar faces among the crowd. Upon seeing the food truck, Headmaster Gu's face contorted with evident concern. Director Zhang, provide me with some cover. I need to send a message. Director Zhang, having also noticed the food truck, promptly stepped forward to shield Headmaster Gu. The headmaster hastily sent a message. Once dispatched, he deactivated his survival device and nonchalantly followed the throng towards the square. A soldier approached Headmaster Gu. Headmaster, you and your companions are to come with me. The boss wishes to see you perform. Thus, Headmaster Gu and his associates were escorted towards the main hall. At that moment, the food truck came to a halt at the entrance of the main hall. Suddenly, Zhuge Xingyun's survival device signaled a new message. He opened the message panel to read, Boss Zhuge, the Forbidden City has been seized by a group of superpowered individuals. There are approximately 20,000 regular soldiers, 1,000 second-tier superpowered individuals, 2 third-tier Earth Element superpowered individuals, and 1 awakened being with the ability of gravity. Exercise extreme caution. Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback by the information sent by Headmaster Gu. He had not anticipated that someone he had only briefly encountered would risk their life to alert him. Zhuge Xingyun and his companions showed no intention of disembarking from the vehicle. Just then, the grand doors of the hall creaked open, revealing a scar-faced man accompanied by a beautiful woman, who cackled with a sinister laughter. The woman was none other than Yang Chengqing, the actress who had been with Headmaster Gu at the Fail Hotel. A contingent of armed soldiers swiftly surrounded the food truck, and numerous individuals were forcibly dragged out from the main hall, among them Gao Sheng and Long Feng. Chapter 59. Summoning the Southern Guard of Longying City. Both Long Feng and Gao Sheng were astounded by the man's burgeoning power. They could hardly believe that within mere days, he had amassed an army of over 10,000, including formidable superpowered individuals. The flickering hope within them was doused by a bucket of cold water. Zhuge Xingyun, Yang Ying, and Zhang Qian stepped down from the food truck at a leisurely pace. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the bound Gao Sheng and chuckled. Well, look who has turned into a hairy crab after less than a month. Gao Sheng's face darkened as he turned to Zhang Qian. Qian, what brings you here? Zhang Qian gently caressed her slightly rounded belly and smiled. If I don't come, the baby will have no father. The scar-faced man glared at Zhang Qian, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity, but there's someone even better. Those long legs of yours would certainly provide me with a night of amusement. The man did not lower his voice, and his words reached Zhuge Xingyun's ears. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes at the man and then surveyed the soldiers surrounding him. Is this paltry force truly your means to oppose the authorities? The man smirked slightly. Are you here representing the authorities? Zhuge Xingyun waggled a finger dismissively. No, I am here representing myself. You have captured individuals who should not have been taken. Be wise and release them, or you may find yourself in dire straits. The man laughed even louder. Ha, just you few. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao, Zhang Yin, Zhang Shan, Yang Kong, Lu Tao, Duan Fei, and He Yin, 12 brothers in total, emerged from the food truck, clad in uniform and exuding an imposing aura. The scar-faced man's laughter abruptly ceased as he grabbed a walkie-talkie and inquired, who was on guard? There were clearly 15 superpowered individuals in the vehicle. Are your eyes clouded? A trembling voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Boss, we truly only saw 4 people. Then open your eyes and see clearly. The individuals at the entrance exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. The scar-faced man chose not to dwell on it. Even if there were 5 additional third-tier superpowered individuals and 7 second-tier ones, it would not be enough to challenge them. He clapped his hands, and instantly, 10 third-tier evolved beings surrounded Zhuge Xingyun and his companions. Zhuge Xingyun squinted. It seems your numbers of third-tier evolved beings had previously been underestimated. The man sneered in contempt. You 6 third-tier against our 11 third-tier, plus our army of over 10,000. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Zhuge Xingyun continued to regard the man with a smile. Your implication is that numbers can bully the few. The man erupted into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ha, indeed. I am using numbers to overpower you. What of it? The He brothers exchanged incredulous glances, recognizing the man's ignorance of the harsh realities of society. sensing the peculiar gaze from the crowd. The man felt something was amiss. Just then, Zhang Dongzi was the first to disembark from the food truck, followed by a line of similarly dressed guards. The sight of the growing number of second-tier superpowered individuals left the man and the soldiers surrounding Zhuge Xingyun in a state of utter confusion. They could not comprehend how such a small vehicle could yield so many individuals. Panic began to set in. Zhuge Xingyun, feeling the disembarkation was too slow, folded the food truck sides as if it were a flip phone. Soldiers surged forth from all sides of the vehicle. 30.60.90. The encircled enemies could only retreat in disarray as the numbers surged at a rate of 600 per minute. Zhuge Xingyun suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, what is your name? The man was left bewildered. Shtong Ba. Before he could finish, Zhuge Xingyun interrupted. Forget it, forget it. Even if you tell me, I won't remember. A person like you does not deserve a monument. Just burn it. The man, filled with rage, prepared to launch an attack while the numbers were still manageable. Zhuge Xingyun seemed to anticipate the man's intentions. I have 2 questions for you. The man frowned, compelled by curiosity and his overwhelming strength. What is it? Do you think these numbers are sufficient? The man's expression darkened. Ha ha ha. Are you not aware? 1 third-tier evolved being is worth 10,000 second-tier evolved beings. And what is the other question? Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly. Have you ever heard the saying? The man instinctively asked. What saying? Villains perish due to excessive verbosity. With that, Zhuge Xingyun communicated with the system in his mind. Spend gold coins and second-tier crystal cores to elevate Zhang Hao, Duan Fei, and the 6 brothers to third-tier. 800,000 gold coins and 800 second-tier crystal cores deducted. The levels of the 8 evolved individuals have been upgraded from second-tier to third-tier. Although Zhuge Xingyun possessed a wealth of gold coins and crystal cores, he felt a pang of regret at the immense resources expended merely to raise the levels of 8 individuals. The current exchange rate for crystal cores and gold coins was as follows: 0 and first-tier cores at 10 gold coins each, and second-tier cores at 30 gold coins each. Typically, an individual would require around 10 cores to elevate their level. The resources Zhuge Xingyun spent could have elevated nearly 27,000 individuals from second-tier to third-tier. Zhuge Xingyun glanced at the nearly 2 million second-tier crystal cores quietly resting in his spatial ring. Filled with remorse, he had been so preoccupied that he had forgotten about upgrading the guards' levels. After this, he would ensure the guards were upgraded without delay. Observing the 8 who had suddenly ascended to third-tier, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. As if the air itself had grown still, a man hidden in the shadows behind the scar-faced individual hastily produced a flute and began to play. Upon hearing the sound, the scar-faced man's complexion improved markedly. The 2 factions remained locked in a tense standoff for 10 minutes. At this moment, Zhuge Xingyun's 10,000 guards had fully emerged. Zhuge Xingyun surveyed the more than 10,000 enemies before him and noted his 200 kill points. Feeling a sense of dilemma, if he ordered the immediate extermination of everyone present, his kill points would surely skyrocket. With just 100 kills, his points could surpass 10,000. System, if I kill in self-defense, will it increase my kill points? Yes, is there a way to resolve this? As long as someone attacks the host or infringes upon the host property, the kills executed by the guards and the guard army will not increase the kill points. Suddenly, Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up. That bear, you surround us, which means you intend to kill us and seize our resources, gold coins, and crystal cores. The crowd collectively turned to Zhuge Xingyun, bewildered by his sudden outburst. The scar-faced man, noticing a small black dot rapidly approaching from the sky, felt his confidence surge. I am Xiong Ba. Is that not obvious? The ones surrounding me share your objectives. The encircled individuals also spotted the approaching black in the sky. Realizing their leader had reinforcements, upon hearing Zhuge Xingyun's words, they erupted into laughter. Isn't that stating the obvious? Suddenly, a bird's cry resonated across the battlefield. Zhuge Xingyun turned his gaze and beheld the third-tier mutated giant eagle. A man mocked, do villains perish due to excessive chatter? This phrase is perfectly suited for you. In Zhuge Xingyun's mind, the system's alert chime echoed. Warning, warning, hostility detected towards the host by numerous entities. Along with an immense crisis, the system automatically activated the Guardian War drum. Abruptly, the food truck resounded with a thunderous drumbeat that reverberated through the air. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the van transformed into a miniature version of Dragon Shadow City. Zhuge Xingyun's jaw dropped in disbelief at this spectacle. The system's voice once again emerged in his mind. Based on the level of hostility and crisis, Dragon Shadow City and the Southern Guard Army are now summoned. Chapter 60. The Battle of Third-Tier Superhumans, Part 1. Pretentiousness leading to foolishness. The Southern Guard Army soldiers match the host level. Kill value temporarily disabled. All guard attributes enhanced by 100%. The host is free to engage in self-defense retaliation. Suddenly, 10 men clad in fiery red robes, wielding sharp blades, appeared in the sky, standing poised. The guardians of Dragon Shadow City, positioned in the southern quadrant, proclaimed, "We, the Vermilion Bird Station Guards, pay our respects to the Lord." All 10 knelt in unison. The spectators gaped in astonishment. Yang Fan and Tang San, who had come to witness the spectacle, felt an exhilarating thrill. Exclaiming, "I'm utterly astounded. This is beyond impressive. It's like flying to the heavens." Zhuge Xingyun, equally bewildered, had initially intended to extract information from them, only to inadvertently summon the guards of Dragon Shadow City. Though uncertain of their origins, he decided not to overthink it, as they were allies. Swallowing hard, he attempted to compose himself, adopting a demeanor of confidence. Southern Guard Army, eliminate the mutated bird ahead. The 10 responded with a respectful bow. At your command. They then ascended, charging towards the mutated eagle. Gasps filled the air as onlookers realized they were not wind element superhumans, yet they could fly. Zhuge Xingyun disregarded the crowd's astonishment. Zhang Dongzi, lead all guards to vanquish the foe. Zhang Dongzi, invigorated as if fueled by a stimulant, bellowed, "Everyone, follow me to battle." The commanding shout roused Xiong Ba from his stupor, prompting him to order, "All of you, engage." Instantly, 20,000 warriors clashed. The third-tier mutated giant eagle, upon noticing 10 daring individuals rushing towards it, let out another piercing cry. This time, the sound shattered the few remaining windows high above. It then dove towards the 10, with blades drawn. The 10 confronted the giant eagle, declaring, "Phoenix feather sky soar." In an instant, they were enveloped in flames, coalescing into a fiery phoenix that matched the giant eagle's stature. The collision of the two in midair generated powerful gusts, causing numerous high-rise structures to collapse around them. "Do not involve the innocents. Number 9, Number 10, go," commanded the leading guardian. Observing the crumbling buildings, two guardians suddenly broke away, soaring towards 2 of the towering edifices. Moments later, they emerged from the ruins, carrying dozens of survivors encased in flames. After delivering the 10 survivors to safety, the 2 guardians returned to their ranks. The giant eagle's eyes blazed with fierce determination as it flapped its wings forcefully, retreating to gain distance for its next assault. The captain of the 10 remarked, "Form a 5-man formation." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fiery phoenix vanished. The 10 split into 2 groups, standing 50 meters apart, awaiting the giant eagle's attack. In the Forbidden City, Zhuge Xingyun and Xiong Ba locked eyes. Zhang Dongzi, leading 13 third-tier superhumans, effortlessly faced off against 10 third-tier adversaries. Opposing Zhang Dongzi was a male Earth Element Superhuman. The man activated his stone skin ability. He was sent crashing into the wall by Zhang Dongzi, now transformed into steel. Earth debris scattered as he attempted to rise and resist, but this time, Zhang Dongzi seized the man's petrified head with his steel right hand. Grinding the man's face against the ground, defeated, the man lay there, devoid of the will to fight. Similarly, Zhang Shan squared off against a wood element evolver. As their hands danced, countless vines crackled in the air, littering the battlefield with broken remains. Zhang Shan, noticing Zhang Yin observing from the sidelines, scolded, "Still watching? Hurry and help." Zhang Yin grinned and hurried over. "All right then." He placed his hand on Zhang Shan's back, who quickly ensnared the opponent's vines. The man, in terror, realized his powers were waning. Zhang Shan swiftly enveloped him, but just as the man opened his mouth to call out Zhang Yan's unique ability, Zhang Shan swiftly snapped his neck. Yang Kong faced a female fire element superhuman. The first to finish her battle. She transformed into fire. Yang Kong, now water element, encased her without hesitation. The woman surrendered immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Kong stood watch, observing the skirmish. Zhang Hao contended with another wood element superhuman, who, due to elemental constraints, was left in tatters, reduced to mere shorts. Lu Tao and Duan Fei, a pair of earth element superhumans, found themselves in a stalemate. However, as time passed, the stone-skinned man was likely to become a mere shell of himself. The He Yin brothers faced 5 fire-element superhumans, with 11 fireballs colliding in mid-air, sparking fiery debris in all directions. A few unfortunate second-tier individuals inadvertently collided with falling sparks, instantly transforming into blazing orbs before disintegrating into ash. Carried away by the wind, Zhuge Xingyun observed the man. "What, are you not going to make a move?" Xiongba glanced around the battlefield, a faint smile gracing his lips. "My abilities far surpass those of you elemental superhumans." Zhuge Xingyun replied with a chuckle. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see." Slowly, Zhuge Xingyun approached Xiongba, who simultaneously advanced toward him. The two stood 5 meters apart as Zhuge Xingyun began to elementalize, gradually enveloping himself in darkness. Just as he prepared to charge, the man's ability activated. Suddenly, the ground within a 10-meter radius of him collapsed as if struck by a meteor, forming a massive pit. Elementalized, Zhuge Xingyun found himself pinned to the ground. The man's triumphant smile widened. "Ha ha ha, let yourself be reduced to nothing." Zhuge Xingyun quickly activated his dark element ability, Devour, but it barely mitigated the oppressive force. Still, he struggled to lift his head. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. The man, witnessing this, grew even more exhilarated. The onlookers rushed towards Zhuge Xingyun, only to be similarly immobilized by the gravitational force. Zhang Yin desperately attempted to reach the man. "Hold on, just a touch, and you'll be fine. Hurry!" Zhang Yin exerted every ounce of strength, yet he too was pressed to the ground, coughing blood. Zhuge Xingyun roared, halting the others from advancing. "Do not come any closer." "System, what is happening? Why has my invincibility effect vanished?" The system's anxious voice echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. The food truck's mode has shifted. Thus, the host no longer enjoys the invincible effects of the food truck. Should the mode revert, the Guardian Army will dissipate, and the host's self-defense will conclude. Any kills will increase the kill value. Zhuge Xingyun felt despondent. "System, isn't Dark Element supposed to devour everything? Why am I succumbing to gravity? Because the host has not fully elementalized. Hence the suppression." Zhuge Xingyun felt frustrated, realizing he should have elementalized completely from the start. What a blunder! His mind raced as he rifled through the items in his spatial ring. Suddenly, he spotted the Metamorphosis card. A wave of anguish washing over him, he retrieved the card from the ring and squeezed it tightly. The card transformed into countless white light particles, which swiftly entered Zhuge Xingyun's body. Chapter 61. The Battle of Third-Tier Superhumans, Part 2, Metamorphosis. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Zhuge Xingyun's visage gradually morphed into that of Xiongba. "What the?" Xiongba roared, collapsing to the ground. Initially intending to alter his gravity to levitate, he abandoned the attempt after realizing the instant consequences. The opposing forces of gravity, one pressing downward, the other attempting to rise, made him feel as though he were caught in a meat sandwich. Next unfolded an awkward scene. The spectators gaped in disbelief as two Xiongbayes stared at each other. Both sprawled in the same large pit'd eye in the sky. The giant eagle, having gathered its strength, launched a furious assault once more. Divine Fire Whirlwind Slash. The 10 split into 2 groups, 5 rotating clockwise, resembling 2 propellers or tornadoes, as they soared towards the giant eagle, brushing past its feathers. The eagle emitted a mournful cry as 2 1-meter-wide strips of skin were stripped away, leaving its flesh exposed as if plowed. Realizing it was outmatched, the giant eagle resorted to its abilities, transforming its shadow into a tangible duplicate. It charged once more at the Southern Guard Army. Thus, the 2 groups of the Southern Guard Army became akin to barbers. Weaving through the 2 giant eagles, enormous feathers rained down upon the city, causing other survivors to flee in terror, while casually excavating the crystal core from the zombie that had been crushed. 2 hairless eagles plummeted from the sky moments later, shaking the very earth beneath them. Countless skyscrapers collapsed, leading the uninformed to believe that a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. This incident was recorded by numerous individuals using survival devices and subsequently broadcast on public screens across the city, even reaching national attention, causing a stir in the Dragon Kingdom. Far away in the capital, Gu Peng wore a smile of satisfaction. "If it were you, would you have the confidence to defeat that giant eagle?" Gu Peng asked with a grin directed at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua shook his head. "Even if I exerted my utmost effort, I could not triumph over that colossal eagle, unless I were to ascend to level 4. Perhaps then I might possess the capability to contend with it. The elder sighed. Is it only possible to confront him? I did not anticipate that little fellow would have such hidden cards. Perhaps it is a stroke of luck for our dragon kingdom. Relay the order. No one is to engage with him. Let them act as my substitute. Long Zhonghua furrowed his brow. Commander, is this truly wise? Could it not be seen as overly cautious? Gu Peng smiled slightly. Considering his demonstrated abilities, do you think our capital's people could withstand him? If all the modified biohumans were deployed, naturally they could. Long Zhonghua replied. The elders smiled faintly. And then what? Who will defend the shelter? Long Zhonghua fell silent. Hurry and relay the command. Understood. The elder gazed at the images transmitted by the satellite, a look of joy illuminating his face. Zhuge Xiaoyu, you have truly brought me many surprises. 10 guards from the southern city stood beside the giant eagle. At this moment, the eagle's doppelganger had vanished, and its massive form had shrunk to a mere 2 meters. The eagle displayed a human-like expression of fear, its hairless wings shielding its abdomen, tears welling in its eyes. Gone was its previous imposing demeanor, replaced by that of a pitiful creature, as the captain of the guard prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The eagle unexpectedly knelt, repeatedly bowing its head to the ground with a thud, causing the earth to tremble once more. After a moment of hesitation, the captain said, Then you shall accompany us to meet the master and heed his judgment. Upon hearing this, the eagle eagerly nodded, gently rubbing its beak against the captain's clothing. Thus, 10 individuals mounted the hairless eagle, soaring towards the forbidden city. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xingyun and Xiongba remained sprawled on the ground. With Xiongba's face nearly contorted in shape as he mumbled, This is hardly a solution for us. Zhuge Xingyun replied indistinctly, Do you have a better suggestion? The man's eyes darted with mischief. I'll count to 3, and we both cease our gravitational release together. Zhuge Xingyun smirked. All right, we'll count. Whoever fails to retract their gravity by 3 is no longer a part of this world. Xiongba grinned with a sense of cunning victory. Agreed. The two began to count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the word 3 was uttered, a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh echoed as Zhuge Xingyun, Xiongba, and Zhang Yin shot skyward like rockets. Everyone present looked up in unison, gazing at the 3 distant specks in the sky. Suddenly, simultaneous shouts from Zhuge Xingyun and Xiongba rang out. What the heck? You have no honor. The crowd was left speechless. Unsure of how to respond at that moment, within the Forbidden City, the battle had ceased. Under the 10 enhancement effect and a 100 attribute boost, the guards inflicted light injuries on thousands and recorded 0 fatalities, successfully slaying 10,000 rebels. Among the 10 level 3 evolved individuals, 7 were killed and 3 were captured. 1 female with fire attributes, 1 male with earth attributes, and 1 male with fire attributes. The 10 guards from the southern city descended with the hairless eagle beside Yang Ying and the others, who regarded the creature with curious eyes. The giant eagle promptly sat down, placing its wings over its abdomen and gazing at the crowd with pleading eyes. The guards observed the sky. You all watch this foolish bird. I'll go up and bring the master down. The other 9 exchanged glances at their speaking captain, rolling their eyes in lackluster agreement. Understood. The captain cleared his throat awkwardly before soaring into the AT that moment. Zhuge Xingyun and the others remained suspended, neither ascending nor descending, crouched within the clouds. No one dared to utilize their skills, fearing they might plummet to their demise. Just as the 3 of them were growing bored, the guard captain suddenly appeared behind Xiongba, driving a long sword through his chest. Xiongba looked back in disbelief before finally closing his eyes in resignation. A system alert rang in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Ding, rare natural attributability user detected. Would you like to spend 100,000 gold coins to seal their gravity ability? Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he replied, absorb. Spending 100,000 gold coins, he obtained a gravity sealing card. Host balance, 9,340,000 gold coins. Host kill value increased by 100. Total kill value, 300. Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback. System, what just happened? Why did my kill value increase? The system patiently responded. The host's act of seizing the opponent's ability led to their demise, thus increasing the kill value by 100. This setting cannot be altered by the war drum mode. Zhuge Xingyun felt helpless. In the future, I must not use this sealing ability recklessly. Having been utilized, Xiongba plummeted in free fall towards the ground. Zhuge Xingyun and Zhang Yin were also brought down by the guard captain. The crowd hurriedly approached to express their concern. Yang Ying embraced Zhuge Xingyun, then kissed him. This time, Zhuge Xingyun did not resist. Chapter 62. Capturing Level 3 Mutated Beasts as Mounts. Opening the pet shop, Zhuge Xingyun looked at the guard captain. "What is your name?" The captain, filled with admiration, replied, reporting to the master. "I am the captain of the first 10,000 squad. I have no name. Within the squad, I am called number 1. In the entire team, I am known as 99,000. Before he could finish, Zhuge Xingyun interrupted him. All right, what a ridiculous name. From now on, you shall be called Zhuge Yi." The man's face flushed with embarrassment. "Zhuge Yi, thank you for the bestowed name." "Master." The other 9 looked at their captain with envious eyes. Zhuge Xingyun then turned his attention to the hairless eagle. "How did you bring this creature back without any feathers?" The giant eagle's eyes brimmed with tears, awaiting Zhuge Xingyun's judgment. Just then, he noticed a large pot in the plaza, his eyes brightening. "Perfect timing. We can cook it without needing to pluck its feathers." Upon hearing this, the giant eagle trembled uncontrollably. Zhuge Yi chimed in, "The master still lacks a mount. Why not keep it? Once its feathers grow back, it could serve as an excellent steed. It's far better than being eaten." The giant eagle eagerly nodded, wearing a somewhat spoiled expression, causing the crowd to feel a chill down their spines. Zhuge Xingyun pondered for a moment and deemed it a reasonable idea, yet he feared the giant eagle might betray him. Just as he was deliberating, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Capturable mutated beast detected. System task released. Successfully capture a mutated beast. Reward: Open Pet Shop. 1 Mutated Beast Contract Card awarded. Zhuge Xingyun looked at the giant eagle, his face alight with delight, startling the creature. "Boss, I'm a male. Please don't look at me with such dangerous eyes. I'm terrified." The eagle quickly covered its abdomen and rear with its wings, drawing bemused expressions from the crowd. Zhuge Xingyun, equally perplexed, thought that if it weren't for the task, he might have considered cooking it outright. "Oh, you wish to become my pet?" The giant eagle nodded fervently. Its earlier bravado completely vanished. What was the point of being proud when living was so much sweeter? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured a level 3 Blood Shadow Eagle. Reward: 1 pet contract card awarded. Pet shop is now open. Zhuge Xingyun immediately instructed the system to upgrade the pet shop to level 3. The pet shop was upgraded to level 3, and the items available for sale were as follows. Pet food: 100 gold coins. A single bag can satiate a pet for an entire day. Pet contract card: 10,000 gold coins. Can bind a pet with a contract of eternal loyalty. Pet upgrade card: 100,000 to 1,000,000 gold coins, corresponding to level 1 to 10 mutated beasts. Level 1 can transform ordinary animals into level 1 mutated beasts. After the shop upgrade, Zhuge Xingyun joyfully produced the pet contract card, affixing it to the Blood Shadow Eagle. The card vanished in an instant, and Zhuge Xingyun felt a new connection deep within his psyche. "Boss, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Zhuge Xingyun was momentarily taken aback, then realized the voice in his mind belonged to the Blood Shadow Eagle. The two could communicate freely within their mental realms. This revelation filled Zhuge Xingyun with even greater excitement. Just as he reveled in his triumph, someone within the main hall attempted to sneak away. "Master, there's a rat in the palace. Should I capture them?" Zhuge Xingyun glanced at Zhuge Yi and commanded, "Go." In an instant, Zhuge Yi vanished, returning moments later with a provocatively dressed woman in hand. Zhuge Xingyun regarded her coldly. "Who are you?" Before the woman could respond, the furious voice of the giant eagle echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. "Boss, she is the one who commanded me to attack you earlier. Her ability is to control mutated beasts." Zhuge Xingyun's eyes narrowed, quickly transforming into a look of elation. Such an ability, even if it increased kill value, was worth acquiring. The woman trembled as she spoke. "Please do not kill me. I am but a survivor captured by Xiongba." After uttering these words, she gazed at Zhuge Xingyun with eyes filled with emotion. This scene incited Yang Ying's ire. Zhang Ying approached the woman, delivering slaps to her face, one after the other, while cursing. "Wretched witch, vile creature." The woman broke into loud sobs. Zhuge Xingyun awkwardly touched his nose and then addressed Zhuge Yi, saying, "You all may return." Zhuge Yi knelt on one knee, bidding farewell to the Lord. Subsequently, the 10 individuals vanished into thin air, and and the fast food cart reverted to its original form. Zhuge Xingyun clapped his hands towards Zhang Dongzi and the others, instructing, "Let us return. Tonight in the inner city, I shall reward everyone." A deafening cheer erupted from the Forbidden City as they followed Zhang Dongzi back to Longying City. Apart from the corpses strewn about, only a giant eagle, Zhuge Xingyun, Zhang Yan, Zhang Qian, and the exuberantly engaged Yang Ying remained on the scene. Gao Shang, Long Feng, and others, who had been merely spectators, gathered with Principal Gu and other survivors. They looked disdainfully at the woman lying on the ground. Groaning, Zhang Qian approached Gao Shang and the others, engaging in lively conversation with them. Zhuge Xingyun remarked with a smile, "Surely, it would have sufficed to slay her with a single stroke. Now, she is so unrecognizable that even her mother would not know her." "Who prompted her to flirt with you?" Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes. The other women who had contemplated approaching were instantly dissuaded upon seeing the fallen woman. Zhuge Xingyun exchanged a glance with the giant eagle, which then approached the woman and, without hesitation, swallowed her whole. Zhuge Xingyun widened his eyes and slapped the eagle on the head, exclaiming, "Why did you eat her? I merely instructed you to kill her." The eagle looked at Zhuge Xingyun with a pitiful expression. Zhuge Xingyun shook his head. "From now on, you shall be known as Little Eagle. Remember, you are not permitted to consume humans, nor zombies." Little Eagle nodded vigorously. Ding dong, a notification sounded, revealing the rare awakened ability, Beast Mastery. "Shall the host spend 100,000 gold coins to seal it?" Zhuge Xingyun replied without hesitation, "Seal it." The sealing was successful, and the host received a Beast Mastery sealing card. Zhuge Xingyun placed the 2 sealing cards into his spatial ring and then approached Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian smiled and said, "Gao Shang and Long Feng have agreed to join us. Principal Gu and the others also wish to join." "Boss, what do you think?" Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile, "That sounds good. Please have Zhang Hao arrange these matters." Just as Zhang Hao returned to Longying City, still settling into his seat, he was called out by Zhang Qian. Ultimately, Principal Gu led the remaining 100,000 survivors of the Forbidden City to join Longying City. The total population of Longying City reached approximately 110,000. Zhuge Xingyun curiously asked Gao Shang, "Were you not a malicious perceiver? How did you end up here?" Gao Shang responded with a wry smile, "I am only at level 2, with a perception range of merely 20 meters. By the time I detected anything, I was already within their gravitational influence." "Very well, but where are your superiors, Lei Hongyu, and the few others I know?" Gao Shang's face appeared haggard. The commander took the team to the ruins. The 3rd Regiment's commander, Li Yunlong, the 2nd Battalion's commander, Lu Jian, and the 1st Battalion's squad leader, Hu Fei, they were all captured by Xiong Ba. Gao Shang could not continue, merely gazing at the bones by the large pot. The implications were all too clear. Chapter 63, A New Mission, Conquering Tianxin City. Ding dong. A system task was issued. Please proceed to the ruins of the great sage Wukong to seek the dragon scale. Success will reward the host with an immediate level increase in evolution. Failure will result in the random closure of a supply channel. The sudden system task left Zhuge Xingyun momentarily stunned. This was tantamount to a free gift of an evolution level. While Zhuge Xingyun felt elated, an unwelcome sensation crept in. The sky was gradually darkening. Point 2 captured fire-type ability users stood by the fast food cart, their bodies ablaze, resembling human torches. The flames illuminated a radius of 100 meters, serving as beacons in the darkness. The other captured ability users showed no desire to escape, squatting beside them, drawing circles in the dirt. While cursing the deceased Xiong Ba, survivors had begun to enter Longying City from the fast food cart in succession. Gao Shang had long since embraced Zhang Qian and returned to the city. Little Eagle was also brought into Longying City by Zhuge Xingyun. The remaining team members included Zhuge Xingyun, Long Feng, Yang Ying, Zhang Dongzi, Zhang Yan, and Zhang Shan. After all the survivors had entered Longying City, Zhuge Xingyun and his companions glanced at the 2 human torches and the squatting ability user. Long Feng, regarding the 3, coldly inquired, "Boss, what shall we do with them? Shall we kill them?" The 3 individuals shivered and quickly knelt on the ground. The woman at the front pleaded, "We were merely hired thugs for Xiong Ba. We have not harmed any survivors. You can ask any of them. We have not consumed any of that flesh." "I swear." The other 2 echoed her sentiments, swearing their innocence. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the 3. "You truly have not consumed that flesh?" They nodded vigorously, speaking in unison. We truly have not. Zhuge Xingyun pondered for a moment. Considering that 3 level 3 ability users would be valuable, he then inquired of the system, did they really not consume that flesh? 300 gold coins deducted. Querying, query complete. The 3 did not lie. Zhuge Xingyun disregarded the deduction of 300 gold coins. Very well, but you must willingly join us. Only through genuine willingness can they gain the system's recognition, ensuring their loyalty. We are willing to join. Zhuge Xingyun continued, what are your names? The 3 responded in turn. I am Li Lei. I am Zhang Chong. I am Fan Ying. With the system's confirmation, Zhuge Xingyun accepted the 3 into the inner city, assigning them to Zhang Hao. He then placed 400,000 level 2 crystal cores and 100,000 gene of various frozen meats into Zhang Dongzi's spatial ring. Dongzi, Yu, Zhang Shan, and Zhang Yin shall return to Longying City. Distribute the crystal cores to the guards, ensuring that 40,000 guards elevate to level 3 as swiftly as possible. As for tonight's celebration banquet, Dongzi, you shall preside over it. Zhang Dongzi readily agreed. Upon their return to the city, Zhuge Xingyun cast one last glance at the dilapidated Forbidden City before returning to the fast food cart with Yang Ying and Long Feng. This time, Long Feng took the wheel. Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying occupied the front passenger seat, which felt spacious rather than cramped. Zhuge Xingyun curiously asked, Long Feng, does your name mean peak of the mountain or the wind blowing? Long Feng replied while driving, the wind blowing. Zhuge Xingyun grimaced, what a peculiar name you have. Long Feng chuckled, and what of the name Zhang Dongzi? While presiding over the barbecue party, Zhang Dongzi suddenly sneezed several times in succession. Is someone speaking ill of me? Zhang Yin approached with a bottle of beer and a roasted lamb chop, smiling as he said, who would think of you at a time like this? Just drink up. The 4,000 guards feasted heartily in the training grounds, drawing envious glances from the onlookers. That moment, Zhang Hao began a speech over the loudspeaker. Greetings to all survivors, I am Zhang Hao, the Lord of Longying City. Apart from the guards directly under Zhuge's command, the inner city's military will also undergo reorganization. A city guard and expeditionary force will be established under the management of the Lord's office. As the name suggests, the city guard is tasked solely with the defense of the city. They will engage in battle during times of war and patrol the city's security during peacetime. The expeditionary force is responsible for warfare, with benefits second only to the guards. They will have the privilege of residing in independent units within the inner city. Conversely, the criteria for joining the expeditionary force will be somewhat more stringent, requiring evolutionists or those with military experience, and they must be prepared to consume crystal cores at any time. Recruitment for the expeditionary force will commence tomorrow morning at the eastern training grounds of the palace, while the western training grounds will recruit for the city guard. Ordinary survivors should not lose heart. The outer city has been fully established. Tomorrow, we will recruit agricultural workers at the city gate. Those skilled in farming may sign up. All recruited personnel will be provided for in terms of food and shelter. We hope everyone will actively participate. Upon hearing the broadcast, soldiers secretly resolved to join the expeditionary force. Countless ability users, previously hesitant and hidden among the survivors, began to contemplate formally joining Longying City. Yang Ying, observing the mutated beasts in the desert with childlike curiosity, incessantly queried Zhuge Xingyun, Brother Yun. What is that creature that resembles a mantis? That is a mantis known as the Ripper. Its scythe-like claws can easily cleave through stone-skinned beings of the same level. Brother Yun, what about the creature fighting the mantis? Zhuge Xingyun glanced over. Furrowing his brow, that is called the Shadow Toad, a dark attribute mutated beast capable of devouring anything. Yang Ying looked at Zhuge Xingyun. Isn't that similar to your skill? After pondering for a moment, Zhuge Xingyun rose to his feet. Long Feng, stop the vehicle. Without hesitation, Long Feng brought the car to a halt. Zhuge Xingyun observed the 2 mutated beasts engaged in battle, and in his mind, he inquired of the system. System, did you not say my attribute was rare? How is there another mutated beast with the same attribute? The system's voice echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Host, please be aware that rarity does not equate to absence. It simply means scarcity. Aside from the awakened abilities that are unique, all ability users possess more than one ability. Is it true that you can seal rare supernatural abilities? Indeed, however, the mutated beasts that are sealed will not possess crystal cores. It is advisable that one should not attempt to seal them in large quantities. The abilities acquired through sealing come with side effects, which vary from person to person. Furthermore, although the abilities obtained may seem advantageous, If they do not align with one's inherent attributes, they will not exhibit promising developmental potential. It is recommended that the host only seal awakeners, as their skills are largely devoid of attributes. Zhuge Xingzhu nodded slightly and continued, if I already possess a dark attribute, will using another dark attribute card enhance it? The system responded, cards of the same attribute will enhance supernatural abilities. However, there is also the possibility of mutual cancellation and disappearance. Abilities of different attributes will be replaced. The host currently possesses one dark attribute ability and one awakened ability. Should the host use another attribute ability or awakened ability, it will result in the corresponding attribute ability or awakened ability being replaced. Thus, the host should exercise caution. I understand, but I must eliminate this formidable creature now. Otherwise, once its level increases, it will pose a significant threat to humanity. Chapter 64 Master, it is the king of this place and also my subordinate. The level 3 Shadow Toad lay on the ground, its eyes fixed intently on the level 3 Ripper. The Ripper's body swayed back and forth, always poised to attack. Zhuge Xingyun observed the two mutated beasts. Noting that the non-elemental Shadow Toad was at a disadvantage against the Ripper's sharp scythes, Zhuge Xingyun did not rush to intervene, eager to see how the Shadow Toad would retaliate. System, is it true that elemental attribute mutated beasts cannot elementalize? The system's melodious prompt echoed once more. Mutated beasts are distinct from supernatural beings. A level 1 supernatural being can elementalize, but mutated beasts only gain this ability upon reaching level 5. In fact, some mutated beasts may even reach level 10 without acquiring the ability to elementalize. Zhuge Xingyun inquired curiously, why is that? If you observe closely, the crystal cores of supernatural beings and mutated beasts are fundamentally different. Especially after reaching level 10, the crystal core of a supernatural being will become. The system's voice abruptly ceased. Noticing the silence, Zhuge Xingyun urgently asked, what will it become? The system seemed to vanish, maintaining its silence. Regardless of Zhuge Xingyun's calls, the system offered no further responses. Zhuge Xingyun was left with no choice but to abandon his queries. As he pondered deeply, the Shadow Toad suddenly emitted a heavy croak before leaping high into the air. The Ripper looked up at the Shadow Toad, bracing itself to counterattack. The Shadow Toad's mouth swelled, and it launched 3 pitch-black spheres at near supersonic speed toward the Ripper. The Ripper squinted, its scythes dancing above its head. The 3 black spheres exploded, dispersing into dark particles that obscured the Shadow Toad's form. The Ripper raised both scythes and performed 2 rapid spins in place. Suddenly, 3 more black spheres rained down from above. The Ripper dodged the spheres with great agility, but was ensnared by a tongue that shot out from the dark particles, binding its body and scythes. Flames erupted from the Ripper, attempting to sear through the Shadow Toad's tongue. The sizzling sound accompanied by the scent of charred flesh made the Cold Wind involuntarily swallow. Zhuge Xingyun recalled that Cold Wind had been summoned as a driver right after the latter had released a powerful attack, meaning he had yet to eat. Thus, Zhuge Xingyun instructed Cold Wind to return to Longying City for a meal and to come back afterward. Upon Cold Wind's return, he recounted the events outside to the main members of the city. Tang San, eager to see the world, was stopped by Zhang Dongzi and was left to absorb crystal cores within Longying City. Yang Fan, who was treating the injured soldiers, called for Cold Wind and asked him to procure some medicinal supplies for Zhuge Xingyun. Cold Wind readily agreed and then entered a fast food restaurant. Meanwhile, the battling Shadow Toad suddenly found its tongue entirely blackened. The flames released by the Ripper seemed to be absorbed by the Shadow Toad's dark tongue, causing it no harm whatsoever. Just as Zhuge Xingyun felt the tide of battle was settling, 2 needle-like fire darts shot forth from the Ripper's mouth. The unprepared Shadow Toad was struck in the eyes by the fire darts, letting out a piercing wail. The tongue that had bound the Ripper instinctively recoiled. The Ripper squinted, and its wings began to flap furiously, propelling it toward the Shadow Toad at breakneck speed. Sensing an approaching threat, the Shadow Toad leapt back with all its might, only to find itself directly in the Ripper's path. The Ripper, having anticipated this, swiftly wielded its scythes, slicing the Shadow Toad into pieces. A dark crystal core rolled onto the ground. Just as the Ripper approached the core, it suddenly sensed something and turned to look towards the fast food cart. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun had already disembarked from the vehicle and was approaching the Ripper, his entire being gradually elementalizing into darkness. The Ripper pivoted towards Zhuge Xingyun, its scythes poised for an attack. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of Zhuge Xingyun's mouth, just as he prepared to act. He sensed something peculiar about the Ripper and chose to observe from a distance of 10 meters. The Ripper, no longer the composed figure it had been, began to tremble. Its two bulging eyes shook as if in an earthquake. Suddenly, with a thud, the Ripper knelt. This scene left both Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying in shock. The Ripper felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What had it seen? Wasn't this the very man who had, with a mere trinket, annihilated 9 million zombies outside an ancient city? To escape that man, it had led its kin across treacherous terrains to another city, even engaging in a life-or-death battle with the Shadow Toad. The king of this city. How could he appear here? Did that man suspect it was lying in wait to ambush him and had come for revenge? As these thoughts raced through its mind, the Ripper pressed its face to the ground. Zhuge Xingyun was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the Ripper's bizarre behavior. He could only summon the little eagle. Upon its arrival, the little eagle spotted a mantis of similar size kneeling on the ground and proudly raised its head. At this moment, the little eagle had donned clothing crafted by Yang Fan. Zhuge Xingyun playfully swatted the little eagle on the head, causing it to abandon its bravado. With a face full of flattery, it said, "Boss, what do you need?" Though Zhuge Xingyun was curious about the origins of the attire, the pressing matter was to ascertain the situation with the mantis. "Ask it why it is kneeling here." The little eagle nodded eagerly and strutted over to the Ripper, flapping its bare wings against the trembling creature. "What's the matter with you?" Hearing the familiar voice, the Ripper paused for a moment, then raised its head, tears streaming from its eyes. "Eagle boss, is that you? You scared me to death. I thought I was going to die here." The little eagle was momentarily taken aback, then looked at its former subordinate with a strange expression. "How did you end up here, blocking the master's path?" The Ripper, with a mix of snot and tears, recounted its tale. The little eagle could only grimace, realizing that had the boss used that trinket against it, it would likely be a mere memory by now. Zhuge Xingyun observed the two chatter away and furrowed his brow. The little eagle sensed Zhuge Xingyun's displeasure and hurriedly ran to his side. "Master, it is now the king of this desert and was once my subordinate." Chapter 65. The reason for not attacking the city is to subdue 150,000 level 3 mutated beasts. "Master, it is now the king of this desert and was once my subordinate." Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying exchanged a glance, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. How could a king kneel before him, devoid of any regal demeanor? The little eagle's face bore a bitter expression. "Before I was captured by that woman, I was with the mantis outside Shadow City. After being taken, the mantis became the king of that region. When Shadow City suddenly appeared in the desert, not long after, 9 million zombies converged. The mantis had no choice but to lead its kin to hide not far from the horde. When you vanquished the 9 million zombies, the mantis was nearby and witnessed your valor, leading its kin to migrate here. Only then did Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying realize that the cause of the famine crisis was their own actions in eliminating the mutated beasts of an city. Zhuge Xingyun cleared his throat. "This matter should remain known only to us." The little eagle and the Ripper nodded earnestly. Yang Ying, curious, watched Zhuge Xingyun and the two mutated beasts exchange glances, occasionally nodding. Perplexed about their interaction, the little eagle continued, "The mantis wishes to lead its kin to join us. I wonder if the boss will agree." The Ripper's eyes gleamed with hope as it held the level 3 crystal core with its sides, presenting it before Zhuge Xingyun, eager for a response. Just then, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding dong, system task issued. Subduing the mutated creatures outside Tianxin City. Success reward. The host gains proficiency in the language of mutated beasts and unlocks a pet space. Note: the area of the small world will be divided. Failure penalty. A random store will be reclaimed." Zhuge Xingyun's face revealed a look of joy, and then, maintaining his composure, he stored the butcher along with the crystal core into the spatial ring. The butcher's face was also filled with delight, knowing he had gained the acknowledgement of a powerful figure. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the butcher and said, "I shall accept your clan, but your name is quite unpleasant. From now on, you shall be known as Butcher Jack." A smile of happiness spread across the butcher's face. "Thank you, master. Thank you, boss. This time, not only did I escape death, but I also turned misfortune into fortune by joining the ranks of a formidable leader. How could I not be joyous when I can walk proudly before other mutated beast kings?" Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of subduing mutated beasts. The host gains proficiency in the language of mutated beasts and unlocks a pet space. Zhuge Xingyun paid no mind to whether the area of the small world would be divided. Even if it were, it would still suffice for him to cultivate grains and vegetables, as well as raise livestock and fish. The little eagle patted Jack's head with its wings, as if to say, "Stick with me, and the boss will treat you to a life of luxury." Zhuge Xingyun looked at the little eagle with exasperation. "Hurry and summon your clan. We must make our way to Tianxin City." Jack nodded eagerly. "I've already sent them a message. They will arrive shortly." No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of mutated beasts rushed towards Zhuge Xingyun and his companions. When they were 50 meters away, all the mutated beasts kicked their legs forward to slow down. Stirring up a cloud of dust, as the dust settled, it became evident that the long-legged mutated beasts had knelt on the ground, while those without long legs or those unable to kneel pressed their heads to the earth. This made Zhuge Xingyun's mouth twitch. "System, please take stock of these mutated beasts." Ding dong. The host has successfully subdued the following mutated beasts. Butcher. 1 level 3 fire attribute. 30,000 level 3 wind attribute. The scythe in its hand can easily carve through earth attribute evolvers of the same level. Centipede. 10,000 level 3 poison attribute. It can spit out highly toxic and corrosive liquid. Silver glimmering earthworm. 10,000 level 3 earth attribute. Possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. Unless turned to dust, it is essentially immortal. Pangolin. 10,000 level 3 earth attribute. Its sharp foreclaws can effortlessly split mountains and rocks. Toad. 30,000 level 3 water attribute. Possesses keen insight and danger perception. After the system finished reporting all the mutated beasts, it provided a final tally. Approximately 150,000 mutated beasts. Zhuge Xingyun gasped in astonishment, followed by an overwhelming joy. How many level 3 ability users does Long Country even have? At most, there are less than 1,000. Yet here he was with a staggering 150,000. With a thought, all mutated beasts, except for the little eagle and Jack, entered Zhuge Xingyun's pet space. The mutated beasts looked around the space, which had mountains, rivers, and trees, and was filled with spiritual energy, far exceeding the meager energy radiating from the ruins. Each one felt as if they were soaring to the heavens in bliss. Grateful for having followed a good master, and they began to run around joyfully. Strangely enough, their massive bodies did not cause a single bit of damage to the flowers, trees, mountains, and rivers within the space. Zhuge Xingyun withdrew his consciousness from the pet space. Puzzled by some questions, he turned to Jack. "With so many level 3 mutated beasts, why haven't you attacked the city?" Jack's face flushed as he hurriedly replied. "We do not like cities, especially despising the zombies within them. They emit a scent we find utterly repugnant. Moreover, the spiritual energy emanating from the ruins in the desert draws us far more." Zhuge Xingyun nodded, then purchased a pet contract card from the pet shop and placed it on Jack. When the contract card vanished, a faint connection suddenly appeared in Zhuge Xingyun's mental realm. This was the mental link between Zhuge Xingyun and Butcher Jack. After finalizing the contract with Jack, Zhuge Xingyun turned to the 2 mutated beasts. "Little Eagle, from now on, you and Jack will manage all the mutated beasts. You both shall stay in the pet space." The 2 mutated beasts nodded eagerly, their faces adorned with humanoid smiles. "Thank you, Master." Once the 2 mutated beasts disappeared, the cold wind returned to the food truck's driver's seat. After Zhuge Xingyun and Yang Ying got into the vehicle, they informed the others about the subjugation of the mutated beasts. Cold Wind looked at Zhuge Xingyun with admiration, grateful for his decision to follow him. Yang Ying leaned against Zhuge Xingyun's shoulder, a blissful expression on her face. "Brother Yun, can we now consider ourselves a couple?" Zhuge Xingyun smiled gently. "Inger, could you grant me a little more time?" Yang Ying, undeterred, nodded slightly, savoring the happiness of being by Zhuge Xingyun's side. Cold Wind drove the food truck swiftly across the expansive desert. Half an hour later, an ancient city came into view, its splendor rivaling that of Longying City. Beneath Tianxin City, a temporary camp housing millions of survivors had been established, guarded by troops. Countless soldiers were busy collecting the remains of the mutated beasts. The desert, appearing as though it had been struck by missiles, was indicative of a fierce battle that had previously occurred here. This also explained why Zhuge Xingyun had only managed to subdue 150,000 mutated beasts. Chapter 66, Reclaiming Tianxin City and Wang Weiwei's Embarrassment. As Zhuge Xingyun approached Tianjin City, reconnaissance troops reported the food truck's arrival to Commander Yu, who was responsible for the city's capture. Upon receiving the news, Commander Yu and Vice Mayor Chao Guodong hurriedly led their officers to the city gate to await Zhuge Xingyun's arrival. All soldiers lined the way to welcome Zhuge Xingyun. The food truck came to a slow stop outside Tianjin City, and Zhuge Xingyun, Yang Ying, Cold Wind, and Miao Qian descended from the vehicle. Miao Qian felt somewhat uneasy as she had left the military hospital without permission, while Cold Wind exhibited a brief moment of panic. When Commander Yu saw Cold Wind, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replaced his expression with a smile. Boss Zhuge, it is an honor I am Yu Hai, the commander of the Kyoto Military District. After shaking hands with Yu Hai, another man extended his hand. Boss Zhuge, I am Chao Guodong, the vice mayor of Kyoto City. The two leaders greeted him warmly. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Both men smiled in response. Not at all, Boss Zhuge. What could we possibly say? Your arrival gives us hope. Zhuge Xingyun glanced around and I wonder where Commander Lei of the 56th Division is? The expressions of both men darkened slightly. Why Yu Hai said solemnly, Alas, little Lei sacrificed himself in the previous battle. The entire 56th Division perished while fulfilling their mission to lure the mutated beasts. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow and inquired in his mental realm, Did you attack the group of people ahead? Jack, who had been frolicking in the pet space, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up at the sky, he quickly responded in Zhuge Xingyun's mental world, Boss, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was that foul toad that attacked the ruins. After a prolonged silence from Zhuge Xingyun, Jack finally let out a sigh of relief, continuing to revel in the rich spiritual energy. With this energy, who would still seek out crystal cores? Time is of the essence. Let us quickly obtain ownership of the city. I still have other cities to visit. Why Yu Hai and Chao Guodong nodded and smiled, showing no signs of arrogance. After all, this was a personal directive from the highest authority of Long Country. Who would dare act haughty unless they wished to forfeit their lives or positions? The two men gestured for Zhuge Xingyun to proceed. Zhuge Xingyun closed his eyes, caressing the city gate of Tianjin City. System, spend 10 million gold coins to reclaim Tianjin City. Ding dong, 10 million gold coins deducted. Host balance, 82,990,000 gold coins. Successfully reclaimed Tianjin City. The host receives Dragon Scale, and the host level increases by 1. Just as Zhuge Xingyun opened his eyes, the system notification sounded. Ding dong, system task issued. Please proceed to the Shangyun Emperor's ruins to seek the Dragon Claw. Success reward. The host's evolver level increases directly by 1. Failure penalty. A random supply channel will be closed. Everyone around Zhuge Xingyun widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed the birth of Long Country's first level 4 evolver. Their faces filled with shock, they suppressed their fear of displeasing Zhuge Xingyun. The gates of Tianjin City slowly opened, and all survivors displayed expressions of immense joy. Seeing the gates open, Yu Hai and Chao Guodong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hai smiled at Zhuge Xingyun and said, Boss Zhuge, I have a small request, I hope you can accommodate it. Zhuge Xingyun frowned, as he had nearly 30 cities to attend to and little time to spare. Noticing Zhuge Xingyun's expression, Yu Hai quickly looked at Cold Wind and cleared his throat. Cold Wind sighed, Boss, could you help him out? Miao Qian chimed in, pleading as well. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Cold Wind with curiosity. Miao Qian was part of this military district, so her plea was understandable. But what about you, Cold Wind? You are from another military district, right? Cold Wind seemed to sense Zhuge Xingyun's confusion and quickly explained. He is my father, to be precise, my adoptive father. Zhuge Xingyun's mouth fell open as he looked at the bittersweet smiles of Yu Hai and Cold Wind. Clearing his throat, he said, in that case, Commander Yu, please go ahead. While Yu Hai looked towards the citizens gradually entering the city and said, I hope Boss Zhuge can stay in the city for a day so that these survivors can purchase some food. Additionally, our military district would like to buy some vehicles suitable for traversing the desert. Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile, Since I am in the business of commerce, how could I possibly refuse an opportunity when it presents itself? Yu Hai burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, then I must extend my gratitude to Boss Zhuge. From now on, I trust that my little one will be under your careful guidance. Lung Feng wore a look of disbelief. Initially thinking he would be compelled to stay, but to his surprise, he was directly ushered out. Zhuge Xingyun cast a knowing glance at Lung Feng and replied, It's no trouble at all. Why Yu Hai then addressed Lung Feng, saying, Young man, Ensure you follow boss Zhuge closely and do not cause him any inconvenience. Lung Feng nodded eagerly in agreement. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals requiring accommodation, Yu Hai exchanged brief words with Chao Guodong before departing. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the characters Tianqin City, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yang Ying's voice broke through his reverie. Brother Yun, shall we enter the city? Zhuge Xingyun nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed. Just as the four were about to board the vehicle, a familiar voice called out, Zhuge Xingyun. Taken aback, Zhuge Xingyun turned to see Wang Weiwei. Gone was her former radiance and aloof demeanor. She now wore an iron chain around her neck, the other end of which was grasped by a man. Wang Weiwei looked at Zhuge Xingyun, her face betraying a glimmer of hope. Zhuge Xingyun, save me. Zhuge Xingyun's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the man, who held several other chains, each tethering a different woman. Upon hearing Wang Weiwei's plea, the man's expression turned scornful. Zhuge Xingyun instructed Long Feng, you three should take the food truck into the city and commence selling meals. After Long Feng and Miao Qian nodded, they boarded the vehicle. Yang Ying was adamant about not leaving, and Zhuge Xingyun did not force her. Ultimately, she chose to stay behind. Zhuge Xingyun had no intention of courting trouble. Yet Wang Weiwei's situation was particularly compelling. Firstly, the mission remained incomplete, merely days away from resolution. Secondly, he owed the Wang family 200 billion in resources. He ultimately positioned himself before the man, stating, release that girl. The man regarded him with disdain. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Do you not know? Wang Weiwei, akin to someone drowning, clung to her last hope, continuing to implore, Zhuge Xingyun, I beg you, save me. The man, upon hearing her cries, revealed a contemptuous expression and lashed out with a whip, striking Wang Weiwei across the back. Her anguished shriek pierced the air. Zhuge Xingyun frowned, scanning his surroundings. Do you truly believe you can mistreat survivors without consequence? The soldiers nearby quickly averted their gazes, deepening Zhuge Xingyun's confusion. Ha ha ha! Who dares to interfere with me? I am Chao Shuang, and my father is Chao Guodong. Chapter 67. The young master of the Chao family reaps what he sows. Ha ha ha! Who dares to interfere with me? I am Chao Shuang, and my father is Chao Guodong. Zhuge Xingyun suddenly comprehended the situation. He then regarded Chao Shuang with a peculiar expression. At the city gate. A soldier detected the altercation between Chao Shuang and Zhuge Xingyun, his complexion shifting to a deep shade of crimson. He hastily activated his survival device to inform his superiors, escalating the matter to Yu Hai. Yu Hai was currently assigning tasks to the commanders, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This troublesome fool, if only he would dig his own grave without dragging us down with him. As he spoke, he hurried toward the city gate, simultaneously sending a video request to Chao Guodong. Chao Guodong answered with a smile, Commander Yu, this city is truly vast, providing ample accommodation for survivors. I am currently arranging lodging for the citizens. Is there something you require? Commander Yu, breathless from running, replied, Stop. Wasting time. Hurry to the city gate. Chao Guodong's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. What has happened at the city gate? Your son Chao Shuang has dug a pit for himself. If you are late, you may find yourself buried in it. Chao Guodong's expression darkened. City gate? Pit? Suddenly recalling that Zhuge Xingyun might still be at the gate, coupled with Commander Yu's anxious demeanor, a chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, he transformed into water and surged toward the city gate. The city gate. Chao Shuang was gloating, pointing at Zhuge Xingyun. Well, are you scared now? Kneel and bow 3 times, and I might spare you. After which, he cast a lascivious glance at Yang Ying. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes. Just as the soldiers at the gate received orders to intervene, they approached Zhuge Xingyun, but before they could speak, Chao Shuang's arrogant proclamation rendered them stone cold. Zhuge Xingyun, amused by the absurdity, chuckled, Kneel before you. Have you even asked your father if you can handle the consequences? Chao Shuang remained fixated on Yang Ying, embodying the very essence of a lecher, disregarding Zhuge Xingyun entirely. Zhuge Xingyun's face darkened with murderous intent. Several bodyguards stepped forward, warning, enough talk. Kneel down at once, and if our young master is in a good mood, he might spare your life. Zhuge Xingyun, narrowing his eyes at Chao Shuang, retorted, Where do you derive such confidence? From your father? At this moment, Yang Ying had a who would willingly bring ruin upon themselves? Yu Hai swiftly instructed the soldiers to carry Chao Guodong away. Just as Chao Shuang intended to follow, the soldiers stopped him. Why are you blocking me, Dad? Chao Shuang looked at Yu Hai, puzzled. Uncle Yu? Let them through. I need to see my father. With a sigh, Yu Hai realized this young man had truly lost his way. It's not necessary. Let's focus on handling matters here. Chao Shuang sprang up again. Yes, let's hurry. He then cast a triumphant glance at Zhuge Xingyun. Zhuge Xingyun shook his head with a sigh. Indeed. What are we waiting for? Let's proceed as he suggested. Yu Hai, in pain, waved his hand, and 2 soldiers promptly lifted the exuberant Chao Shuang. Hey, why are you carrying me? No, you've got the wrong person. Uncle Yu, they've made a mistake. Yu Hai patted Chao Shuang's thigh. Sigh. Just go and do what you must. At that moment, Chao Shuang realized he had kicked against an iron plate. But it was too late. Shortly after, a chilling scream echoed. Having just regained consciousness, Chao Guodong heard his son's anguished cry and fainted once more. Just as he had requested, he was flayed and hung at the city gate. Chapter 68. The Wheel of Fortune Turns. The tenacious Wang Weiwei Yu Hai smiled as he looked at Zhuge Xingyun. Boss Zhuge, I sincerely apologize. I didn't anticipate such an outcome. Zhuge Xingyun waved his hand, approaching Wang Weiwei to remove her iron chains. Wang Weiwei's gaze never. Chao Guodong nodded slightly, his voice diminishing to a whisper. He was. Wang Weiwei leaned closer to Chao Guodong, her anxiety palpable. Where is he? Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Chao Guodong's eyes. He is in hell. With a sudden hiss, a glimmering dagger pierced Wang Weiwei's chest. A trickle of blood welled at the corner of her mouth. A shadow lurking in the darkness turned and departed the city. After striking, Chao Guodong immediately transformed into an elemental form, seeking to escape the city. Ha, Wang Weiwei, I want you to accompany my son in death. The abruptness of this scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Zhuge Xingyun's expression turned grave, an unnameable fury igniting within him, and he launched a powerful punch at the elemental Chao Guodong. A jet-black beam erupted from Zhuge Xingyun's right hand, hurtling towards Chao Guodong. The dark column sliced through the water, but, alas, it inflicted no harm upon the elemental Chao Guodong. He surged straight towards the city gate. Yang Ying hurried to Wang Weiwei's side, conjuring a transparent sphere in her hands. Absolute domain. The sphere enveloped Wang Weiwei's body in an instant. Yang Ying entered the sphere as well. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes blazed with rage. To injure someone, and then attempt to flee. In an instant, the power of all level 4 ability users was unleashed. Darkness swallowed the city. From behind Zhuge Xingyun, a pair of crimson eyes seemed to manifest, as if a demonic entity had descended. Everyone within the city felt as though they had plunged into an abyss. Time itself seemed to freeze, eye in the distant starry sky. Bai Bing was utterly stunned. How could there be a trace of demonic energy? Zhuge Xingyun's deep voice resonated throughout Tianxin City, instilling a profound sense of despair in all hearts. Dark King of the Underworld. Zhuge Xingyun clasped his hands before his chest. The elemental Chao Guodong was crushed as if by 2 colossal mountains, letting out a shrill, anguished scream. Moments later, the darkness began to dissipate. A level 2 crystal core fell to the ground from the air. Host has slain 1 survivor. Kill value increased by 100. Zhuge Xingyun stood quietly, disregarding it. Yu Hai found himself caught in the crossfire, his expression dark and foreboding. Did this father-son duo wish to bring about their own demise? Boss Zhuge. Before Yu Hai could finish, he was interrupted by Zhuge Xingyun's raised hand. No need for further words. I understand. It is not your concern. At that moment, every word Zhuge Xingyun uttered carried an icy chill. Though Yu Hai felt a weight lifted from his heart, he remained on edge. Retreating to the sidelines, Zhuge Xingyun approached the boundary of Yang Ying's domain. Moments later, the domain vanished. Yang Ying sighed. Sigh, Yunge, I did my best. Zhuge Xingyun moved to Wang Weiwei's side. Why now? Wang Weiwei had ceased to breathe. After a brief hesitation, Yang Ying decided to share her suspicions with Zhuge Xingyun. She handed him the dagger that had been plunged into Wang Weiwei's chest. Yunge, take a look at this. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the dagger in Yang Ying's hand, yet could discern no clues. What have you discovered? This dagger is called Yuchong, a weapon from an ancient assassination sect of the Dragon Kingdom. The most terrifying aspect of Yuchong is that once it pierces the human body, it releases countless fine needles, akin to hairs, that swiftly traverse the meridians, making rescue impossible even for deities. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes. It seems the Wang family has offended someone of considerable stature. That moment, Zhang Dongzi had returned with the guards who had been wandering in Tianxin City, standing beside Zhuge Xingyun. Dongzi, order all guards to return to the city. We are preparing to depart. Yes, boss. After Zhang Dongzi responded, he led all the guards back to Longying City. Miao Qian approached, accompanied by Gao Xiaoxiao, who appeared quite disheveled. Boss, may I bring my best friend along? Zhuge Xingyun nodded in agreement. Gao Xiaoxiao followed Miao Qian back to Wuying City, her face alight with joy. Yu Hai awkwardly stepped forward. Boss Zhuge, we still need vehicles that can traverse the sandy terrain. I wonder if that is possible. The murderous aura surrounding Zhuge Xingyun had yet to dissipate, sending chills down the spines of even the seasoned veterans. What vehicles do you require, and how many? Upon hearing this, Yu Hai's spirits lifted, and he replied eagerly, I've heard that Boss Zhuge previously used a truck to eliminate 9 million zombies. I wonder if that type of truck is still available. Zhuge Xingyun smiled slightly. That time was merely a stroke of luck. The blast radius of the truck was only 100 meters. Yu Hai hastily added, I understand. As long as it is used properly? That sort of thing is even more terrifying than nuclear weapons. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. Yes, but only one is in stock. I'm joking. If one sells too many of these, who knows if someone might come after them. Yu Hai felt a tinge of disappointment but remained grateful to Zhuge Xingyun. Thank you, boss. We will also need other vehicles. Zhuge Xingyun inquired. What do you intend to acquire? Sandy semi-trailer, 100,000 survivor coins. Sandy cargo truck, 100,000 survivor coins. Sandy motorcycle, 10,000 survivor coins. Dasanofo self-destruct truck, 1 million survivor coins. City trackless train, 300 seats, 10 million coins. Yu Hai curiously asked, does the city trackless train have any special functions? Zhuge Xingyun mentally consulted the system. System, please provide a detailed introduction to the city trackless train. The system's voice emerged in Zhuge Xingyun's mind, laced with gravity. The city trackless train operates as a suspended train that requires no tracks for travel. Its maximum speed reaches 400 kilometers per hour. While in operation, it consumes 100,000 coins per hour, providing the effect of dispelling all mutated creatures. Please remember, during the activation of this effect, do not initiate attacks or cease operation, as this may provoke retaliation from the mutated creatures. Yu Hai was momentarily stunned, then elated. Initially worried that Chao Guodong's affairs might jeopardize his prospects, he now saw an opportunity for merit. Boss Zhuge, I would like 3 city trackless trains, 1 self-destruct truck, 100 sandy motorcycles, 10 semi-trailers, and 10 cargo trucks. Chapter 70, Potential Crisis, The Unsealing of the Gluttonous Beast. Zhuge Xingyun successfully reclaimed Wuliao City. Qingming City. The ruins of Sanluo City. This ancient city exuded an eerie and sinister aura at all times. The tightly shut gates of Sanluo City were engraved with the image of a gluttonous beast. Yang Dong led an army of 100,000 ability users standing at the city gates. Commander, this city gives the brothers an unsettling feeling. Yang Dong, too, was affected by this aura, involuntarily shivering. Damn Zhuge Xingyun. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this cursed place. He had entirely forgotten that it was his own ambition to seize Zhuge Xingyun's food truck and his kidnapping of Su Ting that had led to this predicament. The aide, visibly tense, observed Yang Dong, sensing a pair of eyes fixated on him. Commander, this place feels particularly ominous, and ability users cannot utilize their powers within these ruins. We dispatched 3 wind ability users and 1 fire ability user, all of whom perished. Hearing the aide's words, Yang Dong furrowed his brow. Is there anyone skilled in climbing who can scale the city walls? The aide sighed. We've already tested it. Aside from the biochemically enhanced beings from the capital, there seems to be no one capable of climbing over. Yang Dong cast another glance at the towering 100-meter city wall, unwilling to concede. Have we tried using grappling guns? The aide nodded. Yes, but the individual who attempted to use the grappling gun was shot dead by a rebound crossbow bolt. Over the past few days, we have exhausted every possible method, yet none have succeeded. Yang Dong frowned deeply, his gaze fixated on the gates, his heart in turmoil. He found himself with no retreat. If he could not seize this ruin, he would have to risk being annihilated by crossing through the mutated beast horde to seek refuge with other commanders. He could not bear to be subservient, nor could he relinquish the power he held. Just as he gazed at the gluttonous beast's eyes on the gates, suddenly, the beast's eyes glowed red. His consciousness was pulled into another realm. Yang Dong found himself in a pitch-black space, pacing back and forth. Wang Yi, where have you all gone? Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Yang Dong called out repeatedly, but the silence of the space offered no response. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared before him, causing him to stumble back in fright. Accidentally falling to the ground, an ancient ferocious beast, the gluttonous beast, emerged from the shadows. Human, I perceive your inner desires. I relish this aroma. Are you a mutated beast? Mutated beast? Ha ha ha, how dare you compare me to such a thing? What exactly are you? I am an ancient divine beast, the gluttonous beast. You are the ancient ferocious beast, the gluttonous beast? The gluttonous beast squinted its eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Dong. Foolish human, I shall reiterate for the last time. I am a divine beast, a son of the dragon. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall devour you. Yang Dong hastily shut his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. The gluttonous beast suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Drifting towards Yang Dong, it then materialized before him as a refined gentleman wielding a folding fan. The man opened the fan and waved it gently before himself. Had one not witnessed its true form, one might mistake it for the son of a wealthy family. It seems you are quite eager to possess this city? Yang Dong, taken aback, instinctively nodded. Indeed, I must acquire this city. Ha ha ha, I can fulfill your wish. But in return, you must serve me. Yang Dong's brow furrowed, his mind calculating the pros and cons. What must I do? The gluttonous beast glanced at the immense Sanluo city, its eyes narrowing. I require your assistance to escape this wretched city. Yang Dong nodded. Very well, what must I do? The gluttonous figure grinned wickedly. You need only lend me your body. As soon as the words left his lips, the man transformed once more into a wisp of dark mist. Plunging into Yang Dong's brow. Simultaneously, a tattoo of the gluttonous beast manifested on Yang Dong's back. Staring blankly at the entrance of the ruins, Yang Dong suddenly opened his eyes, which flashed with a fleeting red light. At that moment, the gates of Sanluo City creaked open, and an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the soldiers. Relay the order, everyone enter the city. Wang Yi observed Yang Dong's current demeanor, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Yet he replied, as you command. Despite the palpable fear surrounding the city, military orders could not be defied. Thus, under Wang Yi's leadership, 100,000 soldiers hesitantly marched into Sanluo City. However, once the last soldier crossed the threshold, the city gates abruptly slammed shut. Inside, the soldiers, as if confronted by a primordial beast, desperately fled towards the exit, only to be thwarted by the locked gates. The city echoed with horrific cries. Moments later, the screams faded, and the gates swung open once more. Upon entering the city, Yang Dong's gaze was immediately drawn to the 100,000 soldiers clad in ancient black armor, their expressions devoid of emotion as they stood in the training grounds of Sanluo City. As Yang Dong approached, the soldiers knelt in unison. We greet our master. Observing the 100,000 soldiers brimming with a sinister aura, and glancing at the surrounding eerie architecture, Yang Dong's expression shifted from indifference to a gradual smile, culminating in a wild ecstasy. What is this Zhuge Xingyun, this Dragon Kingdom's divine military? Bah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Yang Dong's laughter reverberated throughout Sanluo City. The food truck trundled along the road to the capital, as Long Feng, behind the wheel, suddenly spoke up, Boss, could something have happened to my father? Zhuge Xingyun shook his head. I've already assured Gu Lao that nothing will happen. Long Feng exhaled in relief. We're nearing the capital. Right? Should we enter the city or head directly to the ruins? There's no need to enter the city. Let us proceed straight to the ruins. Zhuge Xingyun gazed back at the capital, his heart in turmoil. He simply wished to complete the mission swiftly and return to his leisurely life. Alas, such aspirations were mere daydreams. Ding dong, system task issued. Legends say that eons ago, Blue Star was a sanctuary for cultivators, where the disciples of the Heavenly Heart Immortal Emperor left behind their sanctuaries. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, these sanctuaries are reappearing. Task 1. The host must venture to the ruins of the great Emperor Sanluo to subdue the dragon's son and the gluttonous beast. Breaking their seal. Task 2. Eliminate all puppets within Sanluo City. Success reward. The host will elevate 1 level. Failure penalty. A random supply channel will be closed. Zhuge Xingyun silently gazed out the window, disregarding the system's notification. Outside, a group of mutated beasts rested. For the first time, Zhuge Xingyun felt a sense of confusion. Half an hour later, the food truck halted at the gates of Wulei City, where Gu Peng had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun disembark, he promptly approached with his bodyguards. Zhuge Xingyun, upon meeting the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, quickly collected his thoughts and extended his right hand. Gu Lao, what brings you personally here? After they exchanged handshakes, Gu Peng smiled and said, I wanted to witness the marvelous abilities of my young friend Zhuge. I trust you have no objections? Ha ha ha. Zhuge Xingyun quickly replied with a smile. Of course not. Then I shall begin. Gu Peng gestured for him to proceed. Zhuge Xingyun clasped his hands in respect, then positioned himself at the gates of Wulei City, placing his hand upon the gate. System, deduct 10 million gold coins to reclaim Wulei City. The system's notification echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. 10 million gold coins have been deducted. Host balance, 72,990,000 gold coins. Reclamation of Wulei City successful. Ding dong. Host has completed the reclamation of Wulei City. Host has obtained the Dragon's Claw. Host's evolution level has been directly elevated by 1. The gates of Wulei City slowly opened, and joy illuminated the faces of all present. At last, they would possess a secure city and no longer have to cower underground in a life of darkness. Chapter 71. The Battle with Long Zhanghua. There is something amiss with this Long Zhanghua, Gu Peng remarked with a smile directed at Zhuge Xingyun. Why, young friend Zhuge, I owe you a great debt this time. Zhuge Xingyun bowed in response. Gu Bo, the task here is complete. I must proceed to the next ruins. Gu Peng nodded with a smile. Then I shall trouble you. Just as Zhuge Xingyun prepared to depart, Long Zhanghua interjected, Zhuge boss. Please wait a moment. Zhuge Xingyun turned to see Long Zhanghua approaching, accompanied by several research institute personnel. Gu Peng furrowed his brow slightly. Long Zhanghua, do you have something to say? Long Zhanghua stood beside Gu Peng, saluting him. Report, Chief. I wish to spar with Zhuge boss to ascertain whether high-level ability users or bioengineered humans are superior. This would greatly aid our researchers. Although Gu Peng felt displeased, he suppressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing the researchers and smiled at Zhuge Xingyun. My young friend Zhuge, I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhuge Xingyun waved his hand dismissively. Gu Bo, it's no trouble. I will spar with the military God. Gu Peng sighed. Well then, let the two of you keep it light. The soldiers quickly cleared a space, surrounding the two combatants. They faced each other without exchanging unnecessary words. Long Zhanghua spread his arms wide before him, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, unleashing his full powers. 2 orbs of white light coalesced in his hands. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes, observing Long Zhanghua. Though his expression remained impassive, tumultuous waves churned within. Level 5 light attribute? No, it's level 4. Can a level 4 possess level 5 combat prowess? What exactly is the research on Dragon Kingdom's bioengineered humans? Zhuge Xingyun dared not slacken his efforts, hastily releasing his own powers, with 2 orbs of black light forming in his hands. The two launched their attacks simultaneously, sending their orbs hurtling towards one another. Another orb materialized in each of their hands. The black and white spheres collided in midair, unleashing tremendous explosions. Suddenly, Long Zhanghua's body dipped, then propelled himself forward like a cannonball aimed at Zhuge Xingyun. Zhuge Xingyun mirrored the attack. They hurtled through the air, both channeling energy into their right fists and delivering powerful blows. Their fists, encased in black and white light, collided with a thunderous roar. The ground quaked under the immense pressure, creating a crater. A powerful gust emanated from the point of impact, whipping up dust and debris. Both fighters staggered back 5 steps. Blood began to seep from Zhuge Xingyun's knuckles, while Long Zhanghua bore no visible injuries. Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback. Such immense strength. Was this the might of bioengineered humans? If it were not for the support of the fast food truck, Zhuge Xingyun would likely fare even worse than Long Zhanghua in the next match. Gu Peng observed Long Zhanghua, hesitating to speak. He then turned to Zhuge Xingyun and inquired, Are you well, young friend Zhuge? Zhuge Xingyun replied with a smile, I am fine. Since we have finished our sparring, let us set off. Gu Peng chuckled and said, Please, young friend Zhuge, do not rush away. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Gu Peng with curiosity, asking, Is there something else, Uncle Gu? Allow me to settle the remaining gold coins and crystal cores owed to you. So you need not make another trip, Gu Peng suggested. Zhuge Xingyun naturally did not decline, expressing his gratitude, Thank you, Uncle Gu. Subsequently, Zhuge Xingyun received 500 million gold coins, 200,000 zero-level crystal cores, 1,000 first-level crystal cores, 8,000 second-level crystal cores, and 1,000 third-level crystal cores from Gu Peng. After deducting costs, this time he profited a staggering 250 million solely from the gold coins. Following his elation, confusion arose. Uncle Gu, with such a large quantity of crystal cores provided all at once, do your troops not require upgrades? Gu Peng shook his head with a smile. The military has begun to popularize bioengineered humans. Only a small number of crystal cores are needed to produce one. Commander Long is the most successful case in our bioengineered human experiments. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow, expressing concern, but such an approach must carry significant risks. Is there no danger in becoming an evolved being? With a sigh, Zhuge Xingyun concluded, Uncle Gu, I shall take my leave now. Jiu Peng nodded, young friend Zhuge, may we meet again. Until we meet again, Zhuge Xingyun replied. After watching Zhuge Xingyun depart, Gu Peng turned to Long Zhanghua and asked, why take such a course of action? Long Zhanghua gazed at the fast food truck, stating, I have a strong feeling that this apocalypse is intricately linked to that young man. Gu Peng glanced at Long Zhanghua curiously before turning to leave, leaving behind a final remark, next time, do not act so impulsively. Inside the fast food truck, Yang Ying felt deeply conflicted. Inger, what troubles you? She was asked. Gritting her teeth, Yang Ying replied, Brother Yun, there is something amiss with Long Zhanghua. Chapter 72. The Origins of the Ancient Martial Arts Families, Confronting the Demon Soldiers. Yang Ying observed Zhuge Xingyun, her heart in turmoil. But for the sake of her beloved, she finally mustered the courage to say, Brother Yun, there is something troubling about Long Zhanghua. Zhuge Xingyun looked at her with curiosity. What have you discovered? Yang Ying's expression turned serious. If I am not mistaken, Long Zhanghua must belong to an ancient martial arts family? Zhuge Xingyun frowned, for this was the first he had heard of ancient martial arts families. He then inquired of the system in his mind. System, what is the story behind the ancient martial arts families? The system's melodious voice echoed in his mind. Legend has it that millions of years ago, Blue Star was the source of all realms, where countless powerful beings gathered. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the source departed, leaving behind seals. Since then, the spiritual energy on Blue Star has waned, forcing all cultivators to abandon it. Originally, the spiritual energy was scarce, and with the departure of the immortals, Blue Star entered an era devoid of magic. The descendants of these immortals had to shift from cultivation to martial arts, giving rise to ancient martial artists. As time passed, these martial artists faded from the view of ordinary people, not perishing but retreating into the secret realms left by their ancestors to cultivate diligently, hoping one day to break the seals and ascend once more. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhuge Xingyun was filled with questions. How did Yang Ying, after graduating, come to know so much about ancient martial artists? He looked at her and asked, how do you know about the ancient martial artists? Yang Ying took a deep breath. Because I too belong to an ancient martial arts family. Zhuge Xingyun was taken aback. You are from an ancient martial arts family? Yang Ying nodded. I came to find you because I was worried about you. The other members of my family have already hidden away in secret realms before the apocalypse. Zhuge Xingyun pondered for a moment and then said to Yang Ying, I understand now. Regardless of Long Zhanghua's intentions, we must remain cautious of him moving forward. Yang Ying nodded in agreement. Zhuge Xingyun had recently experienced so much, and now learning about the ancient martial arts families stirred within him an urgent desire for self-improvement. In the terrifying grand hall of Sanluo City, Yang Dong sat upon a pitch-black throne, clad in a dark robe. Below him stood soldiers clad in black, wielding spears. How many have been captured? One soldier stepped forward to report. 1,000 awakened ones have returned, totaling 10,000 captives. Yang Dong furrowed his brow. Useless. Deploy all soldiers and bring back every survivor from Qingming City. Yes, the soldier replied, but just as he turned to leave, a cold voice interrupted. No need to go. Someone has delivered themselves to our door. A shadow gradually materialized behind Yang Dong, transforming into a menacing and terrifying figure. Yang Dong narrowed his crimson eyes. He, Zhuge Xingyun, you have finally arrived. Then let the feast begin. Zhuge Xingyun gazed toward the direction of Sanluo City, his brow furrowed. Brother Yun, I feel so cold. Yang Ying instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, goosebumps rising on her skin. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun spotted 7 black figures approaching. Cold Wind, stop the vehicle. Cold Wind complied without hesitation, bringing the vehicle to a halt 10 kilometers from Sanluo City. The system's alert echoed in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Warning, warning, demon puppets detected. Please prepare for battle. The invincibility effect of the fast food truck does not apply to them. Please ensure your safety. Zhuge Xingyun quickly exited the vehicle. No one below level 4 is allowed to leave the city. Yang Ying, you and Cold Wind return. Though Yang Ying was anxious, she complied. Cold Wind promptly took Yang Ying back to Longying City. Zhang Hao, upon learning of the urgent situation, quickly activated the central screen of the city. The scene outside the fast food truck was laid bare. After disembarking, Zhuge Xingyun regarded the rapidly approaching 7 figures. Little Eagle, what level are you at now? Little Eagle sensed the unusual aura and replied, Master, the spiritual energy in this small world is quite dense. Jack and I have both reached level 5. The other mutated beasts are at the peak of level 4. Have all the mutated beasts increase their levels quickly. You and Jack must be ready to engage in battle at any moment. Zhuge Xingyun commanded. Understood, boss. As the words left his lips, the 7 figures had already arrived before Zhuge Xingyun. He felt a chill as he observed them. Their presence exuded a bloodthirsty and violent aura, sending shivers down his spine. The inhabitants of Wuying City, upon witnessing the desert scene, felt their hearts tighten. Tang San anxiously inquired of Zhang Dongzi, shouldn't we go out to help our master? Zhang Dongzi sighed. Currently, the highest level of the guards is only 4. They are incapable of assisting our master. Although you have reached level 5, you possess no unique abilities and have awakened no powers. Going out will only hinder the boss. Remaining here in Wuying City is the greatest assistance we can provide. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Yang Ying looked at Tang San, as if she had made a crucial decision. Tang San? Do you truly wish to help your master? Tang San nodded. Very well, follow me. Yang Fan quickly intervened, grabbing Yang Ying's arm. Sister, do you intend to defy our ancestral teachings? Yang Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, I sense the power of those 7 individuals. Each one is as formidable as the boss. We have no choice but to act. Yang Fan ultimately released his grip, and Tang San followed Yang Ying. Zhuge Xingyun confronted the 7 figures. Who sent you? One of them uttered a harsh voice. He, come back with us to meet our master, or suffer the consequences. Who is your master? Another figure, clearly impatient, retorted, less chatter. Come with us. In an instant, he appeared beside Zhuge Xingyun. Reaching out to grasp his shoulder, Zhuge Xingyun swiftly dodged to the left, gathering energy into his right fist before launching a powerful strike. His fist, imbued with a dark energy sphere, surged directly toward the black-clad figure's face. The figure hastily blocked with both hands, but was sent flying several dozen meters away by the tremendous force. Regaining his footing, he shook his hands and declared, Not bad. This one is mine. The remaining 6 laughed. Then let us see your performance. Zhuge Xingyun narrowed his eyes. That punch had summoned all his strength. Yet it had merely pushed the opponent back without inflicting any injury. His mind raced, but the man did not grant him the opportunity. The figure suddenly crouched down, slamming his hands against the sand. Waves rippled from his palms, and the sand surged like a tide, crashing toward Zhuge Xingyun in relentless waves. Zhuge Xingyun, confronted with the towering tide of sand, could only leap backward in haste. Chapter 73. Battling the Beastly Awakened Ones. The mutated beasts joined the fray. The onlookers in Longying City felt their hearts clench at the sight. If Zhuge Xingyun were to be defeated here, it would mean that the entire population of Longying City would continue to endure a hellish existence. Each person began to cheer for Zhuge Xingyun. Boss, go for it. Boss, you can do it. A little girl turned to Principal Gu and asked, Uncle Gu, can that big brother save us like before? Can he defeat those bad guys? Principal Gu gently reassured the girl, Little Xiao, do not worry. That big brother will surely defeat those bad guys. Shall we cheer for him together? The little girl named Xiao Xiao nodded earnestly. The elder brother will undoubtedly defeat all the villains and protect the little one. Go for it, elder brother. Zhuge Xingyun seemed to hear the crowd's calls. Moments later, with a resounding explosion, Zhuge Xingyun, enveloped in a black sphere of light, erupted from the sandy ground, soaring high into the air. The black sphere of light instantaneously shifted from his body to his hands, which he then raised triumphantly above his head. Dark waves of energy pulsated. From the black sphere atop Zhuge Xingyun's head, countless small black orbs suddenly shot forth, launching an indiscriminate attack towards the direction of the men. The figure in the black cloak, hands plunged into the sand, once again summoned energy, causing the sand around him to swirl upwards, rapidly forming a sphere that encased him. The black energy orbs struck the sand sphere, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions, yet failing to shatter it. The other 6 men similarly faced the onslaught. They merely evaded effortlessly, showing no intent to engage in battle. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes sparkled as he channeled all his dark attribute abilities throughout his entire being. Suddenly, the space behind him turned pitch black, as if a pair of terrifying eyes were peering into the souls of those before him. The leading man was taken aback. What kind of ability is this? With all his might, Zhuge Xingyun clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Dark King of the Underworld, a pair of invisible hands converged on either side of the 6 men and the sand sphere. The 6 men hastily employed their abilities to dodge. Zhuge Xingyun's right arm swung around his shoulder. Descending from above high in the sky, a gigantic right hand appeared, crashing down towards the sand sphere. Boom! The colossal palm struck the sand sphere, sending debris flying and blinding the onlookers. When the dust settled, the sand sphere had vanished, leaving only a pool of black blood behind. Not a trace remained. The remaining 6 exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly. Old Seven has truly met his match this time. Who's next? A burly figure in black robes stepped forward. Twisting his neck, ha ha ha, then allow me to take my turn. Zhuge Xingyun gazed at the remaining 6, shaking his head in dismay. Those who have been demonized possess neither human kinship nor friendship. They are driven solely by a desire for slaughter. As he approached Zhuge Xingyun, his body began to transform. He grew larger, sprouting 2 goat horns, his face at this moment, 2 armies, each nearly 100,000 strong, stood opposed to one another, their forces evenly matched. Among the 200,000 soldiers engaged in battle, Zhuge Xingyun could no longer discern a trace of Huachun. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire battlefield. The 100,000 defenders of the southern city were poised to unleash an astonishing confrontation. Beneath the clouds, the majestic Longying city stood in stark contrast to the ominous and terrifying Sanluo city. Suddenly, a horrifying laugh echoed from the direction of Sanluo city. Kikik. Zhuge Xingyun, I never imagined you had so many hidden cards. In that case, let us lay our cards on the table. The voice was heard, but the speaker remained unseen. Zhuge Xingyun fixed his gaze intently upon the direction of Sanluo city. Abruptly, countless black demons erupted from within Sanluo city. They sported horns atop their heads, enormous wings, and possessed sharp claws and teeth. They charged directly toward Longying city. Simultaneously, an onslaught of monsters surged forth from the city gates of Sanluo city. Each creature was a full zhang in height, with its head occupying nearly half of its body. Its form resembled that of a goat with a human face, its eyes squished beneath a gaping maw. Their eyes shone with a fierce intensity, and their mouths curved menacingly, with tiger-like teeth and claws as sharp as saws. They were none other than diminutive Taotai. As the demons reached the skies above the battlefield, a thick aura of malevolence permeated the air. Zhuge Xingyun, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed 15,000 mutated beasts from within his realm. At this juncture, the little eagle returned, clutching the body of the dark-robed man, to Zhuge Xingyun's side. Zhang Dongzi and others also led all the soldiers, defenders and empowered survivors within the city, standing atop the walls of Longying city. Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow, for he had but the little eagle as his aerial support. Qi Yin seemed to perceive Zhuge Xingyun's concern. My lord, the 100,000 defenders of the southern city are the manifestation of the fire phoenix, naturally possessing the ability to fly. Zhuge Xingyun then breathed a sigh of relief. Though their numbers were disparate, this did not dampen the warriors' resolve and courage. Yang Dong suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. His gaze swept across the field, and he could sense the emotions and souls of all the demonized soldiers. He prepared for a final assault, determined to showcase their strength to the world. Yang Dong roared with all his might, "My lord, grant me your power." As soon as the words left his lips, the Taotai pattern upon Yang Dong's body radiated a pitch-black glow, and he gradually transformed into a colossal Taotai over 10 zhang in size. Zhuge Xingyun had intended to lie low, yet upon witnessing this spectacle, he found it impossible to remain passive. He stood upon the ramparts of Longying city and hastily issued commands. Attack! The 100,000 defenders of the southern city, in conjunction with the 15,000 mutated beasts, launched an assault against their foes. The enemy, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward in response to Yang Dong's roar. Hundreds of thousands stood united with beasts. A myriad of attacks soared through the air, weaving a tapestry of astonishing patterns: red flames, blue water jets, purple lightning, green vines, white radiance, and more intertwined upon the battlefield, creating a magnificent display. As the onlookers beheld the demons descending from the sky, an overwhelming sense of foreboding loomed, akin to dark clouds threatening to engulf the city. Zhuge Xingyun led the soldiers atop the walls in a desperate release of their powers, launching an offensive against the airborne demons. Soldiers without powers seized machine guns and rocket launchers, targeting the demons to prevent them from breaching the walls in the city. Modified tanks emerged, relentlessly bombarding the enemy opposite them. Qi Yin radiated a dazzling red light and charged toward Yang Dong. The moment they collided, Yang Dong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! It is indeed the fire of the vermilion bird. The Taotai within Yang Dong seemed to regret its decision, not anticipating that there would be someone with the flames of a sacred beast on the opposing side. Yet, now it was too late to back down, and it could only push forward with a steely resolve. Meanwhile, Qi Yin appeared remarkably composed and unfazed. Clutching his sword tightly, he drew a circle in the air with it. Countless phoenix feathers began to manifest. Phoenix Feather Ascension. Chapter 75. The Battle of Sanluo City, Part 2. The fierce beast sealed by the relics. Qi Yin's technique, Phoenix Feather Ascension, was distinct from the one previously employed in conjunction with Tengar's. A multitude of fiery phoenix feathers surged toward Yang Dong. Yang Dong promptly opened his mouth wide, and a black hole formed within, as if he intended to devour everything in sight. The feathers were consumed by Yang Dong, and although he dispelled the Phoenix Feather Ascension, he suffered grievous internal injuries as a consequence. Qi Yin raised his sword high. Phoenix Feather Ascension, Illusion. This technique engulfed the 10,000 defenders embroiled in battle, enveloping them in crimson rays of light, instantly reducing their attacking foes to ashes. The red light converged above Qi Yin's sword, forming a complex and arcane array. Subsequently, a colossal fire phoenix emerged from the array. Looking down imperiously upon Yang Dong from the heights of the sky, as the fire phoenix appeared, the atmosphere brightened, and the air grew stiflingly hot. All of the mutated beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, and the diminutive Taotai trembled with fear. At this moment, Yang Dong seemed to have encountered his nemesis and hastily summoned all the demons. Those demons attacking Wuying City turned their attention to the fire phoenix and unleashed their assaults. With a gentle flap of its wings, the fire phoenix launched a barrage of feathers at the demons. In an instant, the demons were reduced to ashes. Yang Dong's Taotai was filled with regret, pondering why it had not waited for its power to fully recover before emerging. Had it not been sealed for millions of years, its strength would have been intact, and a mere fire phoenix would never have been able to contend with it. The fire phoenix raised its majestic head and exhaled forcefully. A massive pillar of fire surged directly toward Yang Dong. The Taotai tattoos upon Yang Dong's body gradually faded away. With a piercing scream, Yang Dong was instantly reduced to fine ash. The white orb of light appeared where Yang Dong had vanished, flying directly to Zhuge Xingyun's side. Simultaneously, all demons and Taotai upon the battlefield were reduced to ashes, and those who had been demonized collapsed upon the desert sands. The gates of Sanluo City closed once more, the Taotai upon the gates losing their former luster. When all was said and done, the fire phoenix gradually dissipated, and the defenders of the southern city knelt upon one knee. Farewell, my lord. They gradually transformed into specks of light and vanished. The eternal candlelight upon the southern gate of Longying City was extinguished. The system's voice echoed once more in Zhuge Xingyun's mind. Due to the summoning of the defenders and the materialization of Longying City, a deduction of 10 million gold coins has occurred. Due to the host's inadequacy, the southern city defenders have suffered excessive consumption and will not reappear for 1 year. Zhuge Xingyun nearly cursed aloud. After all, it was the system that had chosen to materialize. So why should he bear the cost? As Zhuge Xingyun grasped the orb of light before him, the system's prompt chimed again. The host has completed the Sanluo City mission. The host's level has increased by 1. The host has acquired Son of the Dragon, Taotai. System, what is the use of this Taotai? The host can use a contract card on Taotai, allowing it to become the host's battle pet if it can be so easily extinguished by Qi Yin. What use is it to me? Please note, host, that during the battle against Qi Yin, Taoye's power is diminished to 1/10 due to being sealed for millions of years. Had it been at its peak, even the summoning of a mere small Taotai would have been sufficient to easily obliterate the current Longying city. Zhuge Xingyun swallowed hard and hurriedly purchased a contract card from the shop. Just as he placed the contract card upon the orb of light, an anguished roar erupted from within. Moments later, the contract card vanished, and the Taotai within the orb ceased its roar. "Greetings, master." Zhuge Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. "From now on, I shall call you Little Taotai." The Taotai wore a disgruntled expression, yet it was utterly powerless to refuse. "Yes, master." Zhuge Xingyun tossed the Taotai into his pet space. "You all should get along well and not bully your own kind." "Yes, master." When the Taotai appeared in the pet space, it startled all the mutated beasts in the end. It was the little eagle that provided an explanation, and the other mutated beasts resumed their frolicking. Upon witnessing the surroundings of the space, the Taotai displayed a human-like delight. Had he known his master possessed such a space, he would have surrendered without a second thought. The other mutated beasts were unaware of the benefits of this space, but he was well aware. This space possessed spiritual energy comparable to that of the ancient times, the realm of primordial origins on Blue Star. It might take thousands of years to recover one's strength, but now, it likely would not even take a year. The little eagle called over Jack the Ripper, and like a small adult, addressed the Taotai. "Little Taotai, although you are an ancient being, older than us, I was the first to follow the master, and Jack is the second, so you should call me Big Brother and him Second Brother, understood?" The Taotai, having never endured such humiliation, bared its teeth in anger. "I am the ancient divine beast Taotai, the son of the dragon. Do you wish to court death? Do you believe I won't devour you?" The little eagle looked at him with disdain. "Go ahead. Hit me. Come on." "The master said we must get along. Be careful, or I will tell the master and have you kicked out." Upon hearing this, the Taotai instantly wilted. All right, you win. You are the big brother." Is that acceptable? It was not foolish. It did not wish to leave this space rich in spiritual energy. The little eagle, brimming with pride, said, "Let me hear you say it." The Taotai gritted its teeth and reluctantly called out, "Big brother." Jack, not as bold as the little eagle, trembled in fear. He thought to himself, "Big brother, you can just say that. Don't drag me into this. What if this fellow loses his mind?" Just then, Jack heard a phrase that sent shivers down his spine. The little eagle relentlessly pointed at Jack and him. "He must call you second brother." The Taotai narrowed its eyes at Jack, who shivered all over that eye. That I don't need to, right?" The little eagle smacked Jack's head with its wing. "You must call him." Jack looked at the Taotai with a bitter smile. The Taotai sighed. "Second brother." The young eagle gently patted the back of the gluttonous beast with its other wing, remarking, "That's more like it. From now on, Big Brother will protect you." The gluttonous beast rolled its eyes in response, ultimately turning away to find a comfortable spot where it lay down and drifted into slumber. The young eagle glanced at Jack. Noting his somewhat introverted demeanor, Jack chuckled and shook his head, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he thought to himself, "Thank goodness this creature isn't contemplating anything drastic. Otherwise, my life would be forfeit." Outside the city of Dragon Shadow, soldiers commenced the grim task of clearing the bodies of their fallen comrades. Zhang Hao and Zhang Dongzi approached, their expressions heavy with sorrow. "Boss," Zhuge Xingyun inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhang Hao. "What are the casualty figures?" Zhang Hao spoke first. "Of the 100,000 expeditionary troops, over half are seriously injured, and 1,000 have perished. The remaining forces have sustained minor injuries. As for the 200,000 city defense troops, more than half are gravely wounded, and 20,000 have lost their lives." Zhuge Xingyun inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. Zhang Dongzi continued, "Boss, among the 40,000 guards, there are 10,000 serious injuries. But fortunately, there have been no fatalities." Only then did Zhuge Xingyun exhale a sigh of relief. Chapter 76, Hidden Dangers. The Dragon War Nation departed from the Dragon Kingdom, heading towards the secret realm of the ancient martial families. While others were hosting a barbecue party, Zhuge Xingyun had already returned outside Dragon Shadow City, investing another 10 million gold coins to transform the city into a fast food truck. He then drove the truck to the base of Sanluo City. Standing alone at the gate with his hand resting on it. System, deduct 1,000 gold coins and integrate Sanluo City. Ding dong, integration of Sanluo City successful. The system detects that Sanluo City is unsuitable for human habitation. Would you like to proceed with renovations? Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow. System, what is happening? Sanluo City was originally the training ground of the smallest disciple of the Heavenly Heart Immortal Emperor, the Sanluo Great Emperor. The Sanluo Great Emperor was transformed from an ancient demonic beast, hence the city was only suitable for the beastkin to reside. How much will the renovations cost? 1 billion gold coins. Zhuge Xingyun's face darkened. System, do you truly believe I am worth 1 billion? The host may incur debt. Once you acquire gold in the future, the system will automatically deduct it. Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes and activated his survival device to initiate a video call. Once connected, he said, Gubo, the recovery of Sanluo City has been successful. When can we expect the army to take over? Gu Peng looked at the conference room's large screen, which displayed Zhuge Xingyun and the scenery of Sanluo City. With a sigh, he replied, Young friend Zhuge, we have encountered significant anomalies in Sanluo City. It is utterly uninhabitable. Therefore, we plan to abandon this relic. However, we will still cover the expenses. We cannot allow you to toil in vain. Zhuge Xingyun nodded. In that case, I will take possession of Sanluo City. Young friend Zhuge, please proceed. After ending the call, the faces in the conference room were etched with frowns. Ji Yupeng addressed the assembly. Speak your minds. What are your thoughts? Long Zhonghua stood, declaring, Leader, I have 3 observations. Ji Yupeng raised an eyebrow. Let us hear them. Long Zhonghua gestured towards the screen displaying Zhuge Xingyun. First, this individual possesses overwhelming power. If left unchecked, he alone could annihilate the Dragon Kingdom. Second, his recovery of the relics must have some connection to him. If we were to clash in the future, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. Third, these relics seem to harbor terrifying entities. The creature that appeared previously was the ancient beast, the gluttonous beast. Are there more such monsters within the other relics? His words plunged the conference room into silence. Gu Peng sighed, yet we find ourselves with no alternatives. Just as the room filled with despondency, Long Zhonghua suddenly interjected, there is still one option left. All eyes turned to Long Zhonghua, and Gu Peng narrowed his gaze. Speak plainly. There are no outsiders present. Long Zhonghua revealed a knowing smile. The ancient inheritance, the secret realm of the ancient martial families. As everyone widened their eyes in astonishment, Gu Peng slammed his hand on the table. Impossible. Long Zhonghua, do you realize what you're suggesting? Long Zhonghua smirked slightly. Leader, I am well aware of what I am proposing. The ancient martial families possess lost techniques and scriptures, capable of hastening the development of those with abilities, as well as a sanctuary impervious to attacks. Why shouldn't we seek their assistance? Gu Peng seethed, his teeth clenched. Have you forgotten the past? How did the ancient martial families treat ordinary people? Long Zhonghua shook his head. I have not forgotten, but times have changed. Now we too possess abilities and the strength to oppose them. Gu Peng angrily interrupted. Be quiet and get out. Long Zhonghua regarded Gu Peng, then glanced at the assembly. With a heavy sigh, he declared, Gu Peng, you have grown old. If that is the case, we shall part ways. He then turned majestically and exited the conference room. Inside, the attendees exchanged glances, and after a moment, half of them chose to follow Long Zhonghua out of the city of no tears. Ji Yupeng clenched his fists, a palpable white energy swirling invisibly around them. The room fell silent once more. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun was lost in thought as he observed Sanluo City. System, leaving this enormous structure here is impractical. Is there a way to transform it to resemble Dragon Shadow City? The system's prompt echoed once more. The host may spend 10 million gold coins to merge Dragon Shadow City with it, or alternatively, spend 10 million gold coins to store Sanluo City in the pet space. Sanluo City is more suitable for mutant beasts, as they are the predecessors of demon beasts. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes brightened. System, I choose to spend 10 million gold coins to place Sanluo City in the mutant beast space. 10 million gold coins have been deducted. The system's voice had scarcely faded when the vast expanse of Sanluo City vanished into thin air. Within the pet space, numerous mutant beasts frolicked, only to suddenly witness a massive city descending from the sky. With a resounding thud, it settled upon the ground. The gates slowly swung open. The gluttonous beast, lying nearby, perked up upon seeing Sanluo City, its eyes shining brightly as it dashed inside. The other mutant beasts followed suit, flooding into Sanluo City. Although the city had become more eerie and terrifying under the influence of the pet space's spiritual energy, All the mutant beasts appeared far more at ease. As the gluttonous beast approached its favorite throne. Just as it was about to sit down, it suddenly heard a couple of coughs. Observing the young eagle entering the main hall with its sidekick Jack, the gluttonous beast could only seethe with indignation and retreat to the side. The young eagle flapped its wings and leaped onto the throne in an instant. The gluttonous beast had no choice but to find another spot to rest. Jack stood nearby, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he occasionally glanced at the gluttonous beast. Worried about what might happen if it suddenly had a change of heart, the young eagle began pointing at the mutant beasts in the hall, chattering enthusiastically about demonstrating the art of intimidation and wielding a chicken feather as a command. Of course, Zhuge Xingyun remained oblivious to all of this. Returning to the fast food truck, Zhuge Xingyun stared at the map in a daze. System, if I were to visit every city one by one, when would that ever conclude? The system patiently replied, there is no need for the host to do so alone. The host may designate certain difficult targets while dispatching guards to handle the easier ones. Once individuals formally join Dragon Shadow City, they are considered the host's guards. Have you ever seen an emperor personally leading an assault on a city? Zhuge Xingyun rolled his eyes, nearly exasperated. What had he been doing all this time? He could have simply sent the guards to do it. The system continued, once they arrive, how will they reclaim the city? Like the host, they will place their hands upon the city gate and notify the host. The host may then choose whether to deduct gold for the recovery. Zhuge Xingyun incredulously inquired, is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Chapter 77. All-out effort to reclaim the relics, the incident in Baichuan City. Upon learning of this convenient information from the system, Zhuge Xingyun was naturally overjoyed. He returned to Dragon Shadow City with a beaming smile. Yang Ying was enjoying barbecue, curiously watching as Zhuge Xingyun dashed towards her. Brother Yun, why the rush? Zhuge Xingyun smiled in reply, Inger, I'll explain later. After scanning the area and failing to spot Zhang Hao, he noticed Zhang Dongzi being pressured to drink by Zhang Shan and others. Without a second thought, he rushed over to Zhang Dongzi, entirely forgetting the survival device's functions. Dongzi, have you seen Zhang Hao? Zhang Dongzi looked around but couldn't find Zhang Hao. Boss, there are many matters within the city. He is likely still attending to affairs at the Lord's Manor. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Xingyun immediately elementalized and flew towards the inner city, leaving behind a directive. Dongzi, summon all the commanding officers to the Lord's Manor for a meeting. Seeing his boss so anxious, Zhang Dongzi hurriedly ordered Zhang Shan and the others to head to the Lord's Manor. Due to the numerous matters requiring Zhang Hao's direct attention, he was unable to attend the meeting. Once the remaining personnel gathered, Zhuge Xingyun turned to Tang San, curious. What brings you here? Tang San scratched his head. I wanted to see how I could assist my master. Zhuge Xingyun frowned. You, of all people, lack abilities. You should return and focus on your training. Leveling up to level 10 would be the greatest assistance you could provide me. There was one thing he did not say. Once Tang San reached level 10, he would receive a system reward, the Undying Divine Body. Yang Ying interjected with a smile, Brother Yun, there's no rush. Perhaps Tang San could aid you after all. Seeing Yang Ying speak up, Zhuge Xingyun chose not to press further. Today, I called everyone for a meeting with the intention of dispatching you all to reclaim the remnants of the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room. The attendees exchanged glances, some already eager to roll up their sleeves. Having spent their days cooped up in Longying City, they, along with the soldiers under their command, had grown restless. It was time to engage in battle and enhance their own abilities. Zhang Shan spoke up first, expressing, Excellent, boss. We have been itching for action. We've longed for the opportunity to engage in a grand endeavor. The others quickly chimed in agreement. Zhang Yin, curious, inquired, Boss, how do we go about reclaiming the ruins? This question was one that everyone was keen to have answered, and they all turned their attention to Zhuge Xingyun, awaiting his response. Observing the fervent spirit among the crowd, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he replied, When you arrive at the entrance of the ruins, place your hands upon the city gate, and then send me a video request. The rest will take care of itself. Zhang Dongzi, filled with excitement, declared, Boss, just give the command. Zhuge Xingyun looked at Zhang Dongzi and, with a hint of regret, replied, Dongzi, you cannot join this time. You must remain in Longying City to manage the remaining troops. Though disappointment flickered across Zhang Dongzi's face, he did not challenge the boss's orders. Zhuge Xingyun then surveyed the gathered individuals. Zhang Shan, Zhang Yin, Lu Tao, you three shall each lead 300 guards southward towards the ruins. splitting into 3 paths. Yangkang, Langfeng, Gaoshang, you 3 will similarly lead 300 guards northward, also splitting into 3 paths. Understood, responded the 3 generals who had accompanied Zhang Hao to Longying City. Yang Lin and Peng Ning. You will each lead 300 guards westward, dividing into 2 paths. Understood. Finally, Zhuge Xingyun's gaze fell upon Wang Dongqing, who appeared somewhat troubled. If he were to head east, any potential issues would hinder timely support. Suddenly, Tang San stood up, stating, "Master, I want to lead a team as well." Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow, concerned about Tang San's capabilities. Yang Ying interjected with a smile, "Brother Yun, do not worry. I have already taught him some self-preservation techniques." Curiously, Zhuge Xingyun asked, "What techniques?" With a playful tone, Yang Ying replied, "It's a secret. Just trust in Inger." Zhuge Xingyun sighed, "Very well, Tang San. You and Wang Dongqing shall each lead 300 guards to the east." Understood. Tang San, elated by the orders, acknowledged them with enthusiasm. Zhuge Xingyun nodded, "Return and prepare your belongings. Rest well. I await your return to host a victory banquet." The 10 individuals clasped their hands in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." After the crowd dispersed, Zhuge Xingyun expended 100 million gold coins to acquire 10 city hover trains. He ventured to the outer city, surveying the abundant supplies, and with a casual wave of his hand, the 10 hover trains silently materialized along the road. Yet, Zhuge Xingyun remained uneasy, as Tang San was integral to a crucial task. Thus, he reached out mentally to Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying, upon hearing Zhuge Xingyun's call, Xiao Ying, who had been enjoying a massage on the throne, suddenly snapped to attention. "Master, I am here. You, Jack, and Xiao Tao must covertly protect Tangus and do not reveal yourselves unless in life-threatening situations." Xiao Ying responded eagerly. "Rest assured, Master, we understand." Once Zhuge Xingyun severed the mental link, Jack and Xiao Tao promptly stood. "Did you both hear what the master said?" Jack nodded vigorously. Xiao Tao sighed, casting a lingering glance at the grand hall. "Then let us depart." Although reluctant to leave the magnificent hall, Xiao Tao dared not disobey the master's command. Thus, the 3 of them exited the Sanluo city and appeared beside Zhuge Xingyun. Vanishing in an instant, unnoticed by anyone, they found a place to rest in the desert, quietly awaiting Tang San's emergence from the city. The following morning, Zhuge Xingyun personally bid farewell to the group, agreeing to reconvene in Baichuan City at the center of the Dragon Kingdom upon their success. He piloted a fast food vehicle towards Baichuan City. When the hover train carrying Tang San arrived, Xiao Ying immediately expanded in size and, with Jack and Xiao Tao in tow, soared into the sky, trailing behind. Zhuge Xingyun once more initiated a video call with Gu Peng. "Jiu Bo, I have dispatched 10 teams to reclaim the ruins. They may require your assistance in swiftly eliminating the mutated beasts surrounding the site." Jiu Peng nodded with a smile, "Do not worry. I have already arranged everything." Zhuge Xingyun bowed respectfully, "I appreciate it." Gu Bo, after a moment's hesitation, Gu Peng addressed Zhuge Xingyun, "Young friend Zhuge, Long Zhonghua has betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. He has sought refuge with the ancient martial clans." Zhuge Xingyun paused, curiosity piqued, and promptly inquired, "Why the ancient martial clans? Are these clans more powerful than the Dragon Kingdom? If the Dragon Kingdom were to unleash nuclear weapons without restraint, surely the mutated beasts and zombies would have perished long ago." Gu Peng sighed, "Young friend Zhuge, have you not noticed?" Zhuge Xingyun, intrigued, asked, "Noticed what?" Gu Peng shook his head, lamenting, "Have you seen any zombies recently?" Zhuge Xingyun stood frozen, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. "What do you mean?" "Gu Bo?" Gu Peng continued, "All the mindless zombies have either been eradicated by the military or consumed by mutated beasts. The remaining intelligent zombies have congregated in Baichuan City. Their numbers exceed 1 million. Young friend, Baichuan City should be your next target. Alas, I must share some grim news. The ruins in Baichuan City have been overrun by zombies. As Gu Peng finished speaking, a system notification chimed. Ding dong. System task issued. Please proceed to the Blood Shadow Emperor ruins to acquire the Dragon Bone. Successful completion rewards the host with an immediate upgrade to level 10. Failure results in the closure of all sales channels. Zhuge Xingyun took a deep breath. Chapter 78. Comprehensive upgrade. Level 10 battle pets. The fast food vehicle traversed the desolate desert. Zhuge Xingyun, behind the wheel, wore a troubled expression, pondering how to contend with 1 million intelligent zombies. Reminder to the host. Your level has reached 6, yet all shop levels remain at 3. Upgrading levels not only introduces new merchandise, but also new supply channels. You, the host, are now the most powerful individual on Blue Star. There is no cause for concern. It dawned on Zhuge Xingyun that his shops had yet to be upgraded. It seemed that an abundance of gold coins was not without its drawbacks. Ever since he began trading with Gu Peng, he had become less reliant on the shops, completely forgetting that they were his foundation. System, upgrade everything possible to my level. The system's voice responded, ding dong. 3 million gold coins deducted. The fast food vehicle has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6.3 million gold coins deducted. Longying City has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6. Adding the Dan and Formation. 500,000 gold coins deducted. The Dan has been upgraded from level 1 to level 6. The Dan can now sell items. Revival pills, capable of bringing the dead back to life. 10,000 spirit stones. Foundation establishment pills, for use during the Foundation establishment period. 1,000 spirit stones. Divine connection pills, for elevating realms in the Divine connection stage. 2,000 spirit stones. Nirvana pills, for elevating realms in the Nirvana stage. 5,000 spirit stones. Heaven-breaking pills, enabling the user to advance to the heavenly realm within a year. 10,000 spirit stones. 500,000 gold coins deducted. The formation has been upgraded from level 1 to level 6. The formation can now sell items. 2E Sword Formation, 100,000 spirit stones. City Defense Formation, 1 million spirit stones. Mountain Protection Formation, 1 million spirit stones. Sect Defense Formation, 10 million spirit stones. 5 million gold coins deducted. Sanluo City has been upgraded from level 1 to level 6. 300,000 gold coins deducted. The fast food restaurant has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6. With item attributes changed to triple strength for 1 hour. The city's area has increased to 300 square kilometers. 300,000 gold coins deducted. The weapon shop has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6. Adding sellable items, low-grade spiritual weapons such as knives, swords, and spears. 100,000 spirit stones. The car shop has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6, with 300,000 gold coins deducted. All vehicles for sale have had their performance enhanced by 30,300,000 gold coins deducted. The inn has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6, with the number of rooms increased to 10,000. 300,000 gold coins deducted. The pet shop has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6. A total of 13,500,000 gold coins have been deducted. After deducting the expenses for reclaiming the ruins, the host's remaining balance is 160,490,000 gold coins. Zhuge Xingyun curiously queried the system, why has the pet shop not changed? And what is this spirit stone nonsense? I haven't even received any spirit stones. With the impending battle, Zhuge Xingyun wished to further enhance the strength of his team and pets. Yet the pet shop had not updated, and he was left with 2 shops offering items he could not afford. As the battle loomed, Zhuge Xingyun sought to bolster the power of his team and pets, only to find that not only had the pet shop not updated, but he had been given 2 stores with unaffordable items. The pet shop will not update its merchandise until it reaches level 10. Only then can it merge with the Dan to include pet-related pills. After Yang Ying explained the situation regarding the pet shop, she refrained from further elaboration, maintaining her silence. Zhuge Xingyun, left with no other recourse, glanced at her as she slept in the passenger seat. After halting the vehicle, he retrieved a blanket from his spatial ring and gently covered Yang Ying. Noting that the only purchasable items were the pet shop upgrade cards, he promptly spent 180,000 gold coins to elevate Xiao Ying, Jack, and Xiao Tao to level SIX. As the 3 mutated beasts soared through the skies, they suddenly froze, their hearts swelling with joy. Xiao Ying exclaimed in admiration, "It must be the master who has elevated our realms." Jack nodded with a grin. Xiao Tao, astonished, deepened his understanding of Zhuge Xingyun's capabilities, fostering an even greater sense of belonging to the team. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tao, his internal thoughts were influenced by the contract card. Zhuge Xingyun then surveyed his pet space, where 150,000 level 4 mutated beasts lay sleeping. He began to calculate. Now, I find myself at level 6 and wish to elevate a level 4 mutant beast to match my own prowess. One such beast requires a staggering 1,100,000 gold coins. Zhuge Xingyun dares not calculate further. Amidst the endless expanse of stars, Bai Bing observes Zhuge Xingyun, who wears a face of anxiety. Foolish husband, with the contract card binding it, a mutant beast can never betray you. There is no need for such overthinking. Why not elevate one to level 10? Just as Bai Bing is about to remind Zhuge Xingyun, she is halted by Jilan. Shao Qi, do not remind him. He has begun to harbor doubts about the system. Your words could inadvertently expose the truth. Bai Bing turns to Jilan. Sister, are you ready? Jilan nods. Transfer the system to me. You two are far too unreliable. You provide him with such resources yet remain under constant constraints. Bai Bing blushes and lowers her head. All right, sister. Subsequently, Bai Bing places her middle and index fingers on her forehead, a white light emanating from her fingertips. She then touches Jilan's forehead, and the white light instantly penetrates Jilan's mind. Ding dong. The system issues a task. Please elevate a mutant beast level to 10 within 1 day. Success reward, 10,000 spirit stones. Failure penalty. Host will be rendered impotent. Zhuge Xingyun, lost in thought, immediately darkens in expression. System, I suspect you have been formatted. Not hearing a rebuttal from the system, Zhuge Xingyun furrows his brow. He is currently at level 6. If he elevates a mutant beast to level 10, what if it rebels? That would not merely be a matter of life and death. His very existence could be at stake. Yet, the allure of the reward, 10,000 spirit stones, compels him to consider. After glancing at the items available for sale, Zhuge Xingyun makes a bold decision. System, how do the levels of evolutionists compare to the realms of cultivators? Jilan suddenly frowns, sensing something amiss. A level 10 evolutionist is merely equivalent to the initial stage of qi refining. Zhuge Xingyun continues, what if one consumes foundational elixirs without reaching the qi refining stage? Jilan's heart sinks. Despite her meticulous calculations, she overlooked this possibility. If one cannot withstand the potency of the elixir, the consequences could range from severe injury to complete rupture of meridians, leading to death. Zhuge Xingyun nods. System, purchase 1 upgrade card each for level 7, 8, 9, and 10 pets, and apply them to the Little Eagle. Host has purchased upgrade cards for level 7, 8, 9, and 10, deducting 340,000 gold coins. The pet Little Eagle has been elevated from level 6 to level ten.as. The Little Eagle soars through the sky. It suddenly radiates a golden light, leaving Xiao Tao, who sits upon its back, utterly bewildered. Ah, you've entered the qi refining stage. The Little Eagle, equally perplexed, thinks, what is the qi refining stage? Am I not at level 10? The sudden transformation of the Little Eagle leaves Xiao Tao confused, and he lacks the inclination to address its queries. Thus, the Little Eagle hastily inquires within the spiritual realm, Master, why have I suddenly reached level 10? Zhuge Xingyun, relieved to see the Little Eagle unaffected by the changes, feels a sense of ease. It appears that even if a pet surpasses its owner's level, the effects of the contract card remain valid, alleviating the need for risk. Noticing Zhuge Xingyun's decision to refrain from consuming the elixir, Bai Bing and Jilan also breathe a sigh of relief. Zhuge Xingyun hears Xiao Tao's complaints in his mind. Although Xiao Tao is unaware of how the Little Eagle attained the qi refining stage, he is certain it is due to the Master's influence. Master, you are biased. I am 4 levels lower than Jack. Xiao Tao begins to act cute and pitiful in Zhuge Xingyun's spiritual realm. Observing Xiao Tao's pitiable demeanor causes Zhuge Xingyun to feel a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, a spark of realization dawns on him. Quality over quantity. With this thought, he no longer hesitates and instructs the system, continue purchasing 2 upgrade cards each for level 7, 8, 9, and 10. Chapter 79. The separation of the fast food cart and Dragon Shadow City. Dragon Shadow City in the miniature world. As Xiao Tao and Jack playfully engage in Zhuge Xingyun's spiritual realm, the 2 creatures suddenly glow with golden light, instantly advancing to level 10. Thank you, Master, they exclaim in unison. Initially regretting their early emergence, having been tamed so swiftly, they now realize this is a tremendous opportunity. As long as they faithfully follow their master, regaining their peak is not merely a dream. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun directly inquires of the 3 mutant beasts in his spiritual realm, who is faster, Jack or Xiao Tao. Jack responds, I'm quicker over short distances, but I cannot compete with Xiao Tao's endurance in long stretches. Xiao Tao nods, acknowledging his own shortcoming. Continue the mission, Little Eagle and Jack, while Xiao Tao rushes to join me. The situation has changed. Combat is imminent. Upon hearing the word combat, Xiao Tao instinctively licks his lips. As you wish, Master. Xiao Tao leaps from a height of 10,000 meters, while the other 2 beasts exchange glances as if to say, this fellow is indeed a madman. In midair, Xiao Tao suddenly realizes his folly. Overwhelmed with excitement, having forgotten he is still at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Desperately, he searches for a softer landing spot, spotting a large group of mutant beasts nearby, watching two massive tigers battle. Xiao Tao's eyes narrow as he begins to flail his limbs, utilizing air resistance to plummet towards one of the tigers. The two tigers, engaged in a struggle for dominance, suddenly feel a chill above them. As they look up, Xiao Tao, like a cannonball, crashes into one of the tigers. With a resounding boom, the sand is displaced, creating a large crater. When the dust settles, Xiao Tao limps out of the pit. The tiger remains oblivious to the cause of its demise. The other tiger, sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Tao, trembles and immediately prostrates itself. Observing his own injuries, Xiao Tao thinks, this is bad. Although I can recover from this minor injury in half a day, I won't be able to continue. What if the master is angry? What will I do? Suddenly, he notices a group of mutant beasts in front of him, and his eyes light up. The scene unfolds as a gluttonous creature rides a tiger across the desert, followed by a throng of smaller mutant beasts. Just as Zhuge Xingyun's fast food cart travels towards Blood Shadow City, two level 6 zombies appear directly in front of it. The fast food cart comes to a gradual halt as Zhuge Xingyun, noticing the zombies' fixed gaze upon him, hurriedly queries the system, "System, what is happening?" "Host, please be advised, they are intelligent zombies capable of attacking the fast food cart. The invulnerability effect still applies. However, the host may need to expend a significant amount of gold coins." Zhuge Xingyun furrows his brow at it. Seems they are specifically waiting for us. The system remains silent. Zhuge Xingyun glances at the slumbering Yang Ying before disembarking from the fast food cart. "System, can the fast food cart be stored in the miniature world?" The host's miniature world can store all things, including living beings, and is not subject to system control. The host is effectively the sovereign of the miniature world. Zhuge Xingyun nods and waves his hand. The fast food cart instantly materializes within the miniature world, causing a herd of cattle and sheep to flee in terror. After securing the fast food cart, Zhuge Xingyun suddenly realizes he has many abilities yet to be utilized. Having relied solely on the system thus far in the distant starry sky, Zilan's lips curl into a slight smile. "Husband, you have finally awakened. System, separate the fast food cart from Dragon Shadow City and materialize Dragon Shadow City within my miniature world." 10 million gold coins deducted. Materialization successful. Dragon Shadow City has been separated from the fast food cart, and all shops are now within Dragon Shadow City. The two zombies, observing the motionless Zhuge Xingyun, exchange glances, furrowing their brows. Number 9, do you think that Brad is the one foretold by the prophet? Number 9 nods. Number 10, be cautious. Do not forget what the prophet warned. He is the only one who could potentially annihilate us. The new humans. Number 10 nods. Then let us attack together. The two zombies lock eyes and vanish in an instant. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes widen, his heart racing so fast. Before he can react, a pitch-black fist strikes his abdomen with tremendous force, causing his body to contort like a shrimp, propelling him backward. Zombie number 9 has already anticipated his landing point, delivering a powerful kick to Zhuge Xingyun's back. With a crack, a fissure appears in Zhuge Xingyun's spine. And as he is kicked through the air, he coughs up blood. The two zombies do not cease their assault but continue charging at Zhuge Xingyun, taunting him. What fate's chosen one? Merely this, enduring the pain? Zhuge Xingyun rapidly concentrates his unique abilities. Just as the two zombies close in on him, Zhuge Xingyun's expression transforms dramatically. The two zombies freeze in place. In their moment of distraction, Zhuge Xingyun roars. Mount Tai descends. Instantly, the two zombies find themselves pinned to the ground. Zhuge Xingyun wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and asks the zombies, "Were you specifically looking for me?" The two zombies do not respond, their gazes fixed on Zhuge Xingyun as they struggle against the oppressive gravity. No use trying. Between equals, you cannot escape. Answer my questions honestly. The two zombies exchange glances, and their bodies begin to swell, as if something within them is writhing. When Zhuge Xingyun realizes something is amiss, it is already too late. The two zombies explode in an instant. Zhuge Xingyun exerted all his might, utilizing his gravitational powers to suppress the explosion's radius. However, due to the proximity of the blast, he sustained injuries. As the smoke dissipated, Zhuge Xingyun regained his original form, appearing with a drooping arm. His excessive reliance on external forces had rendered him in such a lamentable state. It was high time for him to hone his own abilities. Originally capable of remaining invincible, Zhuge Xingyun ultimately chose a path fraught with challenges. The food truck was once again unleashed, and after boarding, he roused Yang Ying. Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun, battered and bruised, appear before her, her eyes instantly turned red. "Brother Yun, what has happened?" "It's nothing. Please use your powers to heal me. It's quite painful to hold my arm like this." Yang Ying nodded eagerly, and a transparent orb materialized in her outstretched right hand. She placed her hand over Zhuge Xingyun's injured arm, and the orb enveloped it instantaneously. Moments later, Zhuge Xingyun moved his arm tentatively. "Inger, your ability is truly remarkable. I now have an additional safeguard for my training." Yang Ying took her seat in the driver's cabin. "Brother Yun, you should rest." Zhuge Xingyun, not one to be courteous, settled into the passenger seat and promptly fell asleep. As Zhang Hao sought Zhuge Xingyun, he noticed that the elevator at the city gate of Longying City had vanished, prompting him to traverse through the inner city to the outer city and finally exit it. Upon witnessing the mountains and rivers outside the city, lush forests teeming with birdsong and fragrant flowers, along with countless animals in motion, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Am I dreaming? Or has the apocalypse truly ended? Chapter 80. Preventing the birth of the third demon emperor, the third path of evolution. As the food truck traversed the desert, Zhuge Xingyun sank into a deep slumber for the first time. Within the ocean of consciousness, he floated silently in a pitch-black expanse, when suddenly, he opened a pair of blood-red, terrifying eyes, fixating intently on the consciousness of Zhuge Xingyun. An evil visage soon materialized before him. "Xingyun, this time, you shall not stop me." A chilling laughter echoed. Suddenly, countless tendrils of black mist swirled around Zhuge Xingyun's body, frantically penetrating into him. Lying in the passenger seat, Zhuge Xingyun's entire being began to emanate a dark aura. His face contorted in agony, releasing a piercing scream. Yang Ying hastily brought the food truck to a stop and leaned over to Zhuge Xingyun. "Brother Yun, what is wrong?" She shook his arm desperately, but to no avail. Suddenly, she noticed a scratch on Zhuge Xingyun's collar, resembling a zombie's claw mark, causing her heart to skip a beat as she quickly unleashed her powers. A transparent halo enveloped Zhuge Xingyun in an instant. In the distant sky, the ruler Zilan's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly retrieved a communication jade talisman. "Husband is in trouble." Gathers swiftly. 8 beams of different colored lights flashed, and the 7 rulers of Bai Bing and the ruler of the Abyss appeared beside Zilan in an instant. The Abyss ruler urgently inquired, "What has happened to Lord Xingyun?" "Abyss, contact the Supreme God Emperor immediately. We have all fallen into a trap. Jutian Emozun has deceived us all." A jade tablet appeared in the Abyss ruler's hand, which he promptly crushed. Suddenly, a golden beam of light pierced the sky, and a spectral figure of a man in flowing white robes materialized before the gathered individuals. "I pay my respects to the Supreme God Emperor." The God Emperor looked at the Abyss. "What is happening? Why have you resorted to using the Heavenly Tao Order?" The Supreme God Emperor's realm had surpassed the maximum capacity of this world. The Heavenly Tao Order was a contract signed between the Supreme God Emperor and the Heavenly Tao, allowing his consciousness to descend into this world without being rejected. Zilan spoke with urgency. "Reporting to the Emperor, Jutian Emozun has deceived us. He has utilized Xingyun's great reincarnation technique to bind his soul to that of Xingyun." With a wave of his right hand, the scene within Zhuge Xingyun's sea of consciousness materialized before everyone. Encased in black demonic energy, Zhuge Xingyun was struggling painfully between the colossal hands of Jutian Emozun. Seemed that Jutian Emozun was aware of the Supreme God Emperor's gaze. As a wicked smile crept across his lips, "Supreme God Emperor, once I merge with this body and attain the title of Demon Emperor, I shall annihilate all realms. You cannot stop me, ha ha ha." "That remains to be seen." The Supreme God Emperor shook his head with a wry smile as he observed Zhuge Xingyun. "Though my realm surpasses yours, my divination techniques are indeed inferior. Zilan, Menkai Dai, Menkai Yi, Lu Shuangqiu, Mu Wanqing, Liu Jie, Bai Bing, Luo Qingcheng. The 8 of you are the only ones capable of preventing this calamity, but it will come at a tremendous cost. Perhaps none of you will survive." The 8 women spoke in unison. "As long as we can save our husband, we would not hesitate to face death. Do you remember the 9 stars extermination array that Xingyun taught you? In truth, The ninth star is not the partner of his ninth life, but rather Zhuge Xingyun himself. After uttering these words, the Supreme God Emperor hesitated no longer, sweeping his hand. The 8 women vanished from their location and appeared within Zhuge Xingyun's consciousness. The 8 rulers, casting aside their thoughts, each took a position beside Zhuge Xingyun, surrounding him. 9 stars extermination array. 8 beams of different colored light shot skyward, converging upon Zhuge Xingyun. Subsequently, a 9-colored beam erupted from him, piercing through the chest of the Jotian Imo Zun. What kind of array is this? No, the figure of the Jotian Imo Zun began to dissipate slowly, while Zhuge Xingyun's sea of consciousness gradually cleared. The other 8 women had vanished, transformed into 8 differently colored Dragon Balls. Zhuge Xingyun, awakening in his sea of consciousness, opened his eyes, his demeanor entirely transformed. With a flick of his right hand, the 8 Dragon Balls returned to his grasp. Gazing at the luminous orbs, he sighed. Qing Chung, you have endured 8 lives alongside me. He then tossed the Dragon Ball skyward, merging them into a single orb, from which emerged a white divine dragon within Zhuge Xingyun's sea of consciousness. As the white light flickered, it transformed into a fresh and ethereal fairy, who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Ying upon closer inspection. Brother Yun, if you can endure 8 lives for this, why can't I? The voice of the Supreme God Emperor resonated within the sea of consciousness. You, Zhuge Xingyun, have even deceived me. I beg for your forgiveness, Emperor. The matter is of utmost importance. The demon clan must not give rise to a 3rd demon emperor. Yet you have severed your own path to becoming a god emperor, have you not? I apologize for disappointing the emperor's guidance, but preventing the birth of the 3rd demon emperor is worth it. After all, I still have 10 senior brothers. They still have hope of becoming god emperors. The god emperor sighed, gazing at Zhuge Xingyun with a heavy heart. Before waving his right hand, a beam of white light entered Zhuge Xingyun's body. May this gift offer you a glimmer of hope to become a god emperor. A trickle of blood escaped the god emperor's lips before he vanished from Zhuge Xingyun's sea of consciousness. Zhuge Xingyun and Qing Chung bowed deeply. We thank the emperor for bestowing this opportunity. The dragon maiden Qing Chung transformed back into a Dragon Ball before vanishing from sight. Zhuge Xingyun's body gradually returned to calm, and he slowly opened his eyes to find Yang Ying resting atop him, sound asleep. Xiao Tao was cautiously pawing at the food truck's door. Zhuge Xingyun gently patted Yang Ying's shoulder, rousing her from slumber. Both appeared oblivious to the events that had transpired. Brother Yun, how did I end up sleeping on you? Zhuge Xingyun chuckled awkwardly. I am not sure. Let me check on Xiao Tao. He then exited the food truck. Upon stepping down, he beheld Xiao Tao returning with a pack of 6th-level mutated beasts guarding the food truck. Xiao Tao, are these your new subordinates? Xiao Tao nodded eagerly. Yes, master. Zhuge Xingyun retrieved a sheep from his space and tossed it to Xiao Tao, who devoured it in a single bite, smacking his lips as if still savoring it. You all should rest in the space for now. We may have a tough battle ahead. Xiao Tao nodded excitedly. With a wave of his hand, Zhuge Xingyun sent all the mutated beasts into the pet space AT that moment. The system notification announcing successful check-ins at various major cities echoed in his mind. The final voice from the system thrilled him. Ding. Host has completed the task. Reward. Begin cultivating immortality after reaching level 10. The two resumed their journey in the food truck towards Baichuan City. As Zhuge Xingyun read through the survival device's information during the trip, he discovered that he had been in a deep slumber for an entire month, with everyone already gathered outside Baichuan City awaiting him. Baichuan City, Blood Shadow City, a man dressed in black, bearing a black mark on his forehead, sat upon the throne in Blood Shadow City's main hall, surrounded by hundreds of similarly marked men. A commanding voice emanated from the throne, who issued the order for number 9 and number 10 to attack the food truck. None dared to speak. Incompetent fools, that individual is not our enemy. Why provoke them? The hall remained silent. An elderly man with a cane emerged from beside the black-clad man. Your Majesty, do you truly wish to coexist with humans? The man gazed at the elder and replied. Do you not see the scriptures of the seal inscribed in this hall? We are simply traversing the 3rd path of evolution. We are evolutionaries as well. The hall erupted in murmurs. Chapter 81. The 3rd path of evolution. The crisis of Tang San, 1 month prior, within Blood Shadow City, on the throne in the hall, a pitch-black middle-aged zombie observed the hundreds of zombies below. Why haven't number 9 and number 10 arrived today? The speaker was none other than the Zombie King, Xiao Feng. Beneath the Grand Hall, one of the zombies spoke. Your Majesty, Number 9 and Number 10 have already departed the city. What was the reason for their departure? Noticing the silence that enveloped the hall, Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Forget it. Oracle, has the sealed celestial tome been opened? An elderly zombie, leaning on a cane, responded, reporting to Your Majesty, the celestial tome is on the verge of being unveiled. As soon as the words were uttered, a blinding beam of white light shot up from an altar at the back of the hall, piercing the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Feng instantly vanished from the hall. Along with the prophetic zombie, gazing at the radiant celestial tome, Xiao Feng gently touched it, only to be astonished by what transpired. His hand gradually regained a semblance of flesh and blood, eventually becoming indistinguishable from that of a normal human, save for an additional mark upon his forehead. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The entire Blood Shadow City pulsated with newfound vitality, as every zombie and object within the city underwent a profound transformation. Confounded by the situation, the zombies beheld their bodies reverting to human form, tears welling in their eyes as they fell to their knees. We have finally returned to human form, one zombie cried out. Spreading the sentiment throughout the corners of Blood Shadow City, Xiao Feng and the assembled zombies found their consciousness drawn into the celestial tome, entering a pallid realm where countless characters floated in the air. It was said that eons ago, Blue Star was a sacred land for immortal cultivation, where the disciples of the Celestial Emperor left behind their sanctums. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, these sanctums re-emerge. And the Child of Destiny has appeared. He shall reclaim all relics and reopen the sanctums. All beings on Blue Star shall prepare to receive the divine baptism, evolving into 3 distinct races. The first, those who master the forces of nature and the transformations of all things. The second, those who harness the abilities of various beasts. The third, those who become bloodthirsty and savage zombies, destined to fall into demonic cultivation. Each of these 3 evolutionary paths may lead one to become an immortal cultivator or descend into the realm of puppetry under dark forces. Only by remaining true to our original aspirations can we walk the righteous path. Xiao Feng gazed in disbelief at the text above, then glanced at his own appearance. Oracle, does this mean we still have hope of becoming human? The Oracle replied, brimming with excitement. No, to be precise, we can ascend to be supreme deities. Issue the command. All must return to Blood Shadow City, and from now on, no one shall commit acts of slaughter. Await the arrival of the Child of Destiny. A zombie promptly acknowledged the order. Not long after, 1 million high-level zombies gathered within Blood Shadow City, and the city gates slowly began to close. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xingyun was in Sanluo City, observing the fierce battle between Qi Yin and Yang Dong. 4 days later, the head of the White Deer City Refuge, Tianjing, had cleared the mutated beasts surrounding Jiaxing City and was now waiting at the city gates for Tang San. The city's monorail train gradually came to a halt outside Jiaxing City. Tang San, accompanied by 300 guards, disembarked and was greeted by a throng of welcoming citizens, making him feel somewhat euphoric. This was the first time he had encountered such grandeur, solely for his arrival. Unsophisticated as he was, he naturally felt a bit proud. A middle-aged man with a shining bald head strode toward Tang San with an air of familiarity. Greetings, I am Tianjing, the head of the White Deer City Refuge. Thank you for coming to help us seize Jiaxing City. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed that it's nothing. I am merely following my master's orders. And who might your master be? The owner of the food truck is my master. Tianjing's eyes lit up with excitement that I've long wished for an opportunity to meet your master, but I have not had the honor. However, meeting you, young friend, is indeed the greatest fortune of my life. Tang San, flattered by the praise, smiled and replied, there will surely be a chance. Let us first reclaim the relics. Tianjing quickly made way. Then I shall trouble you, young friend, as Tang San approached the city gates. Tianjing's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Once Tang San placed his hand on the city gate, he hurriedly attempted to contact his master. After several failed video calls, he could only send a message. Master, I have arrived at Jiaxing City. How do I reclaim the relics? When no reply came, just as he was about to give up, a woman's voice echoed directly in his mind. We are currently merging with Jiaxing City. Please hold on. Moments later, the woman's voice returned, merge successful. Following this, the gates of Jiaxing City slowly opened, and the soldiers erupted into deafening cheers. Tianjing approached Tang San's side, smiling as he said, "Young friend, I cannot thank you enough. No need for thanks. It is my duty." Suddenly, Tianjing's expression turned serious as he asked, "Young friend, could you assist us with one more task?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. "What task? Could you lend us your transportation? We have many elderly and children in the refuge who need to be relocated." After a moment's thought, Tang San ultimately agreed. "All right, but we can only stay here for one day." Tianjing beamed with joy. "Thank you, young friend. Please, come inside." Tang San led the 300 guards into the city, followed by the survivors. They arrived at the Lord's mansion of Zhaixing City, which was adorned even more splendidly than Longying City. After much insistence from Tianjing, Tang San and his guards settled into the Lord's mansion. That evening, Tianjing hosted a celebratory feast for Tang San in the mansion, featuring a renowned singer performing live. Unfamiliar with the ways of the world, Tang San remained unaware that he was teetering on the brink of danger. Tianjing raised his glass and asked, "Young friend, do you know how your master acquired the food truck?" Tang San, with blurred vision from intoxication, replied with a smile, "I have known my master only a short time. I only know he had that truck since the beginning of the apocalypse. As for how he got it, no one knows." Tianjing exchanged glances with the two beautiful women beside Tang San, and one quickly poured another drink, while the other offered the glass to Tang San. "Young man, have another drink." Tang San, overwhelmed by the alcohol, laughed and said, "I can't drink anymore. Just one last cup. 1 cup. Unable to resist the persistence of the two women, he downed another drink. Seizing the moment, Tianjing pressed on. "What abilities does your master possess? He seems quite mysterious. Why master is incredibly formidable. Not only does he command a powerful army of ability users, but he also..." However, overwhelmed by the alcohol, Tang San ultimately succumbed to sleep. The smile vanished from Tianjing's face, and the two women looked at him with concern. "What a waste. He can't handle even this little bit of alcohol," one of the women remarked. "Commander, what shall we do now?" Will Long Commander, Chapter 82, The Trap of Zhaixing City, The Conspiracy of Long Zhonghua. Tianjing furrowed his brow as he looked at the unconscious Tang San, before finally pulling out a survival device to initiate a video call. "Tianjing, how is the task I assigned you coming along?" Reporting, "Commander, Tang San is now under our control, but we have little information regarding Zhuge Xingyun." Long Zhonghua frowned. "Forget it. Just bring Tang San to me. I will send you the coordinates shortly. As for the others, kill them." Tianjing glanced at the inebriated Tang San, hesitating before continuing. "If we kill them now, will Zhuge Xingyun notice?" Long Zhonghua's brow furrowed. "Then bring them all here. Remember to put the shackles I gave you on each one, understood? Also, we cannot abandon Zhaixing City. I will send someone to take over the city soon." When the communication ended, Tianjing sighed. "Go. Fetch the shackles from Long Commander and put them on him." The woman hurriedly exited. Moments later, she returned with a pair of ancient-looking shackles. Tianjing gestured for her to place them on Tang San. Just as she approached to secure the shackles around Tang San's wrists, his eyes suddenly shot open, startling the woman so much that she fell to the ground with a scream. Tang San smirked, snatching the shackles and stowing them away in his spatial ring. He then transformed into a cloud of white mist and soared toward the exit. "Old fool, did you think I was still just a child?" "Ha ha ha." Fearing for Tang San's safety, Zhuge Xingyun not only arranged for Xiao Ying and others to protect him, but also provided him with a mist attribute sealing card. As Tang San was about to escape the Lord's mansion, Tianjing gasped in alarm, shouting, "Someone, seize him!" The drowsy 300 guards also opened their eyes, transforming into mist and following Tang San outside the city. A throng of soldiers surged forward, and as over 300 individuals flew out of the city, their elemental transformation came to an end, reverting them to human form as they sprinted toward the train. At that moment, tens of thousands of soldiers lay in ambush outside the train on the sandy ground. When Tang San and his group reached the vicinity of the train, a multitude suddenly emerged from the sand. Encircling them, one guard anxiously called out, "Third young master, we will fight to clear a path for your escape." Tang San surveyed his surroundings, observing the determined expressions of the guards, and resolutely declared, "No. If I abandon you, how can I face my master upon returning? But no buts. We may not live together, but we shall die together." The 300 guards shouted in unison, "We seek not to live together, but to die together." Clap, clap, Clapped out. A round of applause erupted from behind the encircling soldiers as Tianjing made his entrance. Clapping his hands, "Young man, it seems I have underestimated you. I nearly allowed you to slip away. Why did you plot against us? My master assisted you in reclaiming the city, providing you with a place of refuge. What prompted such treachery? What benefits could possibly arise from your actions?" Listening to the barrage of questions, Tianjing smiled faintly. "Young man, you have misconstrued a matter. What you assisted was not us, but the Dragon Kingdom. We hail from an ancient martial arts lineage. Unbeknownst to Tianjing, they were merely pawns being manipulated by the ancient martial families. Once the ancient martial family claimed the star-picking city, they would be of no further consequence. Their fate awaited them, either abandonment or a grim end as cannon fodder." Tang San regarded Tianjing intently. "What exactly are your ancient martial families aiming to achieve? That is none of your concern. You yellow-haired brat, surrender quietly, and I may spare your life. By the way, that ring of yours, does it store items? Hand it over." Tang San furrowed his brow, surveying the vast army encroaching upon them, utterly at a loss. The life-preserving trump card entrusted to him by Yang Ying could not possibly contend with tens of thousands. "Young man, what are you still struggling for? Do you wish to see everyone who follows you meet a gruesome fate? Surrender obediently." Tianjing was reluctant to engage in direct combat, for the opposing side boasted 300 evolvers. If a fight ensued, it would certainly result in significant losses on his side. "Can you enlighten me as to why the Dragon War Nation covets this city so desperately?" "You insolent brat, there's no need for your probing. Surrender gracefully, or I shall show no mercy. If you were to divulge that information, I might just capitulate. Enough with the nonsense, since you refuse to surrender. Do not blame me for my actions." Just as Tianjing prepared to issue the attack order, a piercing bird call reverberated throughout the entire realm, even reaching the neighboring city. Everyone clamped their hands over their ears, letting out anguished cries, and Tang San was no exception. Gazing up at the sky, he beheld a mantis riding a colossal eagle as it dove down. Tang San's expression darkened. He could not discern if the young eagle was sent by his master to protect him or to cause him trouble. As blood trickled from his ears, in truth, Tang San had misjudged the young eagle, which had just ascended from level 5 to level 10 and was oblivious to its newfound strength, merely practicing its habitual call. The moment the giant eagle appeared, the surrounding soldiers ceased to care about commands, hastily discarding their weapons and scrambling back towards the city. The presence of the young eagle enveloped the battlefield, rendering everyone immobile in an instant. The evolvers felt as though they had plunged into an abyss, a chilling sensation washing over them from head to toe. The young eagle alighted beside Tang San. Its eyes wide with confusion, it could not comprehend why everyone had suddenly frozen, unable even to speak, so it gently nudged Tang San with its wings. That gentle touch caused Tang San to spit out blood, prompting the young eagle to retract its wing in alarm. After a moment of babbling, Jack appeared behind the young eagle, and the two beasts exchanged bewildered glances. Tang San felt a surge of frustration. These two fools had released their oppressive aura upon arrival, immobilizing everyone, and now they came over to nudge him. Were it not for the fact that he recognized the young eagle as his master's mutated beast, he might have begun to suspect it was an enemy spy. The young eagle, scratching its head in confusion, spotted a trembling mutated beast nearby and approached it. "Little bug, do you know what has happened to them? Why are they all so still?" A trembling ant replied, "Great one, your aura." The young eagle then realized and quickly retracted its overwhelming presence, watching Jack still regard it with a friendly demeanor. The young eagle gave Jack a light slap on the head. "Suppress your aura." Jack nodded hastily, dissipating his own presence. The others collectively exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. When the young eagle reached Tang San, he sprang up and kicked it. "Do you wish to kill me? I will tell my master to pluck your feathers." The young eagle, touching its head, wore an awkward expression. "Please don't tell the master. I can let you ride in the air to attract girls." Chapter 83. The Zombie King Seeks Cooperation. Little Glutton claims the master is sleeping with a woman, observing the chattering young eagle, which was both patting his back and making exaggerated expressions. Tang San could only sigh at this moment. Tianjing was mimicking an insect, crawling away in the distance, muttering incessantly, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Suddenly, a giant mantis foot obstructed Tianjing's path. He slowly raised his head, smiling awkwardly. Tang San's voice echoed from behind him. Tell me, why does the Dragon War Nation desire the star-picking city? Tianjing forced a bitter smile. Young friend, no, grandfather, is it not enough that I have erred? I truly do not know why they want this city. Please treat me as a mere nuisance and let me go. Witnessing Tianjing's grimacing smile, which was more painful than cool, Tang San decisively declared. Kill him, Tianjing observed Jack's slightly raised lips, reminiscent of a devil-esque grin, sending chills down his spine. With a swift motion, Tianjing vanished, reduced to mere remnants by Jack, leaving only a pool of blood. Tang San once more slapped the young eagle on the head, while the young eagle lightly nudged its head against Tang San's shoulder. Jack, witnessing his leader's actions, pretended not to see and turned his head away. Tang San cast a glance at the star-picking city and addressed the others. Brothers, let us proceed to the next city. 300 men boarded the rail-less train, and the young eagle crouched low, signaling Tang San to climb aboard. Tang San, unceremoniously, hopped onto the young eagle's back alongside Jack, setting forth towards the next city. Half a month later, a train arrived at Baichuan City, 100 kilometers outside Blood Shadow City. Accompanied by a giant eagle and a mantis, a young man led 300 warriors off the train. This individual was none other than Tang San. Young eagle, what on earth is happening? Why have we received no news for so long? The young eagle shook its head, babbling incoherently, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered. Though the young eagle could not ascertain its master's situation, the continued spiritual link suggested that all was well. Perhaps the master was merely off enjoying himself. Just as the man and bird conversed, additional trains approached from the distance, bringing the rest of their team who had completed the reclamation mission. Zhang Shan approached Tang San. Tang San, do you have any idea what has happened to the boss? We initially lost contact with him. Tang San smiled wryly and shook his head. I do not know. I thought the mission was doomed until a woman's voice suddenly sounded, and then the city gates opened. The gathered crowd nodded in understanding, unaware that the voice belonged to the Dragon Lady, Qing Cheng. Zhang Shan glanced toward Blood Shadow City. In that case, let us rest here for now. Perhaps the boss is off rescuing a group of beautiful women? Enjoying himself immensely. In the meantime, the unconscious Zhuge Xingyun muttered, which eye of yours saw me playing with beautiful women? I am currently in a coma. Do you not believe I could slap you against the wall and leave you stuck there? Just as the group began to establish a temporary camp, Xiao Feng, accompanied by a swarm of zombies from Blood Shadow City, raced toward Tang San and the others at breakneck speed. An hour later, a group of people sprinting through the desert piqued the Sentinel's attention, prompting them to alert Zhang Shan. Report, Captain. A group is rapidly approaching from the direction of Blood Shadow City. Is it the Dragon Kingdom's army? Reporting, it appears to be a group of individuals in black clothing. Their identities are unknown. Relay the order. All personnel prepare for battle. Understood. A minute later, Zhang Shan, Tang San, and 8 other leaders stood ready with 3,000 guards. The young eagle and the butcher Jack had already taken to the skies, poised to launch an aerial assault. Observing the formation, Xiao Feng slowed his pace to prevent misunderstandings, halting a kilometer away, sending one of the zombies ahead to approach Tang San's camp. Zhang Shan frowned as he watched the figure approach. Who are you? The approaching zombie paused. We mean no harm. Our king wishes to meet your king. Our boss has yet to arrive. If you have matters to discuss, you may address me. The relay zombie stood momentarily dumbfounded before retreating. Moments later, Xiao Feng stepped forward to face Zhang Shan. I am Xiao Feng, the zombie king of Blood Shadow City. It's he this revelation? The crowd immediately grew wary, disbelief etched across their faces. The zombie before them bore an uncanny resemblance to a normal human. If he hadn't spoken, no one would have suspected otherwise. Observing their expressions, Xiao Feng remained unperturbed. Rest assured, I am not here to be your enemy. On the contrary, I seek an audience with your king. I wish to collaborate. In return, I possess vital information about this apocalypse to share. The crowd collectively gasped. It was the first instance they had heard of zombies seeking cooperation with humans. Zhang Shan calmed himself. Zombies and humans have always been natural enemies. How can I trust your words? Xiao Feng chuckled, shaking his head. No. Who told you that zombies are necessarily humanity's foes? Zombies are merely the third branch of human evolvers. The flesh-eating zombies, akin to patients afflicted with mad cow disease. are driven to attack or bite due to the viral affliction that has clouded their minds. The crowd contemplated this notion, finding some semblance of logic within it, yet their hearts remained vehemently resistant to the idea of zombies. What exactly do you know? My master has yet to arrive. Perhaps you could enlighten me. Xiao Feng glanced at Tang San, shaking his head slightly. I can only speak once I meet your king. Since he has not yet come, we shall wait here for him. After speaking, Xiao Feng moved to a nearby spot outside the captain's tent and sat down, the accompanying zombies following closely behind him. Zhang Shan pondered for a moment before finally retrieving a tent from his storage space and handing it to one of the cloaked figures. The figure expressed gratitude and proceeded to set up the tent. Zhang Shan addressed the group, stating, "It appears they harbor no ill intentions. However, we must remain vigilant. Let us divide into 5 groups of 2. Tang San, Xiaoying should have a mental connection with the boss. Please have it reach out to him." Tang San waved to Xiaoying, which promptly descended beside him. "Xiaoying, please contact our master and inquire about his current activities." Xiaoying shook its head and began to chatter incessantly. Tang San exchanged an awkward glance with Zhang Shan. "Brother Shan, it seems there is no way around this. We cannot comprehend Xiao Ying's words." Xiaoying appeared equally helpless, but a voice emerged from within the tent. Interrupting their conversation. No need. I understand. This eagle indicates that it has established contact with Xiao Tao, who reports that the boss is currently asleep in a vehicle with a beautiful woman. The group exchanged embarrassed glances, observing the cheerful nodding of Xiao Ying, as if to say, "Finally, someone understands me. This is quite exhausting." Chapter 84. The glutton beneath the glacier. Just as the group awaited Zhuge Xingyun outside the ruins, a catastrophic crisis erupted nationwide. Swarms of avian mutant beasts launched a relentless assault on various relic sites. Within the city of Wulei, Gu Peng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the food truck displayed on the screen, utterly perplexed by the situation, for the truck had remained stationary for an entire week. Messages and videos sent to Zhuge Xingyun elicited no response. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the conference room in a state of panic. Reporting, upon seeing the soldier's distressed demeanor, Gu Peng inquired, "What has transpired to warrant such alarm?" The soldier stammered, "Sir, mutant beasts across the nation have commenced their attack on survivor camps and cities, including the avian mutants." Gu Peng's face paled in shock as he sprang to his feet. "What? Bring up all video feeds." Instantly, 24 small screens illuminated, displaying footage of mutant beasts assaulting various cities and shelters. As Gu Peng watched the mutant beasts wreak havoc, a flicker of relief washed over him. He was grateful for his earlier decision to trade with Zhuge Xingyun, securing these ancient relics, for the consequences otherwise would have been dire. Issue orders for everyone to send notifications via the survival apparatus, instructing any survivors still outside to seek refuge in the nearest relic. No faction shall impede their passage. Understood. Noticing the soldier hesitated to leave, Gu Peng queried, "Is there anything else?" After a moment's hesitation, the soldier stammered, "News has arrived from the Longzhan Kingdom, stating. What did they say? Speak quickly." "Yes, the Longzhan Kingdom reports that the glutton beneath Nanchuan Prefecture has awakened, and the ancient martial clans are desperately attempting to contain it. They now require the assistance of all biochemically enhanced warriors from Longjiuo." Yu Peng frowned, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others gazed at the ominous swarm of mutant beasts gathering in the distance, their spines tingling in fear. Tang San turned to Xiao Ying and asked, "With so many mutant beasts, do you believe you can prevail?" Xiao Ying shook its head and chattered for an extended period. Tang San cast a pleading glance towards Xiao Feng. "It says no. It senses that there are mutant beasts of equal rank within their midst, thus it cannot exert control over them." Over 3,000 individuals stood poised, gazing at the dense throng of flying creatures, feeling a sense of impending doom. Xiao Feng suddenly suggested, "Why not accompany us to Blood Shadow City? Worry not. We have attained sentience and will not attack you." Tang San, furrowing his brow, turned to Zhang Shan, seeking his opinion. "Go. If we do not, it is likely we shall all perish." Gritting his teeth, Tang San addressed Xiao Feng, "Very well, we entrust you with this." Xiao Feng nodded and led the group in a frenzied dash toward Blood Shadow City. However, the mutant birds showed no mercy, accelerating their assault as Tang San hesitated. The soldiers in the rear quickly unleashed their powers into the sky, and Xiao Feng glanced back, unleashing a fierce roar. Hundreds of thousands of zombies surged forth from Blood Shadow City, launching elemental attacks against the airborne mutant birds. Red flames and purple lightning painted the sky with intricate patterns. Ultimately, under the weight of numbers, the mutant bird swarm began to retreat, allowing the group to finally reach Blood Shadow City. Tang San looked at Xiao Feng, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. It is of no consequence. Rest assured, the zombies here no longer prey upon humans. Xiao Feng designated a specific area near the city gate for Tang San and the others to rest, ensuring that all zombies were kept at bay. For this, Tang San sincerely expressed his gratitude once more. The mutant birds congregated outside the ruins, but refrained from attacking the city. Xiao Feng returned to check on Tang San for any news regarding Zhuge Xingyun, as well as to deliver some mutant beast meat. Initially, they were hesitant to eat, but upon realizing that Xiao Feng had not deceived them and that the zombies were indeed consuming mutant beast flesh, they gradually lowered their guard. Tang San and his companions forged a deep bond with Xiao Feng. Thus, half a month passed. One morning, as Xiao Feng and Tang San were grilling meat at the city gate, Tang San suddenly received news of Zhuge Xingyun's return. Uncle Xiao, I have established contact with my master. He will be returning shortly. In the midst of savoring a piece of 10th level mutant bird meat, Xiao Feng sprang to his feet. That is splendid news. Do we have a specific arrival time? He will arrive in 1 hour. A joyful smile spread across Xiao Feng's face. Excellent, Tang San. I will need your assistance in explaining matters then. Fear not, Uncle Xiao. In Nanchuan Prefecture, a land of extreme cold, lies the only region on Blue Star that has transformed from a scorching landscape to one of frigid temperatures, and it is also the sole area possessing water resources. Longzhan Kingdom's leader, accompanied by 300 long-haired cultivators clad in white robes and wielding sharp swords, stood within an underground ice cave. At the deepest point of the ice layer, a colossal glutton was slowly awakening, its size dwarfing even that of Xiao Tao. Longzhan Kingdom removed his upper garment, revealing a physique of terrifying proportions. Behind him stood tens of thousands of biochemically enhanced soldiers, their eyes filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Devoid of any trace of fear, a leading white-robed cultivator approached Longzhan Kingdom, inquiring, Holy Son, are we prepared? Longzhan Kingdom nodded. Let us commence. No sooner had he spoken than the 300 cultivators dispersed above the glutton, raising their swords and reciting esoteric incantations. White spiritual energy began to swirl around the swords, growing increasingly dense. In that moment, even the heavens and earth began to shift, thunder and lightning clashing ominously. As if the heavens were poised to unleash apocalyptic retribution, beneath the glutton, a complex formation emerged, mirrored by an identical array in the sky. Ice began to melt at an alarming rate, and in mere moments, a glutton restrained by 5 iron chains was unveiled before the crowd. Foolish humans, do you truly believe you can seal me once more? Longzhan Kingdom gazed down at the glutton, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. No, I have come to propose a trade. A trade? Cackling, the glutton responded. That is the most amusing jest I have heard. A mere human dares to barter with a magnificent divine beast? I could release you, but only if you fight for me. After 1,000 years, I shall grant you your freedom. How does that sound? Cackling, the glutton retorted. I could shatter this seal within a year. Why would I fight for you? Do you take me for a fool? Longzhan Kingdom remained unfazed. What if we were to injure you severely? Would you still be able to escape? Do not forget, while this seal may not diminish your realm, it has entirely confined your power. If I am not mistaken, you cannot even manifest the strength of the refining chi stage. Can you? The glutton narrowed its eyes, glaring at Longzhan Kingdom, and let out a deafening roar. Roar? Then let us see. Recognizing the glutton's obstinacy, he decided to forego politeness. With a wave of his hand, thousands of biochemically enhanced soldiers surged forth, charging fearlessly towards the glutton. The glutton retaliated in kind. The soldiers attacked the glutton from various angles, but their efforts were inconsequential against its thick hide. The glutton opened its massive maw and inhaled deeply, swallowing a multitude of soldiers whole. The elemental attacks unleashed by the enhanced soldiers proved futile, failing to inflict any harm upon the glutton. With a single swipe of its paw, hundreds of soldiers were reduced to mere pulp, and with another gulp, thousands more met the same fate. Once all the soldiers had perished, the glutton scoffed, cackling, Foolish humans, though my realm is suppressed, my body is that of a great Luo golden immortal. Alas, It is futile to speak. Such realms are beyond your mortal comprehension. The realms of the celestial heavens are categorized into various stages: chi refinement, foundation establishment, divine connection, nirvana, celestial realm, human immortal realm, earth immortal realm, heaven immortal realm, profound immortal realm, golden immortal realm, great Luo golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, sage, great sage, sage king, sage emperor, sovereign, divine lord, and divine emperor. What is merely a great Luo golden immortal to me? I understand perfectly well. Tao Tai gazed in terror at the speaker, Long Zhanghua. Who exactly are you? And how can you possess such knowledge? In Chapter 85, Long Zhanghua acquires a battle spirit, reaching the realm of divine powers. Tao Tai looked at Long Zhanghua in horror, noticing that he not only disregarded it, but also spoke calmly to those around him. Have we succeeded? The cultivator beside him nodded, smiling as he replied. The talismans on those consumed are sufficient. Upon hearing this, Tao Tai was struck with astonishment. You actually used your own kind as bait. What have you done? Long Zhanghua regarded Tao Tai with an unflinching demeanor. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Become my battle spirit, and after 10,000 years, I shall return your freedom to you. For you, 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment. Tao Tai narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing Long Zhanghua. First, tell me what exactly you have done? Nothing much. Merely placed a soul-devouring curse upon you. You are a descendant of that group that seems you are quite the antiquity yourself. To be aware of the soul-devouring curse, so, have you made your decision? Tao Tai's eyes gradually dulled, realizing that after several tens of millions of years, that race had not perished. It appears that chaos across the myriad realms is imminent. I submit. Long Zhanghua smiled slightly, then glanced at the cultivator beside him. Observing the cultivator turn away, he leapt directly into the celestial formation above. The lead cultivator retracted his sword, his hands moving in intricate, complex gestures before his chest, silently chanting ancient incantations. Suddenly, a beam of white light enveloped both Long Zhanghua and Tao Tai, causing the cultivator to clap his hands together before spewing forth a mouthful of blood onto the formation. Subsequently, Tao Tai transformed into a sphere of light, entering Long Zhanghua's brow at lightning speed. Long Zhanghua burst forth, soaring directly into the sky, as countless purple lightning bolts began to strike his body. Yet he bore no wounds. Upon opening his eyes, it seemed within them lay a fierce and clawing Tao Tai. 10 minutes later, as the storm clouds dissipated, Long Zhanghua slowly descended, turning his gaze to his outstretched right hand. Is this the power of the divine powers? 300 cultivators emerged from the ice cave that Long Zhanghua had breached, kneeling before him in unison. Congratulations, Holy Son, on breaking through to the realm of divine powers. Long Zhanghua looked at the 300 cultivators with curiosity. Now, how does my realm compare to that of the 5 elders? One cultivator bowed and replied, reporting to the Holy Son, your current realm is already close to that of the 5th elder. With the enhancement of your battle spirit, you can defeat the latter 2 among the 5 elders. Satisfied with the answer, Long Zhanghua chuckled proudly. Zhuge Xingyun, it is time to seek vengeance. While on the road, Zhuge Xingyun suddenly received a mental message from Xiao Tao. Master, I have just received a distress signal from the clan leader. They are in grave danger. Zhuge Xingyun, seated in the passenger seat, furrowed his brow. Inquiring in the mental realm, what happened? How could the clan leader's distress signal reach here? Master, our clan leader was sealed in this world tens of thousands of years ago by a powerful being, and I am one of the 5 Holy Sons candidates tasked with locating the clan leader. However, I too, like other divine beasts, found myself sealed within the ruins. Wait, you mentioned other divine beasts. Indeed, within each ruin lies not only a sealed person or divine beast, but also immense opportunities. Do you know what these opportunities are? I do not. Could it be that Master is unaware as well? Zhuge Xingyun coughed twice, thinking, what do I know? He resolved to inquire thoroughly about the system when there was time. Continue. Just now, the clan leader sent a distress signal, stating that he was being controlled by someone and was forced to sign a battle spirit contract, after which contact was lost. Zhuge Xingyun was at a loss for what to do and could only comfort Xiao Tao. Let us return and regroup with the others. I will devise a plan to rescue your clan leader. However, Xiao Tao's response nearly caused Zhuge Xingyun's jaw to drop. Master, that is not what I meant. I meant that I have hope of becoming the clan leader, Zhuge Xingyun's expression darkened. You would forsake your clan leader's life for the sake of becoming clan leader? Xiao Tao seemed to sense his master's thoughts and hurriedly explained. Our Tao Tai clan has rules. Becoming a member of a human battle spirit means one cannot hold the position of clan leader to prevent our clan from being entirely reduced to human battle spirits. All right, let's discuss this upon our return, Xiao Tao sighed, seated comfortably upon the throne of Sanluo City, feeling utterly at ease. The food truck could already discern the outline of Blood Shadow City, prompting Zhuge Xingyun to hastily ask the system, what exactly is a battle spirit? How does it differ from a battle pet? A serene female voice materialized in his mind. A battle spirit is a being that forms a symbiotic contract with a human. Almost no one in this world can achieve this, and even if they could, it would be futile, as the beings here are too weak. A battle spirit can be a divine beast, sentient flora or fauna, or even a human, although humans are explicitly prohibited. Upon signing the contract, the signatory gains access to the battle spirit's power, and both exist in a symbiotic relationship. Naturally, the contract can be dissolved at any time. Allowing the search for a new battle spirit point, one cannot hold multiple contracts simultaneously, as it may lead to catastrophic consequences. System, why has your voice changed again? Changing my voice also alters my mood. And it prevents monotony, does it not? That is a fair point, Zhuge Xingyun conceded, no longer dwelling on it. At that moment, Yang Ying, piloting the food truck, arrived at the gates of Blood Shadow City. Outside the city, the ground was strewn with the corpses of mutated beasts, as if a fierce battle had just transpired. The gates of Blood Shadow City slowly creaked open, revealing Tang San, Zhang Shan, and others, including the dejected Xiao Feng. Emerging from within, upon receiving Tang San's message, Zhuge Xingyun initially thought it was a jest, only to find it was indeed true. Seeing his guards, he called out, "Brave warriors, you have worked hard. Return to Long Shadow City. Rewards await all." The guards erupted in thunderous cheers. Zhuge Xingyun casually gestured, and a massive air gate materialized beside him. This was a sudden realization he had, capable of directly connecting to Long Shadow City. The guards streamed through the portal back to Long Shadow City. Aside from Tang San and Yang Ying, everyone else returned to the city. Before departing, Zhang Shan received Zhuge Xingyun's command to hunt 1,000 beasts outside Long Shadow City. Initially bewildered, upon returning to the city, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Zhuge Xingyun connected the portal to the inner gate of Long Shadow City. At that moment, the outer gate stood open, and Zhang Shan and the others found themselves irresistibly drawn toward the outer gate. Gazing at the scenic landscape outside, the gate stood 4 soldiers, blocking the way for the over 3,000 returning individuals. Without the master's command, no one may leave the city. If you wish to see, do so from the entrance or the city walls. The city walls were already filled with spectators, all observing the external scenery. Suddenly, Zhang Hao shouted from the wall, "The guards dispatched by the master have returned. Everyone back to the city. We shall return tomorrow." Upon hearing the Lord's command, the crowd hurriedly dispersed from the walls, reluctant yet compliant. Zhang Shan led the curious guards onto the city walls. As they ascended, they were awestruck by the picturesque scene before them, reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic world. In Chapter 86, entering the realm of the heavenly book, Tianxin narrates events from tens of thousands of years ago across the myriad realms. As all the city guards entered Blood Shadow City through the portal, Xiao Feng wore an expression of shock. This was the first time he had witnessed such an ability to transport individuals to other locations. Prompting his curiosity, "Brother Zhuge, is this an extraordinary ability? How can it be so wondrous?" Though he had gathered some understanding of Xiao Feng from Tang San, he had yet to interact directly with him. And given that the latter could no longer be considered human, he remained cautious. While surveying Blood Shadow City, he remarked, "It is merely a trivial technique I learned inadvertently. I am unsure if it qualifies as extraordinary." As he gazed upon Blood Shadow City, an eerie sensation crept over him. The towering walls loomed before him, seemingly isolating the heavens and the earth, exuding a chilling and foreboding atmosphere on the walls. Remnants of battle insignia lingered, suggesting a history of relentless warfare and the pervasive aura of death that enveloped the city. The dilapidated war bell still hung above, silent and devoid of sound. Its red lacquer had faded, as if mocking the passage of time's cruelty. Xiao Feng recognized that Zhuge Xingyun remained cautious of him, a natural response. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, one could hardly fully trust a stranger. especially the words of a being that had become a zombie. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. Thus, he smiled and said, "Brother Zhuge, let us speak further within. I have something to show you that may alter your perception of us." Zhuge Xingyun contemplated for a moment, reassured by the invulnerability of the food truck and his ample supply of coins for consumption. Additionally, with 3 one-hour invincibility cards gifted by the system still in his possession, he felt little fear of any schemes. Accompanied by Tang San and Yang Ying, he confidently entered Blood Shadow City alongside Xiao Feng. The 3 individuals entered the inner sanctum of the city walls alongside Xiao Feng. An overwhelming aura of dread enveloped them. The narrow streets whispered with chilling gusts of air, sending shivers down their spines. The heart of the city, lay a grand square, once bustling with the vibrancy of markets. Now reduced to desolation, as if all life had ceased to exist within its confines, in the square stood an ancient altar adorned with intricate carvings, bearing the remnants of fierce flames, silently narrating tales of unspeakable horrors that had transpired there. The entire Blood Shadow City seemed to pulsate with a sinister history, instilling an inescapable fear in the hearts of its visitors. The desolation and death that permeated the atmosphere suggested that this place was inherently inhospitable to humanity. Zhuge Xingyun noticed an unsettling change in Yang Ying, her body trembling as though she were succumbing to the sinister essence of the surroundings. Just as she wrapped her arms around herself for comfort, a large hand enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Inger, if you feel unwell, you should return to Longying City," he urged. "The environment here is indeed not conducive for mortals." The concern from her beloved brought a flicker of warmth to her otherwise cold body. She stubbornly shook her head, unwilling to squander even a moment in the presence of her cherished companion. "No, Yun-gu, I'm fine." When I approached the city gate, it felt like a voice was summoning me, drawing me in that I must uncover the secrets this city holds. This revelation left Zhuge Xingyun momentarily speechless, for he too felt a similar pull. "Very well, but should you falter, do not hesitate to inform me." With a shared nod of understanding, they continued to follow Xiao Feng to the location of the city lord's estate. As they arrived at the repository of the Heavenly Book, the call within their hearts intensified. The sight of the floating tome compelled Zhuge Xingyun to step forward, his right hand reaching out slowly. Upon contact with the Heavenly Book, it erupted in a blinding golden light, piercing the very souls of those present. The searing sensation forced the 4 to shield their eyes. In an instant, they were transported into 4 distinct realms. When the brilliance subsided, Zhuge Xingyun lowered his hand from his eyes and gradually opened them. He found himself in an expanse of pure white, utterly devoid of others, causing a surge of panic within him. After all, Yang Ying and the others lacked the multitude of trump cards he possessed. Just as he grappled with his tumultuous emotions, a melodious voice echoed, "At long last, you have arrived." Turning toward the sound, he beheld a woman clad in ethereal white, her visage obscured, standing not far away. Beneath her feet lay a shimmering surface, reminiscent of a serene lake, rippling gently. Her calm, unearthly demeanor imbued the atmosphere with an otherworldly tranquility. Zhuge Xingyun retrieved an invincibility card, prepared to utilize it should the situation demand. The woman, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, spoke with a serene smile, "I am Tianxin. There is no need for such wariness. I cannot harm you, for you are my master." This revelation left Zhuge Xingyun bewildered. His only disciple had been Tang San. When had he acquired such an extraordinary pupil without his knowledge? "You must be mistaken. I only have one disciple, named Tang San." "No, master. Your disciples span across countless realms? And among them, I am the least accomplished and the youngest." Observing his skepticism, she began recounting events from millions of years ago. In the primordial world, at the juncture of the myriad realms, lay a forbidden domain of the gods. Saturated with the most malevolent and corrupting essences, no deity had returned after entering, not even the supreme divine emperor from the myriad realms. Then, one fateful day, another race emerged within the divine realm, the celestial demons. Bloodthirsty and savage, they possessed the ability to corrupt any divine being, transforming them into their own. This led to a protracted war lasting millennia, with countless casualties on both sides, until the supreme powers dwindled to a mere handful, leaving the myriad realms vulnerable to the encroaching chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the primordial world began to infiltrate, shattering countless domains until the essence of the myriad realms descended upon the boundless world. Halting the chaos's advance. Under the essence's restraint, a pact was forged, prohibiting the Supreme Divine Emperor and the Celestial Demon Emperor from engaging in combat, maintaining balance unless one side overwhelmingly outnumbered the other. However, the celestial demons persisted in their assaults. One day, a prodigious talent from the divine realm emerged, ascending from the Qi refining stage to the God's sovereign realm in a mere few decades, an unprecedented feat. This God sovereign devised a divine technique that allowed him to seal all falsehoods by sacrificing himself. He used this art, trading his 9 reincarnations to seal the strongest of the celestial demon emperor and the entrance to the divine realm. This God sovereign was none other than Zhuge Xingyun himself. As the primordial world gradually detached, it transformed into a diminutive realm, now known as Blue Star, which ultimately entered a period of magical oblivion, isolating itself from the myriad realms, rendering ascension impossible. Above it lay the celestial realm, the 3,000 great worlds, the divine realm, the primordial world, and the boundless world. Standing within the luminous white space, Zhuge Xingyun found himself engulfed in questions. If Blue Star could no longer cultivate, what then of those who evolved? Tianxin began to elucidate. In the primordial world, life existed not only on Blue Star. At the edges of the cosmos lay a more advanced celestial sphere. To shatter the constraints of non-cultivation, they engineered the demon-eating goo, disseminating it across Blue Star through meteoric fragments, conducting experiments on its inhabitants. This was known as the Divine Baptism. This led to the evolution of humanity along 3 distinct paths. One mastering the forces of nature and the transformations of all things. Another becoming a shapeshifter, embodying various animal abilities. And the third devolving into bloodthirsty, grotesque zombies, thus becoming demonic cultivators. As long as they remained true to their original intentions, they would find the righteous path. However, when he inquired about the survival apparatus, Tianxin did not provide a direct answer. The time is not yet ripe. You will understand when the moment arrives. Just as he was about to inquire further, a cold, clear voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the quest to uncover the cause of the apocalypse. Reward, 100 million premium spirit stones. Spirit stones came in various grades, inferior, medium, superior, and premium, with the conversion ratio being 1 premium spirit stone equating to 1,000 superior spirit stones, and so forth. Zhuge Xingyun produced a premium spirit stone from his spatial ring, causing the surface beneath him to ripple with energy, as if a breeze had stirred the air. Waves of unknown warmth surged into his body, granting him a sensation of impending breakthrough in his cultivation. Tianxin regarded Zhuge Xingyun with a smile as her form began to fade. Master, time is of the essence. Once you assimilate this memory, you may grasp the entirety of the situation. I await your return to the myriad realms. With that, she vanished, leaving behind a sphere of white light that drifted towards his brow as the orb merged with him. His eyes instinctively closed, and a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, causing a splitting headache. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a newfound brilliance glinting within them. In the space Yanging occupied, disbelief washed over her face as she too received memories of a past life. Slowly processing the fragments in Xiao Feng's realm, he reclaimed his former memories, realizing he was the Blood Shadow Emperor, who had sealed his own cultivation to assist his master, transforming from a celestial powerhouse into an ordinary individual. The departure of Tianxin triggered the collapse of the realm in which the 3 resided, and moments later, they reappeared within the Grand Hall. The heavenly book had turned to ash, scattering into the air like dust. Upon seeing Zhuge Xingyun, Xiao Feng immediately knelt. Disciple Xiao Feng pays respects to the Grandmaster. The latter regarded Xiao Feng with curiosity, asking, "Are you Tianxin's disciple?" Reporting to the Grandmaster, "I am indeed the sole demonic disciple of my master." Acknowledging this, Zhuge Xingyun nodded slightly, gazing into the distance as if piercing through the vastness of the starry sky. Contemplating, he inquired within his mind, "System, can I assimilate Blood Shadow City?" The familiar cold voice responded. Blood Shadow City is originally Xiao Feng's dwelling. As long as the host acknowledges this disciple, the system can merge Blood Shadow City. Noticing Xiao Feng still kneeling, Zhuge Xingyun extended a hand to assist him upright. "Rise. I shall accept you as my disciple." Overjoyed, Xiao Feng stood as if blessed by the divine. "Thank you, Grandmaster. Upon Zhuge Xingyun's acknowledgement of Xiao Feng as his disciple, the system's voice resonated again. Congratulations, host, on completing the Blood Shadow City quest. Reward, Dragon Bone. The host is directly elevated to level 10. Zhuge Xingyun's body underwent a marked transformation, his aura surging significantly, reaching level 10 in an instant. Current level, 10, now a Qi refining practitioner. Ding, quest issued. Upgrade Longying City to level 10. Success reward, Dragon Blood. Failure penalty, revoke all supply channels. Upon receiving the mission, Zhuge Xingyun expended a staggering 24 million gold coins, promptly elevating all stores in 3 cities to level 10. The system notification chimed once more. Host has completed the task, acquiring Dragon's Blood. As all host assets have reached level 10. A consolidation and reclamation of all stores is now underway. Please hold on. Moments later, the system voice echoed again. The fast food cart was replaced with an inferior upgradable flying vessel. The fast food restaurant was merged into an inn, granting the host a secret recipe, necessitating that all items for sale be crafted by the host. The inn boasted 10,000 rooms, each equipped with an array formation that enhanced cultivation, allowing a day of practice to equate to 10 days outside. Standard rooms, 100 inferior spirit stones. Deluxe rooms, 1,000 inferior spirit stones. The pet shop was integrated into the elixir pavilion, offering the following potions for sale. Revitalization pill, capable of resurrection, 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Foundation establishment pill, for use during the foundation establishment period, 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Spirit communication pill, for elevating realms in the spirit communication stage, 2,000 inferior spirit stones. Nirvana pill, for elevation in the nirvana stage, 5,000 inferior spirit stones. Heavenly ascension pill, enabling the user to ascend to the heavenly realm within a year, 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Sacred beast pill, for enhancing pet realms, 1,000 inferior spirit stones. The weapon shop was upgraded to a weaponry store, selling spiritual weapons as follows. Inferior spiritual weapon, 100,000 inferior spirit stones. Medium spiritual weapon, 100,000 medium spirit stones. Superior spiritual weapon, 100,000 superior spirit stones. The automobile shop transformed into a beast riding pavilion, offering the following mounts. Cloud Shadow Beast, a flying mount resembling a lion with wings, 10,000 superior spirit stones. Unicorn, a land mount resembling a horse with a single horn, 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Water Splitting Beast, a sea mount resembling a whale, 1,000 inferior spirit stones. The formation pavilion remained unchanged, with the following items available for sale. Contract formation, 10,000 inferior spirit stones. 2 instruments sword formation, 100,000 inferior spirit stones. City defense grand formation, 1 million medium spirit stones. Mountain defense grand formation, 1 million superior spirit stones. Sect defense grand formation, 10 million superior spirit stones. Ding, system task released. Expedition to the ruins. Please proceed to the secret realm within the ruins and elevate your realm to the heavenly stage. Successful reward, 100 million superior divine stones. Failure penalty, none. Just as he was reveling in the system updates, a thunderous roar shattered his thoughts. Zhuge Xingyun, come out and die. Everyone in Blood Shadow City turned their gaze to the horizon outside the city gate. There stood a fearsome man, leading 300 cultivators suspended in the air. Zhuge Xingyun squinted at the man. Long Zhanghua, he has actually come? Ing'er, do you know who those people are beside him? Yang Ying scrutinized the long robes of the individuals and, upon noticing a peculiar emblem, her eyes filled with a hint of trepidation. Brother Yun, that is from the Long family, one of the 3 ancient martial arts families. It is said that they have old relics from the Nirvana realm still alive. No sooner had Yang Ying finished speaking than a crescent-shaped black sword beam descended from the heavens, cleaving directly towards Blood Shadow City. With a thunderous crash that echoed in the ears of all present, Long Zhanghua struck the city gate. Although this attack did not inflict any damage upon Blood Shadow City, it was a resounding slap to Zhuge Xingyun's face. Brother Yun, don't pay him any mind. He merely seeks to provoke you. Yang Ying was deeply concerned he might fall for such a tactic and rush out to confront Long Zhanghua, so she grasped Zhuge Xingyun's arm. Others may not be aware of the Long family's power, but she understood all too well that despite the current era of diminished magic, the foundation of these ancient martial families should not be underestimated. Rest assured, I have a means to handle this. He cannot harm me. After saying this, he gently patted Yang Ying's hand. a smile gracing his face to reassure her. Observing Zhuge Xingyun's unwavering confidence, she could only silently withdraw her hand, mentally preparing for a contingency. Should her beloved face any danger, she would not hesitate to reveal her true identity. Zhuge Xingyun retrieved an invincibility card from his spatial ring, the source of his confidence. With this card in hand, no one could harm him in the slightest. As he strode towards the entrance, he crushed the invincibility card. Seeing his provocation succeed, Long Zhongguo's face twisted into a cruel smile, vowing silently to avenge his past grievances. Long Zhongguo, I bear no grudge against you. Why do you persistently seek trouble with me? Zhuge Xingyun could not fathom why Long Zhongguo had targeted him when they had no previous enmity. Unbeknownst to him, Long Zhongguo's identity was far more complex than it appeared. He harbored a hidden mission on Blue Star. Long Zhongguo sighed, pointing his sword of slaughter at Zhuge Xingyun. You obstructed my path. Hence, you must perish. Hearing such a response only deepened Zhuge Xingyun's confusion. He had no idea what path he had blocked. Noticing that the other party had no intention of elucidating his doubts, he could only abandon the inquiry, cursing inwardly. System, purchase a superior spiritual sword. Spending 100,000 spirit stones, he attempted to acquire a superior spiritual sword, but found himself lacking the requisite inferior spirit stones. Instead deducting 100 superior spirit stones, the spiritual sword has been purchased. Please check your spatial ring. Zhuge Xingyun, unwilling to engage in further banter, withdrew the spiritual sword from his spatial ring, preparing for a life-and-death duel. The moment the spiritual sword materialized, a tempest erupted, thunder and lightning clashing as if the heavens themselves could not withstand the sword's imposing aura. Thankfully, he had activated the invincibility card in advance. Otherwise, the spiritual energy emanating from the sword could have reduced Zhuge Xingyun to mere ashes. Xiao Feng stared in astonishment at the superior spiritual sword in his ancestor's hand, his expression shifting to one of worship. How could he not admire? Here was someone who had just reached the Qi refinement stage, yet could wield a superior spiritual sword that surpassed his own realm by 3 major stages. Long Zhongguo and the 300 cultivators also looked on in shock, their hearts ignited with insatiable greed. You are indeed no ordinary person, possessing such a treasure. It seems I have underestimated you. This was a superior spiritual sword. Their reclusive elder had only a single inferior spiritual sword, and perhaps there was not even a single medium-grade spiritual weapon within the entire ancient martial world of Blue Star. Zhuge Xingyun wasted no words, channeling his dark attribute abilities into the sword. The sword, initially surrounded by spiritual energy, transformed into a pitch-black killing blade, a sight that caused Long Zhongguo to lament, alas, such a divine weapon, yet it finds no place to unleash its might. How tragic. With that, he concentrated his spiritual energy into the sword, which was suddenly enveloped in spiritual energy, presenting a stark contrast to Zhuge Xingyun's weapon. The two opponents surged towards each other at blinding speed, their swords clashing, sending ripples of spiritual energy through the air. Observing the duel, Xiao Feng's brow furrowed. He could clearly see that his ancestor was not employing any techniques, but rather relying solely on his unique abilities. Or perhaps he simply did not know how to utilize techniques. Although Xiao Feng had recalled the techniques he had learned, they were ill-suited for human cultivation. Moreover, with a formidable enemy at hand, even if he had time to cultivate, it would not be feasible. Xiao Feng began to quietly gather demonic energy in his hands, keeping a vigilant eye on the battle, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Suddenly, a familiar, cool voice echoed in his mind. Trust your ancestor. Beneath the heavenly realm, all are but ants. This voice was unmistakably that of his master, the celestial emperor Tianxin, prompting him to gradually retract his spiritual energy. In mere moments, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Although Zhuge Xingyun held the advantage of wielding a spiritual weapon, he was unable to harness its power, rendering it less than 1% effective. In contrast, Long Zhongguo, wielding a mundane sword, found it effortless to contend with him. Had he possessed a spiritual weapon at that moment, the battle would likely have concluded long ago. As both combatants lunged at each other once more. Long Zhongguo seized upon an opening, evading Zhuge Xingyun's strike and deftly thrusting his sword upward. The sword swiftly aimed for Zhuge Xingyun's wrist. Although it did not inflict damage, it sent the spiritual sword flying. Seizing the opportunity, Long Zhanghua lunged with a dagger aimed at Zhuge Xingyun's chest, yet to his astonishment, the anticipated scene of the blade-piercing flesh never materialized. Instead, the dagger shattered upon impact. Zhuge Xingyun capitalized on the moment, diving to reclaim the spiraling spiritual sword just as it descended. This sight left Long Zhanghua in disbelief. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Noting the expression of incredulity on his opponent's face, Zhuge Xingyun maintained his composure. It appears neither of us can harm the other. Shall we continue? I felt no spiritual defense from you. Why can I not harm you? What have you done? He could not possibly disclose to Long Zhanghua that he had activated the invincibility card for an hour. Observing his opponent's intent to attack once more, and glancing at the dwindling minutes on his timer, Zhuge Xingyun felt a surge of panic. Thus, he made a bold decision. To feign superiority, Long Zhanghua, do you know why you cannot harm me? As he took a step forward, preparing to strike, he suddenly heard Zhuge Xingyun's question, curiosity halting his advance. Why? Zhuge Xingyun returned the spiritual sword to his spatial ring, clasped his hands behind his back, and assumed the demeanor of a transcendent sage. In truth, I am not of this world. I have traversed the myriad realms, arriving here solely to test humanity and guide those who have strayed from the right path. As a member of the ancient martial family, how can you, the Long family, assist in wrongdoing? Long Zhanghua and the gathered crowd fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock. Yang Ying rolled her eyes, smacking her forehead in embarrassment, wishing for a crack in the earth to swallow her whole. In stark contrast, Long Zhanghua and the 300 cultivators were expressions of terror, their minds whirling in chaos. A female cultivator named Long Shui soared to Long Zhanghua's side. The Holy Sun, does he know our identities? We serve the celestial demons. Silence. Chapter 89. The Soul Clan, Part 2. The dimensional gate to the ruins has been opened, and the gatekeeper appears. Before Long Shui could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Long Zhanghua's dismissive wave. Long Zhanghua, harboring suspicion, furrowed his brow and gazed at Zhuge Xingyun. What do you know about us? How could Zhuge Xingyun possibly be aware? Regardless, it could not be anything favorable. And he could not afford to show any signs of weakness, so he replied, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back as the shore, Long Shui, recalling her lineage, smiled bitterly and said, how could we possibly turn back now? We have already been branded as traitors by all realms. Long Zhanghua remained silent, staring at Zhuge Xingyun. What do you truly know? Zhuge Xingyun's mind raced with anxiety. He had no idea, yet he dared not reveal his ignorance. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Only the vassals of the Celestial Demon Clan are called traitors by all realms, among which the Demon Clan, the Dark Dragon Clan, the Nine Nether Fire Phoenix Clan, and the immensely powerful Soul Clan, which has vanished for millions of years, are the most notable. This individual carries a considerable amount of demonic energy and is likely one of these races. At this moment, Long Shui, holding on to a glimmer of hope, asked, can you truly assist us? Long Shui, too, yearned to return to the embrace of the myriad clans. Her Soul Clan had lost a significant number of its members eons ago while resisting the celestial demons. And not only had their contributions gone unrecognized, but they had also been falsely accused and hunted by the myriad clans. Their unique abilities instilled fear within the myriad clans, forcing them to seek refuge with the Celestial Demon Clan. Aiding in the subjugation of numerous races, Zhuge Xingyun maintained an air of calm. As long as you are willing to sincerely repent, I can assist you and seek forgiveness for your status as puppets of the celestial demons. Long Zhanghua, initially swayed by his words, felt deceived upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, do you think we can be forgiven just because you say so? The Soul Clan is the enemy of all realms. Who would heed your words? Who do you think you are? The Supreme Divine Emperor? Ha ha ha, even the Supreme Divine Emperor would not intervene on our behalf in our opposition to the myriad clans, unless that esteemed individual were to step in. Otherwise, no one can save us. With that, he prepared to launch another attack. Zhuge Xingyun observed that the invulnerability effect would expire in a minute, and his heart raced with anxiety. Suddenly, he recalled his name from his previous life. Although he was unsure if it would hold any weight now, it was worth a try. Thus, he revealed his past identity, hoping to intimidate his adversaries. With me, the god of Xingyun present, who among the myriad realms dares to defy? Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds swirled, with violet lightning flickering across the horizon. The booming sounds of thunder reverberated throughout the blue star, as if the very heavens could not contain such a presence. Threatening to tear the world asunder, witnessing this spectacle, the beings of the blue star trembled in their hearts, and all mutated beasts instinctively prostrated themselves. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Zhuge Xingyun felt an overwhelming annoyance at the thunderclaps, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Could you keep it down? It's utterly vexing. Disperse." The moment those words left his lips, the thunder ceased, and the dark clouds dissipated instantaneously. Long Zhanghua and the others were left astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Even Yang Ying stood agape. Only Xiao Feng found this all perfectly natural, for his ancestor was none other than the god of Xingyun, the preeminent force in the myriad realms. Second only to the divine emperor, Long Zhanghua suddenly recalled a legend within his clan, one known only to the Holy Sun, and upon realizing their names were identical, he felt a tumultuous wave of emotion surge within him. Could this individual before him be that esteemed figure? Only that figure could assist the Soul Clan in returning to the myriad clans. He thought of the clan's prophecy, which was now coming to fruition. That esteemed individual had indeed come to save his race. Consequently, Long Zhanghua and the others were moved to tears, kneeling before Zhuge Xingyun, casting aside all doubt. Holy son of the Soul Clan, Long Zhanghua pays homage to the esteemed god. We beseech you, esteemed god, restore justice for our Soul Clan. This scene left Zhuge Xingyun equally astounded. Was his past life name truly so potent? Regrettably, he had little memory of it. He had merely intended to put on a show, yet it bore such remarkable results. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, rise. Once I complete my tasks here on the Blue Star, I shall indeed clear your name of the unjust accusations. If you have nowhere else to go, remain here to assist me. No one among the myriad clans would dare to harm you." Zhuge Xingyun recognized the power of the ruins and sought to keep them within its confines to prevent any erratic movements, lest a formidable being from the myriad clans appear. Upon hearing this, Long Zhanghua promptly bowed in gratitude. With this, the Soul Clan would no longer need to cower in their secret realm, barely surviving. Their secret realm, having deteriorated over millennia, was on the verge of collapse. If members of other races emerged from the secret realm, their annihilation would be imminent. With the presence of the god of Xingyun, who among the myriad clans would dare to attack them? We thank you, esteemed god, for your reinvigorating grace. I shall inform the clan members of Star Plucking City at once. We are willing to follow you. Upon hearing Star Plucking City, Zhuge Xingyun's eyes lit up. Since Star Plucking City was already under his control, he decided to place these members of the Soul Clan there. Have your people proceed to Star Plucking City. Once everyone has gathered, inform me. Long Zhanghua bowed deeply to ASU command. Long Zhanghua suddenly recalled something and continued, "Esteemed god, the Celestial Demon Clan has ordered us to eliminate all cultivators on the Blue Star and to open the entrance to the ruins, directly connecting it to the Celestial Demon Realm. They intend to use the Dimensional Gate to infiltrate the myriad realms." Just then, a golden light burst forth from the altar in Blood Shadow City. Soaring into the heavens, the seer stood beside Xiao Feng, exclaiming in delight, "Esteemed god, the gate to the otherworldly realm has been opened." Long Zhanghua exclaimed in terror, "Esteemed god, this must be the Dimensional Gate." Zhuge Xingyun inquired within his mind, "System, what is happening?" The system's cold voice replied, "The spiritual energy of the Blue Star has revived, opening the long-sealed Dimensional Gate." Using Blood Shadow City as a reference, it is better described as breaking its 10-layer seal. Once the altar absorbs sufficient spiritual energy, the Dimensional Gate will be open. If no one ventures into the dimensional realm for trials, the host must establish coordinates for transportation. Without said coordinates, it will randomly open in a small world. I advise the host to close the Dimensional Gate, lest beings from the otherworld invade. With the current strength of the Blue Star, it can only become a puppet planet. How do I close it? As long as the host is at the altar, placing your hand upon it will allow you to control the altar. Hearing the system's response, Zhuge Xingyun hurriedly rushed toward Blood Shadow City, reaching the altar at the fastest pace. That moment, within the golden light, he could already see several silhouettes. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the altar. Close! The altar was instantly sealed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cosmos, 3 men were about to enter the Dimensional Gate when it unexpectedly closed before them, causing them to flee in alarm. Goodness, young master, we were fortunate to escape. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, remarked a sharp-featured man to a refined young gentleman beside him. Master Gu, that must be the primordial world that has been lost for millennia. Gu Santong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I never expected that the dimensional gate, which had been sealed for countless years, would finally have a gatekeeper. This news must be relayed to the clan post-haste. Chapter 90. Gathering the 29 Cities. On the verge of entering the otherworld. After the dimensional gate closed, everyone gathered around Zhuge Xingyun, who was now with his eyes closed, inquiring of the system. System, why did the two cities within my space not encounter the same situation just now? The host space is isolated from the world, existing beyond the six paths and not belonging to the myriad realms. Only if the host desires can the cities within the space connect to the myriad realms. Thus, the host can rest assured. The opening of the dimensional gate can link to the mini-world sealed within Blood Shadow City, which contains ancient, fearsome beasts, including your contracted beast, Tao Tai, that escaped from that world. Moreover, all cities share a connection to this mini-world, where the spiritual energy is thousands of times greater than that of the Blue Star. It would be ideal for your group to undergo trials within. As he excitedly opened his eyes, he noticed everyone gazing at him with curiosity. Brother Yun, what has happened? Zhuge Xingyun addressed Long Zhanghua. Remember to keep my identity a secret, and hasten to let your kin enter Star-Plucking City. I will open the secret realm of the mini-world, where spiritual energy abounds, breaking the shackles of your inability to cultivate. Long Zhanghua promptly produced a token and, after uttering a few words upon it, shattered the token. Meanwhile, within a hidden realm, an elder's tightly shut eyes abruptly widened in disbelief. Moments later, he bellowed, "All members of the Soul Clan, heed my command. Gather your belongings and proceed to Star-Plucking City at once. We shall no longer languish in this secret realm. The prophecy has come true. That esteemed figure has come to save us." Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master Ancestor, are we truly going to assist the Soul Clan? Their powers instill fear in the myriad clans. If we aid them, it may obstruct our future plans for the war between the myriad clans and the Demon Clan. Zhuge Xingyun waved his hand, his expression imbued with a sense of profound understanding. In this world, there is no absolute good or evil. It is merely the result of human distinction. People often like to categorize good and evil from their own perspective. Yet they fail to realize that the line between good and evil is merely a matter of differing stances, though I remain oblivious to the experiences born from the cycle of 9 reincarnations. And ignorant of their purpose, my sole desire in this moment is to safeguard those dear to me. The notions of right and wrong, good and evil, hold no significance for me now. Xiao Feng fell silent. And the system concealed within Yang Ying's soul also lapsed into quietude, lost in contemplation. My husband, you have changed. Are you truly capable of taking action against the entire lineage of the celestial demons? Zhuge Xingyun sent a video call request to Gu Peng using a survival device. Gu Peng sat in the city, gazing quietly at the black screen, for Dragon Country was devoid of power at this time. Zhuge, what brings you to seek out this old man? Zhuge Xingyun's expression turned grave as he observed Gu Peng's face suddenly age a bit more, stirring a sense of sorrow within him. Why do you seem so haggard, Gu Bo? Alas, the Dragon War Nation has taken away half of our troops and the biohumans. We currently lack the capacity to venture forth and combat the mutated beasts. Not only is there no electricity in the city, but our food supplies are also running low. Upon grasping the situation, Zhuge Xingyun smiled and replied, Gu Bo, you need not worry about the Dragon War Nation. I have already subdued him. I will ensure he returns the army to you. As for food. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhuge Xingyun reflected on how he no longer required gold coins and resolved to spend all of them. He continued, you need not concern yourself with food. I will construct outer cities for all the urban areas and cultivate crops within those outer cities. I have seeds on hand, though we may be short on gold coins. Just prepare the coins when the time comes. A long-lost smile graced Gu Peng's face as he sprang to his feet, filled with excitement. Is this truly the case, my friend? But crops take time to mature. They will ripen in a month. Do not worry. It will be sufficient for a city to be self-sustaining. Thank you, my friend. Gu Peng was at a loss for words, his face streaked with tears. Zhuge Xingyun continued, Gu Bo, within each city, there exists an altar. Do you see it? Gu Peng wiped his tears and nodded. I see it. But what is the matter, young friend? That is a secret realm, a gateway to another world. The specifics are too complex to explain at this moment, but rest assured, it is our opportunity. Within, we can become true cultivators, though fortune and peril coexist. Jiubo, you may begin preparations. I will notify you when the time comes to open the secret realm, allowing those in need to enter for training. Also, instruct all who are out to return to the city swiftly and refrain from venturing outside. In 3 days, I shall initiate significant actions, Jiu Pong. Without hesitation, agreed and immediately transferred 10 billion gold coins to Zhuge Xingyun. Zhuge Xingyun upgraded all cities to level 10, temporarily closed the dimensional gates, and established outer cities. After incurring great costs, he restructured all cities to be more habitable for humans, transplanting mature fruit trees and crops from his own space to each city, and sowing a vast number of seeds. Remarkably, all of this was accomplished in just 1 day, further solidifying Gu Peng's trust in Zhuge Xingyun. He promptly ordered an exploration of the secret realm within Dragon Country and imposed military control over the outer cities, prohibiting all private claims. The Dragon War Nation's people also entered Star-Picking City, and upon their emergence from the secret realm, all individuals from Dragon Country sensed the aura of the Soul Clan, compelled to adhere to ancestral teachings and eliminate the Soul Clan. At this moment, the appointed time had arrived. Zhuge Xingyun had relocated the entire Star-Picking City beside Blood Shadow City, with the two cities merely a kilometer apart. From a high vantage point, one could see that all 29 cities were tightly interconnected. As all city gates swung open, jubilant cheers erupted, for they glimpsed hope. Not only was rice flourishing in the outer cities, but the proximity of the cities meant they could finally reunite with their loved ones. With Zhuge Xingyun's assistance, Gu Peng successfully reclaimed all military authority, and everything was progressing towards a brighter future. All evolvers were prepared for the expedition into the ruins. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xingyun hosted a barbecue party with the guards in Dragon Shadow City, where everyone reveled in joyous celebration, with food provided without limit, as they prepared to battle in another world the following day. "Thank you, boss." All the evolvers exclaimed in unison, their faces radiating with smiles. Zhang Qian, wielding a calculator, busily calculated figures, embodying the essence of a diligent manager, which starkly contrasted with her graceful appearance. Gao Shang, holding a small boy, approached Zhang Qian. Watching her continue her calculations, he swiftly snatched the calculator from her hands, tossing it aside and lifted Zhang Qian into his arms. "The boss has spoken. What else is there to consider? Let us join in." Zhang Qian quickly covered her belly and shouted in alarm, "Be careful with my belly." Just as Gao Shang intended to toss Zhang Qian into the pool, he suddenly froze, incredulously asking, You're pregnant again?" Zhang Qian shyly nodded. "It's been 3 months. If you hadn't been so busy helping the boss lately, I would have told you sooner." Gao Shang carefully set Zhang Qian down, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I, Gao Shang, am having another child." Chapter 91. The Superior Spirit Sword, shocking Long Yuanhang within the Dragon Shadow City Lord's mansion. As Zhuge Xingyun chatted with Gu Peng, Long Zhanghua and an elderly man entered. "Esteemed elder, this is our ancestral patriarch, Long Yuanhang, who has reached the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm." Upon hearing Long Zhanghua's introduction, Zhuge Xingyun nodded slightly. Having chosen to put on airs, one must not reveal even a hint of weakness at any moment. Once Long Yuanhang entered Zhuge Xingyun's spatial world, he had already begun to believe Long Zhanghua's words. Yet his wariness compelled him to conduct further tests. Thus, he began to unleash his own aura. Long Yuanhang exuded a powerful presence, enveloping the surroundings with an oppressive weight akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean. Gu Peng's hands began to tremble, but in this world governed by Zhuge Xingyun, he was the sovereign, impervious to any disturbances. With a mere wave of his hand, Gu Peng felt an immediate release of pressure. Long Yuanhang's eyes cleared, now filled with brilliance. Although his realm was merely at the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm, in this age devoid of magic, no one on Blue Star could attain nirvana. The fact that Zhuge Xingyun could effortlessly withstand his pressure indicated that the latter's strength surpassed his own. Just as he was about to address Zhuge Xingyun as Divine Lord, he recalled the elder's reluctance to disclose his identity and promptly altered his address. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for my earlier offense. Please do not take it to heart. After all, I cannot gamble the survival of my entire clan." Zhuge Xingyun inquired of the system in his mind. "Since this is my little world, do I possess the means to intimidate him?" Just then, Tang San burst into the city lord's mansion, brimming with excitement. Master, the techniques imparted by my parents are extraordinarily powerful. I have already reached level 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple collecting task. Reward. Indestructible Divine Body. The host has obtained the Indestructible Divine Body, activating the visual buff. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped Zhuge Xingyun, and powerful principles of the Tao began to swirl around him. With a thud, Long Yuanhang collapsed to his knees, as if a great mountain pressed upon him. The others looked at Long Yuanhang with curiosity, and even Long Zhanghua regarded his patriarch with a bemused expression. Esteemed elder, I recognize my errors. As these words left his lips, all present gaped in disbelief at Long Yuanhang. Seeing that his demonstration had succeeded, Zhuge Xingyun retracted his pressure, internally commending the system while feeling immense relief that his disciple had not disappointed him. Having attained level 10 so swiftly, in truth, it was not only his disciple. The key members within Dragon Shadow City had also concurrently leveled up. System, this buff is indeed remarkable. It seems I can flaunt my prowess in the future. The Dragon Maiden sighed, taken aback by the profound transformation of her beloved, regretting the retrieval of the 8 Dragon Balls. Yet she felt a surge of relief at not having reclaimed the 9th Dragon Ball. It seemed that this burden was one she would allow him to bear first. At that moment, although Long Yuanhang felt no lingering pressure and could no longer perceive the principles of the Tao surrounding Zhuge Xingyun, beads of cold sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. Fearing that a single misstep could cost him his life, from now on, your dragon clan shall serve diligently in Star-Picking City, and I shall ensure your safety. Come, sit. Let us discuss matters concerning the other world. Long Yuanhang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from death. Thank you, esteemed elder. Long Yuanhang took his seat, casting a reassuring glance at his holy son, his heart swelling with excitement. Grateful for having once championed the decision to appoint this nearly 40-year-old man as the holy son. Otherwise, their clan would still be struggling to survive in the secret realm. Although Long Zhanghua was unaware of the specifics, he understood from the look in his elder's eyes that he had gained his approval, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the position of holy son would remain secure, alleviating concerns over rival branches vying for the title. Meanwhile, Tang San stood at the doorway, utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Zhuge Xingyun regarded his disciple with a look of pride before tossing the superior spirit sword, which he had previously wielded against Long Zhanghua, to Tang San from his spatial ring. This sword is a reward for you. Strive diligently henceforth. Long Yuanhang's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing the sword, staring at the inferior spirit's sword in his hand, which he had once held dear, now rendered insignificant by comparison. Tang San accepted the sword, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as though it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Zhuge Xingyun, puzzled, furrowed his brow. At that very moment, the treasured sword suddenly ceased its trembling. The onlookers were unaware that this sword had already acquired a spirit. The sword's spirit, upon noticing Zhuge Xingyun's furrowed brow, was so frightened that it turned pale and dared not resist any longer. Its reasoning was quite simple. Since it was the disciple of a formidable master, recognizing him as its lord was not beneath its dignity. Observing Long Yuanhang's expression, Zhuge Xingyun found himself intrigued. It was merely a sword. Was it truly worthy of such astonishment? Long Yuanhang, gazing at Tang San as he cradled the sword, was nearly drooling with desire. Seeing the fervor in his eyes, Zhuge Xingyun contemplated for a moment. Since Long Yuanhang would be working for him in the future, why not indulge him a little? With this thought, he once again procured a superior spiritual sword from the system and inquired, Yuanhang, I see you favor the treasured sword. Is that correct? This question interrupted Long Yuanhang's thoughts, and he instinctively nodded. Yes, senior. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sword was hurled through the air towards him, which he promptly caught. This sword is a gift for you. Just ensure you carry out your duties diligently. As he looked at the sword in his hands, a thunderous sensation overwhelmed him. He felt as though he were floating. This was the superior spiritual sword he had long coveted. He never imagined it would now be in his possession. Thank you, senior. Long Yuanhang knelt down, but Zhuge Xingyun hurriedly urged him to rise. Initially, he had contemplated gifting Dragon Zhanghua a sword as well, but after some consideration, he dismissed the idea, reasoning that if such a precious item were given away so easily, superior spiritual swords would become as common as cabbages. Long Yuanhang glanced at the superior spiritual sword in his possession and then at the inferior spiritual sword he had cherished for many years. Without hesitation, he tossed the inferior sword to Dragon Zhonghua. Upon receiving the spiritual sword, Dragon Zhonghua's face displayed a peculiar expression. This sword had once been a symbol of supreme authority within his family, and now it was so casually bestowed upon him, such is the capriciousness of fate. After the group had conferred and decided on their course of action for the following day, they prepared to revel with the denizens of Longying City. Just then, their survival devices simultaneously emitted a request for a video call. The three of them activated their devices, and Xiao Feng's anxious face appeared on the screen. "Boss, we have a grave situation. The ancient martial arts families of Blue Star have collectively emerged from the secret realm. They are currently outside Zhaoxing City, declaring their intent to annihilate the Soul Clan. They demand that the Soul Clan come forth to face their doom, or else they will exterminate everyone within the city. Do not allow them entry. I will arrive shortly." The other two received the same alarming news, but Long Yuanhang no longer worried about the ancient martial arts families. With the protection of the Divine Lord, no one could lay a finger on the Soul Clan. Zhuge Xingyun curiously asked Dragon Zhonghua, "How is it that your identity remained undiscovered in Long Country for so long, only to be suddenly revealed now?" Long Yuanhang, unable to conceal the truth, quickly replied, "You see, our Soul Clan's ancestors passed down certain tokens that can mask the Soul Clan's aura when worn. Thus, Zhonghua was not detected. However, these tokens are limited. And now that we have all emerged from the secret realm, we have been exposed." Zhuge Xingyun finally understood. It was his oversight that had brought the entire Soul Clan to Zhaoxing City without proper consideration. However, as the situation had unfolded, he resolved to take responsibility and set forth with the others to confront the impending battle at Zhaoxing City. Chapter 92. The Ancient Martial Arts Families Compromise and Open the Dimensional Gate. Soul Clan, come forth to meet your demise. The speaker was none other than Yi Xingyun, the head of one of the three great ancient martial arts families. Standing before the city gates, he pointed his sword at the soldiers on guard, who merely rolled their eyes, completely disregarding him. Yi Xingyun felt quite disheartened. Upon arriving outside these 29 cities, he discovered that he could no longer fly. The power of the spatial rules here had grown so oppressive that even he, renowned as the youngest pinnacle of divine abilities, could only shout from the entrance, fearful of entering the city in case of ambush, which could spell disaster for the Yi family. Just as he was engulfed in a myriad of emotions, Zhuge Xingyun and his companions approached the city gates, prompting the guards to salute excitedly upon seeing him. At that moment, Zhuge Xingyun had become a figure of reverence for all. How could they not be thrilled? "I hear you wish to exterminate the Soul Clan. What gives you such audacity? Is it Liang Jingru?" Yi Xingyun observed the audacious youth speaking before him, his face betraying a look of disdain. How dare this insignificant young man speak so boldly before the head of the Yi family? Zhuge Xingyun, unfazed by the contemptuous expression, proclaimed with authority, "I shall protect the Soul Clan. From this moment forward, should anyone dare to harm the Soul Clan, I will eradicate their entire lineage. Not even the Buddha himself could save them. That is my decree." Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky, and in an instant, calm returned. The cultivators who had been preparing to mock Zhuge Xingyun found their expressions frozen in disbelief. One of the Yi family's cultivators gasped in terror. It is the Heavenly Tao's oath. The Heavenly Tao bears witness for him. Who on earth is he? All the members of the Soul Clan, witnessing this spectacle, knelt in unison, tears glistening in their eyes. "Thank you, great Lord, for safeguarding our Soul Clan." Their voices resounded throughout the city. Zhuge Xingyun himself was taken aback. He had only intended to put on a show, yet somehow a decree from the Heavenly Tao had manifested. What was he to do now? He found himself in a predicament, compelled to maintain the facade. Long Envy slapped her forehead in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting? My dear husband, you've now irrevocably entangled the Soul Clan with yourself. Once we reach the myriad realms, you shall face significant troubles." Zhuge Xingyun wore a mysterious expression and waved to Long Yuanhang. Upon receiving the signal, Long Yuanhang instructed all the clan members to rise. The faces of the Soul Clan were all alight with joy. Yi Xingyun furrowed his brow, beginning to feel a sense of trepidation regarding Zhuge Xingyun's identity. for even he could not command the heavenly Tao's endorsement. Who exactly are you? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. I have no desire for early bloodshed. As long as all clans cease their pursuit of the Soul Clan, I can pretend this never happened. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xingyun continued, might I propose this? Let me spar with a member of the Soul Clan. If I win, the fate of the Soul Clan shall be at our discretion. If I lose, I and all members of my branch will forever cease hostilities with the Soul Clan. What say you? Just as Zhuge Xingyun was about to refuse, intending to utilize his own buffs for another display, he was interrupted by Long Yuanhang. Senior, allow me to take a shot at it. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingyun scrutinized him, puzzled as to what this elder believed he could achieve against a younger opponent. But given the circumstances, he felt it inappropriate to insist otherwise. Very well, you may give it a try. Long Yuanhang rubbed his hands together, eager for the challenge. It was not that he was combative, but rather that he wished to witness the true capabilities of a superior spiritual artifact, having never wielded one before. Observing Long Yuanhang step forward, Yi Xingyun's expression shifted to one of gravity as he retrieved a lesser spiritual sword from his spatial ring. Zhuge Xingyun's eyes brightened. It seemed the spatial rings were not exclusive to him, and he resolved to inquire further about what ancient treasures they might still possess. Yi Xingyun slowly drew the spiritual sword, and an aura of power erupted from him, resembling that of a war god as he pointed the sword at Long Yuanhang. Draw your blade. Long Yuanhang unsheathed the superior spiritual sword, which appeared quite ordinary and unremarkable. Yi Xingyun couldn't help but smirk. Old ancestor of the Long family, do you really intend to face my Qingfeng sword with that shabby weapon? Unfazed by the mockery, Long Yuanhang turned to Zhuge Xingyun and asked, Senior, what is the name of this sword? Zhuge Xingyun, having just acquired it from the system, was unsure of its name. After a moment's thought, he decided to simply invent one. This sword is called Duanyu. At this declaration, the sky once again bore witness to extraordinary phenomena. Violet lightning crackled within the dark clouds as Duanyu flew forth, soaring directly into the tempest. The violet divine lightning continued to strike the blade, transforming Duanyu from its mundane form into a weapon radiating with chilling brilliance. Instantly, all present were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. A member of a weapon-forging family blurted out, "This is a superior spiritual artifact transcending into the realm of the celestial. It has become a celestial artifact. The naming alone has summoned the heavenly lightning to refine its essence, surpassing the category of an exceptional spiritual artifact and entering the realm of celestial quality." This individual became so ecstatic that he began to worship Duanyu. Having witnessed the unprecedented phenomenon of a spiritual artifact ascending to the celestial realm, as the clouds dispersed, Duanyu returned to Long Yuanhang's hand. Although its sword spirit had surpassed all others in this world, it dared not betray its new master, for the presence of that great being loomed above. When the celestial sword was grasped, Long Yuanhang closed his eyes, feeling as if he had gained the strength to cleave the heavens and obliterate the earth. His consciousness rapidly ascended, and his realm surged dramatically. He progressed through the levels of nirvana, from the first to the seventh, coming to a halt thereafter. Each major level contained 10 minor levels, each of which was referred to as a layer of heaven. Long Yuanhang's once gray hair instantly transformed to a deep black, and the wrinkles on his face vanished, making him appear as a middle-aged man in his 40s. Following his nirvana, his lifespan increased from 1,000 to 10,000 years, with each layer thereafter adding another 1,000 years. Long Yuanhang now boasted a lifespan of 17,000 years. The instant he opened his eyes, Yi Xingyun felt despair wash over him. The difference in their major realms was insurmountable, even without weapons. A mere finger from Long Yuanhang could vanquish him, I concede. Upon this admission, all members of the Soul Clan erupted in jubilant cheers, while the other cultivators hung their heads in dejection, rendered speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Xingyun ultimately decided that as long as they ceased their pursuit of the Soul Clan, it would be prudent to allow these cultivators to enter the ruins together, thereby bolstering the strength of the Blue Star. After all, the unknown enemy that heralded the apocalypse could arrive at any moment. Once the numerous cultivators learned of the otherworldly nature of the ruins, all the aristocratic families agreed to halt their attempts to hunt the Soul Clan. Consequently, Zhuge Xingyun instructed the cultivators to enter the city to rest and await the following day when the ruins would be opened. Just as the dust settled, Yang Ying and Yang Fan rushed to Zhuge Xingyun's side, anxious as they had not encountered any members of their clan among the group of cultivators, fearing they might have encountered trouble. Thus they came to bid farewell. Zhuge Xingyun promised that the next day, after everyone entered the ruins, he would accompany the two to the Yang family's secret realm, which calmed their nerves. Chapter 93. Tang San enters the Eternal Spring World the next morning. A high platform had already been erected in front of the palace in Star-Picking City, where Zhuge Xingyun was observing the extraordinary abilities of the individuals below. Everyone must surely be aware. There exists an altar within the palace that serves as a gateway to other worlds. Shortly, I will open this portal, allowing everyone to enter for their trials. The spiritual energy within will enable you to swiftly become cultivators. But with opportunity comes danger. After all, none of us have ventured inside, and I cannot ascertain what perils await, so I urge everyone to exercise caution. Cheers resounded throughout the city and in other locales. The leaders made similar announcements. Only in Dragon Shadow City did the inhabitants display little excitement, for the spiritual energy in Zhuge Xingyun's spatial realm was already abundant, and within a mere few days, nearly everyone had touched upon the threshold of the 10th level. Even ordinary people were nearing the qi refining stage due to the overwhelming spiritual energy. This revelation astonished Zhuge Xingyun, and Dragon Shadow City opted for a voluntary system. Those who wished to go could do so, while those who preferred to remain could continue their cultivation within the city. Once the dimensional gate reopened, connecting to the secret realm of the ruins, the crowd stepped through the portal, embarking on a new journey. Observing the elite of the Dragon Kingdom enter, Zhuge Xingyun furrowed his brow. If he closed the portal and then proceeded to the Yang family, what would happen if someone wished to exit? Unsure of how to resolve this dilemma, he sought assistance from the system. System, is there a way to restrict entry and exit through the dimensional gate to only those from the Blue Star? As the host and master of the dimensional gate, you simply need to establish a contractual rule. As soon as the system's voice faded, a mysterious incantation echoed in his mind. After receiving the incantation, he promptly followed its guidance, dripping a drop of his own blood onto the altar, closing his eyes, and swiftly forming seals with his hands while silently reciting a lengthy series of obscure phrases. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly bellowed, "With my blood, I established this rule." The dimensional gate flickered momentarily before returning to tranquility, and Zhuge Xingyun understood that the contract had been established. Now, only those from the Dragon Kingdom could traverse the dimensional gate. With no further concerns, Zhuge Xingyun, Yang Ying, and Yang Fan swiftly set off towards the Yang family's secret realm. Inside the dimensional gate lay a place known as the Eternal Spring World. Though it was a miniature world, its size was nearly equivalent to that of the Blue Star after its expansion, and its worldly rules were far more refined. The Eternal Spring World was situated atop a mountain on the Irai Sea continent, where an ancient hall stood at its summit. Suddenly, the dilapidated altar within the hall began to tremble, and a rainbow light shot up into the sky from an ancient structure, subsequently revealing a luminous portal. A group of individuals gradually emerged from the light, a scene unfolding throughout the Eternal Spring World that left countless cultivators astonished. Some cultivators hurried to investigate the cause, and upon arrival, they began to whisper among themselves. "What is happening? There are people coming out from inside. These altars have been activated once more. Brother, do you know what this altar is about? This altar connects to another world, known as the Hongming World. The entrance to the Hongming World hasn't been opened for tens of millions of years." "Tens of millions of years? No way. How do you know this?" "I learned it by chance from an ancient tome." Just as the cultivators were lost in discussion, the cultivators from the Blue Star had already nearly entered. Observing the surrounding cultivators, everyone was utterly astonished. "Indeed, there are other cultivators here. Did you notice? The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. If we cultivate here, we will surely surpass our limits." Yi Xingyun, glancing at the surrounding observers, attempted to leap into the air with all his might. However, he found himself failing miserably, almost falling unceremoniously. "What is going on? I can't soar." Tang San attempted to etherealize his body but found it impossible, trying other abilities to no avail. While their powers remained effective, they could not achieve flight or elemental transformation. The onlookers regarded the group with peculiar expressions, as if they were witnessing a troop of monkeys performing antics. "Hey, what are you doing?" An elderly man emerged from a room within the ancient hall, lazily inquiring, Isn't it too early to disturb someone's sleep? Yi Xingyun hurried to the elder's side, observing him closely, yet he could not discern the elder's level of cultivation, prompting him to respectfully ask, "Senior, what place is this? Why can't we soar?" The elder looked at him as though he were a fool. "This is the Kangmeng Mountain of Yirai Sea. With your meager cultivation, do you think you can soar? Do you believe yourself to be a celestial realm expert? Only those of the celestial realm can achieve flight here." Upon hearing celestial realm expert, Yi Xingyun involuntarily swallowed hard. "I apologize. We have just arrived from the Blue Star and are unaware of the circumstances here." The elder, still half asleep, glanced at the altar and suddenly brightened. "You came from the Hongming world?" He had been sleeping in his room and had not noticed the colorful light. The altar was typically used for transportation between major cities, so he had not paid attention when someone arrived. Noticing the elder's sudden change in demeanor, Yi Xingyun nodded in confusion. "Indeed. May I ask if there is an issue, senior?" The elder scrutinized Yi Xingyun and his companions, his brow furrowing slightly. He could naturally discern that the highest cultivation level among them was merely the peak of the divine connection mirror. "I am the guardian of this reincarnation hall, responsible for overseeing the transportation between cities and for guiding those from other worlds. Since you have come from the Hongming world, follow me." He then proceeded toward a passage behind the altar. Yi Xingyun approached Tang San, respectfully asking, "Young Master Tang, what should we do?" Tang San observed the elder's retreating figure, glancing at the hour-long invincibility card within his spatial ring, and nodded slightly. "Let us follow him. Proceed with caution." Zhang Dongzi and the 5 guards formed a protective circle around Tang San as they followed the elder. Through a secret passage, they arrived in an expansive underground palace. Upon reaching the end, they were met with a grand platform upon which rested a divine beast, its head resembling a dragon and its body akin to a serpent. It was asleep, but upon noticing the approach of others, it opened its eyes, curiously surveying the humans before it had not seen so many people in countless millennia. Typically, it was alone with the old man, conversing during idle moments, and when the elder was absent, it would use its divine powers to observe the bustling scenes of Dragon Shadow City. Suddenly, it recognized several familiar faces among the group, notably Tang San and his companions. The ancient beast, Qinyo, rose slowly, gazing at Tang San, internally conflicted. The elder stepped outside the platform and turned to the group. "It has been sealed here for millions of years. It is the ancient divine beast Qinyo. My duty here is to await fated individuals from the Hongming world to sign a battle spirit contract with Qinyo. Each of you may use your own blood to initiate the contract by dripping it upon the platform's array." Chapter 94, Tang Family in Tianqing City. Tangbur. The group began to step forward one by one, dripping their blood onto the altar, yet none could elicit a response from the array. Tang San remained locked in a gaze with Qinyo, as if the surroundings had faded away. "Young man, why don't you give it a try?" Just as Tang San curiously regarded Qinyo, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Tang San looked around, unable to locate the source of the voice. "Stop searching. It's me speaking to you." Tang San stared at Qinyo. Incredulous, "Are you speaking to me?" Qinyo exhaled a breath of impatience. "Who else? Kid, I have taken a liking to you. If you drip your blood upon the array, I will sign a cohabitation contract with you." Tang San felt a surge of excitement, but also trepidation, recalling novels he had read about such contracts potentially involving possession. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. If Qinyo intended to possess someone, why would it choose him in the presence of so many others? Moreover, the elder beside him seemed formidable. If they had any ulterior motives, they would have no means to resist. "Why have you chosen me? My cultivation level is likely the lowest here. Because you are his disciple and possess a divine body, granting you the qualification to contract with this divine beast." The elder patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Young man, it seems Qinyo has taken a liking to you. Why not give it a try?" Upon hearing Qinyo's words, Tang San understood that the beast must be aware of his master's identity and recognized his divine physique, which was why it had chosen him. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped onto the platform. Using a small blade, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the array. The instant the blood touched the array, it erupted in radiant golden light, and the array began to spin. Tang San began to levitate slowly, when suddenly his body uncontrollably surged into the formation diagram, limbs outstretched, hovering above the head of the captive bull. a radiant white light began to emanate from both of them, causing the 5 chains binding the captive bull to snap instantaneously, free from restraint. The captive bull spiraled upward, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, soaring into the heavens, before diving down and merging into Tang San's body. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Tang San gradually descended to the ground, where he found an elderly man stroking his beard with a beaming smile. "Young man, congratulations on becoming a battle spirit master." Tang San was utterly bewildered, feeling no different than before, and curiously inquired of the elder, "What is a battle spirit master? Why do I not feel anything?" The onlookers also turned their gaze toward the elder. Intrigued, the elder smiled at Tang San and patiently explained, "A battle spirit master can form a symbiotic contract with an intelligent being, incorporating it into their dantian. When the need arises, they can summon it to enhance their combat strength or manifest its physical form to fight alongside them. Sharing life and death. Of course, a battle spirit master can only possess one battle spirit at a time, though they can change their battle spirit whenever they wish. At this revelation, the crowd understood, and Tang San felt within his dantian, discovering indeed that the captive bull resided there. "Young one, whenever you need me, simply wield your spiritual power and summon me in your heart," the captive bull communicated. Without hesitation, Tang San complied, enveloping himself in spiritual energy. Suddenly, 2 horns sprouted from his head, partly resembling bull horns, yet somewhat akin to dragon horns, creating a most peculiar sight. His hands morphed into claws, and his face bore the features of the captive bull. Upon glancing into a mirror, Tang San nearly fainted. The once sun-kissed, handsome youth had transformed into this strange visage. Noting Tang San's dejected expression, the elder continued, "This is merely the first time you have merged with it. Hence the appearance. As you become more adept, your body will no longer exhibit any traits of the captive bull." Hearing this, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, facing adversaries in such a form would be tantamount to welcoming death. He looked around at the others and sighed, never expecting that those who came from the primordial world would possess such low realms. If he failed to complete his task, he would be stranded here for who knows how many years. "Alas, I have completed my first task. My second task is to scatter those who came from the primordial world to every corner of the eternal spring world. Once you have completed your trials, I shall guide you back to the primordial world." Not wishing to linger, lest his appetite be further soured, he waved his hand, causing everyone to vanish in an instant from the underground palace. As he surveyed the grand hall, a sense of melancholy washed over him. "Old friend, you have finally broken your shackles, but what of me? When will my own end come?" In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in various corners of this world, astonished by the sudden transition. They hastily retrieved their survival devices to make contact, only to be horrified to discover that the devices were utterly unresponsive, rendering them useless. Almost all were driven to madness, lamenting the loss of the many gold coins they had stored within. However, Tang San and his companions fared much better. Their spatial rings remained functional. Gazing at the over 10,000 pieces of broken stones within his ring, Tang San pondered their utility before pulling out a loaf of bread to munch on. "Broken stones, you say? You are the broken stones. Your entire family is composed of broken stones. I am clearly a top-grade spirit stone. Thank you very much. Do I not deserve some dignity?" retorted the broken stone. The other 6 similarly produced their stored food and began devouring it ravenously. Strangely, since arriving in this world, their hunger seemed to accelerate significantly. Here, individuals like Yi Xingyun, who were at the divine transformation level, were merely at the threshold of cultivation, while their own qi refining stage cultivation was so low that they would be disregarded even as errand disciples in the local sections. While Tang San sat beneath a towering tree enjoying his bread, a man dressed in green suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing right before him and nearly crushing him. Staring in astonishment at the gaping hole in the branches above, Tang San swallowed hard, then cautiously picked up a stick to poke the stranger. The moment the stick made contact, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Tang San so much that he dropped the stick to the ground. Just as he prepared to rise and flee, the man spoke. "I am Tang Buer from one of the 4 great families of Tianqing City. I am being pursued by Mu Chenxi from the Mu family. Please take my body back to the Tang family. My spatial ring shall serve as recompense." As soon as the words left his lips, the man exhaled his last breath. Tang San gently patted the man's back. then placed his hand on the man's pulse to check for life, sighing deeply upon confirming there was none. Alas, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Since I am unharmed, I shall fulfill your final wish. He then Arbu-air. He has sustained severe internal injuries to both his body and head, causing his cultivation to plummet to an alarming degree. He is now merely at the Qi refining stage. It appears that the Qi Yin sect presents us with no opportunities. The fifth and sixth elders hurriedly knelt down. Master, it is our negligence that led to this treachery, resulting in the second young master being pursued. Please punish us, master. Enough. I do not blame you. A direct attack is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is difficult to guard against. Do you know who is behind this treachery against my son? I shall ensure they are ground to ashes. The two elders exchanged a glance, shaking their heads helplessly. Reporting to the master, we did not clearly see the assailants' appearances, but we can confirm that they are also at the semi-divine realm. In Tianqing City, the only families with semi-divine realm protectors are the other three prominent families, the Mu, Fan, and Shangguan families. Tang Yuan fell into deep contemplation, if it truly was one of the other three families. Then matters would become complicated. He then turned to Tang San and inquired, Bu-air, did you see the identity of those who pursued you? Tang San instinctively nodded and replied, Mu Qinsi. Upon hearing this name, everyone gasped in shock, for Mu Qinsi is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, one of the four great families in Tianqing City, and also Tang Bu-air's fiancée. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Tang San continued, Sir, you are mistaken. I have come from another world for training. My name is Tang San, not your Son. By the way, where is this place? Everyone furrowed their brows, casting strange looks at Tang San. A maid approached Tang Yuan and the others and said, Young master, this is the Tang family in Tianqing City. After you returned injured, you kept muttering strange things in your coma and having nightmares, constantly calling out the third young master's name. Could it be that the head injury, coupled with the fall in cultivation and the pursuit by your fiancé, along with the guilt over the lost third young master, has caused you to lose your memory? In the Eternal Spring world, there are three continents, Qiyun, Bitao, and Xianbing. The Tang family is one of the four most powerful families in Tianqing City on Qiyun continent. Primarily engaged in the business of medicinal pills, upon hearing the maid's words, everyone nodded solemnly. The elder sighed, alas. It seems that the second young master has been haunted by the guilt of losing the third young master, causing him to believe he is the third young master. What shall we do? The maid continued, I have heard a divine doctor mention this condition. It cannot be stimulated further, or it may worsen, even leading to madness. Perhaps we should temporarily treat him as the third young master. He might recover once his internal injuries heal. Tang Yuan observed the nodding of the crowd, sighed, and then quickly donned a smile. I understand, you are my son, Tang San. Rest well. We shall take our leave for now, and you should recuperate. Upon hearing this, Tang San grew increasingly frustrated, doubting the sanity of these people who failed to comprehend his words. I am truly not your son. My name is Tang San. Tang is for the great Tang, and San is the number 3. Chapter 96. The supply of medicinal pills is cut off, and the Tang family's elder is injured. The others had never heard of the great Tang, and upon listening to Tang San's words, it became apparent that he was indeed injured in the head. They all quickly agreed, yes, the third young master should rest well. We shall take our leave. Tang Yuan ignored Tang San's subsequent protests and led the others out of the room. Each person's eyes reflected a hint of despondency. Their family's prodigy had, it seemed, become a fool. The maid sighed, picked up a wash basin, and approached the bedside. Third young master, may I assist you with washing? Tang San quickly covered his clothing. There is a distinction between genders. I can manage myself. Please leave. But it has always been Xiao Bai who helped you wash. Before she could finish, she suddenly recalled something and quickly changed her tone. Very well, young master. I shall step outside. Call for me when you are done. As she turned to leave, she let out another sigh. What a pity. Tang San, with a face full of indignation, found that no one believed him. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to focus on healing for now. Other matters could wait. In the hall of the Tang family, Tang Yuan and the 10 elders wore solemn expressions. Patriarch, what shall we do now? The Mu family has 2 more semi-divine realm members than we do. Since sitting down, Tang Yuan's brow had remained furrowed, his heart filled with turmoil. The Tang family currently lacked the strength to wage war against the Mu family. After much difficulty, he finally made a decision. Now that the contract with the Alchemist Guild is about to expire, and since Bu Er's life is not in danger, we should first settle the contract matters before proceeding to negotiate. The 10 elders sighed, realizing they had no choice but to acquiesce. The medicinal pill business was the foundation of their existence. Any mishap in this matter would not cause the Tang family to fall, but it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Tang Yuan took out a spatial ring and handed it to the elder, containing the profits accumulated by the Tang family over the past 6 months. Elder, please pay a visit to the Alchemist Guild and expedite the renewal of the contract for the next century. The elder accepted the ring, clasping his fists in response. Rest assured, master, I shall go at once. The guild's elder Wang and I share a long-standing friendship. This matter is nearly guaranteed. The hierarchy of the Alchemist Guild consists of the president, followed by vice presidents, elders, and assistant elders. Typically, the president and vice presidents focus on alchemy, delegating all external trade responsibilities to the 3 elders. Elder Wang is responsible for the authorization of medicinal pills, Elder Yang oversees the living allowances for alchemists, and Elder Li manages the procurement of herbs. Thus, among the 3 elders, Elder Wang holds the most power. Then I shall trouble you, Elder. Master, I take my leave. Tang San lay on the bed, rummaging through the spatial ring to see what items might be of use. Zhuge Xingyun had generously provided him with a spatial ring nearly 100 square meters in size, which contained not only food but also numerous medicinal pills available for sale, along with a collection of special stones. Tang Bu Er's spatial ring held little of value, save for a manual titled Shattering the Sky Palm, a change of clothes, and a pile of stones. These stones bore some resemblance to those given by his master. Yet their luster was incomparable. He could not fathom why his master had gifted him a collection of stones, but believing they would eventually prove useful, he set them aside for the time being. When he saw the ancient book sent by Yang Ying, intending to pass the time, he took it out and began to read intently, by gathering spiritual energy in the Dantian and refining it through countless trials. It eventually condenses into fire, known as Dan Fire. With the Dan Fire, one refines the essence of herbs. Tang San became completely engrossed in the book's teachings. Observing this, Qiao Nyo took out a dragon-headed zither and began to entertain himself. The next day, the severely injured elder was carried back to the Tang family. Upon seeing the elder in a weakened state, Tang Yuan's heart filled with rage. What happened? Who injured the elder? 2 guards who had accompanied the elder to the Alchemist Guild had been killed, leaving only the elder to escape with great effort. Master It was a member of the Mu family who injured me. I never expected that someone from the Mu family would infiltrate the Alchemist Guild and become one of the 3 elders. Elder Wang has been demoted to assistant elder. He said he will no longer sign a contract for the supply of medicinal pills with the Tang family. Upon hearing the elder's words, Tang Yuan felt an instant loss of strength. Had it not been for the other elders' quick reflexes in supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Momentarily, it seemed he recalled something and quickly addressed the remaining elders. Quickly, take the elder to recover. Second elder, you must keep a close watch on the alchemists in the Tang family's workshop. There must not be any further incidents. The second elder felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. I shall go at once, and no sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Tang Yuan's heart was heavy. Meanwhile, Tang San, feeling quite bored in his room, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the Shattering the Sky Palm manual. At this moment, the maid entered the room with a wash basin, and upon seeing Tang San diligently practicing martial arts, she quietly placed the basin on the table and exited. She then took out a carrier pigeon and carefully released it. In the Shangguan family, Shangguan Hongya was lost in thought by the window when she suddenly noticed a pigeon flying in. Her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly approached to catch the pigeon and open the note. The second young master is no longer in serious danger. Miss, do not worry. Shangguan Hongya is the youngest daughter of the Shangguan family, one of the 4 great families in Tianqing City. She is the offspring of the clan leader and a maid. She is not well regarded within the family and often bullied. Fortunately, the young clan leader, Shangguan Jin, cares deeply for his sister. Otherwise, she would have long since followed her mother to the afterlife. Shangguan Jin pushed open the door and entered Hongya's room. Hongya, what are you so engrossed in, brother? Hongya blushed. It's news from Kair that Bu Er has returned to the Tang family. Shangguan Jian furrowed his brows. He was aware that his sister had long harbored feelings for Tang Bu'er, but he also knew that Tang Bu'er had been engaged to Mu Qinxi, and his sister's affection for him had remained frozen in time for 5 years, during which they had not spent time together. Hongya, Tang Bu'er is Mu Qinxi's fiancé. You should give up, brother. My feelings for Bu'er are not of romantic love. It's because he saved me when I fell into the water as a child. I feel towards him as I do towards you, and Mu Qinxi's assassination attempt on Bu'er has caused his cultivation to decline, and now his memory is affected. You should know this. Indeed, and a member of the Mu family has infiltrated the Alchemist Guild and become an elder. This time, the Tang family is likely to suffer significant losses. Can we assist them? The 4 great families of Tianqing City each have their primary industries. Our family specializes in weaponry and has no involvement in medicinal pills, so we are unable to help the Tang family. Furthermore, it is unlikely that my father would offend the Mu family for the sake of the Tang family. As the Mu family boasts the greatest number of peak experts among the 4 great families, Shangguan Hongya sighed, fully aware that her brother's words held truth. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the spirit connection stage, she realized that in the eternal world, such a level merely equated to being a disciple of an outer sect, rendering her of little assistance. In the Tang family's council chamber, the guards suddenly rushed in with an urgent report. Reporting to the family head, Mu Qinxi from the Mu family, accompanied by an elder from the Qian sect, has come to annul the engagement. Chapter 97. The annulment of engagement, the miraculous effect of the revitalization pill. Tang San's background. Tang San was engrossed in his cultivation when his maid, Kai'er, burst into the room, her expression fraught with panic. Young master, it's terrible. The Mu family has come to annul the engagement. With a sudden shout of sky-splitting palm, Tang San's eyes widened, and he unleashed a palm strike into the air, the force of which sliced the dining table behind Kai'er in half. Kai'er, startled, stood frozen in place. You've broken through to the foundation establishment stage, young master, she exclaimed in disbelief, recalling that when Tang San returned to the family, he was merely at the Qi refinement stage. She was astonished that he had made such a significant leap in just a few days. Tang San glanced at his hand, astonished by the power of the sky-splitting palm technique, realizing it was far superior to any other abilities he had encountered. May I ask your name? He inquired, noticing that Kai'er was still in a daze. I am Kai'er, she replied instinctively. You mentioned the Mu family is annulling the engagement? Realizing the urgency, Kai'er hastily took hold of Tang San's arm, offering no further explanation. Second young master, let us not delay. The family head is waiting for you in the council chamber. Thus, Tang San was led by Kai'er to the council chamber. Inside, aside from Tang Yuan and 10 elders, Mu Qinxi was present, accompanied by a white-haired elder. Tang San noticed the elder was gravely injured and felt a pang of curiosity. How could such a significant change occur in just one day? As he prepared to ask, Mu Qinxi interrupted. Now that Tang Bu'er has arrived, shall we discuss the annulment of the engagement? Tang Yuan gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his restraint stemming from the elder's presence. Or he would have struck back long ago. Does your Mu family ancestor know of this annulment? Before Mu Qinxi could respond, the elder interjected. Mu Qinxi is my favored disciple. How could she marry someone from your insignificant family? This matter shall be concluded here. As soon as the elder's words fell, he released his oppressive aura, causing everyone to feel as if a mountain was pressing down upon them, leaving Tang Yuan in the most discomfort. He is a peak expert. Please pardon my rudeness. May I ask for your name? Esteemed elder? Tang Yuan lowered his head, feeling like an ant before the elder. I am Ding Quan, an inner elder of the Qian sect. Shall we consider this engagement annulled? Although Ding Quan framed it as a question to Tang Yuan, everyone understood it was merely a show of force. Tang San, feeling the pressure, spoke up before Tang Yuan could respond. Very well, if you say it is annulled, then it shall be so. Might I request that you ease your pressure? It is quite unbearable. Ding Quan glanced at Tang San, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips as he withdrew his oppressive aura. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Young man, we shall not take advantage of your Tang family. As he spoke, he tossed 100 top-grade spirit stones and a mid-grade spirit sword to Tang San. I have heard that your Tang family's pill contract is soon to expire. This spirit stone should serve as compensation for your family, enough to cover a decade's worth of profits. From this point on, let there be no further connection between our families. In the eternal world, spirit stones are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and top grades, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 1,000.1. Superior Spirit Stone is sufficient for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a year. Tang San stood dumbfounded as he received the Spirit Sword and Spirit Stones, realizing these stones were indeed Spirit Stones. Had he just heard that a mere 100 Spirit Stones could equate to his family's profits for 10 years? What, then, did the million Spirit Stones in his spatial ring signify? Unbeknownst to the onlookers, they assumed Tang San was merely astonished by the Spirit Stones and sword, sighing at the transformation of their once injured young master. Mu Qinsi cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, viewing him as a country bumpkin. Ding Quan, disregarding the Tang family, departed with Mu Qinsi. The elder sighed deeply. Alas, I did not foresee that the Qiyin sect would grant this year's disciple quota to the Mu family. Nor did I expect Mu Qinsi to take an inner elder as her master, Sar Tang family destined for decline. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder coughed up blood and immediately appeared weakened. The others rushed to support him. Tang Yuan's complexion turned pale, realizing the elder's anger and internal injuries might lead to dire consequences. If the elder were to perish, it would indeed be a calamity for the Tang family. Hearing the anxious calls from the crowd, Tang San finally snapped back to reality. Observing the elder's serious wounds, he remained calm, stepping forward to produce a pill. Such a trivial matter need not be cause for alarm. Everyone, please step aside. The crowd watched curiously as Tang San administered the pill to the elder, a concoction not even those from a family of pill merchants had ever seen. Boer, what pill did you give the elder? Why have we never seen it before? As the elder's complexion gradually returned to normal, everyone was astonished by the pill's efficacy. Tang San silently praised his master once more, thinking, incredible. The revitalization pill possesses the ability to restore life, he declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. The second elder blurted out, could this be the fabled revitalization pill, said to revive one as long as their soul's essence remains? Tang Yuan gazed at Tang San. Astonished, Boer, where did you acquire this miraculous item? From my master. I have mentioned before, I am not Tang Boer. I am Tang San, not from this world. This, Tang Yuan's mind reeled, inexplicably recalling his long-lost son. He grasped Tang San's clothing, tearing it in half. Tang San, horrified, exclaimed, Old man, are you out of your mind? At this moment, both Tang Yuan and the others were stunned, for they beheld the character San engraved upon Tang San's shoulder. A mark made by Tang Boer to evade pursuers, ensuring he would not become separated from his brother. Tears streamed down Tang Yuan's face. You are my son, the long-lost Sanner, Tang San. Tang San, equally bewildered, had only just shed the identity of the second young master of the Tang family, only to be thrust into the role of